have to provide the images as proof of all their birthmarks.
Jin, eat a Snickers.
And
You're
the
not
social
you when you're
security
hungry.
Now, if you want to talk, about
proving that they were near the ice wall.
Yeah. Okay.
If not, it's just a race. It's just a race on flat Earth's oceans. If not.
Oh, are you talking about the Antarctic yacht race?
The Golden Globe race.
Oh yeah, the Golden Globe.
Yeah,
what about it?
You'll need to show evidence, good evidence, that they were near the Antarctic edge for a long time.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what I'm laughing. That's what I'm listening to what they're saying.
Just so I won't be caught with
footage.
Jin, can I finish the sentence now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Because you don't like it when I bring up the Vendée Globe. You guys have an issue with that race. What would you like?
I don't know what that is.
Oh, okay. I'll get into the Vendée Globe in a second.
It's done. Let's stick to this one Golden
Sure.
Globe.
What would you like?
I'm telling you, if you want to use your Golden Globe race as evidence for the globe, you'll have to show us that they were near Antarctica for weeks and weeks and weeks.
Okay, and I'm assuming that their satellite registered positions won't be good enough. So how would you like?
No way.
Right. So how would you like me to provide that?
I just told you. Video footage.
Video footage
next to Antarctica for weeks.
Video footage from like different nations.
No, from them showing that they're sailing along Antarctica, different spots for weeks.
I'm surprised you're even
Well, I mean, most of the time they'll be out at sea and it will be water.
So it's not proof, is it?
It's
just they went out to sea, took ages, and came back.
Yeah, that's right. I think we're stupid, you know what I mean? There you go.
So they are reaching certain spots along the trips. They're not going back again. They're traveling from A to B.
And they go back again. Oh, maybe I'm confused with the other race.
No, they do eventually circle, but along
go
the
back
side.
to the same spot, right?
Yeah, but you're ignoring that there are checking points along the way, which are important.
Okay, so they're checked a few times, but they can fake a few weeks out at sea and pretend they've been next to Antarctica. That could be done.
But they still have to travel between the check-in points. That's like they're traveling from like South Africa to Australia. You can't.
Is there a checking point on Antarctica?
No.
I don't know. I don't know.
No, there's not.
No.
Most of all of the check-in points are in the water. It's hard to get
what about the sky? I'm sure that they log certain, at least I know it's the sky, and the flat Earth side doesn't want all this angles to the sky stuff, but at least at least have a log of that, of like.
So what I was offering Jin,
look, we're still at this latitude or whatever.
We're talking about a race that hasn't happened yet, Don.
Oh, well, for what the other ones? He was asking. I might be out of place. I'm sorry.
No. Just that's exactly what I offered Jin. Their navigational charts as well as images from their navigation, and he said no.
That's right. I want to see visual when they're actually on the move, what they're looking at the ocean. I want to see all of that action. You know what I mean?
And when it's offered
you want a children's book with extra pictures. We get it.
When it's offered to him on a platter, he says no.
I know you don't like the squiggly lines that we called words, but we will provide you some pictures. Don't worry.
I mean, how lazy
and a little flip off flat so I can color that in whilst you're at it. Yeah.
No problem.
Do we trust the Guinness Book of World Records now? Like, how lazy are they as an organization?
I think we should do what everybody else does at this point. You know what I mean? And they put it in there. So there you go.
I mean, are they lazy or are they legit? We need good verifiers. We need good verifiers.
Only to a point. I mean, I don't really trust the Guinness Book of Records anyway.
You don't trust anyone, Jen.
Jen.
You don't even trust your own eyes.
That's the click, bro. Whoever can prove like the Earth as the globe, like the world record of the world, right? Guinness Book of World Records. if they have that right on their list of publication or whatever you want to call it, documentation, archive, whatever, their shit, okay, then they should be the real. The public should be like, no, that's the real fucking Guinness Book of World Records company right there. So the Guinness Book need to get on that and start putting shit before someone trump them and take over their business model with some real deal shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
right. They got some
Ron,
rivals.
you sound like an American, which means you probably watched the Super Bowl where we crown a sports ball team the world champions of a sport not played around most of the world.
The world champions. That's right. That's right. Well, they're welcome to move to America and buy a team and join the league.
Right. World champions now.
Move to America? I don't want to do that just yet. The way you guys, GMO, toxic water, yeah, right. Move to America, yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah,
Don't
actually,
kid yourself, yeah? Don't kid yourself.
it's interesting that you were talking about the Guinness Book of World Records. Do you know who has the record for the fastest solo circumnavigation by sail?
It's a woman.
By sail. Oh, see, they got something, and that's why I did bring up the question: are they lazy or are they legit? But no, should tell us more. I'm interested.
I'm not going to try to say this gentleman's last name because it's Russian.
Russian this time round. Okay.
His name is Fedorov. He was the winner of the Antarctic yacht race the last time around. He spent 101 days and an hour sailing from Australia to Australia, the long way round. He spent 90 of those days 50 of those days below the 40th parallel.
All right, that's a claim. That's another claim. You know, like that. So,
well, these are all the claims. These are the claims from the Guinness Book of World Records.
Okay, so I mean, can we do some work here and see if this, were they just told this? How did they verify it? Like, it'd be kind of interesting. I think that'd be an interesting project to see the roots of all this.
I think the second part is if you guys. Yeah, sorry.
No, go for it.
I was just about to say. Also, these distances and the way they are traveling. If there is actually a contention with the flat Earth model, this is the whole point of us talking about this in the first place.
That's right.
Yeah, Gummy, didn't you kind of though, quote unquote, not quote unquote, didn't you kind of make the thing you did what Jen said and then made it into another postulation, and then so you were kind of
as they do.
What are you saying?
He didn't really claim the distance. He was claiming flat, and so you said therefore the southern hemiplane has to be bigger.
By extension, that is a logical conclusion. Yes,
it's a possible logical conclusion.
No. Are you saying that it's flat, but the land towards Antarctica becomes smaller again? That's physically impossible.
No. What we're saying is that
physically impossible.
Antarctica is 360
only unless you
degrees.
invoke metaphysical things.
I could see it being the same, like it could flatten. There could be like a cylinder, and the top of the cylinder, it could be like you go from the top of the middle, you go onto the side of the cylinder, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're saying that this is not ridiculous to think of Earth as a cylinder, and when you're going to Antarctica, you're going along the side of a cylinder?
How ridiculous it is! I don't care how crazy it is, bro. That doesn't bother me.
But a cylinder that also gets smaller towards its ends. It's
more of an
like
hourglass. It's an hourglass.
Like an inverse hourglass, like a sphere.
The point is, Jen really didn't say anything kind of a flat or maybe see.
It's
but
the logical conclusion.
Hold on. Jen's real position is not globe, right? So he does say flat and observably flat and all that, but we know his real best position is just not globe. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and the extension of that is what we're
well, that
talking
doesn't
about.
mean flat.
It is a
though.
logical
Anything
extension.
other than
Yes,
globe.
it is.
No.
Okay,
I think it's
so
true
then,
dichotomy.
Jin, well, is Jin then saying that a hollow Earth is okay, or a convex Earth? Is he saying that cylinder Earth, or star Earth, or freaking Play-Doh Earth?
Jin,
Right?
maybe
Is he
just say
saying that
not
all
globe.
of these
Just
things are
not
correct?
globe. Not globe is all.
Either
Anything but a
curvature or
globe.
not curvature, right?
Okay, I'm gonna call him a Play-Doh Earther because it's anything but a
No,
globe.
you can't do that because I didn't say anything. You're talking about me. I've said
That was
nothing.
funny.
That all I've said to you is that the Earth is indeed a flat plane,
Okay.
and the Earth is not a spinning ball.
If it is a flat plane, then by extension, the distance around Antarctica has to be bigger than the one we have on our globe. By
And that's
extension,
probably
that is
correct.
a
That's
physical
probably
Hold on,
truth.
hold on.
because-
Also, if you agree that you have the middle point right and the sun is circling around the equator, like there's still things in place that have to be.
In what way does it relate to the sun?
Well, you can have double circles, right? Like if you have the sun circle and then let's say a Venn diagram, right? And you're assuming at first, though, you assume that the center point is in, just one of the circles, but maybe it's in a different place.
Are you saying that there's an overlap between Antarctica and what we talk about?
No, it
like
could
the
be an
equator?
overlap from. It could be an overlap from, let's say, the equatorial path, the sun circling above, and then the boat race path. Instead of them kind of being similar and parallel, they could be. Who the fuck knows? You have to keep an open mind here. They could
No,
be.
the thing is,
So
the
open that it
path they're
includes all
taking,
options.
their path they're taking is smaller than the equatorial radius. The only way you can have a smaller.
Now, like you said, can you validate?
Let me
that the
finish
sun
my
is that
statement.
path? But
the only way you can have a smaller than the equatorial radius is if the distance around Antarctica is smaller than the equator. That is not possible on a flat Earth.
But are they?
Lines of longitude
but
get
who's to
closer
say?
together
Hang on.
away from
Who
the
is
equator.
to say that the equator that you see on your globe is the actual size? So again, you're
Doesn't need to
misleading.
be this size.
Hang on a second, please. You are misleading the listeners on the YouTube. Now, for the benefit of those on the YouTube listening, the question is this: how are you proving your globe with this with this bloody race?
Oh, blasphemous.
Okay? Now the listeners are thinking,
That was the question.
If I want to hang on,
Right.
please. If I want to prove that my globe is a globe, am I going to have to follow a bloody race? Is there no other way?
Are
No,
you
there's many
claiming
other ways.
the only way?
Dummy, how did they validate their
Loads.
latitude through the
The
whole race?
only way for this to be possible on a flat Earth would be if the Earth and the equator. Let me finish my statement, Jen. The only way this is possible is if. Let me finish my statement. The only way this is possible is if the entire Earth and the equator, by consequence, is 4 times smaller than what we claim it is. Then this is possible.
Okay.
Are you claiming that Earth is 4 times smaller?
That's not true.
Okay, 4 times smaller. Now,
Tiny
for
little
those
disc.
who are listening on the YouTube, listen to this. They would have heard me earlier bringing in the black swan and the dimension of the Earth, and we can see too far. So clearly, the dimensions we've been given about the Earth is questionable beyond unbelief because we cannot find the curvature of the Earth anywhere on this Earth. Now, your race isn't going to prove the Earth whatsoever. How do the people who are listening on YouTube, if they can't make the race and they have no confidence in the race, what other way do you have that the Earth is a spinning ball in the vastness of space? Let's have it.
All right.
But you
There's
haven't
one
got there
person
yet.
watching on YouTube, Jin, and I've given you Canagoo. Why is there 2,500 meters missing if the Earth is flat?
Right. Again,
Let's get a vote.
with your Canagoo, it's already been debunked by the world-renowned scientist by the name of Neil deGrasse Tyson. 3 years ago, he stated that if you are up at the altitude of 120 miles, there is no way you will see the curvature of the Earth. You're not high enough. Everything is flat. So Canada at sea level means diddly squat. And whenever any one of the YouTube people who are listening go to the ocean, they're going to see flat. They're not going to see the curvature. So stop bringing that up. It's been debunked.
On a gradient between red and blue, when is purple?
What other?
Yeah,
Apart from Canada, what else? Thank you. What else?
First of all, Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong. And secondly, that didn't address why 2,500 meters is missing.
Astrophysicist is wrong. This layman of...
You're coming in muffled for me.
Carry on. Anyway, carry on.
Yeah, you are. Like you're behind a jumper.
I'm on laptop.
Carry on.
Where's the...
You're coming in as if you're being talked over by Jin. I'm not sure if that's on my side.
No, Jin is talking over
Jin in your bedroom. Are you and Jin having hate sex?
Oh, maybe.
I mean,
so why is 2,500 meters of mountain missing?
YouTube, describe that comment, will you? Those of you on the YouTube chat room, disregard that comment.
Let me address Rohith. Rohith, when Nathan and stuff says the R thing, they're not assuming R. They're begging the question about your assumed R. It's a different thing.
Yeah, we both assume R.
No. What I'm telling you right now is they don't assume R. They're using your assumed R to beg the question. That's different.
Nathan puts forward the argument: if the Earth is here with radius 39,
if the Earth is,
yeah, exactly.
That's begging the question. Yes. That's not assuming a real R.
That's what we do.
You need to be honest and admit the difference. The difference between a flat earther using your R to beg the question and you assuming an R.
We're both doing the same.
You need to be honest and admit the difference.
Let me speak. We're both doing the same thing. We're saying if the Earth,
as I just said, you're not doing the same thing.
Interrupting him mid-sentence. Let him finish.
I haven't finished my sentence.
That's why.
Let people finish their sentences. We let you finish yours, you let us finish ours. It's mutual respect. Come on.
All right, we're both doing the same thing. We are saying if the Earth has a radius, this is what we expect to see in reality. We both then go and check reality to see if our expectation is correct. That's what we're both doing. The end.
No. You're doing it for different reasons. One of you is assuming an R for your own worldview model. The other one is begging the question based on the globe belief of R. Two different things.
We both do the same thing. And
one of them,
we don't. No, we don't.
You're just going to say no again. I need to explain more.
No, we don't. No, we don't. We don't do that.
I need to explain more. One of them is only assuming R to beg the question. And
I actually agree with you, Don.
They're using the R that you assume. Okay, Lloyd, cheers.
Yeah, flat earthers assume they are, like you said, so they are at fault, not globe earthers. Thank you.
No.
You did say that flat earthers assume they are.
They're assuming no, we didn't.
No, we didn't.
Yes, they are. They are.
Whenever you say,
they are begging that question.
Whenever you say
not our fault.
Whenever you say we see too far, you are assuming R, working out how far we should see, and then checking it against reality. Is that correct?
No, we're not assuming R at all. No, we're not assuming R. We're not assuming your model. We don't assume your model. Excuse me. Now you're being disingenuous. And you're slanderous against the flat earthers.
Yes,
we do not assume R at all. We are taking what we're given from when we went to school. And we are scrutinizing what we learned at school. And that would be all the assumptions that come with that explanation. We're
so when you say we see too far, when you say we see too far compared to what?
Yeah.
Compared to your assumed R that you assume.
Exactly. Thank you. Then your heliocentric model.
So we're not assuming R then.
The thing is, logical reasoning.
Where'd you get R from?
We're using your assumed R.
Logical reasoning does not care. Logical reasoning does not care the intent behind your assumptions. It is an assumption anyway.
We're not coming with assumptions.
It's not what an
we're not coming with assumptions. Let me finish. Please let me finish this off. One, we are not coming with assumptions. Yeah, we're not coming with assumptions.
As soon as you use a
we don't assume anything.
We use the black swan
we don't assume anything.
More honest than the globe.
We assume nothing.
Where did you get your expectation?
People don't trust you.
Yes, you do. If you use a curve calculator, you're assuming R. In exactly the same way.
We're checking your math because you assumed an R.
Right. Don, what you're essentially...
I won't say it again. You've all heard it already.
Yeah. Your math that you were using assumes R.
You're assumed R. You're assumed R.
We
Not
both
ours.
assume R, and we both check it against reality.
No, we
both check the
don't
results
both
against reality.
assume anything. We don't assume
Then
anything.
how are you saying we see too far? How do you say we see too far without an expectation of what you should
Can
see?
I answer that
We're
question?
not expecting.
Can I
We're
answer that
using
question
your
without any
expectation.
interruption?
That's why we're saying it's too far. We've used your
Yeah,
assumption.
you're using same maths,
checked
right?
it, and it's wrong.
So
That's
Don,
not us
essentially,
You're doing the
anything.
exact thing. You're doing
No,
the exact thing that
we're
I'm telling you.
assuming
No, we're
your
not.
assumption
No,
was
we're
wrong.
not.
That's our assumption.
Yes, you are. Where did you get R
No,
from?
it's not.
We got it from your assumption. You made it up.
used a mathematical equation. You used a
made it up
mathematical
because
equation
you
with R in
believe
it.
in it.
Where'd you get it from?
No.
You made
Of
it
course I
up.
believe in it because
You
my
made it up.
predictions
We
match
copied the
reality.
digits down.
Can you see
Don,
how
My
your
it's going
predictions
now,
match
Bones?
reality. That's why I
Those on
believe
Do
in it.
they
YouTube who are
though? That's
listening,
the debate, isn't it?
see
That's
how
what
they're
you
trying to
need to
twist this.
demonstrate.
That is
but
the
you
They're saying
haven't
debate.
we're
yet.
Yes.
assuming. We didn't
Yes,
do
it
anything.
is. That's the debate, Dawn. Well done.
So you need to
It's do those
demonstrate it.
predictions
You
match
need to
reality or not?
demonstrate that your assumed R matches reality.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's what
Don,
we do.
what
You're
You
assuming
haven't.
R.
You haven't. All you've done is lie about what we're doing.
You have.
so Don, what
No.
you're essentially
If
saying
you've
is
used a medical
it's
equation with R in it, you've assumed R.
No, we didn't assume R. You
It's
did.
5 hours
We
and
just
haven't
checked
done
your
it.
math.
How are you doing the
That's all we did.
mathematics? How are you
We
doing
checked
the
your math,
Describe-
and it wasn't right.
So how did you check
Well,
the
that is
math?
the debate. That's the debate.
How did you check the math? Except by accepting some of the math. You've got to accept in order to accept, in order to challenge
Sorry?
X, you need to accept X and then go X doesn't work.
You
can't
Okay,
just go-
let us
we did
answer the
not
question.
assume
There
the
is an
radius of Earth.
established
We used your
curvature
assumption
formula.
of the radius
It's
of Earth. You get the
Exactly.
difference?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Both are
So
saying the same
explain
thing.
that to Ruth,
You guys,
because he seems to be dishonest.
from what I can understand of this conversation, it sounds like you are aggressively disagreeing with one another, which brings us back to the whole hate
I'm
sex
telling
topic.
Ruhith that we didn't assume R. We used his assumed R. He's
Yeah,
trying
yeah,
to say, no,
I'm-
you
I don't
assumed
think
it
there's
too,
anything
even
wrong
though
with
we
that.
used the
Use a
same
curve
numbers
calculator, Dawn.
he used. If we assumed R, we'd
Yeah,
make a
did you use
different
those
number up,
numbers?
wouldn't we?
Did you
Thank
use
you.
that? Did you use R in your calculations?
That's not an assumption of R. That's testing
No,
your
it's-
Yes, it
assumption.
is.
No, it
in
isn't.
the
You're
equation.
lying.
It's
You
your
don't understand
assumption.
math.
Yes, it is. You have to
It
put
doesn't
numbers in
understand
to get an
integrity.
expectation.
You
You're
don't
just
even
a liar,
understand the
dude.
word
You're a lying
integrity.
chill.
essentially what
You
you're
have to
saying,
put
Don,
the
is
radius
it's
in
all
to get your expectation.
Well, I think it's amusing as Dawn isn't even a flat earther. Dawn,
course
can
he
I
is.
ask, like, what you swallow most conspiracy pills? Why don't you swallow the flat Earth one?
Because I
he
understand
does.
we live on a globe.
I don't believe you, Dawn.
No, I think he's. I would be astounded if he would lie about that.
And look at this. This is how powerful it
He's
is.
been on the fence for
Globe,
years.
and I'm telling Ruhith he's lying about flat Earth. Yeah. So that's
and
this
I've
is
got
not a
Dawn
flat earther
blocked
in
for a
defense.
reason.
This is a glober noticing a lie.
There you go.
to me what you're
I
saying,
don't
Don,
believe you're a global
is that it's not fair for someone to check their own argument. So if I check the R, I shouldn't do that because it's my assumption, so I shouldn't check it.
No, Laurie.
No,
I'll
it's
say
just
I'll say it one more time for you, Laurie. They assumed an R. We used their assumption and we checked it. That
Yeah.
isn't
So
us,
can
mate.
I
That's not
check?
us
Can I
making an
check?
assumption.
But you
Can
put
I
a
check the
radius
own?
into a
Can I
mathematical-
check the
Of course
assumption
you
for
can.
myself
Anyone
then?
can check anything.
Thank you. So there's no problem.
The problem
Yeah, no
is
problem at all, as long as
Ruhith
you come out with
is
the truth.
accusing flat earthers of assuming R when they don't. That's the problem.
Yeah, we don't follow the
If you use a curve calculator
address.
that has a radius in it,
How-
we're using
how about
your
this then?
assumption
Assumed
in
radius.
exactly the same way that we
How
do.
about
Your
this then?
assumed
I'll
radius.
take on the assumed radius. So this is now my assumption. And then any other glober that talks about it is just using my assumption. So I'm the original. I'm doing the faulty thing. Everyone else is just assuming my assumption.
This is the whole
There you
argument.
go.
Correct.
There you go.
Someone years ago assumed R. And
Check
You're
your assumption, Gummy
assuming.
Bear.
Yeah.
I'm checking your
Yeah.
assumption.
Yeah, there you go. I'm taking on this position that I'm doing a faulty assumption, but everyone else, you're allowed to use my assumption correctly. There you go. Problem
That's
solved.
fine.
This is
So
stupid
the fact
logic.
that we're
that puts
using-
you
This
into
is
a
your
deep
logic.
hole.
That's why it's
It's your
stupid.
logic. It's your logic, Dawn.
No, you've ran the logic stupidly because you're stupid.
Yeah.
This is your
Your
logic.
logic leads to
It's your
You know what?
identical
Because they
logic.
can't
Maybe
prove
our
The
it.
logic
logic
is
stops at
5
flat
hours.
earthers not assuming
5
R. That's
hours.
it.
they've
That's
been
the
out there
argument.
5
They don't.
hours.
So
and
stop
haven't
saying
come
they
with any
do.
They
proof.
do
There
if
you
they
go.
use a
No,
curve
they
calculator
don't.
or make the
They're
black
using
margin.
your
Yes,
assumed
they
R.
do.
If they assumed R, it would
Again,
be bigger.
I'm testing
would be
Gummy's
fucking
assumption.
bigger.
I'm testing Gummy's assumption. I'm testing Gummy's assumption.
I made the assumption of an R. He's just testing
Now
my
you're all
assumption.
dishonest together.
Can I
in a
ask,
group.
how does one
Right,
how
right.
does one how does one do anything, including live their own life, without making assumptions?
I'm not arguing.
Describe to me an ability to not make assumptions.
It's possible. Very possible. Don't worry about
Describe,
that.
yeah,
It's easily
describe it
done.
to me. But you're just saying
Describe
easily
it
done.
to you.
Yeah, describe it to me.
You wake up in the morning.
How do
You wake
I
up in the morning,
about flat
right?
Earth to make
You
himself feel better.
get dressed, you have
That's
your
one of my
breakfast,
assumptions.
you brush your teeth, and then you go to work. Where am I assuming anything there? What assumption have I
Did you
made?
drive over a bridge, Jim?
Nice work.
Don't go down that road.
I was trying to think of the best one.
Easily.
I was trying to think of the
Did you
best.
drive
I was trying to.
bridge to get to work, Jim?
You got to be making
ahead.
1,000 assumptions. No. It was a good one. Because you got to be making like 10,000 assumptions
I live in a world
to
where
do that.
I don't make assumptions. I live in the real world. I live in the real world, yeah.
You just sound like somebody who is unaware of the assumptions they're making.
Who lives their lives assuming? What human being lives their lives
We all do,
assuming
Jim.
everything?
We all do.
Every time I drive across the Sydney
don't.
Harbour Bridge, I
No, we
assume
don't.
it's going to stay standing because it has in previous times, and to assume that bridges will fail will mean I won't cross bridges. So
I don't assume. That
Yeah.
is not an assumption. When I cross the bridge,
you don't understand what it means to make
I
an
know it's
assumption.
going to support my weight. It's been well constructed. It supported my
Prove it.
weight yesterday. It will support
Prove it,
my
Jim.
weight today. And then if I think about tomorrow,
So the
it will
sun rose
assume my
today.
weight.
Prove
There's
it's
an
going to rise
assumption
tomorrow.
for you. But I don't even do that. I don't even
Yeah,
do
this
that.
is
So the-
true
the
what
sun
Jim's
rose
saying.
today,
Most
Jim.
assumptions
Prove
can
it's gonna
become
rise
knowledge if you're confident enough
Yeah,
in it.
that's bullshit. That's
so a level
another
of
thing that they
confidence,
try
not
and do. You're not allowed to have knowledge. They're
Not
trying
called
to say that
assumption
you
anymore
can't
at
have
that point.
knowledge.
It's called knowledge.
You've got to have a belief.
But what
only.
happens-
You can't have knowledge.
Technically, it's a presumption. Presumption.
It's called knowledge. If he
Assumptions
knows
are
the
actually
bridge
made
is
without,
going to
matter.
support his
without
I don't
weight,
even
that's
do
knowledge.
that. I don't even do that all the time.
What happens if the bridge collapses? Was it knowledge?
Well, then I'm
It's
going to
wrong.
die.
He was
Then
wrong,
I'm going to
wasn't he?
die. Then I'm going to die.
So your knowledge was wrong.
Knowledge
How
can
can
be
Well,
knowledge
but
be
the
wrong.
thing
wrong?
is, the
This
bridge
part of
doesn't
the flat
collapse.
Earth movement.
The bridge
Knowledge can be
doesn't
wrong.
collapse. I'm alive talking to you. Don't get in front of a car because I'll run you over, you wally.
And can sometimes people call things knowledge, Jin, and they turn out to be mistaken?
Well,
Is that a
there
thing
are
that
times
happens?
when that does happen. Not in the case
Okay.
of the flat Earth and the oblate
of
spheroid
course
that no
not.
one has measured,
Would-
seen, or experienced.
Would you say it sometimes happens with globers? They sometimes claim they know things and they're wrong.
Yeah, I think if they think they're a globe, their whole life is wrong. They wake
Right,
up wrong.
so-
They go to
so it
work
seems
wrong. They go
people
to the
can-
toilet wrong. They have their dinner wrong. They go to bed wrong. They're going to die wrong.
Yeah.
There you go.
Jesus.
That's how wrong they are.
Seems like we get things wrong. Seems like it's possible
Yes,
for
very
humans
wrong.
to get things wrong. No.
Yeah.
What do you
And to
know?
claim
Globe
knowledge.
head humans.
Claim knowledge.
Just interesting, isn't it? Yeah. You could claim that you've got it right. You could be absolutely certain about that, and you could be totally wrong. You could live your whole life that way, even when you're eating breakfast.
It's the same with
But I'm not.
assumptions. You could be wrong. So why not just
Exactly.
call it knowledge if you're really sure?
Yeah.
Well, because I think
sure.
you're
Because
going to be
you
less
test the
likely to be
assumption.
wrong. Exactly, as what Rui says, which is why I love him. And if he
Why?
didn't already have a wife and kids, and my girlfriend wasn't within earshot, oh, Jesus,
The butt sex we would have, Harry.
Jesus, we would have such rampant butt sex.
No,
But
no,
we-
you're turning
you
into
make
a horrible
assumptions,
show
then
for
you
the
test
listeners.
them.
So is
You just
our
make
knowledge
assumptions.
Sorry,
not an
listeners.
assumption?
This is what we got to deal with.
Our knowledge.
Yeah, you can't have knowledge now. That's another problem.
No,
can't have
I
knowledge.
think knowledge is a debatable thing, but it seems you agree that there are people who think they have knowledge who are wrong. I agree with you. I agree with you on that. I think there are some people
Again-
who think they have knowledge who are wrong. I mean, we're,
Yeah, well,
we're
we
in
stick to-
accord.
Okay, but you're in the realms of maybe might be supposed. In the real world.
No,
that
no,
we-
you
that doesn't
said,
live in,
Jin.
we
No, I'm
carry
going on what
knowledge.
you said. Not that maybe might be. I'm going, Jin just told me he thinks that sometimes people think they're right and they're wrong.
Oh yeah.
Know
that's-
they're right and they're wrong.
Yeah.
That's very interesting.
How do
So
we,
that could be
figure
me,
out what's
right?
and
I
wrong?
could be wrong. Exactly. Great
Yeah.
next question, Rui.
Yeah, but not.
This is why we're gonna
not
have
in
so
the
much butt
topic
sex.
that I'm dealing with. With the topic I'm dealing with the knowledge I have
Are you a top or a bottom,
after
Harry?
heavy scrutinizing and measuring.
For you, mate,
I'm
I'll
not
be
wrong
the
there.
side.
Sorry.
I'll just be
Side.
standing there holding the handy camera.
Versatile.
Yeah, you do
Versatile,
that.
isn't it?
You do that. Make sure you get a lot of batteries. Yeah. Charge them all up ready.
Have you heard this,
So
Jim?
how do
Offending the religious
or
people.
not? How
They're
do we,
pretending to be gay together because Ruhif measures Earth sometimes.
Yeah, we're
No,
at,
just
we're
because
at
he
live,
says
and
good
that's all they
things
can
and
do.
he's got that voice.
oh,
Yeah,
baby.
we're live, and that's all they can
That's
do.
Globus
How
for you.
does so the question for you, Jin, was how does one know whether they're right or wrong?
Yeah, you asked me that before. Yeah, when you know what you know through your experience and your knowledge. That's all.
All
And
right,
like
I know what I know through my experience and my knowledge, and it's
Fair
told me
enough.
one
Okay,
thing,
but then now,
and it is
now you
Jin
have
is
to
always wrong.
Now you have to present your knowledge and your proof, and then we can say yes, the Earth is a ball of like spheroid spinning in space. Carry on.
Yep.
This is
All right,
gonna be
can I go?
5 hours.
Yep.
No one's done it in 5 hours. Maybe you can do it. Carry on.
No, I have. I
go?
already did. I already did.
2,500
No, you
meters of
haven't.
mountain
You haven't
missing.
presented niche. What have you done? Where's your globe, mate? Where?
Can I go?
No, you see, that's been going on now for 3 hours, the Kennigan thing, and it's been debunked by Neil deGrasse Tyson.
It hasn't. That's a claim. That's a claim. Can you back that claim up? That it has been debunked by Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Neil deGrasse Tyson has debunked that 3 years ago when he made the claim that, and he was on stage with a female assistant. He had the beach ball of the globe on an elastic band, yeah, okay, and he said that 120,000 feet up is about 2 millimeters or 2 centimeters?
Two
Yeah.
millimeters
Now,
of speech.
in what
And
part of
the
that?
answer is
What
Hang
that
on,
part
Neil
of that
deGrasse Tyson
sentence
is
is
wrong.
he
Are you gonna
talking about
interrupt?
Canago?
Are
When
you
is
going
he
to
talking about
interrupt so I
Canago?
can't finish? So
When
I
is he
can't
talking about
finish, yeah?
Canago?
You can't.
What part
so
of
I
that
can't
sentence
finish,
is
yeah?
Canago?
So I cannot finish, yeah? Okay, well, here
No.
we go.
What
All
part
right,
of that
here we go
sentence
now.
is Canago?
So he had the globe, yeah, and he was using it on the elastic band, bouncing it like a yo-yo, yeah. And he said, at 120,000 feet, there is no way you will see the curvature of the Earth because all that is flat. That's what he said 3 years ago. So he's telling you that there is no way you can see the curvature of the Earth from 4 times the altitude of a domestic jet airline.
Okay.
That's
In what
20
part of that
miles.
sentence is he
20
using the
miles
name
up, you're
Canago?
not
When
going to
is
see
he
the
talking
curvature
about
of the
Canago?
Earth.
What part is he talking about Canago?
Canago
Not just
is
that, he's wrong.
actually an optical illusion. I posted the image. There is no
Canago
curvature
is
there.
an optical illusion. That's another
It's an
claim. Can you
optical
prove
illusion.
that it's an
That's all
optical
that is,
illusion?
my friend, with your GPS. It is not proof of Earth. You cannot see curvature at sea level when you can't even see it from 120 miles up. Sorry, 120,000 miles up, which is 20 miles, folks.
120,000
Okay?
feet.
Is seeing curvature the same thing as seeing the effect of curvature?
The higher you go up, the more you're going to see. The higher you go in altitude.
120,000 miles
the
up, you're
landmass is
going to be in
increase,
orbit.
And no
120,000
curvature
feet.
can be seen from the world-renowned
Feet sounds better. Yeah.
astrophysicist Neil
and he's
deGrasse
wrong.
Tyson.
He's wrong.
Yeah, we just
Well,
agree
I mean, I
that
think it's.
people
I think
can
it's.
say they know things and get them wrong, right?
Woohoo!
What?
agree
But I
that
do
people
think
can
it's
get
an
things wrong?
interesting. I do think it's an interesting question, which is, what does one mean when one says they can see its curvature? Because see and perceive are two different things. Like if you said, I can see that this is curved, you take any curved line, you zoom in enough, you'll get to a point where somebody will say, I do not perceive the curvature anymore, and they'd say yes. Whereas some people would just use the same words to say, I don't see curvature. But what they really mean is, I don't recognize that this is curved. I don't perceive it as curved. Not is it actually
I want to
curved.
just quickly add in also, the seeing curve is not the same as seeing the effect curvature would have or has.
Oh, here we
That's
go.
another thing.
Can you believe that? Seeing the effect and then seeing. Can you see how they like to?
Yeah, sure. Can you see the effect of can you see the effect of magnetism versus can you see magnetism?
No matter what is being said here, at 120,000 feet, if you're able to be in an aircraft that
like we're
high,
giving one of the high fives.
You will not see the curvature. You won't see it at 5 miles. You won't see it at 20, 15, 20, or 25 miles. You will never see the curvature of the Earth.
And you will never see magnetism, but you will see the effect of magnetism.
Thank you, Harry. Debate. Here you go.
Yeah, you will never see magnetism, but you will see the effect of magnetism. There you go. That debunks your entire argument. There we go.
Ouch, that one hurt.
Yeah, no, that is absolutely incorrect. What you're saying there, absolutely incorrect. Incorrect.
Well, too bad that it's not.
Throw me a bit of magnetism.
It's a bad analogy.
Can you tell me why it is a bad analogy?
We never see gravity. We only see the effect. So gravity's debunked.
Exactly. Yep. Exactly.
Right. That is the bad argument you're making. Thank you.
Static electricity. You bang on. That was a great argument,
So you've debunked gravity now. Well done.
No, I
guys.
didn't. No. I think
you
that magnetism
disagree.
exists, and I think
You
that gravity
disagree to
exists.
the
I think
logic.
some things that we can't see, we can still see the effects of them. I agree with all of what you're saying, Dawn.
But some guy, I think Gummy Bear tried to follow the logic. And you seem
No,
to
he
agree.
was saying the same thing as me, I think, which is
Yes.
there are some things you can see the effect of, but you're not able to see that they themselves.
But then he tried to pull the trick on the other guy, meaning he was using the logic. So I'm saying if you carry on using Jin's logic, you don't have gravity either. You have nothing.
Exactly. No, you do have gravity. No, you do have gravity.
I don't even
he's
know how
right.
you can have gravity
No, hold
when
on,
you haven't
hold
got
on.
the
He's
load.
right. If we use Jin's logic, we don't have gravity. We also don't have magnetism, and we also don't have anything that only affects things without seeing them. The same way, I don't see air, but I see the effect air has on things. I don't see wind, but I see the effect wind has on things. And that means that wind doesn't exist using Jin's logic. Air doesn't exist using.
You don't see me, but you see my effect on people.
Which debunks your own stuff.
Because I'm sexy. That's why. Mostly that's why.
You're so sexy it hurts, yeah? Yeah, right.
Thank you,
I
Jin.
don't see electricity, but I see electricity's effect on stuff, so electricity doesn't work. It doesn't exist.
Gravity is an unproven theory. You first need to establish that the Earth
Flat Earth is also an
that is
unproven
spinning.
theory.
And the reason why we say that is this. Sir Isaac Newton himself, said that he disagreed with the theory of mass attracting mass for no apparent reason, he said. Okay?
Einstein fucked his cousin. I learned that from Rui
he
too.
actually said, if I could finish, do not ascribe my name to that theory. Okay, he's going to leave that for you lot to sort out. Basically, what he said. Don't call me, I'll call you. Basically, just to paraphrase there. Now, with that being said, gravity is an unproven theory, and for those who are listening on the YouTube, there are two gravities that have to be considered: Newtonian gravity and the one that superseded that, the newest one, 106 years ago now. Einsteinian, the bending and warping of weight, space-time fabric. Okay.
Can you for us explain the difference between the two?
Gravity has been superseded. Okay, Newtonian.
Can you for us describe the difference between these two, please, Jin? Describe the distance between these two.
Basically, you've got mass attracting mass, and you've got the bending of warp time, space-time fabric in space.
But I sometimes attract fairly massive objects.
There are two gravities that you need to consider. Those of you who are listening on the YouTube, that's who I'm really directing it to, because
the curvature of space-time also leads to mass attracting mass.
The question is, which gravity is it? And Sir Isaac Newton couldn't prove gravity, and he said he disagreed with the mass attracting mass. And then the question is to you guys who are listening on the YouTube, where in the natural, as a natural phenomena, do you observe mass attracting mass? Where do you see that in your life? In your life, when you open the door to go to work, go to the park, have a picnic, go on holiday, go on a ski holiday, go yachting, where do you see mass attracting?
I feel like I want to train you in how to use your voice, Jin. You need to breathe deeper into your belly and sometimes take nose breaths.
The people who are listening want me to speak that loud.
No, it's just for your own personal health.
Interference and static and everything else. So I power my voice through all that so they can hear me.
It's just you sound like a mouth breather, and mouth breathing is real bad for you.
They know what I'm coming from because I'm coming sincere with integrity. And I ask
them directly. If you really want to do it, nose breaths and slow down. Nose breath and belly. Speak from your belly a bit.
I don't need to do that. Don't tell me how to speak and control my conversation. Don't ever tell me that. That's never going to work.
No, I was just trying to help you.
It's okay, because it just means that he'll have lost his voice by tomorrow. Let him lose his voice by tomorrow so we don't have to listen to it.
I don't want to lose his voice.
I'm in a debate with you guys, but at the same time, I'm questioning their integrity at the same time. And they're going to say to themselves, yeah, that GNCBR character, He's right. How do I know? What do I have as proof? That's what we're doing. That's why we're here. Because for me, bump you guys, whip you to a pulp, and then at the same time gain numbers by your being whipped to a pulp. But I direct my speech to them so they know what's going on. Thank you. Any other questions? Have you got proof?
It wasn't a question, no, it was a statement.
Back at the ranch. Thank you. Because you know,
sorry, I confused you with it.
GCBR1 is switched on, you ain't got a chance.
And do you have mental problems?
I feel sorry for you.
Do you have
back at the ranch? Phone call.
It's probably going to be a server violation.
1, 2, 3, 4.
All right.
No honor, no integrity.
They were told that they assumed R, and instead of admitting it, saying we can measure it again, but we are based on an assumption, they accused Flat Earth of assuming R, even though they didn't. That's the level of globus.
Every time you use a curve calculator or the black swan argument,
This isn't
or we
true.
see too
Just
far,
say it again anyway.
you're assuming R.
No, you're testing someone else's assumed R.
Yes, exactly.
And anytime they use the R, they're testing my assumed R. I'm the one who made the assumed R. Everyone else is testing my assumed R.
You're just making up stupid logic.
No, I'm using your own logic
exactly
to
the right
you.
logic.
You didn't assume R.
I am assuming R right now, and everyone else is just using my assumed R.
What's
There you go.
Your number? What's your number?
Well, fair enough. Yeah. What's your number?
Go on then.
I don't know.
You're listening.
Have you got to look it up on the back of the book?
There
or
you
something?
go. He hadn't even got it, has he? Look, he hadn't
Yes,
even got it on his tongue, has he? He hadn't even got it at the tip of his tongue. Look at that.
I have it in.
One GCBR is worth 2,000 globe heads.
Do you want it in kilometers or miles? I have the kilometers one memorized, but I'm blanking on the miles one.
The benefit of the listeners, do it in both, please. Both, for the benefit of the listeners. Do it in both. Thank you very much. That should be your integrity to inform everyone.
Come on then.
So go
this
ahead.
isn't a joke, Gummy Bear. This is your real assumption of R that you're just about to say now.
Every measurement, it's not just one assumption. The thing the thing everybody talking about the assumptions needs to understand is there are so many assumptions built into every part of life, including if I measure 1 centimeter here, it still equals 1 centimeter there. There is the uniformity of nature is one of the core assumptions that all science makes. That if I weigh something as a kilogram, it is a kilogram. Everything is an assumption that light moves in straight paths, that we see reality, that reality is not a construct. So much, all of it is assumptions. It's so weird to say I do and you don't.
That doesn't.
I don't. You do.
Using a curve calc with your assumed R, that's a different situation.
No, it still does, because you've got to assume that when they said 3959, you heard 3959. It's a chance that they said 400,000.
Yes, that isn't my
and
point.
along. No. Listen. Let me finish, Dawn. No. I was almost finished, but then you started saying this bit. The assumption is that so baked into everything that when I told you a radius that I was calculating, you assumed you heard the same radius that I said. Where it's entirely possible that the internet garbled in such a particular way that you heard a totally different radius.
I agree, but that's nothing to do with my point.
Oh, okay. Yeah. What's your point?
My point is that flat earthers don't assume R. They are testing your assumption of R.
And I'm testing that assumption as well.
Yeah.
So
do you understand?
And assumed R. None of you are assuming R. If you were assuming R, you'd make up a different number.
Right.
No,
do you understand that? Do you understand that? So we get that cleared and buried.
We're testing the assumption. We're both testing the assumption.
But it's not assuming, it's using someone else's assumption.
Right.
Yes, assuming.
And another thing that's important to calculation. Here we go.
To do your calculation, you have to
look up
assume
what
R.
assumption means now in the dictionary.
Yeah, I know what assumption means.
You're wrong
to
again.
do your calculation, you have to assume R.
You want me to do it for you? Do you want me to look up what assumption means?
Sure. Yeah, look it up. Meanwhile, people on Earth, not everybody in their lives assumes every facet of their life. So to make a claim that everybody assumes their life is really...
How are you getting a prediction?
It's disingenuous.
Does your prediction have R in it?
So I'm gonna make a prediction of all right now, and I'm gonna use it in the unit of gum. So it is 1 gum, and 1 gum is the equivalent of 3959 miles. There you go. I'm making the assumption it is 1 gum in radius. There you go.
A thing that is accepted as true or as certain to happen. You're trying to say flat earthers think globe R is true and certain. Yeah?
For the
That's what
purposes
your
of the
argument is.
calculation, they have to, yes.
No.
For the purpose of the
They
logic,
don't.
it's
we
a
don't.
logical
No, we
argument.
don't.
To
Yes,
see
you
if
do.
it's true. They're not assuming
In
No,
it's
we
true.
don't. No, we
It's a
don't.
logical
You have to.
argument.
We
have-
don't.
You've
You assume it's
misused
true.
the word
If it's
assumption
true,
to hang
you
flat
go
earthers with
test
a
it against reality.
made up.
This is what your test
concept.
is.
The thing is, we don't, though. We do not.
You do. If you've
No,
used a
we
curve
don't.
calculator, you are testing
No,
assumptions.
we don't.
That's
we're
exactly
testing
what you're
all.
doing.
assumptions. We're not assuming.
That's where you're
You nearly
mistaken.
said it correctly.
You're
then,
testing an assumption. You just
Yes.
said you just said
Say
you're
again,
assuming.
Say again correctly.
Yeah,
We're
it's an
testing
assumption, right?
someone else's assumption. We're not
Yes.
assuming.
We're testing assumptions. That's
Yes,
what
we're
you're
not
doing.
assuming. They're not
Yeah,
assuming.
we're not
Did you call it
assuming
an
anything.
assumption or not?
We're not assuming
If
anything.
you test someone else's
Called it an
assumption, it's
assumption.
not
So
your
you're testing it.
assumption. You're testing
Right.
it.
That's what you're doing.
No.
Right.
Yeah,
so
we're
if it's
testing
true,
your
what
assumption.
would
Call
we
an
expect?
assumption. If you're testing someone else's, it's called a test.
It is an assumption.
No, it
If
isn't.
you're testing
not an
assumption, you assume it's
Flat
true.
earthers do not
You get a
believe
prediction.
No,
globe
we don't
radius
assume
is
it's
true.
We
So they're
don't
not
assume it's
assuming
true.
it.
That's why we're testing it.
You have to
That's why
get
we're
your
testing it.
prediction.
No.
No, we're
Well,
If
testing
you
it
don't
because we
assume it's
don't think
true,
it's
You've
for your
already said it
calculation,
correctly, but now you're backtracking and
You
misusing
guys,
the
hold
word.
on. You guys, let's try to go one at a time.
There was a
All right.
time when we assumed that people had honor and integrity, and then we realized they didn't.
Yeah.
Right, basically, we are not assuming anything, and we're testing your assumption because we don't think it's true. So we don't assume
Right.
it's true.
We're both
do we?
testing the assumption. We're
Yeah,
both
we're not
testing
testing
the
it. We're
assumption.
testing
We're not
your
assuming,
assumption.
though.
We're
Flat
not
earthers don't
testing
assume.
my
Yes, if
assumption.
it's
But I
true,
haven't assumed
if
anything.
it's true,
I
what
haven't
do we
assumed
see in
anything.
reality?
We haven't assumed anything. We are
See, now I know that
suspicious
you
If it's
do
and
know this
skeptical.
for real,
What
Rohit,
in
but you're just
reality?
lying. I can
We
hear you
are
telling the truth
skeptical.
now.
Yeah, we're skeptical.
If it's true, what do we see in reality? That's what you do when you use a curve calculator. Same with your black swan argument.
Now
If,
you're
if
backing
the
away
Earth
from
is a
the
sphere,
assumption
3959.
Yeah.
What?
Backing
Yeah.
away from calling it an assumption now.
That's right. Look at him. You
It's
know
an
what I mean? There
assumption.
go.
You have to test your
No,
assumption.
it isn't. We're testing someone else's assumption. That's not an assumption.
Yeah,
It
not
doesn't
ours.
matter whose it
We
is.
haven't made the
Yes,
claim.
it does.
For you
Because you're
to make a
saying flat Earth
prediction,
is
you have
assuming
to
R
assume it's
when they're
true.
not. They're testing your
Yes.
assumed R.
Right.
Yeah.
It doesn't
Two
matter who's
different
assuming
things.
it. Doesn't
It
Different.
matter.
does matter.
They're
To get a
It does
prediction,
matter.
It matters when
to
you
get a
accuse flat Earth of
prediction, it has a
assuming
radius
R,
in it.
because they
Where are
don't.
you getting the radius from in your prediction?
We're
From
getting
you.
it from NASA.
You.
We're getting it from NASA. It's
Fine,
NASA's
wherever.
story. It's NASA's story, and we're
We're not
checking it.
assuming it's true.
Right.
We're
But
testing
you've
it.
got to put it into the calculator to get a
Yeah,
prediction.
That's
we're,
not
we're
an
both
checking
doing
it. It's not
exactly the
our
same
Not an
assumption.
assumption. It doesn't
Not
fit
our
the
Yeah, I'm
assumption.
definition.
checking it as well. I'm checking it as well.
Yeah. But you
Right.
believe in
We're
it,
both
so it's your
checking it.
assumption. Your assumption, you believe in it.
Fine. You know
No,
why
you
I
said it
believe
was
in it?
NASA's
Because my
assumption.
predictions match reality.
Hold on, you just said it was NASA's assumption, and now you're saying it's his assumption. Whose assumption is
Well,
it?
he believes
You all assume it. All
it's
drivers
real,
assume
don't
it's
they?
true.
So it's assumed. Yeah.
That's the question. Whose assumption is it?
Some old
Yeah.
priest.
It's the heliocentrists and NASA,
Jesuit.
of course. Yeah, Jesuits, the heliocentrists and NASA. It's not the globe. It's not the flat earthers. We don't assume
my
anything.
point
Oh,
is
you're
that
saying you're
Rohit's
only allowed to
lying
use
about
an
flat Earth.
assumption if it's to disprove it. You're not allowed to use an assumption if you believe in it.
No, you're missing
That's
the
another
logic.
thing. See,
You're missing
believe
the
is not
logic.
knowledge.
Anyone can
See,
test
believe is not
anyone's
knowledge in itself.
assumption. If you
Yeah.
accuse flat earthers of assuming R, you are lying. That's the truth.
Yeah,
No.
that's right.
Yes.
You have to
Right.
assume it and then check what the predictions
No.
are. and
No,
then check
You
I'm
that
need to
against
sorry.
reality.
reread what assumption
Yes,
means
you
or be
do.
wrong again.
No. You think I'm backtracking? Go and read what I wrote to Paige an hour ago.
You're
I said,
backtracking because I'm correct.
when flat earthers use the black swan modus tollens, if the Earth has a radius of 59 miles, then that flat earther is assuming R in exactly the
No,
same
he's
way the
not.
globe
He's
is doing.
checking
No, he's
I haven't
not.
finished. I haven't
your
finished.
assumed
I haven't
R.
finished. I haven't finished. I haven't finished. I haven't
You're
finished.
just lying
We are
again.
both assuming R. I haven't finished. I haven't finished. I haven't finished.
No
We
one's
are both assuming
R.
R, coming up with a prediction
No.
for what we should see in reality if it was true, and then comparing that to
No.
reality. That's what the black swan argument
flat
does.
earthers
That's what flat
assumed
earthers
R, it
do. I
would
haven't
be
finished. I
different
haven't finished.
numbers.
I haven't finished. I haven't finished. I haven't finished. I haven't finished.
You're monologuing.
That's what the black swan argument does. That's what flat earthers do whenever they put anything into a curve calculator.
Now you're
We're
just
testing
lying
the
again.
assumption.
You're lying again.
Well, that's what I wrote to Paige an hour
It
ago. You
doesn't.
think I'm
That's not
backtracking?
what assumption means, sir.
Well, it's like who's
We're
the root
testing
of
the
where's the
assumption.
yeah, no, but where's the root of the assumption? If you assume something, then I test it. I'm not assuming it. I'm testing what you assumed.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah, but when you come up with
you just
a
agreed with Gio,
disproof,
meaning you're wrong, right?
you're testing the assumption. Is
Why
this
did you
assumption
say
true
yes
or
to
is it
that
not?
if you were saying no to me?
What did you say?
I said exactly the same thing. They're not assuming it. They're
What did
testing
Gio
someone
say?
else's assumption. You
Yeah, we're
just
testing the
agreed to
assumption.
Gio saying it, but you said no to me.
If I said to you we're testing an assumption, what would you say?
I said that's exactly my point. Stop
That's my
calling
point.
flat earthers assuming R because they don't. They're testing your assumed R.
Then where are you getting your? If you don't, if you
From
think
you, we
it's
just went over
not
this.
true, then
You
how are you
came
getting
up
your
with
prediction?
R. They tested it.
I
They
don't
didn't
care who
assume
came
it.
up with it. I'm
If
testing
they
Gummy's
assumed
assumption.
R, it would be a different number.
No, I'm testing Gummy's assumption.
Yeah,
I'm trying
I
to
have a
disprove it,
different
right?
Oh,
number.
you're
I have a
lying now.
different
You're lying
assumption.
now.
I have a different number. Mine is a one gum. So one gum assumption.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. It's a different
And I'm
number.
going to
It's
go
one.
and test it. I'm going to go and test it. And for me to make a prediction, and use the mathematics, I have to assume it's true to get a result.
No, you don't.
Yes.
You test it.
Then I go and
to see if
test
it's
the
true.
result in reality, and if it misses reality, the assumption is not true.
Listen, the light workers are sensing a disturbance in the force, so Ruhif needs to concede that Dawn Treader is correct. Then we can all move on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No,
Exactly.
we're testing
agreed
assumptions.
when Gio
It
said
doesn't
it.
match
He agreed
reality.
already.
The assumption's
It's just
false.
two-faced.
Yeah. Once you become a flat earther, you stop assuming instantly because the shock
This is how you
and
test things in
realization
reality.
that the earth is actually a flat plane and it's not a spinning ball rocks your world that you've got no room for assumptions. There's no room. That's the problem, you see. So we don't assume.
How about
that stops.
Let's
instantly.
find that Richard Feynman.
We've got at least 4 people right now disagreeing with you, Ruhif, and they're all correct, and they're all saying it very simply.
And with the
assumptions
gum,
are not ours.
with the gum, I've got a question. There's a question to be asked. With the one gum, is that one gum shield for the lower lip or the upper part of your teeth? Because you're going to need 2, I reckon. You know what I mean? Gum. One gum assumption. You better have 2 of those gums, boy. When you come and deal with the flat earthers, we don't mess around.
I promise you, it feels better with just gums. I promise you that.
Look, Paige has managed to articulate it in the chat very well. We are saying, okay, if you assume this, we are going to check it. Yeah? This explains the difference.
We're both doing that.
No.
I made the assumption. He's just checking my assumption. There you go.
We're checking assumptions.
Old priests for heliocentricity made the assumption. You believed it. And now flat earthers are checking it. And you're accusing them of assuming
No, I believe it. I believe it because I test
because you're religious.
I test the assumption.
Have you proven
I
the
don't believe you
assumption
did
to
any
anybody?
tests, Ruhif, because you haven't proved
Can
it.
you prove the assumption
something.
to the listeners on the YouTube, by the way? Can you actually
Science
prove it?
doesn't prove
Now
something.
going 5 hours.
We can only validate that our prediction is correct or not. Matches reality.
5 hours have gone by, no proof
You
yet.
better
folks.
put your mouth guard in
That's what
when
we're
you
asking
talk
for.
to Jin.
Yeah, we've asked it's 5 hours and we haven't had any proof from this mob.
Listen to Richard
at all.
on the
I've been
scientific
called a
method.
liar, a moron, okay, but we haven't got any proof in the meantime. 5 hours has just gone by. Just gone 5 hours now.
All right, I'm going to read out something for about 20 seconds. All right, this is what Richard Feynman said about scientific method. In general, we look for a new law by the following process. First, we guess it. Then we then we see if that's really true. We compute the consequences of the guess to see what's right. If this law we guess is right, we see what it would imply. Then we compare those computation results to nature, or we compare to experiment or experience. That is what we're doing. We're making a hypothesis.
That isn't what
we
flat
assume
earthers
it's
are
true,
doing, though.
test it. When you use a curve calculator, yes, you are.
No,
You're
flat
testing
earthers
a
are checking
hypothesis.
your belief system.
No, we're
They're
not.
not assuming
Yeah,
a
it
belief
doesn't matter
system.
who it belongs to. It
Yes,
doesn't
it
matter who it
does.
belongs to.
You haven't read the fucking
No, it
definition
doesn't.
again. Read what
We're testing
assumption
assumptions.
means.
Yeah, you assume it to be true and then you test it.
No,
Yes,
we don't
which is
assume it to
not
be
what flat
true.
earthers do.
Fucking
You
hell.
have
That's not
to.
what flat earthers do.
No,
If
we
you
don't
assume it's
have to.
false, then you have no prediction. If you
No,
assume
we
it's
don't
false,
believe it, and then
then
we're
your
going to
Flat
check it to
earthers
make
do
is
sure.
not
meaningless.
assume R is correct.
Yes,
Fucking
you
They're
hell.
checking.
do.
They're
I know you
checking
don't
your
believe
R
it.
to make sure it's wrong.
Right, but to
Believe
do
it.
that
We'll
check,
check it to make
to
sure that,
do
mate.
that check,
I
you
understand
have
it's
to
correct.
put a radius into your formula, do you
Yes,
not?
but that's not called assumption.
Right.
An
That's
assumed
not
Yes, it
radius
is.
assumption.
by you guys.
That is an assumption.
It's your assumption.
That is an
You're
assumption
breaking
for
Yours,
the
not
sake
language.
of
ours.
this
You're breaking the
calculation.
dictionary.
No, you know my thoughts on dictionaries, Dawn.
Yeah,
Yes,
what's
and that's
wrong
why I'm
with
pulling
this?
you up on it. You're destroying the
Ruth
English
just
language.
makes up his
It's a
own
lie.
definition.
Be
Okay.
dishonest.
So dictionary definition of
The
Earth
man
is a
the
globe.
man is
Argument
being
over.
dishonourable now. The dishonourable gentleman is a whole of an ass.
You guys,
No,
Paige was trying to get in.
dictionary.com says Earth is a globe.
All right,
Done.
let's, you guys
Flat
have been
earthers are checking
hold on.
that. Flat earthers are now checking that to make sure it's true.
Paige was saying
Yeah.
something. Paige, your
And
mic
to
was
do that,
Yes. The right honourable dishonourable
Likewise.
gentleman is being a whole of an ass.
if you don't put a radius
a little
in your
low.
calculation, it's meaningless.
That's not called an assumption.
Well, I think it is.
Assumption
Is that
means
what
you
we're
think
not-
Well,
that's
you
the case,
might
or you
think
think
it
it's
is, but
true.
you're wrong.
Gentlemen, we'd like to clear the floor for Paige and the YouTube listeners just for a moment.
Yeah, go on,
Paige.
YouTube listeners and Paige, go ahead.
To test something that you think is true, we don't have to think that's true. Like we take
To
what
make a
you
prediction,
say
yes, you do.
is true. No, you're making a prediction with your assumption.
Yeah.
We come along
Right.
and make a rebuttal to that. But to
Yeah,
make the
but your
rebuttal,
prediction,
we use your argument.
yeah, but where do you get R from to make your prediction?
From
When
your
you use a curve
assumption
calculator.
of it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but you
not
have to put a
our
radius in, right, to
assumption.
make your prediction.
If it was our model that we believed in, our R value would reflect our model. We don't believe
Fine.
your R value. So that's the
Right,
whole
but
point.
your
Ruth,
prediction has a radius in it.
No, it's your
Yes, it
prediction
does.
we are testing.
It has a radius.
It
but you
doesn't matter
assume that
whose
it's not.
prediction. The prediction has a radius in it.
Ruth, that's the whole point we're trying to make to you, that it's your prediction. We don't assume anything. You're assuming R. We're showing how you, by showing you that when you assume R, you just go and have a look at the black swan and you can see R moves.
Right.
So
excellent logic. Well done.
Real dumb
So
to
you've
just
used
assume
R.
something you can never see, never know where it is.
You have used R. You have used R
So,
to predict what we should
you have
see.
assumed it. We have shown it's not always correct. It moves.
Oh, yeah, that's where the debate is. Dawn said this half an hour ago. That is the debate.
The
That is
debate
the
with
debate,
you
right?
at the moment that you are saying we assume are. We are trying to explain to you, no,
make
we
your
don't.
prediction,
We are testing your. It's not our prediction. Oh my God, Ruhif. Like honestly,
For
you are
you to put forward the black swan, the first line of the black swan is if the Earth has a radius of 3959, this is what we should see.
If.
Yeah, that's exactly what I do.
No, it's not an
Yes.
assumption. It's if.
It
We
is an
wouldn't be
assumption for the sake of
And
the
we say
Why is the word
supposedly.
if there then?
Supposedly.
We're not creating an argument. You created the argument with your assumption. We are coming
I didn't
along
create the
and
black
giving you a
swan argument.
rebuttal. Don't, like, holy shit,
For the
dude.
sake of your prediction, you have to assume R. Does that not make sense?
We don't assume anything. We're just taking your information.
How are you making a prediction? How are you
You're
making a prediction
making a
on a globe?
prediction. don't make a prediction.
Yes, you are.
No, we.
It's
Oh
the
my God.
black swan argument. If the Earth has
It
a
is
radius,
not
blah, blah, blah.
prediction.
Ruhif,
Prediction.
Ruhif, how do you make a prediction if you're not making a prediction?
What?
How do you make a prediction if you're not
He's got
making a
confused.
prediction?
What? I don't know what you're saying.
Well, listen
The
to the
black
question.
swan argument says.
Listen
Black swan
to the
argument says
question,
if the Earth
Ruhif.
has a radius.
Okay, just keep talking. What's happening?
You're not doing the things. You're asking a stupid question.
It's not a stupid question. You're just brain. It's like your brain is like a motor at the moment. It just wants to sort of, you're right, you're correct, let's go, right? So you need to just reflect for a second that there's quite a few people in the room highlighting something really basic to you, that they're not making an assumption, they're testing your assumption, or whoever is making an assumption.
It doesn't matter whose assumption it is. We're both testing
It
assumptions.
certainly does.
No, it doesn't.
So we're testing an
does.
assumption,
I'm
but we're
doing
not
exactly
assuming
the
R. Are
same
you ready
thing
to
as you.
agree now, Ruhif? Flat Earthers are testing an
What?
assumption, but they're not assuming. Are you ready to agree?
Yeah, we're testing an assumption.
So are you ready to never accuse Flat Earthers of assuming R again?
Yeah.
You have to assume R to get
dear.
your
No, we
prediction.
don't
Back
have
to
to
it.
assume anything.
Double
We're not
speak
assuming
now. We've got double speak.
Is a radius in your prediction or not? The black swan
We're not
argument, if
predicting
the Earth
anything.
has a radius,
This
Just
is what I will
admitted
see.
you just admitted we're only testing an assumption. And now you're trying to go back to it.
Now you're saying we're predicting.
A rebuttal through here. Rebuttal, not an argument.
Yeah. If the Earth has a radius, this is what we will see.
Your assumption.
Testing an assumption.
So we go, nah, you guys
testing
are
assumption.
dickheads. We don't think that assumption's right, and here's why. Because so we're not assuming anything, then, are we? You are.
No, you are assuming it, getting a prediction, and matching it against reality. That is the debate.
Your argument.
I've said the same thing for an hour.
Oh, just a minute ago, you said we're testing an assumption. Then you went back to we're assuming.
And now he's saying we're predicting.
Double
And now we're predicting.
We test the assumption by matching a prediction to reality.
So we're not assuming.
If the match fails,
we're
then the
testing
prediction
an
is
assumption. We're not
the
assuming.
assumption's false.
Yeah, and we're not predicting. We're comparing.
What is an assumption?
We're comparing
An assumption is where you decide something's true, where you decide it's true and then test it.
No, you have to say it's true for the sake of the prediction.
No, you don't.
Yes.
No.
Yes,
you
do.
You need
If
to
it's
reread
false,
the
then your
dictionary, dude.
prediction-
You're misusing words terribly.
No. If you assume it's false, then you don't have a prediction.
We're not assuming it's
Your
false
prediction's
either.
meaningless.
Find something else to talk about, because seriously,
Yeah, I'm ready to write him off as a liar. I'm definitely ready for that.
He's not, of course he is. Of course, I told you that he's a dishonourable
Jim's
gentleman.
ready to write him off.
Okay.
He's already
You guys
written
are
off.
allowed to use curves or the black swan argument. You
Ruhif,
guys are not allowed to use that argument.
Ruhif, have you ever been wrong?
Yeah, of course I have.
Nice.
Yes, he's been wrong in
I'm
front
ready
of
to
me.
drop it now, but Ruhif, if you
When he
say
comes,
it again,
when he
I'll
comes
pull
in,
you up
look,
again.
when he
I
comes
will.
into the server, he comes into the server wrong. He leaves wrong. He goes to bed wrong. Then
Yeah.
he'll wake up wrong. He'll have his breakfast wrong. He'll brush his teeth wrong. He'll go to work wrong.
He
He'll
just
come
had his
back from
dinner
work,
while
have
watching
dinner, have
Nathan
a
Oakley.
shower,
That's
go
wild
to
wrong.
bed wrong, and he's just living a wrong life. So
He
he's
just
wrong
had
all the
dinner
time.
Wrong.
All right, well,
dinner while watching
Says
Nathan
the flat
Oakley.
earther. Says the flat earther.
The man is just completely wrong.
So much
Okay.
wrong, Ruhif.
I'm going to pull you up next time,
Apparently.
Ruhif. Next time you use
I'm
the
glad
same
I'm not
lie,
you,
I
man.
will pull
I'd
you up.
hate to be that wrong.
well, Ruhif, would you just
geez.
agree?
Wow.
Okay, Ruhif, would you agree with this wording? Yes, both are using an assumption because it is an assumption, the radius. However, you are the one, well, in this scenario, you are the one making the assumption. We are the one testing it. Would you agree with that wording?
No. I would say we're both doing the same thing.
He's wrong,
We
yeah.
put a radius. I will word it as didactically possible. We each put a radius into a calculation, and we each test the predictions against reality.
Right, but an
What Theo just
assumption, that's what I just said, yeah, because an assumption has a root to it. Meaning if I'm going to assume that it's going to be raining tomorrow, I'm the one who made that assumption. The root is in me. And if you say, well, I'm not sure if it's going to rain tomorrow, but I'm going to test it. If you do that, you're not making the assumption it's going to rain tomorrow. You're just testing my assumption.
Yeah.
Yeah, but for me to make a prediction, I have to assume for the sake of that prediction that it's true.
But that's
Otherwise,
what
I don't
you're
make a
doing.
prediction.
You're
That's
doing
not
the
really an
assumption.
assumption.
That's
not
what
an
we're
assumption.
both doing. We're both doing a
No, we're
radius
not
into a
both doing
formula.
that. No, we're not. We're not doing that at all.
As diplomatically as I could have worded it, we're both putting a radius into a that spits out a result that we compare to reality.
It's a radius from an assumed radius from your side, not our side.
We'd have to.
It doesn't
So we're
matter.
using your
Others
assumptions
would have to think it's
to
true
test.
as well. They'd have to think it's true for it to be an assumption.
For the sake
for
of the prediction, yes. For the sake of the prediction, yes.
Yeah, your prediction, not ours. We don't predict anything.
Ridiculous, Ruhif.
But
we don't have
but
to
it's-
think it's true at any stage for any reason. It's your
But you-
prediction.
but you don't-
For the sake of
model.
prediction, you do.
No, we
No,
don't.
we
For the
don't.
sake of your prediction, yes, you do.
can
We're not
Then how are you
predicting anything.
disproving
We're
it?
not predicting anything.
And the black
believing
swan
it's
argument
true.
fails.
I
We're
can
not
get
Then your black swan argument is invalid.
Oh my God,
This is where it goes
Ruhif.
wrong, you see, for the listeners. I think
But you are
people on the
testing like-
If you
YouTube
don't put a radius in,
listening are bored now anyway.
if you
It's
don't put a
boring.
radius in, you don't get a prediction.
you have a condition which of the experiment which is that you have an for this prediction to hold, it logically follows from that the Earth has a radius. So
Logically,
that's it. And it doesn't matter who believes it or not for the sake of the test.
Would you agree that flat earthers are assuming globers might be right to do the test? Right?
No, you have to when you're making.
Yeah, that would be an
the
assumption.
Yeah. We're assumed that your R is right just to do the test, even though in our
Yeah,
heart
yeah.
we know it's not.
Exactly.
Yeah. We could
Yeah.
assume it enough to think, okay, could these guys be true? Let's test it. And we go out there and we say, okay, no,
Yeah.
But that's not
there.
our
Yeah,
assumption of R
exactly.
then. That's
that'd be
just
one group of
It
flat
doesn't
earthers.
matter whose
That's just
assumption. If you're making a
trust you for
prediction,
now.
you have an assumption for the sake of that prediction.
it's not
No one's
really
Doesn't matter
making
who-
predictions.
it's not a human assumption really in the same way. It's a dishonest way to say it.
It's
Yeah.
a assumption.
Again, I'll
It
say as
doesn't matter.
diplomatically as possible.
Flat
We're
earthers are
both
not
putting a
predicting
radius into
anything.
a formula.
Wow, man,
Then how are you disproving the globe? Anytime you use a curve calculator to disprove the globe or use the black swan argument, you are assuming the radius for the sake of that argument.
We're not assuming at all. We're taking your numbers,
Then,
okay,
then don't
and
use the
we're
black swan
testing
argument.
it. That's all we're doing. We're not assuming
Yeah,
anything.
it literally says
Got nothing
if
to do with us.
the first line of the
Got nothing
argument
to
is
do
if the
with
Earth has a
us.
radius of 3959.
This is actually, this could be good. Ruhif, what's your understanding of the curve calculator?
What do you mean? What's my understanding?
Well, what do
what-
you
what do
sort
I
of
understand
understand the curve calculator to actually be?
Yeah.
It makes a prediction given the inputs.
Prediction.
Right?
No.
Yeah.
It doesn't
And you go
make a
and Compare
prediction.
that to reality.
Right?
Yes, it does. Predicts how much is hidden. Predicts the horizon distance. Predicts.
No, it calculates
whatever.
accurately what you will see
Yeah.
on for a given dimensions. Okay?
Right. What
For
you
a
will see.
given
What do you think that
dimension.
means, Ben?
Right. So it's telling you what you
When you
see.
said
It's not
what you will
predicting,
see,
it's
is
telling
that a
you.
prediction?
It's not a prediction.
Yeah,
No.
it makes a prediction for what we will see.
No, it's giving you the facts. It's not a prediction. It's a fact. This is what you must see.
Whatever you want to
Not
call
what
it.
you
Ken.
will see.
It,
Or
it
you
gives you a
will see.
result.
What you will see.
It
What
gives
you
you a
must
result,
see.
and you compare that result to
Right,
reality.
right. It's not a prediction. No, not predicting anything. Just telling you what is. If this is dimension is correct, this is what you will
Right.
see.
So what? So Mel?
Or it can go as far as say, this is what you must see. Now it's
See,
telling you what you can see.
The curve
assumptions, yes.
The curve calculator isn't actually measuring anything.
Right.
Right? And that's the problem. And that's what Flat Earth has realized.
Yes.
There you go.
But then couldn't you also phrase it in a way? You can say that the way I would phrase it, you could say, normally you say why you make the assumption. If you make an assumption, you're basically saying you accept this as true for the sake of whatever. And in this case,
what are you talking about?
Yeah, assumptions in general. So
Yeah,
and you
your
take
assumption is that it's a globe. and it's not.
Demo, I'm going to turn you down to 10% if you're talking over me. So for the sake of this test, you're saying we assume this radius for the sake of this test. It doesn't mean that you necessarily that it is true that the radius is what it is, but for the sake of this test, we assume that the radius is this specific number.
I'll give you that semantically, but I still think it's a bad way to say it.
That's been my fucking point, Dawn.
You assume that radius.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, no, but I don't
You're
agree with that at
misrepresenting.
all. I don't agree
It's
with
a
that at all. Me,
misrepresentation.
I don't
That's
agree
been
with
my
that.
fucking
When I'm
point for an
checking
hour.
something, it's because I don't believe what I'm hearing. I don't
It's
believe and
100%
accept what I'm
wrong.
hearing. So let me go and check
I've just
if
been
it's
thinking
true.
about it,
That's
Rohit,
what
to
I'm
myself.
doing.
And you're half right semantically, but I still think it's bad to say they're assuming just for a test because they don't have to believe it's true.
Yeah, I'm not
They're
fucking
just
assuming.
They
imagining
don't. For the sake of
that
the
it might be a
argument.
I don't
hypothetical
believe it. I
truth,
don't
right?
accept it.
Right. Testing a hypothesis. Is that better?
Yeah, but it's just when you say you're assuming.
But it's not a
they're not.
hypothesis,
They're
is it?
not.
It's a claim.
You did.
My point is, when people say to me, you're assuming R, or you're going to need R for that, my point is, I assume R in exactly the same way that flat earthers do. I plug it into something, get a result, and test it against reality.
Yeah. But what their point
Yeah, but it's
is
not.
that
I'm
you've
not
never
assuming
measured
anything.
R. You've just assumed it. That's their gotcha.
Yeah.
You have to come up
And
with an
my
assumed R to
comparisons
make
to
your
reality
calculations.
But
Yeah,
nobody's going to
fine.
hold it against you. If you say you assume R, nobody's going to say, aha.
Yeah, but we don't assume
believe
R.
that
The thing is, we're not assuming R. We're not tying
Well,
ourselves
Ruhev's
to
the
trying to
sake
R.
hold
of
it.
the test.
Ruhev is
But for
trying
the
to hold it
sake of
against
the
flat
We're
test.
Earth.
not owning that R. We're not owning it. We don't own
No,
it.
but
It's not
for the sake
ours.
of the test,
my
you're
point.
assuming it.
Not even for the sake of the test. Not even for the sake of that
you
test.
have to.
Okay?
Then you can't
Jesus.
do the test. Then you can't do the test because you don't know
I
they
can do
are.
the test. I can do the test.
What
How
the
are you
fuck are you guys
disproving
talking
R?
about?
I'm
You're
going to
saying
do the
some
test every day
idiotic
of the week.
shit.
I'm
I
You're
would
doing
saying
say
you
that
need to
mine.
assume something
flat
that doesn't
earthers,
exist to make something
flat
about
earthers
it.
they know that the
Hold on,
R is
boys.
wrong and they're testing it. It's not an assumption. They've just
Right,
put
but
your numbers
how do
in.
you get to the position? How do you get to the position where you know R is wrong?
By checking the
How do you get to the
calculations.
position where you know it's right?
NASA lies, so that's enough for them to know that R is wrong.
Yeah, we
You
check
never
the
got
numbers.
to you've never got to a right position of R. There's never been one. What are you talking about?
Exactly, yeah.
What the fuck?
It's assumed. That's the whole argument.
Yeah.
But my comparisons to
So stop
reality
doing it.
match the assumption.
You don't live in
Glovers,
reality,
stop
mate.
doing
You
it.
don't live in reality if you think you're on a globe.
Stop
You
dog
don't
shit
live in
assuming
reality.
If I
stuff.
If the
assume,
reality is the
if I
globe doesn't
assume R
exist,
to
Go
be
to
true,
the
you're
R.
not living in
Go get
reality.
the R. Bring it back to us. Then
if
talk
I
to
assume
us.
R to be true, I expect to
Capture
see
the
X in
R like a
reality. I see
Pokemon.
X in reality.
Oh
The
no,
reality
just
is
go
the
get
globe
the R
doesn't
and bring it
exist.
back.
That's the point. You see?
I think
And
we
for
should
the
all turn
last
demos down.
Go
5.5
videotape capturing
hours,
the R.
no one's been able to prove it. In the
But
time that I've been here, 5.5 hours,
Yeah,
it hasn't
proof.
been proven. Silly
These
games is what's
motherfuckers
going
couldn't
on.
prove
What do
catching
you think
10
you can
miles
prove,
down.
Jin? What do
You
you think
can't
you can
even
prove
dig 10
scientifically?
miles. You can't dig 10 miles.
Science is about
Prove that.
explanation.
7.6 miles
You
maximum,
can't
that's
dig
it.
10
That's what we've
miles.
done.
Prove that.
7.6 miles.
That's a good point, Brew here. That's a
10.
good point. So science is about explanations, right? Engineering is about
Testing the
Physical
physicality
reality,
of
and
your reality, if you like.
Yeah.
In one way.
But
Science is about coming up with an explanation for something, and to come up with an explanation for something, you must make an inductive leap in your logic, in your reasoning. Otherwise, it's not an explanation.
That's a different situation to testing someone else's assumption. We don't assume anything. That's the last
To
thing
get
flat
a
earthers do
prediction,
is
you
assume
have to put
when
a
it comes
radius
to
in.
the earth and that. We don't assume anything now because we've already been bitten
Like I
once,
said,
twice
to get a
shy, as they
prediction for
say.
what the globe should look like, you have to put a radius in.
nobody's saying that you think that that you necessarily believe that the radius. It could be a contested number. It could be maybe flat, but for the sake of the test, you make an assumption that the radius.
You don't.
But then you can't do the test.
Reason. You don't lie for any
And you
reason.
don't
You
take
don't
the
lie
test
to
then.
yourself about
put a
shit for any
radius in.
reason. You don't assume and lie about
If
the
you're
R
trying to
and make
disprove the
shit up
globe,
that you can't
you
go
need
to
to
that
come up with an
spot. Shut
expectation
the
of what
hell
you should
about it.
see. You
You
can't
can't
come up with an
fucking go there.
expectation
Don't
if you
say you
don't put a
measured
radius
it.
in.
Stupid.
Exactly. So this is your radius?
Right.
Is this
So
your
you
radius?
agree. We finally
Let
agree.
me see what's going on.
Stop mentioning it if you can't go to the fucking center of the earth. Don't mention it then.
Meanwhile,
Stop
back at the
talking
ranch,
about
they
it.
still haven't proven their globe. Look at that. Look at how long
But,
they've
Yeah,
argued.
again, Jin.
They've
You don't
argued
have a
this
center
level
of an
Give me
earth.
a
about some
It
hypothesis
doesn't
that has
exist.
been proven, Jin. Give me an
Center of the earth
explanation
doesn't
that has been
exist.
proven. Anything. Something
Sorry?
that is an explanation for a phenomenon.
You guys can't even
Give
dig
us
10
something
miles
as an
on your
explanation
sad
for a
asses.
problem. Mass attracting
Can't
mass.
even dig 10 miles down on your
Mass
sad ass.
attracting mass.
Yeah, and what happens, right? What happens is, so
Yeah, what happens
Biodual
with
has
10 mile hole you didn't
demonstrated,
dig?
he has said, if mass, this is what I will see, and he saw what he expected, all right? So that is not a scientific proof, because scientific proof doesn't exist. If that was proof, you'd actually be committing a logical fallacy, affirming the consequent. Right? So he had a
Basically,
hypothesis,
if you're
and he
saying mass
tested it.
attracting mass, the question would be, where do you see that in in nature? Where is this natural observed phenomena you're claiming? Mass attracting mass. It's a fair enough question. That's
Biodual
what
tested
happens. Right? That's it.
Biodual set up an experiment to test whether mass would attract mass. It
Right.
did.
And that experiment would
Oh,
be
that's
the
not
fucking
proof,
Cavendish,
Jin.
which is not an experiment. There you go.
But it's not proof, right? That's not proof. It simply
Definitely
does
not
not
proof. The
disprove his
Cavendish.
hypothesis.
Definitely not.
Yeah.
If it's
Science
not
doesn't
proof,
prove
what the
things, Jin.
fuck are you doing, Dingleberry?
An
Hey,
explanation
Grandma, this isn't
means that
sweeping
you
the
can make a
floor.
prediction
I'm
for
gonna
what
go
you
roll
should
around
see.
in the
If
carpet,
you see
but it's
it,
not sweeping the
that's
floor.
not
But I'm gonna
proof.
get
It's
the
just
floor
not
swept,
proof.
Grandma, by rolling around on the
Science
carpet.
doesn't prove things.
By not doing something, I'm gonna do it. Thanks, Globers. Thank you, Glober Bunny.
There you go. You see, you're going. You know, it's coming up for like. It's just gone 5.5 hours, and the proof of the globe hasn't been established right here on this server in 5.5 hours. It hasn't been done. We're
whose
arguing
standard,
about
Jin?
whose assumption it is. Now, the people who are listening
whose
are
standard?
thinking, "Wow, is this where we are? The assumption of someone
Who
else's
decides
assumption."
compelling evidence of the
Please.
globe? Jin, who
You see,
decides
hear
what is
those words.
compelling evidence
There's
of the
so
globe?
much evidence, but in 5 hours, not one evidence has come up. And I'm making that
Okay,
claim.
so why
I've
is
been here 5
2,500
hours.
meters
Not
of
one has come
Canada?
up. Bring it up now. I even had my dinner, and I stopped my dinner and said, right, you guys, since you're talking amongst yourselves, can you, for the interest of the listeners, can you explain how you know your Earth is a globe? I'm asking you again.
Hey,
Here we
Jin.
go.
Yeah, Canada.
Go for it, please.
Well, hold on.
Why
You've
is
been given
2,500 meters missing?
You've been given Canada. You didn't like the last
That was
ghost race.
debunked by Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay.
You cannot see curvature
according to who,
from
Jim?
120,000 feet. That's 20 miles.
You've never gave me the
So
radius.
if you can't
Nobody's got
see
a
curvature
camera
at
or
20
video
miles,
going
No,
down
you
there
believe
This is really dull.
and saying, "Hey, I went."
you believe in Neil deGrasse Tyson, but you reject his other claim about
this
the
is
shape
the
of the Earth.
world-renowned *1 astrophysicist. Right?
Yeah, so
He is
if
a
he's the arbiter of
heliocentrist.
truth, then
He
ask
is
him if the
a
Earth is a globe.
heliocentrist proponent. He believes the Earth is an oblate spheroid pear-shaped. Okay, so basically, let me
So
finish. He's telling us there is no way you're going to see flatness from 120,000 feet. That is 20 miles up. So if you're at ground
That was a
level,
great point,
sea
by the way.
level, you're not going to see the curvature. So your lake Contouture, whatever you call it, has been debunked 3 years ago by
So you believe Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Please come with something else.
Then if you
something
believe
else,
him,
please.
then why don't you believe him? Then he says the Earth is an oblate pear shape, spheroid.
Because we're using your assumptions, and we have found out that there's nothing there.
But are
We
you
cannot
cherry
see the
picking
curvature.
quotes from Neil
Your
deGrasse Tyson?
assumptions, all your measurements and dimensions.
You sound like you're cherry
the black
picking.
swan, The Black Swan rules supreme.
Okay, you're just talking to a wall, basically.
Yeah. The Black
Can
Swan
we-
rules supreme. Meanwhile,
Can we talk
can
about
you please, for the sixth time in asking, maybe 7 now, for the listeners
Somebody
on
other
the
than
YouTube,
Jin
please
in Denmark.
provide the evidence that you know.
Jen, you
the
just
darkness
reject
of black
and cherry pick
spheroids
evidence, so it's
spinning
pointless.
in the vastness of space. There you
You
go.
just
we
cherry
all
pick
know it's
evidence.
pointless.
You
The
don't
floor
care
is
about the
yours.
sources.
The floor is
You don't
yours
care about the
again.
sources. You just cherry pick.
well,
You cherry pick one quote from Neil deGrasse Tyson, and you refuse to listen to the other one. So you're cherry picking. Oh, now he can't listen. Talk anyway. So.
You won't hear Neil deGrasse Tyson at this point. So it's up to you. Can you bring something else to help those who are listening?
So what's the point?
Those
You just
people
cherry
who are a
pick.
little bit lame, they don't seem to understand the flat earth or the globe. How do they know it's real? Can you help them? Help them prove it's
I've
real,
got one
please.
for you. I've got one for you guys. When an atheist debates Christianity, do they assume Jesus is real?
Yeah, absolutely they do.
If they're trying to
What they do is they, yeah. So what you do is you go, I assume this creator is real, and then I test whether it's real. And unless I can assume it's real, how could I test
Why
it?
don't you be honest and just admit you know it's not real through the test?
Yeah, for the sake of the argument, Dawn, we have to assume it's true to make a logical disproof.
No.
Yeah. Otherwise, you're just waving your hand
That's
at
a
it.
modus tollens.
No, you misunderstand what testing is and what assumption means.
No, I think
I
think
don't give a shit
you
about
use the words differently to other people, but you have to in order to test something, right? Like how do you prove A is true, regardless of whether A is the car in my garage or was Jesus?
True.
Exactly. That's
don't
what we mean
assume
by
it is.
assumption.
There you go.
No,
never assume that it
fine.
is.
We'll use that word from now on. We imagine it might be true, then we test that.
Okay, so
We'll use that.
if we have stopped saying that flat earthers assume R, then we're all good.
You
Sure,
assume
they
R in exactly
imagine-
the same way that I do.
Yeah, flat earthers imagine R might be true, globe R
And then
might
they
be true,
test it.
to test
Same
it,
with us.
to debunk it.
Yep.
Yeah,
Same with me. That's exactly what I do.
Yeah, I know. I don't care about what you do.
I don't imagine it's true at all. I don't imagine it's true. I don't believe what I hear. Let me just test it. So there's no imagination
Well,
going
you
on.
don't
with
really
me.
do the tests,
Right.
do you, Tim?
Yeah, you know me, mate. You know me. I don't imagine. I stopped assuming long time ago, so I'm not going to take anyone's assumption and put it
I
into
think that's
my,
another good
into my-
point.
my
Mel's
psyche.
been trying to say something for a while now.
Sorry,
if I was handed a CD, a burnt CD, and it had written in text on it Metallica, how would I know that that was really a Metallica CD without, I could assume, but how could I test that the CD is actually a Metallica CD?
You have to assume a bunch of things. Among them would be that when you read Metallica, what you are reading is what the person wrote, not just a random collection of lines that happen to look to you like Metallica. But you'd also have to assume that your memories of what Metallica sound like, by the way, great band, were what they were, and that you would be accurately able to recognize it, that it was a song that Metallica had written that you had heard. There's a bunch of assumptions you'd need to make, right? But you'd need to test it by playing the CD.
Right.
Nuance.
So one way to test it would be to put it in the CD player and press play, right?
Got to that.
Yeah. And you're also making the assumption that the CD player is playing you that, not that somebody's rigged the CD player to pretend it's playing you a CD, but it's in fact playing an internally saved MP3 to make you look like a fool.
Because really my question was, when we have an assumption and then we've tested it, what do we have then once we've tested our assumption?
We've failed to disconfirm it. We don't have proof. We have evidence that it might be true, but failure to disconfirm is evidence that the assumption might be true. That's all we have. We failed to disprove our assumption. That is good science. I tried to prove that it wasn't Metallica, but when I put it in the CD drive, I failed to disprove that it was Metallica, so it gives me more confidence that this is Metallica. But there are still 1,000 different explanations we could all dream up that would mean that it wasn't actually Metallica. It was just seemed like it was.
Right,
But
but
it
in
was
this-
in
in
fact
this
another
case-
band that was doing a cover.
Would it be?
In this case, we did not fail to disprove the radius. We did disprove the radius.
No.
That's the debate.
Yeah, so that
That's
would be the
Jeremy.
debate. So that would be the debate. But yeah, that could be the case.
And would it be fair to say once we've tested an assumption, we then have an answer?
No, I mean you could
Only
you
if
could
you
say
haven't disproved it.
you
can
could say
disprove it
that
by testing it, but you can't prove it.
Yeah, you can more reliably say, well, no, I still would think you could think you've disproven something but be wrong. But I would say you can take to the bank a disproof far more reliably than you can take to the bank a proof. Proof doesn't exist, but disproof, it's easier to lean towards this is not the case. Because if I said this guy was in the shopping mall the time the shop got robbed, and I didn't find him on the security cameras, that's not very reliable, but I did confirm he was somewhere else. That's far more reliable.
So, am I okay? Assume Jesus.
You sure you can assume Jesus?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you want to test it, or do you just want to assume it? Because some people just assume things, and then they, when they're testing it, quote unquote testing it, they're just really looking for confirmation.
No, every time an atheist tries to test Christianity, they have to assume it's true. That's your logic.
Well, if they're doing it properly,
right, but that's your logic.
Something. Yeah, you can't disprove anything unless you make the assumption for the sake of that argument that it's true.
Yeah.
No, that's not.
I disagree with that. I disagree.
true.
Objection. I disagree with that.
Sure.
I disagree with that greatly because when you disprove something, you prove that whatever was being said, the assumption is a lie. That's what you've proved. Something by taking an assumption.
We can
and
assume
making
it's a lie and then
whether
test
it's true or not.
Right?
Lie, but just false. Just false.
We can assume it's bullshit and then we test it.
In one aspect.
Yeah.
Don't believe
If
it.
prediction doesn't match reality, then your assumption's
It
false.
could be true. I don't know. Let me check it. I don't know if it's
Right.
true or not.
Our
so I'm
assumed
neutral
truth
until I
is that
check
your
it out.
radius is nonsense. That's our assumed truth. That your radius is
correct.
nonsense, and that's why we're testing it.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's something
That's
called
how you do it.
So we're not
reasonable
assuming
doubt.
R. We're assuming you're wrong about an R value, right?
Thank
You
you.
agree?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Fine.
Thank you.
Okay. That's,
we're not
that was
assuming
my
R.
point.
But you still test it.
Hours ago.
You're still testing it.
Yeah, we're testing.
We're assuming it's
validity
wrong
of your
to
claim.
test it.
Yeah.
No, if
We're
you assume
testing
it's
the
wrong,
validity of
then
your
your
claim.
prediction is meaningless. If your
No, that's
prediction
not right.
is
That's
meaningless,
Not predicting. We're not predicting here. We're not predicting. Stop using the word prediction. We're not predicting. Okay? We don't predict anything. We don't predict in the flat Earth.
if you
We
use a
don't do
curve
that.
calculator, yes, you are. A curve
No, we're not
calculator
predicting
gives you an
anything.
expectation.
No, we're not predicting anything whatsoever.
Ruhif, I just want to as someone who's sort of been involved in this, because it can get frustrating sometimes. You know, like when you're doing a jigsaw puzzle and there's like the final piece you're going to put in the jigsaw puzzle. Now, assuming that final jigsaw piece puzzle is the actual piece that is the final piece, when you put the final piece in, you know what happens?
Oh, you feel satisfied, don't you? You think, yeah,
It's
I've done it.
done.
Wow.
It's done.
Yeah.
Right.
It's completion of the task.
Complete. Yeah.
Right.
With the heliocentric model, it is totally in pieces and nothing fits. You haven't got a jigsaw puzzle. What you've got is a nightmare. Nothing fits.
I just tagged you.
All right.
I tagged you a minute ago with a picture of Canagoo.
Canagoo, as I said to you, you keep bringing it up. Now you're going to hear that name again. Neil deGrasse Tyson, the #1 world-renowned astrophysicist, debunked that 3 years ago. Okay, you cannot see curvature.
And who decides whether that's a valid debunk?
Okay, so from 20 miles, it means you can't see curvature, and if you can't see it from 20 miles, you're not going to see it from 0 miles. Ground level, sea level.
Who decides whether that's a valid
debunk? Don't keep bringing it up. That's a waste of time. That's a waste of time. It is an optical illusion. That's what you've got. And
Jin decides if it's a valid debunk. He's
without
the ultimate
further
arbiter of
ado,
reality.
Don't Jin me, please. Don't Jin me, please. Can you actually, for the listeners, once again, bring some proof of your globe so that those who are listening on the YouTube can actually validate their beliefs if they believe that it is a globe.
Canada.
Please help.
Hosted Canada. 2,500 meters of mountain missing.
That's no good at all. You see, they keep bringing the Canada, which
Of
was
course it's not.
debunked by Neil deGrasse Tyson. Okay? I'm saving you
You're
time.
appealing to him as an authority, right? You're making an appeal to authority, Jim. You're making an appeal to authority, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I'm not appealing
You are
to
making
authority.
an appeal to authority.
It's not my story. It's not my story. This is Neil deGrasse Tyson telling everybody that you're not able to see the flat Earth 120,000 feet up. That's 20 miles up. That's the world-renowned #1 astrophysicist. Okay, we flat earthers already know this. We know that there's no curvature, but when you get it from a world-renowned astrophysicist proving our case, we are elated, jubilant, and happy. You know, we're floating like helium balloons.
We should believe what Neil deGrasse Tyson says.
For you guys now,
we believe
who
what
are
he says?
listening on the YouTube to get on
He's
board.
a subject expert, yes.
That's what you got to do.
Okay,
Yeah.
so he's an expert on astrophysicists, right? So if we ask him the shape of the Earth, what will he say? And why should we not believe him?
Pear-shaped, an oblate
Yeah,
spheroid,
you'd think
pear-shaped.
you'd know what the Earth is like from space, being an astrophysicist, wouldn't you?
I think he's wrong on his 120,000 feet.
You think?
Of course you do. You have to throw him under the bus. Of course you do.
Yeah, I'm happy to.
Yeah. I think he's wrong. I think he's wrong. Look at this man. He can't prove his globe.
He's right.
Right? But he's throwing the #1 astrophysicist under the bus. Meanwhile, Your Honor, he hasn't been able to present his case. It's coming up for 6 hours.
I'm a changed man.
Sorry. Yeah, 6
He's
hours
not the
now. He
number
hasn't
one.
been able to present a case. 6
He's
hours
just-
is coming up.
He's a high priest of science education. He's not the top astrophysicist.
Well,
I think he's wrong about.
He's world renowned. He's one of them because you got what's his name, Krauss.
Let me ask you,
Something
Ruhiv.
Krauss.
Ruhiv, why is Neil deGrasse Tyson so wrong about Earth? Earth.
Because I think you can see curvature 120,000 feet easily.
No, I'm
Yeah.
lying then.
Can you bring the proof of that, please? Can
As
you
an
actually back up
astrophysicist,
that proof,
lying
please?
about the height you can't see curvature.
I never said he was lying. I think he's wrong.
Well, okay, why is he super wrong and you're correct? If you're smart, why aren't you the science educator on TV?
Well, I can do the mathematics for
right.
it.
Why
And
aren't
show
you
you what
making
curvature
money?
you should see.
Okay, my question is, why is Neil deGrasse Tyson so vastly wrong in Ruhiv's worldview? What made him so wrong?
That's
Because
why.
he said something that was false.
No, why is he so false? Why did he get that number? Where did he get that number? Why is he saying it?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't
I
know.
what he said.
I think you should look into
I
it,
don't
love.
know.
I think you should look into it. Why your
Yeah.
science educators are telling random numbers on TV?
Yeah, whilst you're accusing flat earthers of assuming
While you're
something.
preaching the globe model, go and check your high priest's
but why-
honesty on TV.
Yeah.
I don't defer or deflect to Neil deGrasse Tyson in any way.
All the
I
children
think
do,
he's
though,
wrong.
don't they?
No, you wouldn't.
All the kids do.
You
I don't
wouldn't.
know.
I know you wouldn't. I know you wouldn't. You wouldn't even dream of doing that. But the fact that he actually said it, I bring it to your attention so you can hear it and you can go and
Is
check it
everything
if
he
you
says
want.
true?
He
Is
also
everything he says true?
Is everything you say true? No, it isn't.
I'm asking you, is everything Neil deGrasse
I'm
Tyson says,
asking
is it
you.
true?
I'm asking you. Is everything you say true? 6 hours now
No.
coming up. You presented nothing.
So,
I answered
any
no.
of your
I answered
high
no. What's
priests
your answer?
correct, then Ruhiv?
He's not
any
my
of them
high priest.
correct? Any of them
He's not my high
correct?
priest.
Are any of them correct? If you can throw
He's
him
right
under
about the
bus
shape of the
so
Earth.
easily,
Why is he so wrong
how
about?
do you know that? How do you know that if he's wrong about
Why
this?
is he so wrong if he's right?
Because I know why the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, but prove it. I've asked again and
Yeah,
again and
Canada.
again.
so
You've got people.
And I keep
Yeah,
giving
you
you
keep going
Canada, and you
Canada,
say,
and Neil deGrasse Tyson will tell you you cannot see the curvature of the Earth from
And
120,000
he's right.
feet. If you think so, you're delusional. Okay,
Jin.
because you can't see it at ground level. I'm going to
Can
keep
I-
on saying that every time he says that. So,
So-
if you haven't you? I'll ask you again. Haven't you got any other proof?
You're
Anything
assuming
else?
that Neil
Jin.
deGrasse Tyson is right. on this
You
subject.
got anything else?
Neil deGrasse Tyson
Okay.
himself said he was
Hungry for
wrong
more information.
in that quote.
More proof, please. More proof, please.
Yeah.
More
He said
proof.
why he was
I
wrong.
would love to see that. Where did
Did
you
he
see
say
that?
why he
Your
said the
proof,
wrong thing on
please.
TV about science?
His math was wrong. It was a misspeak.
He did the math wrong, and he's supposed to
his
be a
math's wrong.
TV science
It was a
educator.
misspeak.
Oh,
People say
really?
shit wrong. dude.
Massive misspeak.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was.
Fired, and you need someone else on TV.
But then he said,
That's fine.
but then he said
Misspeak.
63 miles.
He spoke and he's
Still
all
quite
wrong. His maths
absurd, right?
wrong. Yeah. So Neil
His
deGrasse got his maths wrong.
TV
and he
personality.
misspoke.
There is no arbiter of science like that.
Science
You got a
TV.
link for that.
Oh,
Can just
really?
hire whoever they want.
Rule
The
of gets math right.
astrophysicist.
Likely story.
World-renowned #1 astrophysicist out
You
there.
can hire
on
a
the TV,
flat earther
on the
and
He's
stuff
media.
like
not
that.
number one astrophysicist.
And then you got, is it something Krauss? I can't remember his name. Was it Nicholas Krauss? Was his name?
Lawrence.
He's a
Lawrence
TV
Krauss, that's
personality.
the
It's not
other
like
one with glasses.
scientifically he's that big.
But why are you appealing to authority who not only thinks the Earth is a
I'm
globe,
not
but the
appealing
stars
to
are-
authority. I'm just letting you know
That's
that that's what's being said. And what they say reflects the flat Earth's reality. That's what I'm saying.
But he
That's why I
said
bring him
what
up.
he said was.
He
but he said what he
proves
said was
our
wrong.
case. He's proving our case.
So you are
Neil deGrasse
you're
Tyson.
holding him
That's
holding
right.
his
It's
word
not an
as
appeal to
true.
authority.
You're
It's
holding his
someone
word as true.
confirming our findings. It's someone confirming our findings. Okay.
So you're
That's
holding
what
his
it
word
is.
as true.
Why is he right
Okay.
about that and wrong about the shape
Meanwhile,
of the
back
Earth?
at the ranch, can we have your proofs, please? Other than lay contradiction, the optical
So
illusion.
I can use Neil deGrasse word as
Do
true.
you have any
Since
other
you did it.
proof that
Exactly.
your
I
Earth
can
is
hold
an oblate
Neil deGrasse
spheroid
word as true
spinning?
since you did.
You don't
I
have
can
it,
hold
do
Neil
ya?
deGrasse word
You
as
ain't got
true
it,
since
have
you did. Thank you. I
Yeah.
can hold Neil deGrasse Tyson's word as true and use his quote that the word is an oblate spheroid. There's my proof.
Done. Well done.
Got it.
We can
Okay.
all go home now.
There you are. There we
Oh,
have it.
I just
Okay.
I appeal to the
Yeah,
same
we
authority
know.
that you did, Jen.
6 hours in the asking, they haven't got it whatsoever. They haven't presented anything.
Just
They're attacking
listening.
Jin, calling Jin CBR1 a
Just
liar, a
gave you proof.
moron. What they
This is
need to be
getting
doing
boring.
is presenting
Just gave
their
you
case so that all of you who believe that the Earth is an oblate spheroid spinning in the space, they should have brought the proof so that it confirms your beliefs.
I
And then
used the same proof as you.
once
That's
it's
from the same
confirmed,
source.
it's no longer a belief, it becomes knowledge. Okay? But they haven't presented it at all. They presented nothing. Right? So there we have it.
Funk just appealed to Neil deGrasse
waiting.
Tyson saying the Earth is an oblate spheroid. Game
Now
over.
it's a Neil deGrasse Tyson, not an authority now, is it? Oh, okay, here we go. He confirms our findings. Okay?
No,
That's
he
what Neil
confirms
deGrasse
ours. He
Tyson
said the
has
Earth is
done.
an oblate spheroid.
Confirmed our findings. What he's done.
Yeah, he
Again,
said
Luke,
the Earth is an
our
oblate spheroid.
reality.
this is
He's
not
an
appealing to
authority. He's a
authority.
world-famous
This is
astrophysicist.
begging the question because your authority lied. Got it
Yeah.
wrong
Say
again.
again?
This is not
So
appealing to authority. This is begging the
You'll never
question that
win
your
this
authority
unless
has
you can
lied.
prove it, mate.
It's different.
You're never
No,
going to
we're
win
just
this unless
using
you can
Jin's
prove
logic
it.
against him.
You're using bad semantics again,
My
sir.
logic, you can't use that. It's too hot for you to handle. Don't
Why
do
can't I
that. You'll
use
blow
it?
your
You
brains.
use something else he said.
Logic. You can't use my logic and my psychology. It's beyond your capabilities. You're living in a world of pseudoscience and delusion. So, you know,
Jin.
if you try to do what I do, it will break you and then you'll be totally vegetable. You become a...
Yeah,
Well,
but
you
Neil
know,
deGrasse
don't do that.
Tyson said the,
You know,
said
you
the Earth's a
need to
globe.
take it in increments to come
And
back
he's
to
a
reality.
world-famous
Yeah? Take it in
astrophysicist.
increments, yeah.
Never wrong.
Who said he's never wrong? Who said he's never wrong? I never used those words. That's your
Well,
word.
you said he's...
Don't
why do you
associate
believe
that
him
with me.
if he's never
I never
wrong?
said anything about his
Brilliant. Can you
wrong or
not get
right
it? He's
character.
mocking
So he
you.
could be wrong.
When he
I never
calls him
said
the
that.
top
I said he
wrong.
astrophysicist, he's
his
mocking
statement
you.
confirms our findings. His statement 3 years ago confirms our findings and our reality. That's what I bring to,
All right, but
bring
could he
to
be
bear.
wrong? Could
Sorry?
he be wrong?
Could
Could
he be wrong? Not in our case, because he proves our reality. So no, he's not wrong.
That's called cherry picking,
Thank you.
Jin. That's called cherry picking.
It's not.
That's
cherry
not.
picking. Cherry picking is not illegal. And when you're talking to Jin CBR1, you're talking to the biggest cherry picker you'll ever meet, because I will always pick the best situation to present my case.
Jesus.
I will always do that. I will always do that.
But
It's not
this is
illegal.
the
So
thing.
stop the cherry picking
Admit
nonsense.
it.
You're wasting time.
Well done, Jim.
Can you prove your oblate spheroid for the listeners? That's what we're waiting for.
Yep, Neil deGrasse
Stop going on
Tyson
about
said
cherry
it's a globe.
picking. I'm putting that out there as a disclaimer. I do cherry pick, and I pick the best of my information to present my case. Am I illegal, Your Honor? Is that illegal, Your Honor, in the law of court? No, it's not. In the law of debate, no, it's not. So stop going on about me cherry picking, and can you please stick to your task of proving your claims of the Earth being an oblate spheroid, so the listeners can actually go away and say, yeah, I live on a globe. Otherwise, they're going to be thinking, are the flat earthers correct? But they didn't bring anything to bear.
Canada,
All because
2,500 meters.
CBR1 has been on their case for the last 6 hours. Get on with it. Crack on, will you? Crack on.
Yep. Canada has, well, in this particular example, 2,300 meters.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Why does that happen on a flat Earth?
3 years ago. Don't bring it up.
Yep.
I said to you, do you not understand English? Do you have anything else apart from what Neil deGrasse Tyson has debunked? What else do you have?
Yep. Flight paths, ISS, sun, moon angles, stars.
No. What else do you have?
Sailboat races.
Oh, we debunked the boat race, mate.
Folks, you've got to rely on a sailboat race, folks. Sailboat race to prove
You
your
gave yourself away, Dawn.
You
You said
can't
where.
measure it. You can't use your tape measure. You can't use a laser beam.
We
Yeah, you
debunked,
can.
Go out
me and
physically.
Jim debunked the Golden Globe race.
No,
Yeah, that's fucked up
That's
as well.
globe
Anyway.
proof. We laughed at it.
Yeah,
We said, no, that's
Yeah.
just a boat race. That doesn't prove the globe.
right.
there you go.
Because people actually going around the shape of the diameter of the planet.
Tell me about your
and-
dreams.
What a load of
Pretend
bollocks you're
it
talking
proves a
about.
globe.
Yeah. I mean, people going around and actually measuring it would not allow you to LARP anymore. I understand why you have to deny it. It's no big deal.
Oh, dude, you could
We're
send
not
a million
denying
people
anything,
going
mate.
to
We're
measure
not
it, and we could
denying
still
it.
laugh.
It
You have
doesn't
no idea.
exist.
Oh, okay. So you are LARPing. Cool.
You
It's
fool.
not an admission of LARPing. I'm just saying we could still do it in that situation.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you
Yes.
could still LARP, just like you are, right?
Are you LARPing?
No.
You've got
I'm-
No, you're
Kool-Aid.
not.
Drink
Yeah,
of
you're
Kool-Aid.
very
Is that like a
nervous.
cult, some type of cult LARP?
No, dude. It's
Yeah.
actually because I'm from the Homo Kool-Aid.
Yeah, right.
Come check it out. We have Kool-Aid days every year.
I think you
Yeah,
might be
big deal.
LARPing.
Is it proving the globe?
You're LARPing.
No.
You're pretending you can debunk flat Earth as a LARP.
No,
but
it's
I'd actually
proving
roleplay.
diabetes.
Time is of the essence.
Okay.
Prove your globe, please. 5
Yes.
minutes.
Yeah,
You've got
can I
5
go?
minutes.
We have accurate maps, Jen.
How does
Maps
Canada
got
go
maps.
through the
There we go.
globe?
Pray tell,
Because
carry
we
on,
expect-
please, with your maps.
We expect
What
things
maps
to
do
be
you
hidden
have?
from the bottom up, and that should not happen on a.
Why not? Why doesn't it happen on a flat Earth?
What's getting in the way of the bottom 2,000 meters of the mountain?
Anything they say,
Water.
anything they say is blocking it.
Yeah, this comes down to matching expectations to reality again.
Your globe proof is only globe proof to you.
Oh yeah, because you guys have fucking.
But you
broken.
keep coming back again and again
Yeah.
to try and present it again and again.
And
Keeps getting laughed at.
I must insist
I want
that
to-
you raise
sorry,
your
I want to,
voices
Jim.
so that you can be heard, by the way. You're mumbling under your
Sorry.
breath. Listeners can't hear you. I can't hear you. I want to hear what you're saying. So get it out so that we
All
can
right.
hear you.
I've got a
Stop mumbling
shitty
under your
laptop
breath.
microphone. I may have covered it actually.
And I'm not
it
gonna
out, will you?
shout,
Get it out
so-
nice, loud and clear, please.
All right.
Mumbling under your breath.
So we expect bottom-up obstruction on a globe. We don't expect it on a flat Earth.
Yes, we
That's what
do.
we see in reality.
Yes, we do. Have you not
Why do you
listened
expect
to
it
flat
when you
earthers
can?
for 4 years? They expect bottom-up obstruction all the time.
6 years
Why?
coming on 7 years.
Because
now.
that's what's closest to the water.
Yeah. 71%. I said it about 5 times already in the last 6 hours.
Because atmosphere and surfaces have nuance.
Right. Can you make a prediction using your flat Earth
No, we don't care.
that matches reality? You don't
You're
the
think
nerd.
so.
Not us.
Yes.
Okay. So predict what we will see for that Canada observation.
Here we go. The one that was debunked by Neil deGrasse Tyson 3 years ago. Yeah. That's
come on, Jin.
The flat
It's
prediction
been
is that the
debunked.
bottom of the
Come on,
mountain will
Jin,
be
me.
obstructed
It's
as you
been
go away.
debunked.
That's
Don't
the
mention it.
prediction.
By how much? By how much?
Lots. The same amount as globe.
Yeah,
And it
but what's-
changes daily.
Yeah, why? Why though?
Why?
What is
Because
your
they
model
said
that predicts
so.
this?
Because it's close to the surface. Because atmosphere
Yeah,
and
I know,
surfaces
Dawn.
have nuance.
Like, I know you've got no idea, Dawn, but at least play along.
You've heard it all before.
Play along.
You're
I know,
asking,
but there's
you're
no
asking
model
why
on
again.
flat Earth.
Yeah.
You're
We
asking
don't
why
play.
again.
There's no model that makes any predictions on a flat Earth.
Why does it need to make
We
predictions?
don't claim to have a model. We don't claim to have a model.
Yeah, I know.
We don't play around
I
with
know.
people's emotions. To be told the Earth is an oblate spheroid spinning in the bottom of space, and then to find out 53 years later that it's not true, sends such a reverberal force through one's body. I don't assume anymore. I'm very upset, very angry, and I'm sorry you have to bear this on this server. But for the interest of the listeners, they know how this particular flat earther feels, because I had to learn that at 53 years old. So if you're younger than me, take heed, go check it out, and then you're going to be like me now. You're going to be upset. You're going to be, at least you've learned the truth. So please do not assume that we flat earthers don't have any emotion here. We are very emotional when you find out the truth. Thank you very much. Sit down, man. Still haven't proved your point, though, yet. Still waiting. And please speak louder. People can hear me speak. I want to hear you speak, man. I don't hear you.
All right. I've just got a shitty laptop.
All right. There you
How
go.
how did you come to flat Earth, Jin? Was it disproving the globe, or somehow sort of proving whatever that means, proving the
Okay,
the
now
flat
you've asked
Earth?
me
How
a
did you
question.
get
It
to
will
become a
take
flat
me
earther?
at least 3 minutes to articulate my answer. It's not that easy, because when I was born from my mother's womb back in 1961, until I went to school, and that would be, I went to elementary school in East London, but we moved to Camden Town, so that would be 1960, let's have a look, 1967. Yeah, 1967, okay? We moved to Camden Town in London. Now, I went to a place called St. Mary Magdalene School. Now, during that time, my father had a globe on the TV, but I didn't realize that that globe represented where we lived. I just thought, what's this silly thing on the TV that my dad's put on? So I didn't connect with that, okay, until I got to school. And then they explained what the globe was. And I thought, oh, so that's what's on my dad's TV. So I spent at least 6 months, let's say 4 months, okay, playing with this thing. And then I managed to formulate a question. How comes people didn't fall off the bottom in Australia? So I asked my teacher what happened. She said, it's gravity. I said, okay. They keep us, but miss, I can't feel it on my body. I can't feel it. I jumped up and down. He says, yeah, it's pulling you back down to the ground. But I can't feel it, miss, I said. Because, yeah, but that's why you're going back to the ground. So I said, all right.
The fact that you came back down, Jen. The fact that you came back down when you jumped.
I still didn't feel the force pulling me, because my instinct and my senses as a young boy were razor sharp, because you're growing up. You're learning about your environment. So when I jumped up and returned to the ground, she said, that's the force of gravity. I said, but I can't feel that force. But okay, that's what I said. Then I went around teasing the kids in the class. If they knew what gravity was, they didn't know. Okay. But prior to that point, as far as I was concerned, the earth wasn't a ball. It was level. Okay. And not that I knew it was level. That was like a given. It was an instinct through my senses. Okay. So if I was asked, as a child, is the upper ball or a level plane? I would say that I would answer that it was a level plane, because I hadn't experienced the earth as a ball. Okay, but anyway, I went to Nigeria in 1970. Sorry, they'd gone to the moon, they'd returned, and that's when I first came across the flat Earth. 1970. So I was
Nigeria went to the moon.
Yeah, America went to the moon. Yeah, They would be the US. Had gone to the moon by this time, okay? So I'm in Nigeria. We're looking at Copernicus, Galileo, and one more, Columbus, okay? And they were debating whether in the textbook that we had in Nigeria, they were debating about whether the Earth was flat or not. And then we had the image of the ship coming over the edge. Now, that was the first time I saw the flat Earth, and it was that the Earth wasn't flat. And of course, because they'd gone to the moon, I thought, yeah, how silly that was. Because look how you fell over the edge. Do you know what I mean? Of course it's not flat. So from that moment on, you could almost say that the Earth as a spherical ball was seared in my brain like it was branded, okay? Because we had them going to the moon, and I saw that on TV. So that easily trumped what I saw in the book. So from that moment onwards, the Earth was a globe. Not until I was 53 years old, 2015, that's when I discovered. That's how I came to the flat Earth, through learning about fluoride, 9/11, the atom bombs, and Kennedy's and the 9/11s and the, so I went around in a nice, beautiful, good circle, and then it was the flat Earth was the final piece to the jigsaw puzzle. I'd also done 10 years of the moon landing research. It was at the end of the moon landing research that I came to flat Earth, perfectly timed. It was being suggested to me in 2014 through the suggestion but recommendation bar, and I ignored it for a complete year. I thought, what idiots putting this stuff up? And it kept on coming, so I thought I was being hacked. I became paranoid. Is my wife's computer being hacked? Who's putting this shit up? Okay, but I didn't click on it until 2015. Then I clicked on it for a laugh. I thought, let me have a laugh here, entertainment. When I clicked on it, I wasn't laughing. Cold chill went over me. Wow, this is how far they've lived. Of course they have, because they didn't go to the moon. What an idiot I've been. Why am I not able to think critically and join those dots all these years? All my military experience, my cadet experience, the experience with my children, taking them camping and everything else, all that, and I still didn't click. I was embarrassed. Okay, and that's how I came to the flat Earth. There you go.
So the question was, did you come to flat Earth by disproving the globe or proving the flat Earth?
I came to the flat Earth by someone else pointing to me that if you think you're on a spinning ball, you are mistaken, because it's been a deception. Look at the clues. This would be Mark Sargent's video of the flat Earth clues first, which I watched for like 10 minutes. And then I thought, is this true? Let me stop this. Let me get some more confirmation. Generism, ODD, Eric Dubé, Dave Murphy, the greatest lie ever told. So I watched all those non-stop. That was like 6 hours of non-stop viewing. And then I went upstairs to my children and said, listen, boys, I've got something else. I've made a discovery. It's very important to sit down. And I explained to them as soon as I knew. And that would have been Boxing Day, December 26th.
Told the kids.
Yeah, instantly. Of course I did. Because me and my children, I'm not only their dad, I'm their friend. And I want them to know, because I realized at 53, not to know and find out at 53, they must know as soon as possible. Yeah.
After your first day of binging flat Earth content, you were sure enough to tell the kids?
Yes, absolutely.
That is quite
I wrote it on the board.
You were that convinced Earth was a lie, globe was a lie.
Absolutely, yeah. And I haven't stopped teaching it. I've laminated my maps. I'm giving them out to the kids. We got the flat. There's no way they're not going to learn. Anyone comes to Ginny's English School, they're going to be learning about the flat Earth as well as everything else. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Jin, what map are you giving out?
The Gleason's map for now. Yeah.
Oh, but that one's got 40,000 nautical miles missing.
Don't worry about it. It's a flat Earth map. Okay. And I explained that to them, that this is what we think it looks like. It is not the globe. We can disprove that. So this is the best map we have at the moment. Okay. And they know that. And they want it. Right, the only reason I'm giving it to them is because they actually asked for it. They actually asked me. I wasn't planning to give them the map. But because they requested it, I said, okay.
But it's a broken map.
I'll do a lamination. So I had to laminate it so they could keep it for a long time. Yeah. Right. And I give it to them for free.
Do you think the map is at all accurate?
I think it's very accurate. Of course I do. Yeah. Especially when
I'm in Sydney, right?
In 2015, woman gives birth on the way to Los Angeles on China Airlines. That's one proof.
Yep.
Straight off the map.
Yeah, let's look at that one. So it took off from Taiwan, right?
Yeah, they took off from Taiwan. Yeah. On what we know as the Peterson's projection map or the Mercator map, yeah. Right.
So it took off from Taiwan.
Yeah, and then within 5 hours during the journey, 5 hours lapsed going to Los Angeles. So that would put them near Hawaii, Honolulu. Okay, they gave birth, and then they had to make an emergency stop. So you think they go to Honolulu? but they went to Alaska.
Let's check on the map where it went. All right, so I'm going to draw a line on my Google Maps and my Google Earth.
Let's get the listener. Let's get the listeners. Let's help the listeners envisage. The Mercator map is the map that you would see at your school that's hanging up on the wall with America on the left. Now, let me finish, please.
Shit, right?
America and South America are on the left. Africa and Europe are in the middle. And then you've got Australia, Papua New Guinea, and all the fragment islands, and Japan and Russia on the right side. That's known as the Mercator map. Okay. Now, Taiwan is near Japan, near China.
Right?
They're flying to the right, which is eastwards, okay? And if you follow that through, you get to Hawaii, and Hawaii is roughly 5 hours to 8 hours away, okay? The journey to the point where the woman gave birth. Right? I'm going to finish what I'm going to say. When the woman gave birth, there were 5 hours into the flight. The nearest emergency airport was Honolulu. That would be the place to go if you're looking at the Mercator map. But they went to Alaska.
We're not on the Mercator map.
That's where they were. That's the map.
We're on a globe, Jin. We're on a globe.
Yeah, the globe is the Mercator. The globe is the Mercator map.
Not. Mercator is distorted as fuck. Do you not understand that it's a projection of a 3D globe onto 2 dimensions?
Don't try and disprove what I'm saying. The globe, when you open it up, becomes the Mercator map, and the Mercator map, when you look at it, and you're flying eastwards, okay, you're flying towards LA. Honolulu is on the way, according to that map, but they went to Alaska. Now, on the flat Earth map,
that's right, because
when
Alaska
you look
is
at,
closer
when you look
than
at
Hawaii.
Japan and Taiwan and that, it's an actual straight line, and Alaska is on the way to Los Angeles. It is on the flat Earth map. On the Gleason's map.
On a flat Earth map, yes.
Okay? Go get the azimuthal equidistant map or the Gleason's map. Look at where Taiwan is.
The globe.
Find out where Los Angeles is. Draw a straight line. Okay? It's literally a straight line. 5 hours puts you over just at the end of Russia and you're approaching Alaska. You're at Alaska. That's why they did the emergency stop Alaska, because Alaska is on the way to Los Angeles on the flat Earth Gleason's map or the azimuthal equidistant map. Carry on, please.
It is also the closest on the globe, Jin.
Carry on, please. I'm not going to interrupt you. Tell the listeners.
I'll post something in the chat very shortly.
Yeah, but please explain to those with ears who can't see, who are listening, because that's what this channel is all about here. Please present your case so that those who are believing in your globe can understand and defend your model, man. Defend it.
Yep, I am doing that. Just give me 1 minute, Jin.
Okay, right on. Jin is like chili pepper today, folks. Sorry about the passion, but that's how it is when you've been deceived for 53 years. Of course, it's one of urgency.
You just made a claim, and your claim is demonstrably wrong.
Let's have it. Let's see what it's all about. Remember, this is 6 years in the making. Couldn't prove it at the moment. 6 hours now. 6 hours now gone.
Give me a second.
Yeah, here you go. I'm about to start work in a minute again. I've got another lesson coming up in the next 10 minutes. So you've got 15 minutes, and then I've got to throw out the trash, and then my next student's coming. So hurry up.
Yeah. Light paths desktop. All right.
Yes, I am unbeatable in this debate stuff. You can't defeat Jin CBR1. I feel sorry for you, but pray try it. Pray try it. Many have tried, and they've just ended up killing themselves almost, banging their head on their TV, wrecking their computers, pulling out the keyboards on their, pulling out the actual keys on their keyboards.
Can you convince a schizophrenic person that his paranoia is not real?
There you go,
Well,
Jin.
I mean,
I mean, you can prove anything for yourself. It's no difficult.
Oh, really? Do I sound like somebody who hasn't proved anything?
right,
You can
Jim,
prove
bring up-
anything.
bring
I'm
up the
bringing
image that
facts.
was posted
I'm
in the
bringing
chat.
videos.
Sorry, I
I'm giving you
interrupted
numbers.
your conversation.
I know what I know your model then better than you know your model. You who can't even tell anybody
really don't
what the
think so, Jim.
circumference and the radius is. But yeah, you can call someone
Jim,
a liar and
bring
a
up-
moron. You know what I mean? Yeah, right.
Have
Anyway.
a look at the image I just posted in chat, Jim. Have a look at the
Okay,
image
let
I
me
just
just hang
posted
on a
in chat.
second. So let me just explain what you posted anyway. Please explain what you posted.
Yes. That red line,
Those who are
that
not
red
listening,
line
those
is
who are
the
listening.
straight line on a globe. Yeah, the red line is a straight line on a globe, the flight between Taiwan and LAX. Right, that's what it looks like on a globe. The yellow line, the yellow circle, is a circle around Anchorage Airport, and the green circle is around Honolulu. Circle is smaller.
Okay. Yeah, I am looking for your image. This is on look. The image he has posted is a CGI image of the Earth, what you get on your Google smartphone. Oh yeah, and this is all a presumption and an assumption because, as I've said earlier, the Earth as a spherical ball hasn't been proven. So, what are you trying to prove here?
Listen.
What is your question?
Okay. Your argument was that if the Earth was a globe, it should have landed in Hawaii. I'm showing that on a globe, Anchorage was closer than Hawaii.
I would beg. The thing is, even if Anchorage is closer, they went to Alaska. Why are you going to Alaska? That's the question. Why are you going to Alaska if Anchorage is closer?
Hold on, don't tell him. Don't tell him. Don't tell him.
Oh, so I see. Anchorage is the capital of Alaska. It's an airport in Alaska. Is that what you're saying?
But it's the,
is that what you're saying?
Not the capital. It's just the air hub.
Yeah, well, it's not.
That's where they landed.
Not. I'm looking at your map. I'm looking at Japan. I'm looking at Taiwan. And if you take the flight pattern, 5 hours to go to Los Angeles, which is America, Anchorage is nowhere near. It's nowhere near.
It's closer than Hawaii.
You've got to go to Hawaii.
Why would you?
No, Hawaii is a big circle. Alaska is a little circle. Alaska is closer.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Right. So it shouldn't have landed in Hawaii.
Should have landed in Hawaii on the way to LA.
No,
5
it's
hours
too far away.
5 hours
It's too far away.
5 hours in.
Yeah.
At no point is Hawaii closer than Anchorage. At no point in that flight.
I think where you've got your red line, is in the wrong place. That's the first.
No,
so you've misrepresented
that
the
is
Earth
a great
somehow,
circle.
yeah? It's been
That is a great circle.
misrepresented. The globe as you've created it has been misrepresented. Okay?
No,
It
this is
definitely
my model,
has.
Jim. This is my
I'm
model.
looking at
You're
my
telling
globe
me I
now.
don't have that model.
Well, I don't know where you put your
This is a
confidence
great
on your
circle from
model.
Taiwan.
When I look at the globe that we have here in Japan, okay, I'm looking at my globe, all right, and let me just get Taiwan up quickly. Okay, we have Taiwan. Here we are, Papua New Guinea, Taiwan. Okay, and then we have Los Angeles here. Okay, and you fly across. Okay, heading towards Los Angeles in a direct line. 5 hours, according to my globe, Hawaii is the nearest on the globe I have. So the globe you presented is a photoshopped CGI, totally useless, not good to me. And I advise those who are listening to actually look at their globes. Okay, go and look at your globes. Get Taiwan. Okay, and then look at where Los Angeles is, and then draw the line in direct line to Los Angeles, and then do the maps to find out from Taiwan 5 hours in, and you're going to see that the nearest airport to that position is Hawaii without a doubt. I would stake my life on it and the life of all my family.
Jesus, I don't want you to die,
That's
Jim.
how much I know.
Yikes, Jim. Oh my God.
Right? That's what I know.
Yeah.
So those of you on the YouTube who are listening, go and do that. And if I'm indeed wrong,
I'm checking now.
please
What's the traveling
post
from
it
Taiwan?
in our server.
Yeah, Taiwan to LAX.
Earth Awakening.
Get a piece of
So this
string,
globe you
Jin.
presented is a load of trollop. Okay?
Pin a
Thank you
piece of
very much.
string to
I just
Taiwan.
confirmed it on my
Pin a piece
globe.
of
I
Jin.
just confirmed it on my globe. Okay? The
Yeah,
globe
get
I
a
have in
piece
this
of
classroom.
string. Don't just eyeball it, Jin. Don't just eyeball it. Get a piece of string from Taiwan
What I
and then
did was
stretch
I
it
pinned. What
as
I did
tight as you
was
can.
I used a string and pinned it
I
to the
guarantee you
globe.
didn't, Jin. Guarantee you
I
didn't.
guarantee you I did.
Yeah, I think you're
Okay?
lying.
I'm not lying. I'll do it again for you.
Can you take a picture of the globe you're holding
Yeah.
in the string, please?
Yeah,
Do that.
take a picture of the string held tight. Guarantee you did not do this, Jin.
Yeah, okay. You guarantee.
Calling your shit.
You guarantee everything is you guaranteeing, yeah? Always guaranteeing that I didn't do this, I didn't do that, yeah? I do pity you guys because like I've been saying for a long time, you can't trust you people. You know that? Can't trust you people because you don't have integrity. But I do have integrity. Okay? So there you have it. Anyway, here's my string. Got to put it on the table, and then let me get my bloody globe. I'm going to have to take a picture of the globe, basically.
Do you know how to take a picture of the globe?
Well, I mean, I hope I do. Where's my phone?
Good man.
Where's my phone? You're going to notice a few funny things about my globe. You're probably going to laugh when you see it, but anyway, let's turn the light off here and put the light on over there. Save electricity.
This is
I don't want to give TEPCO any more money than necessary, so I moved the light around the room. I don't have the whole classroom lit up when there's no one here, just burning electricity. See, this is what we flat earthers are. We're very economical and very, very sharp. Right, here we are. There is my globe. Click. Back. There is my string on the table. Knife and fork. Right, now, I will send you these images. All right? Blimey, you know what I mean? The things you've got to do just to prove you have integrity. Joke, you comedians. But like I said, those of you listening on the YouTube, go look at your globes, get your strings and that, and you're going to find out that when you properly plan that route, you're going to see that the nearest airport is Honolulu. It's not Alaska. Your globe is just relatively out of order. You know, you've done your little clever trickery. You think I'm stupid. You really do feel that, you know,
I think you're lying.
No common sense, really. And that's just terrible on your part at the end of the day. You prove.
Where's the images?
Yeah, image.
Yeah, what I've got to transfer it. Just hang on a second. Just allow me at least
got to be taken
a
on
minute.
top so that it looks like a straight line.
All I've done, I haven't plotted it. I've just taken a picture of the globe and the string. I haven't taken a picture of myself doing that because I can't do a selfie like that, can I? But the fact that I've got the globe and the string proves.
Pin. If you had a globe, you could stick a pin.
Yeah, I pinned it with my finger. I didn't really have to pin it with a pin, did I? Fuck's sake, you know what I mean? Come on, what's the matter with you people?
Oh.
My point is this: that those who are listening can actually follow through and check it for them, which is what you should be doing. You'd be directing people to do this if you're presenting your case, as I am. Well, yeah, but you're not presenting it in a way that those listeners are getting it. It's like you're presenting it to me, but it's not me you have to convince. You have to convince those who are listening as well.
I can't show my photo on the stream. But the Great Circle route to Taiwan.
You're not interested in your fans that you may have. Yeah, right on. Yeah. So you say. Yes.
Jen, you said Alaska, and we're talking about LAX. Do you think LAX is in Alaska?
No, Anchorage. You're talking about.
Oh, do you think? I've been to LA. You think I think LA is Alaska? You really think that? You guys who don't know much about geography, you're arguing about people in Europe and Britain who know about where places are on the earth more than the Americans. You guys are the worst.
I'm not
at geography.
American.
So don't go there.
I'm not
Please
American.
We're
don't
talking about
go there.
Taiwan to
I'll
LAX,
whip your
emergency
ass on that
landing
as well.
Alaska.
Don't
for
go
birth
there.
of the baby.
Do not go there. You don't even know where you are. You're fucking spinning, but it doesn't exist. Want to talk about
I'm not
where
American,
things
jackass.
are. And then
Hey,
you want you sound Canadian, whatever. You
hey,
guys
Proud
are
Alert.
worries. Don't even go down there.
Prattle boy.
Don't go there.
Shut up
You
for a
will be
second.
sorry.
Where am I from? Am I from the United States?
For all the
Certainly
YouTube,
destroying these people.
for the YouTube audience,
I'm what's known as taking
is
you to the
losing.
cleaners, right? Taking you to the fucking cleaners and back. What do you reckon? What do you reckon, Dawn? Have we done them?
Yes, right.
What do you reckon,
Robe
Dawn?
is,
Have
Robe
we
is
destroyed them?
1% weaker than yesterday again.
Yep.
Did you post the images?
I
Oh,
thought I did.
five
I'm now
people
checking
watching.
it to make sure it's gone through.
I've been waiting
Please allow
for
me
hours.
that time. Yeah, I'm going to try one more time to get it to you because thought I posted it, and unless my Wi-Fi is not bloody working, don't worry, it's all coming. The globe is coming to you. The globe that I have in my classroom is coming to you. Just hoping it's bloody not going through. What's going on here, man? Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, my Wi-Fi is a bit slow, so I do apologise for that, folks. But it's coming. Don't worry. When I say it's coming, you know I've got it to hand. Unlike these guys.
Yeah, but you
See
just
what
want to
I've got to do?
Are you faxing?
See what I've got to do?
Are you
folks?
faxing it through Gin or Morse code?
Oh, it's Morse code and fax. Got a Morse coded
You're just
person
going
in
to
fax.
fudge it in and make yourself look like a liar.
What the fuck's going on, man?
No, he's not.
Yeah, it's just a slut.
He said he's going to post it.
I
He'll
can't
post
believe, you know, this is.
Yeah, I know, but he's
Yeah.
going to fudge it. And he's going to like stick it down lower. There's like
He's
you're going to have
slow,
to
so
fudge
hang
it
on
pretty
a second.
badly because there's like 1,000 Ks difference.
I've got to check my Wi-Fi. Yes, there's a problem. My Wi-Fi is not working, but I'm going to do it right now. What's happened is that my phone has slipped out of the Wi-Fi. So hang on a second. I've now reconnected. So now I should be able to send it. So just hold on a second. We're trying.
This is all for you,
So I wasn't
Rudy.
connected.
Yeah, I
I
know.
wasn't connected. That's
Did you
all.
fudge
Don't
it?
worry. Don't worry about that. I'm talking to you clearly. It's going to come. Don't you worry. Hey, you've heard a little chop.
Jerry.
There.
Thanks, Jerry.
Ding. That means something's happened. Hang on a sec. Now,
There
where
we
the
go. We're
fuck
getting
is this
support
image?
from Jerry.
Oh, excuse my French, folks. Forgive me for my French or my Swahili or my German or my Spanish, whatever you like. Okay, now let me post the globe to you. But like I said, folks, you've got your globes. You know the places involved. Check this for yourself. Globe that's just not fitting the reality of the globe that they have. They put in another globe. A false globe's come up. They posted a false globe. Check it out. It's not even a real globe. Look at the globe you've got right
another
at home,
false globe.
and then plot the
Oh,
route, and you can
God.
see that there's something's wrong.
What did you post? I have nobody has seen anything.
Bunker's posted the correct.
There's my globe. Can you
place
see it?
of
I
route.
posted it. Can you see the globe that I
Where'd-
posted?
Where'd you post it,
Yeah.
Jim?
Whereabouts?
There he
There we
is. There he is. Is that him?
There you go. Can
Look
you
at
see the
him go.
Thunderbirds collection underneath it? Got me little aeroplanes that I use to show people that the Earth is not a globe because you're going to fly over like this.
You can't see it. Where's the string?
I can't
Childhood memories.
It's just
of the
like a
Thunderbirds.
glare from the light.
Look at all those CDs.
My collection.
What are they?
It's a string there, but it's
How's it
hanging.
in English? Yeah, they're English CDs. English
That is
CDs.
a false globe if I ever saw one.
Yeah, but you can't see, but you can't see anything in that image. Where's the string?
Yeah,
This is awesome.
The string is coming. The string is coming now. Hang on a second. I've got to post that separately. As it
Look at all the planes
I do
underneath
apologise
it
for that.
in the car. This is the best.
That's right. That's right. That racing car is very famous because it's one that won a race here in Japan, and that's why that's there. Then you got that little truck that it's sitting on rescued the plane. Is at the back. Can you see the plane that's floating now? That plane was going to, and they used that to rescue it in the Thunderbird series. You remember that, right?
Where's the image with the string?
What's with the 5 of spades?
Where's the image with the string?
Can you see Thunderbirds 2 there as well?
Yeah,
and
the green one.
Can you see it? All right, folks. So Jin is all live wire, man. Keep my childhood alive. Okay.
You've got 3 torches, or no, 2 torches. Nice.
But what is? Where is the string?
That's right. They belong to my
Jin.
They belong to my children. Yeah.
Where is the image where you can see the string?
Look at this, man. Look, they're panicking over a piece of string now.
No,
as we say in England.
But you can see. I've been waiting for this image I've been waiting for the image.
Yeah, because it takes time to do that. It takes time to do that for me. Okay.
You know what? You're
panic.
in a classroom. Why don't you get a compass
instead? The string is going to be on the table. Oh, no, that's not it. That's
Jin,
not it. What's going on there?
You're in a classroom. Grab a compass. Use that instead.
Yes.
Use a compass.
The compass. We have compasses on our. At the moment, my compass that I use is in my rucksack. Is upstairs in the bedroom.
I'm gonna fucking buy.
We got smartphones.
We've
got smartphones, haven't we? So we can use our smartphones for that, and that's what I use.
Not that kind of compass, Jin.
And we use the compass there.
Yeah, pair of compasses.
Not that compass.
Pair of compasses.
Well, that's what we use for emergency.
To measure distance, you can use a compass.
Pair of compasses, you mean?
Okay, fair enough. But at the end of the day, I'm the one that's bringing the point that woman gives birth on the way to Alaska. On the way to LA. 5 hours into the journey, she gives birth to a baby girl, and they stopped in Alaska for an emergency. If you look at the Gleasons map, Alaska is on the way to LA. Right.
Yeah, and where she landed in officially Jerry. Even Jerry agreed that Alaska is way closer. We've got hostile testimony here.
I don't care what Jerry does, really, at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I care not what Jerry
and we've got
does or thinks or does. There you go, boys. There's your string.
Geography is impeccable.
Have you got it? Can you see the string on the table with my knife and fork?
Not yet.
Okay, guys, I've got to stop now because.
Oh my God!
There's my string. That's the string I use.
Oh,
okay.
Fuck off! You can just leave the server now, you piece of fucking like shit. Yeah. Bye bye, Flatter.
Yeah.
You accuse me of not having the string. There it is on the table. You accuse me of not having the gloves there.
And now you gotta go. That's
and there you go.
Coincidentally.
Right.
You smashed the string.
You tested
you
it
can leave
and
the winner.
Yeah.
I can't see. Did he use noodle noodle instead of a string?
I've got to throw out the
Use
rubbish
Japanese noodles.
and prepare for my students coming. I'll rejoin in about an hour and a half time anyway. In an hour and a half time, I'll be back. And then I'll be asking,
bye, you liar.
Did they prove
bye,
their case?
you liar.
Leave
liar. Leave, you fucking liar. It's fine.
You see what I mean?
Leave, liar.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
You're lying.
They're calling me a liar. I'm the one that's been holding the fort for the
Where is the string on the globe? You promised.
Together with my colleagues Dawn and Denmark and Geo and a few others. And they, in the last 6.5 hours, they haven't been able to present their case in the last 6 hours.
My mate.
I've got to work, and now I'm in court a lot. There
Jin,
you go.
Why you sound angry?
Remember you used to do security at the raves back in the day? Keep the fire burning.
That's right. You know it, man.
Yeah, you smashed us, Jin. Hold on.
That was a great track, that was.
Yep. You smashed us, Jin.
So you tried this string on the globe, you discovered it didn't work out, so now you're just doing what you're doing best, is lying.
He might be smashed with Jin. Won't be smashed.
That's possible as well.
What you got to remember, folks, is that you're messing with
leaving,
somebody.
I leave you, liar. I don't want to hear anything more from you.
I'm not lying. What you got to remember, folks, is that you're messing with
Where's
someone
the
that's
string on the globe, then, you
out of
liar?
your league, mate. I'm out of your league, mate. You're nowhere near my league, man.
Yeah,
You
your
guys,
house league.
Puppies. You're puppies at the
Your
game,
house
mate.
league,
You're
Jin.
puppies. You haven't got a clue. You haven't got a case.
Jin, are you drunk?
I will always embarrass you.
Go back and lie somewhere else, please.
What do you mean I'm drunk? What do you mean I'm drunk? I'm not drunk.
No.
Not
Okay,
drunk
I asked you, so that's called the question. Do you know what the question is?
I gotta fucking take screenshots of this. It's fun as fuck.
I said, "Are you
I'm
drunk?"
not drunk. You've seen my images.
Do the parents of the children
on his motorbike, on his bicycle? So you know, on his mountain bike, on his racer.
Did you just spit? Sounds like
No,
you
I
spit
didn't
on
spit. That's the side stand of my son's mountain bike. That's what I'm doing.
Oh,
now. I'm
okay,
his
okay.
bike up. What's I'm talking to? The bike which I repaired the puncture yesterday, so I'm just biking it up. You know, we keep it in the house. So
I'm gonna
don't get
document
rusty.
you lying now.
You just spat on the globe's grave.
Oh yeah, that's a fact. Not only have I spat on the globe, I mean I fucking shit on it as well. I'm pissed on it as well.
You guys seriously
Do you
defending
want to do another
him?
emergency landing, Jin?
Say that again.
Do you want to do another one? Do you want to do another emergency landing? Do you want to pick another one?
Can you? You know what? I'm gonna have to do that in an hour's time. I've got 5 other flights across the earth of flat Earth. So that's coming, and he's half Japanese, American, and he floats from America to
Brazilian.
Japan regularly. Okay, and he's got
Alright.
untold
So how about-
flights to destroy the globe. Okay.
All right. How about I just post my
I don't-
response
you know,
that
you
I'm
don't want to
to
push
him
me
in
on
the
that
chat?
one because I love this topic on
Jim?
flights across the earth.
Yeah.
Love it.
Right. How about I just post you my response video to Flat Earth Banjo in the chat? Because I'll be in bed in an hour and a half.
Well, don't do it now. Don't do it now because I'm going away now. So when I come back,
No,
if
you're
you're
not.
still here in an hour and a half's time, we can pick it up from there
Yeah,
because I'm like that. Pick off where I left
Yeah,
off.
but it's 20 to 10 here. I'm going to bed very shortly.
Oh yeah, because So you're gonna have to do it tomorrow or whatever. Tomorrow or whenever we meet next.
But I'll give you the video anyway, Jin. I'll give you the video anyway.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Do that then. Let me click on it and save it then.
That like the cognitive dissonance play here.
Cognitive
There is a
dissonance.
little bit
That's
of that,
you
isn't there?
guys, mate.
Jin, why do you
my
feel the
response
need to narrate
that
your
is
life?
go and visit a flat earth psychiatrist immediately because you are delusional to the extreme and you can't go to your regular psychiatrist because he's a globehead himself or herself. You need to go to a flat earth psychiatrist. That's where the real
Can you
people
name
live,
one?
you see. When you get a
Can you
clean
name
bill
one?
of health, you can come and join us in the real world. Right?
Can you name a flat Earth
So
psychiatrist?
can I name what? Can I name one?
Yes.
Oh yeah, John Emmanuel. There's
Where's
one.
he? Where is he?
John Emmanuel is one. He's a flat earther, and he's a
Where
psychiatrist.
is he?
Where is he? Where does he live?
Yes.
He's in America. Your part of the world.
I'm not
He's in
American.
your part of the world. That's lucky for you.
I'm not American,
Oh,
Jin.
well, sorry. Well, that's where he is. John Emmanuel.
All right, Jin. I've posted
flat earther.
my response to Banjo's first 6 emergency landings in the chat. It's an 8-minute video. Knock yourself
Flat
out.
Earth Banjo. Yep, I can see it. So let me just click on that and then I'll load it and then I'll watch it later. But don't worry, I'm going to be home watching you closely. As you well know, folks, the result is Flat Earth 2000 heliocentric -10. They didn't
So,
even
Jin,
get 0 points.
you offered up your kids. How many kids do you have, and do they know how to clean toilets?
Yeah, such was their performance.
How many kids do you have, Jin?
We have destroyed you, and we will destroy you every time you come here.
You smash it, Jin.
You haven't got it.
Yeah, Jin,
Yeah.
you offered
You
your
will never
your
have
kids through him. How many kids do you have?
4.
I'm asking for a friend.
The eldest
Do your
one
kids
being
clean toilets?
21.
I thought you were leaving.
youngest.
Yeah. How about I leave first?
12. 18 and
Link.
16.
Yeah. If you're gonna
Big
yeah.
boys now.
Both
one's
live
taller
together.
than me,
Grow,
judo.
loser.
The youngest
Yeah,
one is
Earth
growing.
winner.
He's what can I
Why
say?
does Jin
He's
feel the need to
I got
narrate
smashed.
his
a
life?
I
baseball
got smashed, so I'll leave.
I mean, Daddy is the man who does
I
karate,
got smashed by Jin,
cycling,
so I'll leave.
Ruhif looking at the ground, Jin hand raised to the sky.
Mount Scuba,
Exactly. All right. Good night.
or Hira
Good night, everyone.
over
Bye,
120
Ruhif.
times. You ain't got what it
Right,
takes.
Ruhif.
A person
You're out of
actually
your league,
leaves and he
guys. You're out
says
of
he's
your
gonna
league.
leave.
You're out of your league with all your intellect and all your little.
Bye, Jin.
You won, Jin. He left.
You won in your own mind. You can always win
You're out
if
of your
you're lying
league,
to yourself.
guys. You're out of your
Victory
depth.
quit.
Bye, Jin.
You're being slapped to smithereens. You're being pumped to pummel. You're being pummeled on a daily basis.
Interesting.
You haven't got anything. So
By
whenever
someone
I'm in
with
the
false
house,
teeth and a
you've
hearing
got to
aid.
run and hide.
Is this seriously? How is this a win when he posted the string on the table? Seriously.
It's the best thing.
This is just so dumb, this whole thing.
It's the best thing that's ever been
It's
posted.
just
in
like
this
everybody,
server so
every
far.
flat earther is just
As we
closing
used
their
to
eyes
say
and
in
like,
the
this didn't happen.
1970s,
I'm just gonna ignore
as
this.
we used to say in the
Look at that knife and
1970s,
fork.
don't mess with the best, because the best don't
Flatter's
mess.
gonna just ignore and forget
Yeah,
this day happened, I
yeah.
guess.
Did you notice the knife and fork? That is a knife and fork
The glorious day that
that will last
Vengeance
forever.
lied on
Can you see how it was
live
made?
TV.
I bought those. Because that's what they reminded me of what I had in England. Yeah, they're solid. Those knife and forks are going to be forever. Perfectly balanced for
It's
eating.
the best.
You got it.
Are they
The best.
That's a
BC
good
or
meme.
AD? BC?
Say that again?
Are they BC or AD?
Somebody keep Jen in check. I mean, he keeps on like over talking
They're the
everything.
best you can get, mate. And they're 20 years old, by the way. 20 years. You're looking at. They're not brand new. They're 20 years old. Those knife and fork you're looking at. You've got a set of 16. There you go. And I
Thought you were going to leave like 10
knife,
minutes
fork,
ago.
spoon, and a little spoon as well.
You
I had
didn't
to
have
buy
time
them.
to do the string experiment because you were so busy, so you had to leave.
I'm assuming that string is about 60 centimeters long.
60 centimeters. Let me give you the measurement of the string. Hang on a sec.
See how good at visualizing I am, even though it's all curvy.
Yeah,
Jin,
well
why
done,
are
my
you
man.
narrating?
It's just over a foot long.
How much?
Jin, why are you narrating your life?
It's
I'm going with 62.
yeah, it's a foot and a half.
He's doing
yeah?
it for the YouTube listeners.
It's a foot. Hang on a second.
Yeah.
I'll give it to you.
So everybody knows he's a liar on
If you
YouTube.
really want to know,
Centimeters.
You still have to continue
it's a foot
listening
and
to liars.
3/4. It's a foot and 3/4, okay? A foot and 3/4 long.
Close, 50 centimeters.
Yeah, a foot,
Oh,
1 foot and
interesting.
3 centimeters,
Overestimated it.
3/4 of a foot long.
The curves made me add more to my assumption.
It's because Jin is so small that it looks bigger.
Oh yeah, maybe I got the wrong scale for the knife and fork on the table.
Yeah,
put it
yeah,
next to
don't
Bev,
worry.
it looks
the,
like
the
it's,
thing is, yeah.
You were testing your assumption.
Yeah,
Put
I
it in Bev's
assumed.
hand,
I
it
was
looks like
brave
it's
enough to
four
There
assume.
you go.
I made a brave assumption.
We've come full circle.
That's the one.
Yeah, it's full circle when you start justifying your own lies.
Yeah. Yeah. We're winning this battle of the truth.
Battle of the lies.
Let's come back to this. Why does NDT say so many wrong things on TV
Hey,
about
Don,
science?
you have so much contention against liars. You're like fucking Neil deGrasse Tyson is a
It
fucking
fascinates
liar.
me.
Now that
Fascinates me.
Jin is lying, isn't that kind of interesting?
Yeah, I do see Jin lie sometimes. I do find it interesting,
Yeah.
but generally he's
Like now, like 10
he's
minutes ago.
pointing at his own truth, which I find adorable.
Yeah, but your own truth.
Oh, I'm going to
just
resent
lie.
that. When have you known me to lie? When have you known me to lie?
Jin, I'll tell
Just
you.
lie
Earlier
50 minutes ago.
on, you said that you saw a globe and you played with it for 4 years, and then you asked a question about why people don't fall off the bottom, and I think that was
I
made
said
up.
6 months. I said 6 months, then I dropped it to about 4 months.
Sorry, months. Yes, 4 months, not 4 years. But when you said you asked a question when you were really young about people falling off the bottom, I don't think that's.
Yeah, it took that long for me to get that question out.
I don't think that's a real. I mean, I can take your word for it, but inside, I don't think you really had that revelation that young.
What do you mean? Well, at 6 years old? No.
I think you're imagining a fake history about you being skeptical of the globe.
So I would have been 6, 7 years old.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, I think you're imagining being a globe skeptic at 7, but you weren't.
No, I wasn't a globe skeptic. I didn't know anything. I was playing with the toy, and then the question came to my head.
No, I don't think it did. I think that's a lie.
You think that's a lie? Why?
A little white lie to make your story seem cool.
No, not at all. Because I was the only boy playing with that globe. Remember this, yeah?
I believe you played with globes.
You may have heard me say this. I've never ever thought I was above nature. At the age of 6, I said I'm never ever going to destroy nature again. After we did one nature observation at another school in East London.
I believe some kids at 7 ask, why don't people fall off the bottom? But I'm not sure you did. I think that a little luxury you added into the story.
When I asked that question, it was actually in 1969.
Doesn't seem true to me.
The year, or 1968, let's say. So I would have been 7 years old, about to be 8 years old, because my birthday's in November. Okay?
Anyway, I don't care about your little white lies. I like them.
I spent a lot of time with the globe, okay, spinning it and playing with it. That's a long time to be playing with a toy. And in the end, you will ask a question. You will ask a question.
Yeah, but I don't believe you did.
Yeah, I did.
Okay. I know. I'll take your word for it, but I also think inside you might be making it up. Okay, can you?
No. I'm not making it up at all. I asked my teacher, how comes the people don't fall off at the bottom? Is what I said.
For the sake of our friendship, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, no, that's the truth, mate. I asked that question because I was very interested in the sciences, going to space, NASA's going to space. And at that time, there was a series of school and colleges education. It was known as the boy from space. Okay, most of my colleagues who went to St. Mary Magdalene School completely can't remember that until I clicked it on the Google and showed them the image, and then it all comes flooding back for them. But I can remember that.
Let me ask other people, maybe Merle or Paige or someone else. Can any of you remember being that young and questioning the globe?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Similar story.
Not similar story, but there was a cartoon about flat Earth and people sailing off the edge and the water going and boats going over the side.
Oh yeah.
And I always thought that, like, what was that? And it was just one of those things. It was just strange that people used to say that and think.
You reckon as you grow up, you maybe asked someone about an edge or falling off or something?
I mean, I was just aware that it was a thing that people used to think once. Yeah, right. That was real. And being an Australian, there's a big thing about being upside down.
Yeah, but even at 7 years old, is this part of the culture? Even at 7, maybe.
Yeah, because it's it's kind of a joke. It's a thing that people like. Even Rick Mail did a skit, and he's in a supermarket, like pretending to be different cultures. And when they do this,
I didn't think that the meme of being upside down in Australia as part of culture.
Yeah.
Because she said I didn't understand about gravity at the time. That's when she mentioned gravity. That was the first time that I learned about gravity. Would have been 1968, 69. I was going to be 8 years old. So I was going to be 8.
Is this to the teacher?
Yeah, Mrs. White, her name was.
Oh my God, you remember the name?
Yeah. If you ever could meet any of my friends, they will tell you Jin's got a brilliant memory. He remembers some stuff that we just cannot remember.
Yeah.
Because most of them are doing, you know, they're doing the drugs, they're doing the alcohol and everything else. Whereas my life was a serious life, being whacked by my dad, and you have to do this, you got to do this. Then you go to the military. So it sharpens you to do things and go for perfection. Okay? So, but I had that training before I went to the cadets
lie
from
better.
my mum and dad.
Now he's filling in the gap.
Let me tell you a day
Now
in
he's filling
Jim's
in the
life.
gaps. It
Let
sounds
me
more
give
true.
you one day. Let me give you one day in my life back in 1970. So I would go to school, I would come home, and I would have to wash the dishes that were left over from the morning because mum and dad would have gone to work. So that was my job. So I'd clean the dishes, get that ready, and then when my mum would come back, they'd be doing the cooking. If we go to the 70s, I moved up to making breakfast at the weekend, and then if I go to school and come back, I had to peel the potatoes, peel the carrots and everything else, get that ready so my mum could cook our dinner.
Tell me more about the conversation between you and the teacher when you were being skeptical of the gravity situation of her globe
The reason
model.
I asked the question is because not only did I have the globe there, we had another map which showed the skyscrapers, okay, in America, South America, Europe, Australia, New Zealand, Russia, but Africa was a jungle. So, and Nigeria is there, you see, and there was no skyscrapers, no buildings. It was all just jungle. So I asked my teacher, why isn't there any buildings in Africa? I asked Miss, and she said, because the animals have to have somewhere to live. So when I heard that, I thought, yeah, that's right. But there's a joke there. I thought, are you calling me an animal? Do you know what I mean? All right. Because, right? So, you know, my mind crossed over to that. So that's where that came from. Looking and analysing.
What I'm getting at is
you
when you said to her, why don't people fall off? And she said, what did she said, because there's this
She
force
said,
we call gravity.
gravity keeps us on the earth.
But did you, so at that point in your story, I forget what you said. Do you carry on being a glober and just accept it then? And kind of deny your skepticism?
No. What do I know? Of course. This is what I said to my teacher. She said, gravity is keeping you on the ground. So that's when I jumped up and I flapped my arms like a chicken. And I said, I don't feel it acting upon me. I don't feel it on me, miss. She says, yeah, but that's why you're returning to the ground. So I jumped up again and again and again. And I said, I didn't feel it. But if that's what you say, I said, okay, fair enough. And then I started teasing the kids in the classroom. What's gravity? Do you know what it is? You mug, you don't even know what it is.
Say, even if this is made up, this is more interesting than any glober story ever.
Why?
You know what I'm saying? I still think it's a bit made up and fictionalized, but it's fucking brilliant.
No, that's
I thought you didn't have time to do the string experiment because you had to rush to the class, and here you are 30 minutes later telling me about
I'm
the life.
I'm about to shoot off right now, but he asked me a question. I'm answering it. I'm doing the decent thing and answering it. And
Yeah, you could have done the string thing like 30 times by now.
I'm going to keep talking to you until the student walks in. Then you'll hear the student coming, and then you know I'm not lying. How about that? So you know, I will prove to you that I'm working. You will hear my student come in, and I will speak Japanese live, so you know. Okay, let's keep.
I don't distrust you that you have to go to a class at some point.
Right.
But you said I don't have time to do the string stuff because you had to go to class.
Well, I didn't because I planned to go
30 minutes ago.
Because I was parking my
He's
bike
in the
my son's
classroom
bike
right now.
and answering your questions and trying to prove my case as best I can.
Yeah, but
that I asked that question back in 1968-69. I still remained, of course, I'm going to remain a glober because I didn't know anything else, did I? I'm not that intelligent. It took 4 months of playing with the toy, with this globe, to make that question. So obviously, in 4 months,
a string and a globe seems too advanced to you. So I don't know.
Yeah, that was now. But if you can imagine a kid playing with this toy, I was the only one playing with the globe. Other kids were doing other things, but Jim was by the globe, by the maps. I love maps. I was the #1 courier in the military. I was the map reader. Okay, so things that are natural to me, that's where my interests lie. Okay, impossible to get.
But a string and a globe is too advanced for you.
Yeah, don't worry about that. You know, but like I said, I soon pulled out the fake globe because, like I said, I staked my life on it that if you put a string on your globes, those who are listening, and you do the trajectory from Taiwan to LA, the nearest airport after 5 hours is going to be Honolulu. It's not going to be
a lot of
Alaska.
people here
No
did it
way.
except you.
No way. Not
A lot of
according
people
to the
did here,
flight
and you claimed you
pattern.
did it,
Not
and you
according
said,
to the
show us
flight pattern.
picture,
Okay?
and you showed
And
us a
as
picture of a string and a
fantastic
fork.
as my story sounds, I can remember my first time hearing of the flat Earth, and then during the 70s there was the Hamlet advert. Dawn, do you remember the Hamlet advert?
How can I trust you when you're just lying? I don't know what
Hang on,
you're lying
let me
about.
just explain to Dawn. Dawn will understand what I mean, right? This is the one that I remember of the flat Earth, right? The guy is on the crow's nest in a ship, okay? And then he says, "Captain, it's the end of the world." Maybe I'm older than you, so you might not remember it. And then you see the ship going over the edge, and then you hear the familiar signal tune of Hamlet, the Slim Panatella cigar, okay?
I haven't
Right?
seen it, but I believe you.
Yeah, but you can Google that one and you can find it, okay? So even though I wasn't aware of the flat Earth being promoted as a negative thing was always around. And then I remember Charles Johnson from the Flat Earth Research Society promoting flat Earth, but I didn't pay any attention. You know when it goes in one ear and out the other because you're busy playing games and it's on the TV. So you look up, but you don't pay. That's how I was as a kid during the 70s. But I remember all this stuff. You see? I remember this stuff clearly like it was yesterday. That's the thing. And remember, shortly after that, we had a flight to Nigeria, and then I was there for a year and a half. We came back by ship 2 weeks. So those things impact you. You never forget those. And I did that twice. And I've since been to Nigeria on my own to Morocco, Africa, by motorbike. And then you've seen the. I don't know if you've seen the photographs. Yeah.
When you actually got to Nigeria, was there a jungle?
Oh, good evening. Sorry, I've got to go now, gentlemen. My student is here, okay? Speak to you later. Thank you. Thank you.
What is to respect? You just lied about the globe stuff.
Yeah, there you go. There you go, folks. Hang on a second.
Does respect a liar? I don't respect liars.
Now I can click off. Speak to you later on, okay?
Bye, liar.
I can't remember being taught globe in school at all, or seeing flat Earth propaganda. Really, I'm sure I did bits and bobs on both, but I can't remember any of it. I know that they did teach me the globe, but I can't remember what age I was, what teacher, how they held it up. Did they show me on a map and tell me, or did they hold a globe up and do a physical demonstration? I can't remember any of it.
It's a tiny. I think it's a tiny part of the lecture. I think it's like here you have the plan. Like it's part of. I think it's part of like nature science when you learn that at school. And one part of the subject is like here are the planets.
Yeah.
And here is Earth. That's it. I think that there isn't a lot more to be taught children's school.
So Jin's turned his skepticism into this big memory about finding out and almost knowing Earth was flat at 7 years old.
I think is people can make up their own memory a lot if you're like something happening. I don't know why. It seemed like it's very strange when he's like asked to do like a simple thing, and he can't admit that it's a problematic for his model, or admit that he's wrong. So he's just making up bullshit.
It's obvious that it's Jin's destiny.
Yes,
it's obvious.
Yeah. He doesn't care about the truth really. He just wants to be right.
Well,
so
no,
he's just making up shit.
It's very important truth to him that he lives his life by now.
Yeah, but truth to yourself is not true about reality.
No, I agree. There's a difference, but it's still a truth, right? It's his truth.
Sure, but that's you can't. That's not objective reality.
No, but none of us have
objective reality is putting actually this string on the globe, taking a picture of it, but he will refuse to accept it. So seems to me that he. Yeah. Did you see what he did, Moyak, Jin?
No, I was in the shower.
It was so dumb. Like he was. We were talking about a emergency landing between Taiwan and LAX, and yeah,
that's it, right?
Yeah, so they were emergency landing in Anchorage in Anchorage in Alaska, and he said, "Well, it's closer to Hawaii," and we said, "No, it's not on a globe." And we showed him pictures, and he didn't accept it. He thought it was like doctored. So he has a globe in his teacher's office, and he said he was going to do it, and it took like a long amount of time for him to do a simple thing as taking like a string from A to B and taking a picture, and he was like rambling about like his life and everything, and it was like, where is the fucking string? And then eventually he posts a string, and it's the image which you see in the chat, which is like a string next to a fork and a knife. And then he has been talking about his life for 40 minutes now. Just been lying and lying over and over again.
I like his string laying on the table.
That's a good meme.
You could almost see the disgust in his disposal of the string. Like, oh my god, this showed what they
He
said.
just threw it on the table like, fuck. And like,
the string has a whole story now.
Yeah.
Jerry, I'm wondering, Jerry, do you look at this and you're like, yeah, I see like the level of logic that Flat Earth right now is trying to confront?
Well, it's like Dawn said. I mean, Jin has found his truth, and he's going to stick to it. He doesn't care one way or the other, and I like that.
Okay, but you make up your own truth then.
But don't you see that, like, the blatant, I refuse to engage with reality, I will deny anything about reality? Like, I get the idea. Like, for example, Jerry, I believe in God, right? Like, there's a lot of people on the server who are Globers who don't. Fine, whatever. I never tried to, like, deny my reality in order to prove God, though. It's just a thought. It's a religious belief that I have, right? So, But Jin is taking this one step further, and he's saying, no, I will deny reality in order to cling on to my belief that the Earth is flat, or even my like stupid assertion that Hawaii is somehow closer when it's obvious.
I think you're right, but I'm a Glober who agrees with you on the cosmology. Just to people that don't, Jin's doing the right thing by rejecting our reality.
And being able to recognize that in Jin, can you recognize it in yourself, RC?
Yeah, I do it all the time.
So what, you recognize that you hold faulty assumptions?
Yeah, that's part of why I do things like praying each day, or I spend 20 minutes before I go out
you're
and
praying,
I go to work.
You're praying is faulty reasoning.
John, give me a second. I'll spend 20 minutes before I go into meetings or go into my work day with my students, for example, and I'll just I'll sit and I'll read something, right? Or I'll meditate on a fact, or I'll close my eyes and think through my logic for a little bit. And I'll find faulty logic in what I do all the time.
How's that faulty? By you sitting and taking a minute for yourself?
I didn't say that was faulty.
Yeah, you said
not what I said. What I said is
you said you do the same as Jin because you meditate.
I said I find fault in my logic all of the time.
Yeah, and then you explained how meditating and praying is the fault in your logic.
No, that's not what I said. I said that meditating and praying is a way that I take a moment for myself to find fault in my logic.
Oh, well, that's not okay. That's not what you're asking.
That's what I was at. You asked, do I ever find fault in my own logic? And the answer is yes.
Maybe we were looking for an example.
Yeah, just the other day, for example, I was working with a bunch of my colleagues who I thought were approaching this particular grading conundrum that we had. at one of the high schools that I work at. And I thought they were approaching it in a really ineffective way. As I sat and thought about it, and I gave them some advice based on what I thought they were doing incorrectly. As I sat and thought about it, I realized that they were actually right about how the grade curve should be working. I was incorrect about it because I didn't take enough time to sit down and like actually work through what their proposal was. I thought I had a perception of what I thought their proposal was. And rather than sitting around it, I gave them counter advice rather than sitting with it. And so just about 10 minutes of me sitting down and kind of working through it, I was able to prove the fact that like my assumptions were incorrect about even what they were saying. And I immediately got up, went to them and said, hey, I fundamentally misunderstood what you were saying. You are 100% correct. This is definitely what you should do.
That's quite a good example, well explained, but I'm looking for something bigger. Like a big belief, you know, like something bigger.
I don't know what you want.
Could you have folly reasoning on some of your bigger beliefs in life, like science is the best way to truth, Earth's a globe, Big Bang Theory happened, these sorts of things?
Sure, I've changed my approach quite a few times. But the point is, Don, is like, Jen is not even showing that basic ability on like bullshit stuff like, hey, on a globe, is this the shortest route? Like kind of my bullshit stuff of like, on a, you know, for this grading policy, what is the most effective suggestion being brought here?
I think my point was
I'm just showing him that his ability to even go through that process is lacking completely.
I agree with you, but if I asked you to go through a process with me about some of my weird beliefs, I don't think you would want to either.
I would be fine with that. I mean, I'm not scared of going through the process of my beliefs.
Maybe you're not quite as dogmatic as Jen, but I think you are very dogmatic on some things.
No, I'm not dogmatic on things. I take what I feel like is good evidence, and I say, okay, this is good evidence based on what I'm seeing right now.
Okay,
but what I'm not is dogmatic on it.
You believe in the Big Bang Theory?
I think there's good evidence that something like that happened.
Well, people claim they saw redshift.
No, they didn't claim they saw redshift. Like, we know redshift exists.
You believe they saw redshift?
No, like, see, that's dogmatic. You turning around and asserting.
You want to call it knowledge? You know they saw redshift.
No, it was like I've seen myself like how people analyze the idea of redshift, or people analyze the cosmic microwave background.
You understand redshift a bit.
A bit.
And that's evidence. That's good evidence for the Big Bang.
I didn't say it was good evidence for the Big Bang. I'm saying I see the evidence that they are looking at, and it doesn't seem to be an illogical conclusion at the moment. But it's not a core of my belief whether the Big Bang is the way that they say it or not. The best I know, especially with the Big Bang, is that it is a generalization at best most times, right? Of what actually happened.
I want to stop trying to trick you into being like Jin. I think Mel had a point that you probably are if we could find your weak spots. I agree with you. Jin does do that, but he's doing that to our reality, and that's the difference. There's different realities. People have their own truths. So we can say he's denying reality, but we mean he's denying our reality. Actually, he's preaching and promoting and living in his own reality, and it's fine.
Well, here's where I think that you're just wrong on that one. Is like, I think anybody can like preach what they believe. I think that's fine. There's nothing inherently wrong with that. But when they start countering what is objectively like we can all look at, such as like, hey, this is the shortest distance on the globe, that's where dissonance starts to become really significant harm to both himself and others.
Well, there's a crucial point like you're missing with a lot of so-called flat earthers, if you will. They've given up a paradigm,
which is fine. I've given up paradigms in my life, in my personal life, plenty of times. You don't have to then start But I give up paradigms because I feel like there's something, I'm being presented with something that tells me, hey, here's a different way you should go about this. Not because I just believe this thing really hard and I want to try to shift my reality in order to fit that thing.
But it's more a process of realizing that you hold beliefs that you may have thought were fact. And then when you go to find the reason for why you hold these beliefs, and then you can't find the facts that match, and then you realize that you actually hold assumptions, then you're met with the opportunity, do I hang on to these or do I give them up?
Well, that's fine. That's fine if you say, like, okay, I hold assumptions about things. But the question is, what do you do with those assumptions? Do you then examine them further and say, okay, evidence points to that, like, these assumptions are generally correct, or evidence points to that these assumptions are wrong, right? You don't start with your conclusion that my assumption is correct or incorrect. You start with the assumption that you start with the idea that what's the evidence say? What's the evidence point to? And then you act on that.
Like when Jen did his little string experiment with the globe. The reality of things is that string went over Alaska or near Alaska. He's denying that. That is reality. And the reality is, whether the globe is real or not, the experiment that he did yielded the result that that flight path did not go over Hawaii.
And my point is that Jen has to turn around and deny the thing that's staring in his face about, like, just a stupid assertion, right? Like, just with this grading example with these teachers, like, I don't have to, I can shift what I'm thinking on a dime, because when I sit down and work with the evidence about what's actually being said, I don't have to sit there and deny reality. Now, I could have done the cognitive dissonant thing, which is, no, go back, realize that they were right, and then, like, stomp and pout and bitch and moan, and because I'm their boss, I can just go ahead and tell them to do that anyway. But no, like, that doesn't help anybody. I've learned through good and sad experience that, like, my ego isn't going to, like, help anybody when it comes to, like, actually confronting reality. And so what do? You immediately swallow your pride and you say, you know what? There's a reality out here, and that's what we're going to do.
So just hypothetically, say if today I acknowledge and realize wholeheartedly that I could be wrong, what would I then? What would I sort of then need to enter back into heliocentrism?
Say that again. I cut out, I think, Merle.
So if I'm able to acknowledge that potentially that I could be wrong, what would I need to enter back into helio? Like, what would I need to take up that belief?
Trust and a new, fresh type of discernment.
Okay.
So you've got to stop the "they're all liars, it can't be real" thinking, and start thinking, is this real? Like, do the Ruhev thing, assume it might be real, do some tests and all that.
That's what I do that's what I've done with Flat Earth, right? I assume it might be real. I do it every freaking time I, like, have a discussion with a Flat Earther. I assume I could be wrong. And then I say, okay, well, like, I'm looking for evidence in the best sense of the word. Assume the best, right? They might be right. I might be wrong. And every freaking time, as many angles as I try to do, as much as I try to steel man the argument of even what they're saying, I can't get to a point where, like, and here's the evidence.
I believe you that you have assumed flat Earth and tested it, like Ruhev was saying before. I'd say another thing is, don't necessarily think you've got to go out and test and look at the horizon. You can do thought experiments in your head, just with a new, different type of thinking.
Well, that's what I do. I mean, basically, when they make a proposal, I think through it and I try and say, okay, well, what are the implications of what they just said? And usually that's where I fall apart. It's like, it turns out that it conflicts with this, or
You could literally
this wouldn't happen.
Yes.
And then it's like, oh, okay, there. It doesn't seem to jive.
Just think about the thing. So you could just have a spliff and imagine a globe with a center of attraction, and you start to picture the thing if it might be real, and you picture the sun, the Earth slowly rotating because nature away from the sun. You see how it works.
Do you guys think it's extreme that I'd rather stand in an abyss than take on a belief system?
No, not in today's modern world. It's good to be stubborn, but what you'll find is you don't have a belief system. Then you might be empty a little bit, not knowing. Yeah, that's travel perilous. What Robert Anton Wilson talks about. You don't know anything, and you don't know how to trust the new thing.
Yeah, I definitely find it weird that you'd rather have no information than change your mind.
Agnosticism is almost more absurd than slightly believing in a thing.
No, it's more. I have very strict terms and measures.
Yeah,
if I'm going to put my faith or trust or belief or discernment, any of it, in anything.
So I guess a starting point would be admit they've lied about Earth.
Aren't you religious?
Admit you can't
now?
trust NASA.
No.
Then look at astronomers and look at people that you think you might be able to trust. Look at different ways to tell. Instead of thinking of it as a narrative, think about it. Yes, of course they've got a narrative. They love to tell us stories, but there might be some truth in the story.
Mm-hmm.
Like
The beauty of astronomers,
like you would with a religion.
The beauty of astronomers is we have a lot of them that are just average Joes.
Yeah, just an average Joe with a telescope in their backyard.
Average Joes and too much money.
Yeah. And it's like nothing that they find ever contradicts the stuff that NASA claims, which is curious when you guys say, don't the average Joe see the falsities in what they're saying when they're looking through their telescopes? Why is it all correct, seemingly?
Well, I guess for me, if I was looking like around with a telescope in my backyard, that wouldn't give me confidence that I could then take the next step and say, I know I'm in the universe.
If you, okay, so NASA tells you a bunch of things. You then go out in your backyard with a telescope and you see that everything that they've told you that you can verify is correct. That should give you faith that everything that you could verify from your backyard with your telescope, if that's correct, then it's very possible that the rest of what they said is correct as well. I'm not saying you should blindly believe the rest, just that it's definitely more probable that it's correct.
Yeah, that's just that's the step I don't take.
Yeah. And to me, it like if you want to stay knowing less because you're distrustful of people, then that's fine for you to do. I'll always defend your ability to do so. But as society as a whole, I'd want us to build it off each other's knowledge instead of expect everyone to get their own knowledge, because that's how we should work as a society, is we build off each other's knowledge.
I just thought about it. I wanted to say that agnosticism on the shape of Earth and the shape of the cosmos layout isn't that important in life. You could be agnostic about that. You could learn the models and understand what it means for people that believe it. And you can learn everything. You can learn everything else that you're interested in.
See, I'd counter with, it's an assumption that I know less, and I guarantee you that I know.
Mean to say that.
Yeah, I mean, Gummy Bear said it. You didn't, but
okay.
I mean, I assure you that I know more now, and way more interesting avenues of thought have opened up for me than ever opened up in planetary solar system,
Yeah, but
ready-made
you're
reality.
opening up questions that are already answered, and that's what I'm saying is
How do you
it's
know
silly
what
to do on a
questions,
societal scale.
without me getting triggered?
Yeah.
How would you ever know what's occurred in my own mind?
Only what you express to us.
Yeah, and from what you express to us, the logic that you're expressing to us
I don't express
has the
this to
logical
either of you.
conclusion that I've told you.
I don't express what's occurred in my mind to either of you.
Yes, every time anyone
not?
opens their mouth, that is a indication of what's going on in their head.
No, it's a private
It is.
contemplation that I'm very selective who I share my actual, real, private thoughts with.
Every time anyone opens their mouth, it's an indication of what's going on in their head. And if you
No,
don't
it's not.
agree on that, then
A
I'm not
TV
sure.
newsreader reading the news, you can't read what's going on in their head. What are
Yes, you
talking about?
can.
How do you indicate what's going on in the newsreader's head by watching the news?
You can see their reaction to the news that they're reading.
So they're thinking this story's good, this story's bad. My
You
point
can
is,
see the shock on some reporters when they hear stuff that they didn't expect
I
to be on
agree.
the
Yeah,
prompter.
you can
You can
discern
see a
some
lot of
things.
things.
It's not always an indication of what they're thinking.
No, they could lie. They could do all sorts of things. But
Yeah,
one
but
thing that happens when you
it would still be an indicator of them trying to lie. And that's
But even-
what's going on inside their head is they're trying to lie.
there's also times when they say they express themselves quite clearly what they're thinking, like, "Oh my God, this is horrible," or "What a crime this was." You know, they're supposed to remain impartial, but they often will break character, and you'll actually get a little glimpse into their head.
If I didn't want you guys to know something, you wouldn't know it, I assure you.
Yes, that's entirely possible. You can be dishonest with us. You can lie. You can tell us fabricated information, and we can't tell what you really think. However, what you've expressed is personal thoughts that at least you've claimed it, and that's what we go on. So,
Yeah, I mean,
yes, you could be a liar.
I'm entirely sure I'm not in the mainstream framework of what they call the universe. I'm
Right, you said
entirely
that
sure
100
of that.
times. We know that.
Yeah.
We know that.
Yeah.
You told us that. So
Yeah.
is that true or not? False?
Well, how would we know who's correct?
No, is it true or false that you don't believe we're in the main framework of the reality?
That's what I'm saying to you. I assure you of that.
Okay, so then it's true according to you.
Right.
You feel like you're not part of the reality.
Now, without talking about the truth value of anything, is the mainstream like opinion and science, is it making claims about more things than what you may claim about in your opinion?
No, I'm
So
saying
without talking about the truth value of it, does it make more claims, claim to have more descriptive power?
I'm just saying that we've been presented with bigness. There's one concept: bigness, infinite, eternal, speed of light, millions of light years, things like this, galaxies, the void, blah, 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 blah. Words. Fancy words. Fancy
my question,
mathematical equations.
all my question was,
Stuff you can't
does the
quantify.
mainstream science make more claims than you make claims without disregarding the truth value of any of it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
They
of
make
course
the
it
claims.
does. Yeah. And so if the mainstream is the truth and yours is wrong, well then there's more truth on that side. If you're right and the mainstream is wrong, well then you'd have less truth than if it was the other way around.
But what makes it true?
Yeah, no, that's another question to get into. And
Is it consensus or is it people trusting authority and believing that people wouldn't lie to them because they're scientists?
No, it's the fact that no matter who does an experiment, the result stays the same. It is the replicability of an experiment that makes it a truth. Because it doesn't rely on who's doing it, it only relies on what the method of the experiment is. That is what makes it true. Because as soon as it depends on the person, it is now subjective. And I don't believe in subjective truths in the sense that anything anyone subjectively does necessarily means it's true. If you get what I'm saying there. And so that's why, to me, science is more important to finding out truth than, for example, personal anecdotes, simply because of the fact that it's repeatable and it doesn't matter who's doing it.
That's somewhat flawed logic. I get your point, but you can repeat the test. Hang on, I got 5 words into my.
Yeah.
You can repeat the test that I did to measure the non-existent drop of water, and no matter who does it, they're going to come up with the same results, plus or minus, right? That's what science does. I agree. It's repeatable, most things. But a lot of things we fight about aren't repeatable. It's just theoretical. And when I heard y'all say earlier that y'all just think about things and it doesn't make sense or it doesn't add up, you have to go out and find that, if I'm saying my truth is that water doesn't curve and I've measured it, and you don't go out and do the same test or all you do is think about how I'm wrong, I don't think that's a good way to prove me wrong or
an experiment can be logically flawed, and all it takes to show that an experiment is logically flawed is thinking. So if you've done an experiment and you tell us what you've done, I can tell you if it's logically flawed or not without having to do the experiment. I can't tell you whether your result, assuming the method is not logically flawed, I cannot tell you that the result is wrong unless I go out and test it. But if I'm criticizing the method, then logic is all I should need.
Right, but until you go out there and test it yourself and prove that I'm doing the test wrong, then just thinking about it isn't enough. Logic is the base, right? Is the start to everything. And then you got to go out and test and repeat it. That's true science.
And it's a huge leap of faith to say that you can look at a star and that star isn't actually there because the light's still traveling. That's a leap of faith.
Yeah, you and I can go out and look at a star and prove your theory right, even though we see the star. That doesn't make any logical sense. You can't, and the problem is, you and I can't really prove or disprove that. That's not science, man. That's theoretical jargon, and it seems like they've built on their first premise, right? And then they had to make the stars so far away, and then they had to make them so bright and so big, and then they had to make them not actually there, right? I think people have caught up to that. Let's get back to the basics.
Become a belief system rather than layman testing.
Yeah, that seems more like religion to me. You have so much faith in the authority figure that's standing behind the pedestal, telling you from a book that star is not really what you're seeing. You're seeing the light from the star that was there however many years ago. That's religion to me, man.
Scientism.
But that makes logical sense.
How in the world does that make logical sense?
Because it takes time for something to travel. And so if something is far away, it would take time for it to reach you. And therefore it would be light from a long time ago that reaches you. That's just the logical sense. It's just a logical, result of having a long distance and something having to travel that distance.
Because of what you've been taught by the authority figure, i.e. the preacher, right? From the book.
Yeah, could I offer you another logical proposition, Gummy Bear?
Sure.
That you can see the star because the star's right there.
Yeah, and it's light.
And then the question then becomes, how come the parallax doesn't show as if it's close by? Why is the parallax making it appear or only shift really, really small amounts when you move distances on Earth? The parallax seems to correlate with it being really far away.
You're using something else. That same book that people are preaching from taught you, and without knowing the exact, medium or, I won't go into that, but, you don't know all the details.
But I understand the geometry of parallax, and that's not something I don't have to believe them that parallax is a thing. I understand the geometry of it and the consequences of it. And so when I measure it, that's what happens.
Yeah, but that's where we get into flawed. I can measure it 1,000 times, so can everybody. If the test is flawed, then you would get the same results if you do it the same way, and no one can prove you different. That's what I'm saying. The different religions do the same thing. They have different stories that promote their narrative, their religion, right? It's no different. Unless you can put your finger on, the giver of life, I can't prove it. It's just my faith. Unless you can go touch a star and measure the distance and tell me what's medium it's in, it's faith-based, right? It's our best guess. Anyway, I was just giving an opposing view on logic. I mean, you can't say it's logical. You can just say it fits, what we built on.
I really appreciate it because we don't always see eye to eye, but I really appreciate your chime in then.
Yeah, thanks. Like you said, it makes more logical sense to me, not knowing, just as a blind child, right, looking up into the sky, that I see a light on top half of the sun. But no, the story is that sun has already set somehow. And before I saw half of it, I saw the full sun, but wouldn't half of that have already set and is being refracted up over distance every day, no matter what the conditions are, even though the conditions, have a lot to do with refraction? You can't sell that to me anymore. So I've come up with other logical explanations that I can prove for myself and show you how the atmosphere obstructs things bottom up when it gets down to that acute angle. It makes sense that we can't see horizontally over the density of the medium. That's why we see it when it's up in the sky. And when it gets close to our vanishing point, it starts getting obstructed. Sometimes it doesn't obstruct in the same way. It's due to the conditions. That makes more logical sense to me.
Well, when I think about that logically, the problem is that when I think about logically things moving away from me, I also think that they should get smaller. We don't see that with the sun. It doesn't get smaller every time towards the horizon.
Yeah, it doesn't get smaller every time. It doesn't appear to. Angular size is just how you perceive something, right? Like you can measure angular size, but if it's being magnified or not magnified, like sometimes the sun looks really small. I'll post something in the chat right now. Sometimes it looks huge in the sky, right? It depends on the conditions and the viewer, the point. It doesn't.
But the thing is, the claim is that it disappears because it becomes small. So why can it disappear while still being big?
I never once did I say it disappears because it gets small. I said it appears to get obstructed bottom up due to the atmosphere, the density layer that's lower down, your angle. So to me, I've seen many sunsets where the sun does appear, to be, big at 40 degrees, 20 degrees, and as it goes away, it's going away in either model. So as it goes away, it does appear that whatever you want to call it, the glare, I call it the sun. I mean, that's what I'm looking at, appears to get smaller. I'll post a picture. I mean, I've taken a sunset at sea level that doesn't, do the normal setting, disappear and bottom up until the top is not refracted up. right? That's the model, the current model, or the most believed model, but most people don't even know that, you know. But I've taken a sunset where it didn't do that. It just faded out at sea level. You know,
right. I was going to ask, why can shadows be cast up? That's also consistent with the globe model, but inconsistent with the flat Earth.
I'm sorry. Go, ask that again.
We see shadows cast up or higher than the object casting them. We see this with mountains, tall buildings, even apartment buildings. That's consistent with the globe model, but not with the flat Earth. How do you reconcile that one?
Yeah, the ones where I've seen what you're calling the shadow of like a mountain on the bottom of a cloud. I've seen the debunks of that, and they did make sense to me. I'm not saying I'm gonna sit here and tell you everything about light and shadows, because I don't think anyone can. But there's different theories about that too. I mean, I get back to the basis, which is a lot more. It should be a lot easier, right? Show me, the measurement of curved water. If you're telling me that water is obstructing my boat that I can take out 100 times and do tests with, bottom up, when I know it doesn't, then we have an issue. Either it's not, either it's an optical effect, which we all agree happens. We just disagree on the extent, or it's it is obstructed by water, and for some reason we can't measure it.
Well, it's hard to measure water, isn't it? It's easier to measure land.
Yeah, not really. You use the same technique over land that you would water, and I would propose this to you. You could create a mile-long hill for me of dirt and make it do the same curvature rate as what you say water is doing, and I can easily measure it.
So, like GNSS, we would use that. That's what surveyors mainly use.
No, I would use tools created to make a horizontal plane above the surface using different methods. There's several different methods you could use. And with that dirt hill example, I would find the drop every time.
Okay, and do you use what else do you use besides an auto?
Sure.
Okay, is it easy to put a grade rod on water?
Yeah, I did it. It was actually fun for the first 3 hours.
Were you walking or on a boat?
Both. Jet skis, boats, and on land, on piers.
And how far out did you go that you didn't measure curvature or drop?
What do you mean how far out? I was on a lake.
Okay, there's different sized lakes. My lake's only 400 meters across, but 20 kilometers long.
What are you talking about? I was on a lake that's 8 miles long.
Okay, and you're out all 8 miles?
No, I went 2.7 miles.
No.
We got 3/4 of an inch plus or minus over 2.7 miles. Over the first mile, we got less than 1/4 of an inch, and that's basically human error or tool error.
You measured in the middle or at the shore?
We were near the shore. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Yeah. We were near the shore, following the shore, but I mean we were over water the whole time.
And you had a licensed surveyor with you?
A licensed surveyor? I have a license to do surveying, if that's what you're asking.
You're a licensed surveyor?
That's not what I said. I have a contractor's license, and one of the criteria to being a contractor is knowing how to survey. We have to pass tests yearly on what we do. So yes, I have a license to create a horizontal line. That's what I'm headed right now. In 20 minutes, I will be breaking out an auto level and creating a horizontal line.
For how many feet?
Actually, I haven't even looked at the plans. I have the plans wrapped in cellophane because it's been raining here. I mean, plastic. But I mean, it's not going to be thousands of feet. It's going to be hundreds of feet. But the same straight line segment can be joined using different methods. Same tool.
What kind of method do you use when you're doing that?
We did what we call double rod. We also double checked using Leapfrog. We had 3 different people doing 3 different, methods using 3 different tools. Now, the only tool that I didn't use that I wish I would have used, which is based on how water reacts, which is based on how the water on top of the lake would be reacting, I think, but is a water level tool. Now, back then, when I did this test was years ago, water level wasn't a big talk. I've used them before and I know they work. But when I was set up, because that's most of the work, I wish I would have had a water level tool checking my benchmarks, my grade stakes.
Yeah. I did some Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I was just going to follow up on what you said. When he used that auto level, did you leave it at the same spot or did you move the auto level?
No, it's definitely being moved.
Okay, so that is to get rid of curvature. You know that, right?
Yeah, that's a flawed answer because you probably haven't ever done it. We're not worried about what's under us. I get the theory. So you've done a straight line segment test and measured drop to water. What were your results?
No, I've never done that. I've done surveying over 20 years ago.
Right.
And we want to get rid of curvature. That's why we do it that way. So that's a flawed method of trying to measure curvature. So when you saw those LIGO as-built I sent you, right?
Okay, so let me ask you, what method would you use to create a horizontal line over distance? As a surveyor.
I would use an auto level too. But what am I trying to do?
Okay, and how would you create that horizontal line? Not worrying about curvature. Because a horizontal line doesn't curve, correct?
Correct.
And an auto level creates a horizontal line.
Yep.
How would you join those horizontal lines where it wouldn't be curving? Because I'll use your method, Mr. Surveyor, to take the curvature out and just create a horizontal line over water. I'll use your method that you tell me using an auto level.
Okay, because you're using a whole bunch of straight lines that are horizontal at a point, that's why you get rid of the curvature, because you're doing it over a short distance.
Not what I asked. I get your point. I get what you're saying.
I answered your question.
Now, how do I take that out?
I have a drawing here which explains it pretty well. It's if you have an auto level and you have a rod at equal distance or something like that. If you measure over long distance, not very long, but like if you measure like over like 100 meters or something, and yeah, you get this. You will get the same error on both stakes, which means if it's the same error, that means that they will have the same added height.
They'll have
to the elevation.
same but opposite. So it's like same but opposite directionals, and therefore they average out to be no error.
Yeah, it's plus or minus. You're going to get, if your error margin is 1 inch, let's say over a mile, if you do it 100 times, you're going to get within that error margin if you do everything right. It's either going to be plus high or plus low 1 inch or within that margin if you're doing everything correctly and your tool is calibrated. I'm asking the surveyor. Hang on, let me finish with him because I've been asking this for years. Everyone's been telling me I'm wrong. So not really surveyors. So now he's saying he's a surveyor. He's done these tests. He uses. Okay, you use auto level, so you know the drill. How would I take out that segmented line that's creating what you say point to point, deviation due to the curve? I want to create a horizontal plane over water and measure the drop to that water showing curve. How would I do that?
I wouldn't use an auto level. I would use a more accurate device like GNSS, and I would use much longer distances.
So using an auto level, how would you do it?
I wouldn't. Why would I use the wrong? I don't use a wrench to bang nails.
So an auto level is made specifically to create a horizontal line, right?
Yes, and to be used in small scale projects, like small construction projects.
Okay, but can you join those segments somehow to extend that horizontal line out?
Yes, but they would not. They would be straight lines joined at not 0 degrees. They would not be parallel to each other. They'd be close.
So there's no way to do it using an auto level.
I wouldn't use an auto level, no.
I didn't ask that. I asked, is there a method to do it long distance?
To be a straight line? No, your line wouldn't quite be straight.
Yeah, I wouldn't listen to
close
this.
to 0 degrees, but they wouldn't be 0 degrees.
So how far off of 0 degrees over a mile would it be?
I guess 180 degrees would be more accurate.
How far off of horizontal would it be over 1 mile?
Seconds.
How
Very
many
close,
inches?
but not accurate.
How many inches would it be off of horizontal over 1 mile? So everyone can understand.
Not much.
Not much. So less than
Okay.
8 inches or 4 inches?
Sure, less than 8 inches.
So you could measure a 4-inch or the difference between your error and 4 inches, right? Over 1 mile. So you're saying this method could be used.
But you didn't do it that way. You made a bunch of smaller measurements.
No, that's not true. We did that initially, but we did make longer shots to double check. And we segmented our horizontal lines to make sure they weren't deviating. That's the whole point.
So you measured out a mile, and how much different drop did you get?
You don't do a 1 mile shot with auto level. You should know this more than anyone.
Okay, well, I just asked you if you did, and you said you did a longer shot.
You said
What's the longest
longer.
shot?
You said longer. We did 200 feet
What's
to
the
400 feet
longest?
to 600 feet.
So a tenth of a mile, just over a tenth of a mile is the longest shot you did, 600 feet?
Well, yeah, but we were back shooting, double rod.
Okay, when you back shoot, didn't somebody just explain this to you? Was it Funk or?
Yeah, do you know what a double rod is?
Yeah,
Is
when
it
Joining
to
the
get
straight
rid
line
of the
segment?
curvature?
It takes the error out.
So,
yeah,
Rakia,
and
let's
that
get something we
error
can agree on.
is the error due to curvature. That's literally what you're
That's
doing.
what
Is
you
you're
said.
accounting for curvature.
Okay,
That's
that's
what
fine.
licensed surveyors
Then
say.
that's fine. Then my error when I get to 1 mile or 2 miles should match the curvature rate, correct?
Not when you do it your way. Your way is to get rid of the curvature. Were you listening?
Yeah, I'm listening to what you're saying, but you're telling me an auto level can't create a horizontal line long distance. So that's why I
never
don't
said that.
really. Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. I say I wouldn't use it to measure drop over long distances.
I asked you the method, and you never gave me one. You said it's not good to use that. It's only good for short distance.
I wouldn't use an auto level to do that.
I didn't ask you if you would use it. I didn't ask you if you would use it. I said, what would be the method that you could use to create a horizontal line over a long distance? And you said,
let me make this clear. You can use it to create a horizontal line over very long distances, but there is no accurate method to measure drop over long distances.
okay, but then I asked you, is it accurate enough to do it where you would see the drop? And you agreed that it was. You said the error margin would be less than the 4 inches of drop I would get over 1 mile. It's 8 inches in the
But
end,
you
but
can
4
do it
inches.
over 1 mile.
Oh.
On top of that, the reason, especially even if you would do it, you wouldn't get just curvature because it's not the only error margin that appears. You have refraction as well,
right?
Which counteracts curvature in the sense that it moves in the opposite direction.
You want to do a real?
Okay.
Here's what I would do, Rakia. Okay, I have a method. I figured it out. You have a 4-foot carpenter's level.
A 4-foot what?
Carpenter's level.
Yes.
Okay, so set up the auto level a little shorter than you normally would. Set it up at 4 feet high so that you're shooting the top of the carpenter's level. Now move that level out until you notice that you're not seeing the top, you're seeing significantly above the top. You don't have a measurement. No, but at the shore of the water, set up your auto level at the shore.
I got you. Go ahead.
Okay. And then move your carpenter's level out. Do not move the auto level. So you're not getting an actual measurement.
Yeah, I agree. When you go out to long distance, shooting one shot, you're not going to get an accurate measurement. That's why we don't do that. The atmosphere affects it too much because you're using an optical tool.
Okay, so now you're using refraction. Okay.
No, I'm not using it as an excuse. I'm taking refraction out by doing short measurements and joining my straight line horizontal segments.
Okay, so why don't we use something like GNSS that isn't affected by atmosphere?
Okay, go ahead. Tell me what you did.
They did. Surveyors do.
Go ahead. You did it. Go ahead and tell us.
Did I say I did it, Rakia?
So you didn't do it.
Right. I didn't.
Okay, thanks.
I never
Nice
used
talking
GNSS.
to you about that method. Let's try and stick to methods that you and I did and can talk about.
Why?
Because we have no idea, you and I, right, have no idea what that method, what they did with using that method, how they calculated things, how they took out things. I don't.
So why is there a setting in total stations for Earth curvature?
Earth curvature or refraction?
Earth curvature.
Yeah. Then do they calculate refraction also?
I didn't ask about refraction. Why?
Yeah,
is there
I
a
did.
setting?
I asked. It was me. I don't know if you're confused. It's not an echo. I asked.
Why are you asking answering a question with another question? Why can't you just answer it?
Yes, they take refraction into account. Why do they have a setting that takes Earth curvature into account?
Do they turn it on or off?
It depends on what they're doing.
Okay, so if I use that equipment and I turn it on, I'm not gonna. It's gonna take out Earth curve, right? And when I turn it off, I'm gonna get this drop.
Yeah. So why do they have it?
So you've done this? No. I've never done that.
Okay, why do they have it?
Why do they have an Earth curve switch? I don't know that they do. My theodolite doesn't.
Okay. Would you like me to post you a PDF of one that does?
I've seen the PDF showing a switch that they call Earth curve, but it seems to be based on refraction.
Oh yeah?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so let's get back to GNSS. So getting back to GNSS, does that need?
So you want to move away from your curvature switch? Why so quickly?
Your answer is I don't think that they do, and it is refraction. Well, they would call it refraction if it was refraction.
I think when they use it, they're shooting long distance. That's when they turn it on. At least the surveyors that I've talked to about, they didn't call it a curvature switch. They called it something else. And when they're shooting long distance, it helps them take out the refraction effects of their shot.
But most of the time when they do long distances, they measure a horizontal angle anyway, don't they?
Well, they're measuring angles, yeah, which has some major flaws in it too. That's why they don't really use it for vertical accuracy. They only use it basically for distance. Say again?
Yeah, they're not using it for vertical accuracy. They're using
it
for,
you know why they're not?
Because that's not what it's designed for. They
because
use the right
it's not accurate over long distance because of the atmosphere. Yeah. I'll answer it for you.
But the the horizontal angle is accurate, is it not, over long distances?
I don't know why you would hide that fact, right? Why did I have to say it when
I'm
you're
not
talking
hiding
about
the fact. They are not measuring heights with vertical angles. Why would you measure a height with something? Because you don't measure vertical.
With a theodolite. I'm asking with a theodolite, why don't you use it long distance to create a vertical, a horizontal line and to measure a vertical drop?
We already discussed it because of Earth curve and refraction.
Yeah, because it's not accurate, correct?
Right. But are horizontal angles accurate?
A horizontal what?
Angles accurate over long distances.
Horizontal angles.
Yes.
Yeah, they're accurate enough for what they're doing, creating a distance measurement or angle measurement. Yes, degrees.
So do we know the distance from Los Angeles to New York to Miami to Anchorage?
Not by using an a theodolite.
We don't?
No. You think
Do we
they
know
use a
them by any
theodolite to
method?
measure? You think they use a theodolite to take a one-shot measurement from New York to California?
No.
Right, exactly.
I don't think they do.
I don't think
They
that
have-
distance is in dispute anyway.
It was what, the 1870s where they started measuring North America?
Yeah, they use chains. 60
sure?
meters. 30,
Are you
66 meters. Yeah, that's how they first did it.
Okay. And is that accurate over long distances?
Not really. I mean, it's accurate enough.
Okay, so how accurate do we know the distances between New York, LA, Anchorage, and Miami?
I don't know the margin, but it's not. I mean, you're not going to bet your life
100
that it's a
miles?
millimeter accurate, are you? Yeah, sure.
No.
It's within 100 miles, of course. I don't
you
think
say
that
within a mile?
distance is in dispute. What's your point
Within
here?
a mile?
Within a mile, probably, yeah. Now it is.
Okay, good. When you plot those distances, do they fit on a flat map without distortion?
When you plot the distances, yeah, flat maps can be scaled. Of course they can.
Without
Every map
distortion?
that you look at, you lay down flat and it's scaled, yes.
Okay. I'm done with this guy.
Are they not?
No, they're not without
They're
distortion.
not?
A map
Yeah.
of North America is not without distortion on a flat map.
Yeah, there's
It is
distortions in every map. I agree with that.
Is there more distortion on a flat map than on a globe?
More in a flat map.
Yes.
All maps are flat, sir.
A globe is a map.
The globe, you're going to navigate using a globe? Who does that? Show me one globe you navigate. Show me one globe with scale on it.
I never said that. I said a globe is a map.
Yeah, but it's not scalable, which is your whole point.
Very
You're roboting, brother.
The globe map of Earth.
No one's hearing you. You're roboting, man. Maybe it's just for me.
No, yeah, he's roboting, yeah.
The globe map is distorted less than a flat map of the Earth.
Congratulations. Good luck navigating.
So why is that? I never said I navigated by it. I used the right
Just your
job.
statement. Why wouldn't you navigate by it if it's more accurate? I'll tell you why.
Because it's more accurate.
Because it's not more accurate.
I navigate using GPS.
Yeah, everyone uses globe to navigate, though.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what you use your smaller segment of the globe from is from a globe. They don't take a flat. They don't take the flat map, the rectangular world map, and take a small piece of that and use that as a map. They take actually a globe and take a segment of that and use as a map when they make like flight charts or something.
Yeah, I've
We should
talked to
congratulate Rakia on his honesty while still not answering the question properly.
Are you really going to? I've answered everything precisely and to my best of knowledge, and you're going to call me a liar? Piss off!
No.
I'm a liar. Piss off, you sophist.
When I say you were honest, how does that imply you're a liar?
You said dishonesty.
No, I said you are honesty. Answering the questions honestly. Still,
you're roboting again. Seems your satellite is out of orbit. Or the atmosphere is causing distortion in the frequencies.
I'm using a cell phone, not a satellite phone.
Right.
Do you know the difference?
Yeah. My satellite phone.
Do you know the difference?
Yeah, I own both. I know the difference.
Why do you own both?
Because I own a yacht.
And your satellite phone works, but your cell phone doesn't.
Yeah, because it's more power. It has a higher frequency, and it connects to different things than cell towers.
Frequency and power are two different things. Wattage.
Oh my goodness! You're gonna pick on every word there, sophist.
Yeah, Hertz is not wattage. When you're talking, yes,
you think
that's dishonesty when you want to claim that Hertz and frequency are synonymous.
So what does my cell phone
You want
connect to? Cell towers, right?
Cell towers.
What is my
Yeah, what is
satellite
satellite?
TV? What does my satellite TV on my boat connect to?
Satellites.
Bull crap. Why does it disconnect after I get 100 miles offshore? Is the satellite out of range?
Yes. Maybe it's pointed in the wrong direction.
Right. It's a satellite TV on a boat. I also have one on my RV. It connects while we're moving. The one on the RV never disconnects because I'm on land. But when I go offshore and get away from land, my satellite TV disconnects. Seems to be land-based. Seems to be tower-based. They just call it a satellite TV. Just like my local surveyor that I talked to will call the dish on top of his building of the city and other dishes on top of other buildings around the city satellites.
Okay,
they're not satellites in space. They're just satellites, what they call satellites on top of buildings.
But they point up in the sky, though. Yeah, and they point up in the sky. Is there an antenna up in the
sky? Not these satellites on top of buildings. They point out in different directions so they can triangulate very accurately in our
the
state.
satellite my parents have. I actually helped them set it up, and it points up in the sky.
Yeah, congratulations. So you think that's pointing to a geostationary satellite in the
there
sky,
is
right?
no antenna there. So what's there? It's no antenna there.
So you moved away from. Yes, there is an antenna. They don't use dishes anymore.
No,
they use antennas.
There is no. It points up in the sky. There is.
You
no
know what my
antenna
satellite
there.
TV uses now on my house? An antenna. It's in my attic. 4K streamed satellite TV is what they call it. Received by
I don't
an
know
antenna.
if you can do that. They need to receive microwave signal.
Why does your satellite phone still work in the ocean, Rakia?
Because it uses different connections that are less busy. And I don't discount satellites up in the sky at all. Matter of fact, I think there's thousands of them.
Okay, good. Thanks, orbital mechanic.
Yeah, so you say.
Well, how do you explain it?
Well, they explained it to me, but that they use high altitude balloons.
Yeah. They just stay in the same spot.
Yeah, they can move they can use the winds to keep one in the same spot, or they can use it to travel around for thousands of miles and then come back to the same spot. They can do all kind of things. You should research it. It's pretty neat.
In the same spot. How does wind keep?
How do I find out?
It's relative. When you're pointing up in the sky, it doesn't mean it's in the pinpoint spot. It just is in that area. You should research it. Are you
how do I find
it's amazing.
How do I search for the balloon, which is my parents' satellite is connected to?
You don't think they had balloons before they had orbital satellites?
Oh, what's that called? What's the name? I can give you the name of the satellite, but what's the name of the balloon?
I don't know. There's different programs. NASA runs one of them. You can look it up.
Yeah, but they are not. When I Google that's not purpose. Is not to send TV signals.
Dude, if your research is Google, then don't talk to me anymore. Thank you.
Well, what else do you want me to research? You want
I used to work for Bell Canada. Do you know what they sell, Rakia?
Congratulations.
Yeah, do you know what they sell?
Yeah, and what did you do for them?
I sold stuff for them.
Right. Yeah, salesmen know everything.
I sold?
Right. Whatever they were selling, believe me, and they told you exactly how to sell it. You were trained on such. Yeah, by the higher ups.
Right.
Thank you.
So you know more than me then.
No, I've had a sales force. I know what they knew. They didn't know shit. They knew how to sell stuff.
Well, then you were a shitty manager.
No, they knew exactly what I wanted them to know. Nothing
if
more.
Your sales force didn't know what they were selling, I didn't want to deal with them.
What do you mean? They knew exactly what they needed to know to sell. Not one thing more. One thing more would make them dangerous. Because then they could go out and, yeah.
That was why your business was so successful, was it?
Yeah, one of the reasons.
And you still have it because?
That particular business? No, I sold it. I own several other businesses, though. You want to talk about those, which you know nothing about? What a jackass, man. Are you trying to tell me that my business failed?
You only know what your business people tell you. You only know the bare minimum about your businesses, no more, no less.
Oh, you're boring, man.
But the balloons, Rekia, you said they don't move, but how do they not move?
The winds make them not move. You missed that part.
I did not say that. I said they can keep them in a specific area based on the winds and altitude. I fly, and you can be in a headwind at 6,000 feet, go up to 8,000 feet, and be in a tailwind. You should know this.
Yeah,
You
but
are
then
smart.
it moves in both. They move in either.
They have balloons within balloons. They pump in air and out air, which makes them gain altitude or lose altitude to get into different wind patterns. They know exactly what they are, and they use computerized systems to keep them in a certain area. Please do some research.
Balloon salesman tell you that? Did a balloon salesman tell you that?
So you're denying that happens?
Yeah, a balloon within
Well, who told you that?
You think I'm making it up?
Well,
Yeah,
who
you're boring.
told you that? NASA?
You're boring.
Well, who told you that, Rekia?
Is this what y'all want to talk about? What y'all deny?
But who told you that, Rekia?
Please.
Who told you that, Rekia, that they move it up and down to keep the same position?
Well, they could be lying, I guess. And there's
Well, I'm
always
just
that.
asking you. You believe it, so it must be a very credible source.
No, it makes logical sense to me. I've never seen it, but I can take a balloon. I know that happens.
Have you seen it?
Oh my goodness! I just said I haven't seen it, but I know
How
that
do you
different
know it
winds are at different altitudes. So if they're not lying and they can move these balloons up and down in altitude and get different winds, then they could hold it in a certain area. It seems to be a known fact now. I don't know why y'all are denying it. It could be a big lie though, but y'all say that they couldn't keep these lies like that.
The balloons I know about, they used for like weather purpose.
Yeah,
they have
they use a
very
lot
short
of
time span. They have a very short time span.
Okay. What's the longest
They
time
last-
span that you know about?
From what I read, this typically they gather data from them for like a few hours.
Yeah, these are hundreds to 300 days, so you need to research. You're way behind. Hey, I got to go set this
What's the
horizontal
name of the
record.
balloon? What's the name
Hey,
of the balloon?
hang on 1 second. Hey, Jorge, what's the most accurate way to set a horizontal? A water level or something else?
Water level.
Water level. Oh, what do you know? Just a random dude that knows nothing, right?
But the Rakia,
The first guy that I opened my door and got out of my truck, I asked what was the most accurate way to make a horizontal line set a water level. All right, I gotta go. I gotta go.
Okay, bye.
If you believe anything in a Google, try sometimes Google GPS coverage and check the images while the Google is getting you. So I posted a couple of images about the GPS coverage, and if you don't see that that is very stupid. That only in countries and only in continents there is a GPS coverage. I don't know what to tell you, but
What you mean?
What you mean? You
Sorry,
see the
that-
latest picture I posted in the chat. So GPS coverage is only on land and a couple of 100 kilometers from the land, but the oceans
Well,
so we
they use
don't.
GPS on boats at sea. I know that.
Yeah, we cannot use the GPS on sea.
Yes, they can. My company sells them. We use them on boats, and we also have like live trackers on.
What you've just uploaded, old mate, Mr. Fake Professor Waterball, is Spot. That's two-way messaging. That is not GPS. That is two-way messaging with data link on satellites.
Yeah. Okay.
It's from this website here. So, I mean, like,
I don't know
did you check that before you sent it? Because it's exactly the same image, right? I'll copy the image exactly.
That's one. That's actually a GPS phone coverage, but it's the same.
No. Let me be clear. This is data link. This is being able to send data from Earth to a satellite and have it bounce back down to Earth, which is 100% different from GPS, which is just a satellite that is fairly dumb, that reflects it. I think all it has is a clock and something that reflects your signal back to you, and all of the work is done by ground-based devices. So what you presented was 100% a totally different thing.
So
are you aware of that now? Are you willing to accept that now?
Yeah. So you did I understand correctly that this spot GPS is using?
It's not a spot GPS. It's not a spot GPS. You search GPS coverage map and you got a spot satellite coverage map. But if you click on spot, it clearly says on the map here, let me post you another picture, spot SOS, one-way messages and back.
Yeah.
So what it is totally 100% different to what you said.
Okay, what transmission is used to send the message? Is it a land-based or is it messaging?
Satellite-based. It's satellite-based, but what they do typically is, I don't know about Spot particularly, but this is my understanding with the Iridium and things, is they use a mixture of satellites that are in somewhat close to an equatorial orbit and some that are in a geostationary orbit.
Yeah. Do you remember?
Because they want to focus it at parts of land where they're going to get high yield, high number of users, and high amount of data traffic. So they don't point it at bits of over the ocean because it's a much more it's a much more expensive thing to do. So they don't just do what the US did, and that's just send up a fuck ton of GPS satellites everywhere. Where does GPS cover?
Okay.
Even the GPS receivers can determine your position anywhere on Earth, even the outback, the ocean, or in Antarctica. So what you were saying there, I hope you'll take that to be fundamentally debunked.
Okay, the mailman posted on another image about how the satellites are kind of orbiting there. Am I correct?
Are you willing to accept that thing that we were just talking about before we move on to the next bit?
Yeah, I would accept
cool.
that this spot thing is different than the GPS that we are using for navigation in a land or sea. Okay, I understand.
Good man, you're an absolute legend. I like you a lot. You're a champion.
I understand it's a different thing. I didn't understand. I thought that spot is using the GPS as only transmitting thing or the way or method to transmit from the satellite your location and then bring it back to the satellite, which is then connecting to the emergency or whatever to get your help, to you.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's not using GPS. There's every possibility it also uses GPS. What I'm saying is that what that map was showing coverage of was where you could get help if you needed to send messages. But yeah, you're a good man. I just was curious to see if you changed your mind. You evidently are, which shows you are of solid intellectual rigor.
Yeah, that's why I'm a fake professor.
Well, you're doing pretty well. By my count.
Yeah, I don't claim know everything. So because the professor tend to claim that they know everything, so I don't want to be a professor. I want to be a fake professor.
Interestingly, most of the professors I've talked to are quite comfortable talking about the bits they don't know. It's almost the bits that get them most excited. But I guess it depends which professor you're talking to and about what.
Yeah, I'm referring that when we are reading, for example, some news or some science magazines, and then there is this scientist is saying something, and it's only one scientist who claims something, and it's his opinion, and it's very rarely that the scientific community is saying something. I like that kind of things, but I hate that when one scientist is claiming something is true, and that's my kind of attack against this one claim to be all-knowing scientists who are writing or in the magazines, and people believe it as a truth. That's why my name is that.
Lovely, cool. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, just to say something about that. That could also be a problem with science journalism. So sometimes a scientist doesn't actually say, or the study doesn't say that all of science is now of this mind. But then the journalist takes that and likes to put a flashy headline and okay, science now has discovered. So much of the time it's actually journalists doing what they do, and then science not actually saying that.
One thing about that, are we talking about GPS, or did we change the topic, or can we
No,
talk
we can
about
talk about GPS. Yeah.
Yeah, I made it. I live in 5th floor, and I think it's, I don't know, 15, 20 meters from the ground, and blah, blah, blah. I tried to make an observation with my GPS device, which is the old version, which it's not a GPS A, so it's not getting assist from the telephone network. So it's only using GPS or satellites. And I put it in the top of the roof of my house, and in that way I could get better signals if I put it in a, let's say, 1 meter from my floor.
Yeah.
And when I put it in a very near, like 10 centimeters from my floor, from my roof, I got very precise readings, and I got like 8 to 10 satellites connected.
Yeah.
And that made me wonder whether the satellites are inside of me, because the signals tend to come more directly from Windows than they shouldn't be.
So one of the things that's really interesting to me about GPS every time I use it is two things. One, how long it takes to get a lock if you're not using that enhanced method, or you're way out in the bush. And the other is how susceptible it is to even the slightest bit of cover. So if you do it up high, with no, like even trees, I found I would go through trees, and there would be a sort of noticeable effect of just foliage disrupting the beam. And yeah, if you don't, because the thing is, it gets one satellite and then it gets two, and then it takes ages to get the first and the second, but then the third, fourth, and fifth will be increasingly quick, because by then it's got a rough idea of where you are and where it should be sort of looking for that last satellite. Whereas if you already have a phone lock, it already says, hey, I'm in Sydney somewhere, so you're looking for these satellites. This is where you should be looking. So it's both those things are totally normal for a GPS unaided.
Usually that has to do with finding the correct frequency of the radio signal, because it'll scan through frequencies until it finds one, and then the next will usually be quite close in frequency to the one you've already found, and that's why it takes. Yeah, so it takes a little time to actually like get a look on in the actual range that you're looking, and then once you're in the range, you'll essentially just start piling them up because they'll all be very close by.
Is it frequency? There you go. I'd always thought it was like, which way am I looking?
No, yeah. So it's all about scanning the frequencies to see which frequency it actually is that you're receiving data from.
Okay, I posted a drawing or illustration what my test was. So it's an approximation, but there is 3 windows, and it's 9 meters to the each, and the third window is 4 meters. Anyway, this red spot is the GPS device, and when I put it into the roof, which is 2.5 meters, I got the best signals. And if you see the blue lines, that's how I think the signals should be coming inside my house from the windows. I'm not sure if I'm doing any scientific experiment here, but that's my observation.
Oh yeah, I think you'll find it quicker still if you go out and try and get that locked from in a park. interesting for whoever accepts that satellites are real. Like, if we take any of the pictures of orbits of the space station or satellites, what on earth could be happening?
Also, you can triangulate using several people. You can to decide where to point the telescope. It's you can try to assume a position, but it's really triangulating to only one place.
Satellites don't exist. So, you know, and you will notice, those of you who are listening on the YouTube, if you're listening, I just said that satellites don't exist. You never ever see a satellite from the supposed ISS being in the space, in a radiated zone, on a live feed. You never ever see a single satellite anywhere. The Earth you see is a CGI image. Earth.
You're asking, can you see a rock? Can you see a rock from New York in California? It's too small, right?
It's a blue thing. It's
like saying I came to Australia, but you didn't live. You don't live there riding on eggshells because I didn't see you.
It's supposed to be. It's supposed
you seem to be really confused
image,
about distances
and yet it's
sizes.
CGI. Okay, that's the other thing you may notice.
Jin,
those who are listening on YouTube, hang on a second. Whenever you listen, whenever you look at the ISS live feed, the image is CGI. It's never real.
Hold on a second, Jin.
Why don't you guys? It's a live feed.
Hold on a second, Jin. Why don't you guys let everyone finish their sentences? That way, it won't be a shit show. Thanks.
Yeah. Right. That's what I
you seem to be really confused about sizes and distances. How large they would be?
Not at all. Not at all. Not at all, mate. No, that's not true. Because, like I said, can it be a live feed and yet be seeing CGI, a CGI Earth? It's not even a real image in real time.
So
it's a CGI image in real time.
So could I understand what satellite in particular, if you were to just pick one, which satellite would you expect to see? What was the distance from the ISS that we're talking about, so we can get a rough idea of what you're expecting to see?
You tell me, because like I've said, the way those cameras are situated, they're always at an obscure angle where you can't get a good vantage of a good view.
Let me ask the question.
Do that. Hang on a second, please. You'd think that the way we've got cameras today, where if you're in the Formula One or the WRC rally, where they're giving you camera angles from a suspension under the wheel arch of a car, you know, you can put these cameras in any place. You'd think they'll be able to put a camera at such a vantage point for those of us who want to see satellites and other things. No, they don't do that. And how much are these cameras? Taxpayers are paying for it, so we can actually demand it, but we don't get that, do we? We don't have.
So I'm happy to pass back to you in a second, Jin. I just asked you a specific question. Now, which was the satellite and what distance was it that you expected to see? The one that you didn't see. Which one were you expecting to see? What was the distance we're talking about?
But first of all, I will put my hand up and say I don't know the name of any of the satellites that are supposedly up there, and I would ask any flat earthers to say, do you know the names of the satellites that are up there? And they're all going to be honest, and they're probably going to say, I don't really know the name. I mean, we know about the Soyuz. I know about the Soyuz, I think, and we know about the Voyager. I know a few names, okay? But the ones that are
I appreciate that honesty.
Geostationary around the Earth, we don't get to see any of them at any time. From any
Jin, could I ask you a question?
Hold on a second, Charles. I'll tell you what satellites we would expect to see. Since we see them here on Earth, we see the light blinging off the satellite when we're on Earth, right? So
which one? I've only ever been told that I see the ISS from Earth. Maybe I've seen satellites, but my question is, in the pictures that Jin sees, which one's he seeing and what kind of distance? Because if the claim is these satellites are coming within 10 meters of the ISS, then I would agree it's a bit strange we've never seen them. But I think we'd all agree if they're expected to be thousands of kilometers away, we wouldn't expect to see them. Would you agree with that, Jeremy?
No, I don't. The claim is that the claim is, bro, stop cutting me off. The claim is that we see them here on Earth. Not just ISS, but you can see the light coming off satellites. They've been claiming that for years now. So I would expect. What's up?
Well, what I have seen as a kid that we were told with satellites were like extraordinarily faint dots.
Yeah, right. Dots, absolutely. Yep.
Okay.
That's after it travels through the whole atmosphere on the whole way to us. You know, there's light attenuation the more atmosphere you go through.
Sure.
So being that there's no atmosphere up there, we'd expect to see any satellite that comes within at least 250 miles of the ISS.
Sure. Are there any? So the question would be: are there any satellites that would come within 250 miles, and what kind of feed would you expect to see them on? Of the feeds that are available, where are they missing from?
You'd expect to see them what do you mean when? You'd expect to see them whenever they came within 250 feet of a camera pointed at it on the ISS.
Well, that's the thing. I don't think they come within 250 feet. I think that would be an extraordinarily close
250 miles. 250
I think even
miles.
Honestly, I think 250 miles would even be extraordinarily close.
We can see them on Earth, bro. We can see them on Earth.
Let me, I beg your pardon for cutting you off. I didn't, but of the footage I've seen of the ISS, I've seen cameras pointed down at Earth. I've seen cameras around the inside of the ISS. I don't know of any that you're talking about that there's, that are pointing ISS up that should see satellites that are coming within 250 miles that we don't see satellites on.
Well, how many satellites are up there?
Oh, hundreds, thousands probably.
Yeah, so
probably. They reckon there's like 17,000, 24,000, 30,000. When you look at the sites, it's like a lottery. It's a lottery. They don't even know the numbers.
So show me a bit of
over the course of time, you'd expect to see something, right?
Sure.
At least one.
But this sounds like arguing from absence of evidence, which we can do. But like, could you share with me one video that you've looked at where you would expect to see them that you're not? Because I haven't seen the kind of videos you're talking about, which I imagine is from the ISS pointing away from Earth, isn't it? Is that the gist? I don't even know of those videos, let alone have gone through them for satellites. Have you seen feeds from the ISS pointed away?
I've never seen satellite. Sorry, what?
Have you seen video feeds from the ISS pointed away from Earth?
Not in the exact opposite direction, but they are pointed in space. Look, they're covering a lot of space above Earth.
Wait, can you show me the kind of clip that you're just one or two clips of the kind you're talking?
I don't have any offhand. Maybe Jen does.
So, because otherwise it's like, it sounds a little bit like, of the clips that I don't watch and haven't seen, I've never seen a thing that one probably wouldn't see anyway. It seems
like I said,
rather weak.
Of the clips that they show us, it's always an obscure angle. My first question is, why do you put the camera behind the pipe and a flap and something, and then you get a little view? Why can't the camera be right out on its own? There it is, and you can pan 360 degrees with no interruption, but nothing but space, the Earth and other things, and you can move it around and look around. We don't have that.
I'll have a guess.
There's always something in the way of the lens. Always.
I'll have a guess. I think that the reason it's not out on its own following the ISS is because it's attached to the ISS. It's a camera that's part of the ISS.
I'm sorry, that is totally unacceptable for $67 million a day. Can do better, must do better. In fact, I'm demanding they do better. Okay.
Right, but they're not really listening to you, Jim, are they?
Yeah, of course not. Of course not. But if I was right there, they would. I'll tell you that now. Believe you me,
right,
I'd allow the hailer.
Okay. It just seems rather strange.
In the morning, as they're parking up in their cars to go to work, they'd be hearing it. Be the first one there. Honestly.
Right. Something tells me you might not be the most useful person on their team if your first suggestion of what to do with their extra budget was to add another drone that follows the ISS that's in the same orbit as it, that has a 360 camera just for Jin.
Place those cameras in. Yes, I'm a taxpayer and you're doing it for my benefit. Bloody get it done properly. Thank you very much. You're doing it
I
for
think I found
humanity,
one.
as you've said.
I think I found one. Oh my god.
Go on.
Yeah, yeah. Go on.
There is
Slap it in the chat for us.
Yeah, I'm demanding
Wait,
that.
I have to find it again.
Fucking cameras with pipes and bloody things you don't need. Always clutter. Clutter in the way of the camera. Shows you that they're hiding things. Anyway,
Yeah,
satellites.
but they are not videos there to convince you that the Earth is a globe. That's not the
Satellites
purpose.
can't exist. Reason being,
Well, Rocky
the
disagrees with you. He
temperatures-
thinks there's something up there.
yes, the
Oh.
area in which satellites are located are typically said to be in the thermosphere. Temperature ranges in, let's have a look, from about 500 degrees Celsius to 2000 degrees Celsius. That's in Fahrenheit, for those who are in Fahrenheit, 932 Fahrenheit to 3,632 degrees Fahrenheit, okay? Okay, or higher, okay? So at those temperatures, the melting temperature for, let's say, these elements on the satellites are gold, which they used to wrap around, that's at 1,064 degrees Celsius, okay? Titanium, the melting point of that is 1,666 degrees, okay? Then the other parts that are melting, the aluminium melts at 660 degrees, okay? All right, now, and the thermosphere is very hot, remember. Heat travels through a vacuum by infrared radiation, okay? Heat does occur, sorry, I'm not reading it correctly. Heat does occur in the vacuum of space and should affect satellites if they're up there. But yet, none of that's going on. They can't be up there. The equipment wouldn't work.
So what satellite? So what
In the
satellite is
thermosphere?
between 90 and 1,000 kilometers? Because I think most satellites are in orbit far higher than that.
Kilometers. They're in the thermosphere. That's
So
where
the
the satellites are.
So
Thermosphere.
the thermosphere I've just found, I'll post it in chat for everybody, is from 90 to 1,000 kilometers. I believe that's well beyond most satellites. I think most satellites are at a fair way further.
Well, the thermosphere is where the satellites live. Okay, that's where they are.
Is it?
Yes, that's where they are.
Altitude.
In the thermosphere.
Most satellites.
Yeah, most satellites are in the thermosphere. That's what it said. Okay.
But
Yeah,
it's,
I got a little citation to put in chat. It does say they're mostly in the thermosphere and exosphere.
There you go. Right. Okay.
I mean, that was
And
just
the temperature in that thermosphere.
First Google search showed me
is
that. I don't know what you looked at.
500 degrees Celsius.
I just
to
thought they were further than
2,000
that.
degrees Celsius.
Well, some of them are in the exosphere, they say, but there's a lot in the thermosphere.
Oh yeah, they're most are between 160 and 2,000 kilometers.
Which
the
which
area
would be well within
in
the
which
thermosphere.
satellites reside are
So,
located
that's a
are
good one.
typically said to be in the thermosphere. Range temperatures in the thermosphere can reach anything from about 500 degrees Celsius to 2,000 degrees Celsius. 932 degrees Fahrenheit to 3,632 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, so there's no way any satellite surviving those temperatures. Things would be melting. You wouldn't have an operating satellite. Hence, that's why we can never find them, because they're not up there.
But the temperature is also in a place where you don't have a lot of gas. So even if there's individual molecules could have a lot of energy, which this is claiming, which is you have like a 2,000 degree gas, but if there is almost no gas there, there isn't any energy.
Yeah, bearing in mind, this is NASA. This is the story we get from NASA and that. Okay,
no, but that's
I say that satellites can't be up there because we need to substantiate. Hang on a second. We need, as we all here have to admit that we have never verified that things float in space. We haven't verified that. So that would have to be a belief. And I don't believe
switching topic,
that those satellites are up there. And I've looked and searched, haven't been able to find any. So there we have it. It's another scam. It's another scam.
They're switching
So those
topic.
of you who are
So I
listening
want
on
to talk
YouTube,
about the temperature.
think about it.
So the energy which is supposed to be transferred to the satellite, if there is almost no gas there, even though individual gas particles has a lot of energy, it's not a lot. It's very few of them, which is bombarding the satellite.
The temperatures are there, and they would melt. So unfortunately,
No, but that's you're just forgetting about density completely.
I'm not forgetting about density or any of that at all. The temperatures are there. You would melt your satellite. Couldn't survive the temperatures in the thermosphere. That's the temperature. You can't have hot and then it can be cold.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
He's
That's
got a point,
reliant
Jen,
on
because if you
atmospheric gas.
hold on a second, he's got a point, Jen, because if you put your hand in
a
pot of if you put your hand in a pot of boiling water, you'll be able to leave it there not as long as if you put your hand in the same temperature oven. You know what I mean?
But if you keep it there long enough, you're going to get the temperature's going to rise, and you will burn in the end. That's
yes.
my point.
Eventually, with your hand, even in the lowest, densest thing you could get, your hand would eventually reach the temperature of the medium.
So my claim does stand, because they're supposed to have been up there for years. Okay, so I'm sorry, your claim of density and not enough particles just blows away.
No, but you're forgetting that the satellites also radiate away, and actually the energy they receive from the energy they receive is actually the most energy they receive is from the sun, not from the not from the gas.
It's the sun. No, I'm sorry. Even that's not acceptable either. It's not acceptable.
Yeah, but you're forgetting how do the satellites dissipate.
I'm not forgetting.
You have to listen.
Anything. I'm not forgetting
Jen,
anything.
please. Hold on, Jen. Jen.
Yeah, go ahead.
Tell us. Why don't you tell us how the black solar panels are doing that thing you said?
Yeah. So you
Black
have like a couple of ways you can dissipate energy. One way to dissipate energy would be to use the same way with a house would lose its energy by simply transferring like thermal energy to another medium and then sending that medium away. And then you can also
in space a vacuum. What medium are you talking about, boy?
That's one way.
It doesn't.
You
it doesn't
have
apply
to
the satellites in space.
focus a little bit. An explanation might last longer than 10 seconds. So the other way is through radiation, and in space you can't transfer energy to another medium, so you're left with radiation.
Right.
So that's why they have like they're fitted with a bunch of I'm not sure what I think they use helium to transfer energy from the sun side over to the cold side, and they have black panels, because black is the material which is radiating the most, and they use that to radiate the heat away.
Often they use ammonia inside the radiators to radiate the heat.
That's true.
Because it's got a high heat capacitance.
Interesting. I'm learning lots of stuff.
On these satellites, they're made of gold. I'm talking about the gold that they're made of. We're talking about the titanium, and we're talking about the aluminium. Yeah. And as we said,
you're talking about ammonia.
Heat
not
travels through a vacuum by infrared. Sorry, infrared radiation. That is, that's it. And heat does occur in the vacuum of space and should affect these satellites. Apparently, that's what it says here.
Are ovens also some parts of ovens also made out of materials which at some of the temperatures that the inside of ovens can get to would melt? Do you think an oven could melt some of its components? Like there might be any. I don't know. Well, like if I pulled off
An oven is built to withstand its own temperatures. Come on.
So if an oven is built, so if something is built to withstand temperatures, then you could have like a plastic liquid crystal display clock on the front of it that if you ripped it off and put it inside the oven, it'd melt. But because it's built to have the heat on the inside, it could be built in such a way that it could withstand temperatures. That's an interesting idea.
Yeah, but that's not really happening. Let's keep it in the real world. And the real world is this. The aluminiums, the titaniums, and the gold would have melted. Okay, so there's no way they could be out there. These things have a lower tolerance to the maximum temperature of the vacuum that they're in and in the thermosphere. Those satellites cannot be there. They're not there. That's why we can't find it. Yeah, go ahead.
The point is the clock's not on the inside of the oven, and the oven isn't.
It's not, is it?
And the oven isn't beyond the melting temperatures of the metal that is inside the oven. If it was, that wouldn't work, right?
That's why I said they're built to withstand it.
If the metal was made, if the curing point for the metal that was containing the heat was lower than the heat that the oven got, it would melt and it wouldn't work.
Thank you. So non-sequenter, non-starter, that one. Bad analogy, no good. You've lost again.
So if something was built to handle temperatures, it could have some components that weren't able to handle those temperatures, provided it was built in such a way that it could handle that. That sounded like what you were saying about the ovens.
No, you were saying about the ovens that I totally debunked and dismantled because it was ridiculous.
Yeah.
In what way? What was most ridiculous about it?
The ridiculous part was that it's made of this clock that can withstand the temperatures of the oven, but it's not on the inside of the oven like that.
Exactly.
Like satellites are on the inside of the oven, but it's not in the heat. It's specifically designed to be outside of the heat. This stuff we're talking about is inside the oven.
So could it be that you could build an oven inside out? What makes a difference? What is the crucial thing that you could have heat inside an oven and that heat shielded from the stuff next to it versus the heat on the outside? What's the primary difference, would you say?
The problem is the satellites that we're talking about are built of gold, titanium, and aluminium, and these things have a low temperature threshold when it comes to the thermosphere. That's what we're talking about. This is the real world where NASA says those satellites are.
Hold on, John.
Thank you.
So you have something, I don't know why you're talking about building the oven inside out. You have an oven, right?
Right.
You put something inside the oven where its melting point is lower than the temperature of the oven. What's going to happen?
It's going to melt because wherever the heat is, if it's not shielded, it's going to melt. So my question is, why could I not just
hold on a second? Hold on. We're not talking about shield. We're not talking about shielded. We're talking about objects that the shielding is an object that you would put inside the oven, where if the curing point was lower than the temperature of the oven, it would melt.
Right. What I'm suggesting to you is, if I just built it with reflective things on the outside or things that aren't reflective but can handle heat on the outside, and then if I have heat management systems such that on the inside I could have things like plastics, gold, stuff like that, circuit boards, whatever else I need. If that's shielded from the outside so that this very hot stuff, I'm not a satellite engineer, I've got no idea, but this is just how I'd guess I'd go about it. Build something hot on the outside, but also crucially reflective, metallic, shiny, bounces off lots of the radiant heat. And then on the inside of that, I could make stuff hot.
Listen, you're not understanding the shielding that you're talking about that you're going to use to shield the heat. If we had an oven and we had some shielding, but the melting point of the shielding material was less than that of the temperature of the oven, you think that would still work?
Say again?
We have an oven. We can put on 500. We have an oven. We can put on 500 degrees heat. The shielding we're going to use melts at 400 degrees heat. Does your little theory still work?
So, if I think what you could put inside an oven is something like a satellite where it was reflective on the outside. I think here's what I reckon. I reckon you could even make this fairly reliably with like an egg with foil on the outside.
It's like you're not hearing me, bro. Listen, the shielding is the melting point of the shielding is low. Hold on, Jen. The melting point of The melting point of the shielding you're going to use is lower than that of what the temperature of the oven is. Do you understand?
Yep.
Okay, that's what you have going on with the ISS and all these satellites.
Why would you build shielding out of something that could melt? That just seems like it wouldn't be shielding at all. Then that would be just be
Oh
the
my
wrong
God,
name.
do you understand what I just said?
Yes, it sounded like what you said is what if the shielding is made out of something that melts? Is that right or
What if
wrong?
what if the melting point of the shielding is less than that of the temperature than the medium that it's in? So the temperature of the medium that it's in is hotter than the melting point of the shielding that you're going to use for your oven or whatever.
I absolutely just heard you. What I'm saying is that sounds insane to build shielding that would melt. It wouldn't be shielding. That would be a bad name for something that melts. The whole point of building shielding would be that it shields stuff. So
Yeah, I agree. I agree. It would so you would agree that the melting point of the shielding would have to be higher than the temperature of the medium that it's in, right? You would agree that otherwise that'd be just dumb.
Yeah, that seems to me like it logically makes sense. I don't build satellites. So there could be bits in it that I'm missing.
There you go, Jen. There you go, Jen.
Yeah, there you go.
But
so you reckon
that? Oh, sorry.
No, go on.
I was just saying, is this we're talking about the same thing as we talked about earlier, that we have ISS in space and there could be temperature up to 2,500 degrees? That's what we are talking about now. Hello?
We're talking about satellites being in the thermosphere, and they wouldn't be able to survive the temperatures. This is what I'm saying. I've posted a little image there so you can get a fuller understanding of what I'm saying. Yeah, you can click on it. I've just posted it there in the live stream text, and you can see it. It says there in bold letters, satellites can't exist. Okay, right now, if the satellite is made, if the satellite, as you can see, is made of these materials, and then the thermosphere's temperature is what I said earlier, ranging from 500 degrees Celsius to 2000 degrees Celsius, which in Fahrenheit is minimum 932 degrees Fahrenheit, and the maximum there 3632 or over, it says there. Okay, how can these things, as you can see, the melting points of the gold, 1064 degrees Celsius, so the gold would have melted by now on these satellites if they're up there, because you leave them there for extended periods for years, the temperature's just going to go up. It's not going to go down. They're not vexing the heater anywhere else. They haven't got that. And then the titanium that they're made of, light materials again, they can withstand some heat, but the maximum is 1668 degrees Celsius. Okay, and then it starts to melt, and then you've got the aluminium, which is melting very soon at 660.3 degrees Celsius. See, and then it goes on to talk about the heat itself, how heat travels through a vacuum by infrared radiation. Heat does occur in the vacuum of space and should affect these satellites or affect them. Okay.
Yeah, and they do. Therefore, that's why it's a good thing we have thermal control on satellites to radiate heat out again.
Yeah, and I'm sure you do have these. You can't radiate the heats we're talking about because these temperatures are so high, and the melting, especially aluminium, you've got a problem there. I don't know how you're because if you look at where the aluminium is being used, it's all in the framework and that, and the titanium. It's all in the framework and stuff. Yeah,
you're just baselessly claiming. You just basically claim that you can't radiate heat. Like, by what metric are you not able to radiate heat?
What we're talking about is the structure of how. Look at the gold. Look at where the gold is there. How are you going to radiate the heat from the gold to keep that gold from melting? How are you going to do it? There it is, bold as grass, right in the face of the heat.
The gold will get heated up, which
How?
What do you mean how? You're disproving your own claim here.
I'm not.
I said the gold will be heated up.
Yeah.
Because the thermosphere. Now that heat will be transferred to the rest of the satellite by what's the word? I'm sorry. Convection? No, the other one.
Convection.
No,
Convection.
convection. I'm blanking on the word.
Conductivity.
Yeah, by conduction.
Conductivity. Not
Yeah.
convection.
And
Okay,
then
convection.
within the satellite, you'll have heat valves and heat loops, as in it'll be pumping. Usually they use stuff like ammonia, where they will be essentially working it
So
like
the
a
ammonia is
fridge.
not heating up. So the ammonia doesn't heat up in this temperature all these years. So ammonia
Yes.
doesn't.
It
These
will
things
work
would be
as
boiling.
let
It'd be
me
boiling,
freaking
mate.
speak. So the ammonia, it will work very similar to a fridge, where the ammonia will get heated, it will be turning into a gas, it will be pumped through the radiator so that it can radiate its heat to become liquid again. This is how they expel thermal energy from the satellite. Essentially the same way a fridge does, but instead using radiators instead of a heat, like a air, instead of ambient air. They use radiators that radiate the heat.
It still doesn't explain how that sheet of gold can be kept cool. Doesn't explain
It
that
does.
to me. It doesn't, because the
It
heat
exactly
is constant.
explains.
It's a constant heat, yeah?
And it's a
these
constant
these
expulsion of
ammonias
heat.
are subjected to heat themselves. The whole thing is just giving me a glowing red hot potato. It's just not going to work, my friend. You've got it all wrong. It sounds good. It sounds good, but it's a load of hogwash. That's why you can never find these satellites up there, because they're not up there. And if they were, they would have fallen back down to Earth in big blobs, because they wouldn't been able to withstand the heat anyway. Yeah, that's the thing. And like I've said, the reason you're talking about satellites is because it helps to substantiate the Earth as a spherical ball, which has not been proven. You haven't even proved that. So you can't claim your gravity and you can't claim your satellites at this point, because you haven't actually established the Earth as a ball. Now going like 9 hours. You haven't done that yet. Okay.
So
when we've got
could you
the globe
please stop using
established-
GPS, and then we'll use that technology for ourselves.
like I said, the Neil deGrasse Tyson debunked that crap already, and you haven't come with anything new in the
He
last
didn't debunk
7-8
shit.
hours now. He debunked that already there. But like I said, when you've established your globe properly, proof without a doubt, that shuts me up. And then everybody's elated. Yeah, we're on the globe for sure. Look at this evidence. When you present that, like you can present your money from your pocket, when you can present your globe and everyone can see it for real, then you can start to show us the satellites and everything else. They're not up there. They wouldn't be able to withstand the temperatures. That's what this image I've posted is telling you. And you're convecting or conducting or whatever. It's not even conducting. Getting rid of your radiating your heat away would be impossible. Everything would be too hot. You'd just be too hot all these years. No.
Why?
Let's see that in operation. Love to see that. I'd love to see that in operation.
I'm a little confused, Jen. You're saying that gold can't. Why did I missed some of your introduction here? But why can't gold radiate heat?
Well, because the melting point is for gold is what? In the thermostat, it's 2,000 degrees Celsius and beyond. And gold's melting point was, what was that? 1,000 degrees, 1,064 degrees. It's almost double.
But it will radiate heat before it melts. That's all that means.
Hold on. You're not going to be able to radiate the heat away. You're not. You're just not.
I understand.
And the actual liquid you're calling ammonia, that would also increase in temperature. The whole thing would be hotter and hotter and hotter. You can't do it. You can't have your pie and eat it, mate.
Can you stop, please? Okay. You're talking about the thermosphere. Okay, what is the density of the gas in the thermosphere that's 2,000 degrees? Roughly 10 to minus 12 or 11, right?
Something like that. I'm not too sure of that, to be honest.
Well, it's close to a vacuum.
I don't know that.
So how much heat can be transferred with a few disparate particles at 2,000 degrees? I have a video on the internet that I did where I'm using a grinder and that grinder is shooting, I don't know, 15,
Yeah, I know the grinder
1500.
thing. I know the grinder thing. I know the grinder thing.
Right.
Let me
So
tell you something. I'm a
I'm getting
metal
hit
worker,
with
so I know.
1600 degrees.
If you keep your hand there, you will get burnt.
No,
I
actually, I
guarantee
did
that.
it for 30 seconds, and I've done it for longer than that.
I don't. I've done it. I've done it, and you do get burnt. You get some hot spots, and it burns your hands. I've got scars. I've got scars on my hand from doing it, so I know.
When you get now, wait. Now, when you get hit with enough of the sparks, you can no longer dissipate the heat as fast as it's being hit. Now,
There
what
you
if you hit
go.
yourself with?
There you go. You're proving my point.
Jim, now what happens if you took that grinder and you reduced the number of sparks to 1 spark per second and let it hit your hand?
Yeah, but up in space, the temperature is constant, and you've got cosmic ray particles. You've got cosmic ray particles. Listen, hang on a second. Let me explain to you. You've got cosmic ray particles traveling at the speed of light.
Yeah.
Okay, and for every square centimeter squared, you get 4 particles impinging on that spot per second. Second. Right. So, it's impossible for the thing to be there. It would be peppered to death from cosmic ray particles in itself would render the satellites inoperable because such of the rate of hit. It wouldn't be shiny and gleamy. It would look like it had been in a battle, first of all, yet alone be melting. So you're losing every time.
Let's say that you're right, and this is true that there is erosion of the surfaces. At least as far as I understand it, there's erosion of the surfaces. However, when you're talking about gold foil going around your spacecraft, it's trillions of particles thick. So if I erode one every
what billions of
trillions
particles
of particles
thick?
per square trillions of particles of gold that make up that gold foil per square inch. Now, if I was to strike that with cosmic rays at 4 every so often, and I was to strip off a couple particles of gold in this process, it would take years, perhaps decades, for it to erode through. I'm going
to have to disagree with that because I just said to you that the cosmic rays are moving at the speed of light and they travel at such a rate that for every square centimeter that you get 4 hitting per second. Yeah, yes. I can send you the data for this.
Right.
It's all to
now, if it's a trillion particles,
hang on a second. Let's get how fast the speed of light is. We're talking over 670 million miles an hour.
Yeah, so
that's what we're talking.
And they have next to no mass.
Sorry?
They have no mass.
What do you mean they have no mass? They have enough mass to impinge and cause the destruction. I can show you what they do to negatives. I can show you what they do to a film negative.
You're talking about one of the most sensitive materials in the world, the negative, which is designed
that
so
gold paper, that gold stuff would not withstand.
Jen, you gotta let him speak, man.
So you're talking about a negative, which is a film that was designed specifically to be sensitive to light. And you're comparing that to gold. Now, gold doesn't have that property of changing colors when it gets struck with light.
The negative I'm talking about was the negative they took supposedly to the moon to take the pictures.
I know what you're talking
about. Hang on a second, please. That didn't have any radiation impingement on it at all. Picture perfect, yeah? 960 rems, 250,000 rems, and then the 2 Van Allen radiation bolts at 2,500 rems apiece, and the film was totally perfect. But anyway, that film, if impinged by cosmic rays, you understand, it would be destroyed, and it destroys the negative. Okay, so your gold leaf or whatever you've got on your satellites wouldn't be able to withstand that. Over the years, no chance. Wouldn't stand it within minutes. Come on, man. Don't be silly.
So let's do the math a little bit here, Jack. If we're striking a little square inch of gold with 4 particles per second.
Per second.
Yeah, did I just say per second? You should try listening a little bit more and talking a little bit less.
Yeah.
All right, so you're striking with 4 particles per second. Now, this gold is what? 2 or 3 thousandths of an inch thick? How many particles of gold are between one side and the other?
of an inch thick.
How
Very
much?
thin indeed.
Yeah,
Very
no.
thin
How many
indeed.
thousandths? And then how many molecules are in a thousandth of an inch?
You're saying that this thing that's traveling at the speed of light, which is over 670 million miles an hour,
Yes.
would be able to withstand that? No, it wouldn't. It would just
Well,
go
you'd have to
right
tell
through.
me. You'd have to tell me what chemical process or what physical process will strip the gold off, and how much gold will come with each strip. If you're going to try,
You don't
if
have
you're
to
going
tell
to
me.
try
All I
doing
need
a
to tell
science,
you, all I need to tell you, according to the experts, they tell us that cosmic rays pose a formidable obstacle to overcome for any space aircraft to go to the moon, for example.
that's
So
a
there was no way
very
they could
cute
go.
argument.
So satellites in the thermosphere hanging around, taking pictures supposedly, which we've never got from these satellites. Yeah, we've never seen one image, and if they do give us an image, it's CGI, and Robert Simmons is telling us how he puts it together.
Dude, you're talking a lot.
Okay, Robert Simmons, NASA
You're
employee,
jumping up.
right? We don't get these images. Okay, those satellites will be destroyed. They would be
Jin's
destroyed
not
by the
here to
cosmic ray
converse.
particles, yet alone the radiation.
Yeah, he's been
Okay?
motor-mouthing the whole day.
You're
Mr.
just
Jen.
galloping, Jim. You're not
Okay,
talking
give
about
me-
the subject we're talking about. You jumped
Give
this
me
like
1
6
second.
times.
Give me 1 second. Jen, just keep it a little shorter. We all know you're.
So we
Yeah,
were.
okay.
That was very short, Rakia. You're leading by example there.
Yeah, I got cut off by a phone call, but yeah, just keep it a little shorter, man. The conversation's good. I would like to know, and this might help things, is Moyak Man, is your point is the satellite wouldn't propagate heat because of the medium? Because it's made of particles.
Yes, it's made of particles. It will radiate heat. So I'm not sure what you mean by won't propagate.
Can you keep it short, please? Okay, now I'm going to start using the keep it short. See how short you can keep it.
I used about 10 words to your
Yeah,
5,000.
come on. Let's not start all that.
Yeah, that's why I don't like to be told keeping it short, because what I got to say, I have to say, and it takes me a while to articulate it, because it is a lot to bring to bear. I cannot condense it. Okay.
Well, try, please try for our sake.
I do
Jim,
try.
there's a lot of
and
people
I'm
here.
trying my best to condense, but I would have to get it out so
Well,
that the actual people who are listening on the YouTube actually get to understand what we're talking about here. That's why.
So you're trying to brainwash some unexisting people who don't know about this conversation, and you're trying to convert
Shout out
them.
to the YouTube, massive.
All right. What I'd like to say, though, Jim, is I don't have a problem with you describing something in detail. The problem is you're not describing something in detail. What you're doing is you're dish galloping across 17 different topics simultaneously,
I'm
not actually going into the topic that's being spoken.
Gin CBR1 is not dish galloping or whatever you call that. I'm not doing that, because we're talking about satellites. We're talking about cosmic
You know what a
ray
gish gallop
particles
is?
and how they would affect the satellite if it was up there. I'm saying to you that also, how do we know that they're up there? What proof do we have that things float in space? These are the things that the average punter, average punter on the street, Joe blog, Sue blog, they don't even know how to think about these things. So I need to help them to think critically. So we need to get all these questions out. It's not
Right,
gish
we can help
galloping,
you
is
by
it?
telling you what a gish gallop is, so you can know whether
I
you're
know
doing
what
it
a
or
gish
not.
gallop is. I know exactly what it is. Jumping from topic to topic. Don't tell me. I do know.
No, it's not.
And I'm
It's
on
not
point
quite.
every
It's similar,
time.
but it's not quite.
Right,
It's asking a
it's
bunch
good
of
enough,
questions.
I understand.
Right.
Asking
Well,
so many questions
I'll
you
tell
can't
other
answer.
people in the room other than you.
Yeah, do that.
It's jumping from topic to topic. Sure, that's some of it, but it's posing complex questions that could be answered if given the time to, but asking so many of them in a single go, like scattergun style, that none of them can be addressed in detail.
Well, but I'm not doing that. Please give me an
That's what you're
example
being
of where I've
accused
done
of.
that. I'd like to know where I have done that, if that's the case.
I mean, you've been doing it for
Please
2
give me a
hours.
case
I don't
of
know
me
what,
asking you that.
I
Please
don't know
tell
what
me.
example you made.
Whoever is accusing me of gish galloping, please make a point. And for the listeners, how did Gin CBR1 do that? Because I didn't do that.
So, Jim, if you'd like, that right there was much more than you had to say. Right now, we were talking about gold and how much gold is eroding by a cosmic ray, a single cosmic ray per impact. Now, the question, that's what we went on to. From there, you went on to the Van Allen belts, trip to the moon, film. I'm not sure. There were several others in there, but you went into 10 different subjects while we were talking strictly about the erosion rate of gold. Now, the erosion rate of gold doesn't require to talk about all of that at one time. We're basically got to find out how much is eroded by a cosmic ray in per impact, which you've already stated is 4 impacts per second. Now,
per centimeter squared, yeah? Per square centimeter.
If we have 1 trillion layers thick gold, and each impact strips away, let's say, 1 or 2 molecules, or atoms. If that's the case, then we have a period of decades where that material will remain intact, or will still remain there.
I beg to differ that at all, because we're talking cosmic ray particles raining on this thing, like on these satellites, like a heavy downpour. You wouldn't be able to avoid it. It wouldn't be able to avoid it. And you're talking every 4 centimeters squared, they're hitting this, and they're going to be hitting the same place in multiple times. This thing's going to be shot to pieces. It's going to be shot to shreds. That gold leaf thing that you've got there, that would not be looking shiny at all. It would have been melted anyway, and then the cosmic particles would have just helped it on its way. Everything would be softened from the temperatures out there.
You're getting long. Very long.
I'm not wrong at all,
Jim,
mate.
Here's how you could help being shorter. Just when you make a point, you just made the point that it would be shot to pieces. We get it, but then you made that same point like 8 times. We got it the first time, I assure you.
It's called the psychological barrage, but carry on anyway.
So now we've got this thing. I mean, I don't know the rate at which a cosmic ray will strip off atoms. I mean, I'm sure you don't either.
I can imagine though. I can imagine.
Jin, mate. Fucking hell, this is tiresome.
So what we would have to do is find out what rate cosmic rays strip gold before we can go and make an assertion that it would be all shot to pieces.
It's going to be shredded, mate. Shot to smithereens, boy. I'll tell you
That's
now.
and
again, you'll notice. Did you see I'm bringing in those really hard problems to overcome? Yeah, no one's talking about them, but now we're really talking. Yeah.
Yeah, you're the first person to bring this one up, Jen.
Okay, Jen. So we've got this thing shot to pieces. At what rate? I mean, you seem to know the speed at which it will be shot to pieces, because you know how much a gamma ray, how much gold is going to strip with each gamma ray impact. Could you please enlighten us as to how much gold is stripped away with each gamma ray impact?
I haven't done the actual maths to do that, and like I said, this is the story that I'm given from the NASA's and the astrophysicists, the astronomers and the scientists.
Name one.
You're not responding.
It's their story. So
You're
I'm
not
asking, if
responding.
the satellites are up there, how can there be with all these hazards that are up there? The experts are telling us it's not possible
you're not
for them to be there.
responding to the question.
You guys seem to believe that it's up there. How can it be? And you're saying, oh, it can radiate heat away. Well, no, it can't, because the heat is constant. The thing is going to keep on getting hotter and hotter, and then it makes it easier for these cosmic rays to penetrate and destroy. Okay,
that was a wonderful not answer. You said that they've been telling us. No, I haven't heard the scientists that told me how much gold is stripped away per impact. Now, I would need to know that in order to make any kind of a coherent argument. Any kind of coherent argument would need to have that base information in evidence.
Yeah, the satellites are not up there, so we're never going to get that.
We can do this in a radioactive lab. We can go put a piece of gold foil in there, hit it with 1 trillion particles per second, and see how fast it erodes, and then we could calculate how much happens per impact.
Excuse me, yeah.
So why can't we? So that would have to be in evidence. You're making an assertion, but you have no idea how much. Maybe a cosmic ray only knocks off an atom every 500th impact. Maybe it never does. Maybe it's only particles like
that would be impossible if they were
I
up there.
don't know.
It would be happening if they were up there. It would be happening, and we know that they're not up there. That's why we don't have all this stuff.
All right, let me put
Because
this.
they're not up there.
Let me put this in
You know it, I
perspective
know
for you.
it, and the experts know it.
Let me
That's
put this
why
in
they're
perspective for you. I get hit with particles at the speed of light every day, all day. And I don't seem to be eroding. So what? Yeah. So it really is a function of how much energy is in a particle before it can start eroding things. So what? When I stand out in my room with my 100-watt light bulb, beating me with trillions of photons per second per square inch, I don't seem to be just evaporating. So we need to know more about the science of this. The speed of
I'm about to post you a little bit more on cosmic ray particles and the dangers they pose. It's a very short paragraph.
Does this have to do with
to read.
particles destroying materials?
I'm going to post you the source of the cosmic ray particles first. Just please bear with me whilst I get it up. Really are, and if you think those satellites can withstand that, then then you're going to have to show me this stuff, and let's see what they really are made of. Because what they're showing us as satellites, they're not going to wake it. The image that I posted, stated clearly, satellites cannot exist.
Where did you post
in
it?
that thermosphere?
Where did you post it?
No, I haven't posted it yet. I'm actually getting ready to post.
Let's stop talking and we're posting, dude.
I'm gonna post it in. I'm doing it now. I'm
Less
posting it
talking,
in
more
the
posting.
string text. Yeah. Okay. Just got to bear with me. I have a very slow
You have a very slow mind. Please stop talking, more posting. You don't have the bandwidth to handle both.
Yes. Slow mind now. Slow mind now, is it? Okay.
Mutter.
I think
babble.
the slower the mind, the faster the mind, the more you miss. The slower and methodical, that's how you get it right.
The more you speak, the slower you are at posting. So post already. Stop talking and post.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm waiting for it.
No, that's still speaking. You can tell when sound is coming out of your mouth.
You can hear his
you can see that
hairs
it's
are
bloody
rising.
slow, bloody Wi-Fi.
These are not personal thoughts you're sharing. These are, or you're sharing your thoughts. You don't have to do that.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to bloody.
Drinking a cup of coffee. I'm stirring the coffee.
The Google's going to prove me right.
I'm grabbing the mouse. I'm clicking on the computer. Now I'm wiping my nose with a handkerchief. I'm blowing my nose. I'm putting the handkerchief away.
Oh, I breathed in. I breathed out. That was another breath.
Okay, here it comes in your live stream. Here it goes. Did you get it?
Yes.
The cosmic ray. Right. Please read that and then tell me if they're going to survive. Okay. Now I'm looking for the actual image of this negative.
What do you think is the best criticism of this view, Jim? What do you think of the people who say the opposite? What have you heard them saying, and what sounds like the most reasonable explanation? Try to steelman your opposition before they steelman themselves.
Well, I mean, I think they don't fully understand the implications of what satellites would be doing in the thermosphere. They don't understand.
It's clear. What I invited you to do, Jen, was to steelman the opposition's position. Just curious if you're able to do that.
If these cosmic rays are so dangerous and so freaking insane, why don't people just randomly drop dead from being hit by a cosmic ray? Why doesn't that happen?
Because they're not up there. They're not up there to be hit. That's why.
Oh, so you think they just randomly stop out in the thermosphere and nothing else?
No human being is up there. No satellites are up there.
Okay. So none of these. You're claiming that none of these actually get to the ground. Is that your claim?
Well, what I see with this little paragraph here is it's saying that there's a lot of energy, but it's still not telling me how much that's going to affect the material.
Can you read? Did you read the numbers? of those
I read
energies.
the numbers, and those numbers mean
Okay.
how many electron volts
Can you read those numbers loudly for those who are listening, just so they get an idea of what numbers we're
No,
talking?
I'm not going to go and read what everybody's reading. It's silly.
Power of a
But how
lightning
many,
bolt
the question
every
is,
second.
Well, yeah, okay.
the question is, how many electron volts does it take to strip an
Yeah,
atom
go
off of a gold leaf?
Go on, Dawn.
Says the power of a lightning bolt every second.
Every second. The power of a lightning bolt every second. Huh? You see what I mean, yeah? You know, but a satellite can withstand all that. Yeah.
Why is it you reckon they've made this up? If space is fake, why do you reckon they made up cosmic rays that would destroy satellites if they're going to make up a space that has satellites in it? Like that's like me saying I've got leprechauns that live at the bottom of my garden, but the bottom of my garden is in fact magma. It's like, well, the two things are incompatible. Why would you make both of them
so
up?
many lies are
I can help with that.
Okay, the answer to your question is this: that it's the case of so many lies are being told that the left hand doesn't know what the right hand doing, and the head doesn't know what the foot's doing, and it's all out of control.
That's
now.
one good
and people like
explanation.
us who closely
That's a good explanation.
scrutinize it are bringing it out.
I mean, it is an explanation. It works. You know, if two agencies and two
it's not
lots of
completely
scientists, priests are both making stuff up, they're not going to know how to not to contradict each other.
Well, I'd like to, Dawn, the sentence prior was a cosmic ray particle of the highest energy is equivalent to that of an equivalent of the energy of a lightning bolt.
I guess that's the worst case scenario. Yeah.
So that's the worst case scenario. Is how often are we struck by a lightning bolt? And
carry on.
I'm not sure. And over a second, if you expand the power of a lightning bolt over a second, that decreases its power per time.
Yeah, that's kind of logical. So
Don't
it's
be
a bit
silly.
less
You'd be
powerful
dead.
than the dramatic sentence. Most cosmic rays are a bit less powerful than a lightning bolt.
See how silly they are.
This is what I think. Yeah, eggshells. This is the answer.
Faced
This
with
is my
the real
answer.
facts.
They've made up cosmic.
They've
made up cosmic rays because cosmic rays are real up there, but they can't go up there. So they're explaining a phenomenon to us, but accidentally that debunks their supposed expeditions up there.
But why not just at that point say, actually, the cosmic rays aren't as strong as we thought they were? We were wrong about that.
Well, I think that's what you're now saying, isn't it? That's what Moyoc just said.
No, I've got no idea about the strength
saying.
of. I've got no idea. I've got no idea about the strength.
That's
I'm
wishful
sure
thinking on your part, mate.
Never mind. All right, don't worry about it. You guys know what my answer is.
Yeah, we know what your answer is. It's wishful thinking. That's what you're exhibiting. You're exhibiting cognitive
spectacularly
dissonance
unable
to the point where
to steal man other people's
now.
views, Jim.
You're in denial. You're in denial, and you're exhibiting cognitive dissonance to the point where you're wishing.
To me, denial ain't nothing more than a river in Egypt.
Clearly obvious that, you know what I mean? Because we're hitting you hard in this.
You're just rambling over him.
It's Tyson versus.
Oh my God! Shut up, Jim.
I think Harry does have a point.
It's never going to happen.
Moderate.
Behave like
You're trying not to make up too many contradictions.
Now look,
You're asking for moderation, and then when I come in, no one stops talking. So if y'all can't moderate yourself, there was like 5 people talking there. Jen, you're doing a great job, brother. The conversation's good, but please.
Thank you very much. I'm trying to condense it. Yeah.
You're doing the very thing. Hang on. You're doing the very thing to me, Jen, that's kind of creating a whirlwind here. You overtalked me as same way you're clipping other people. It's not on purpose, I don't believe, but just be aware of it and try not to do that. They want to make their point, whether it's right or wrong. You know, we need to figure that out, but we at least need to hear it. But thank y'all try and moderate yourself a little better.
All right. Thanks for that.
When you have that video, you just posted something at 9:21, which was film emulsion. Now, what happens if I have a series of materials in between me and that cosmic ray? So I have the aluminum shell of the spacecraft, which when the cosmic ray hits the aluminum shell, it's going to change to X-rays. and it'll be dissipated into the craft as X-rays. Now, if it has the film canister and the box that the film is stored in, how much will that affect the film?
Well, I mean, what if it's in a box? Are you saying?
Well, it's in a spacecraft. It has X number of mechanical components between it. So you got the skin of the space. You have the gold leaf around the outside. You have the aluminum. So basically, when it hits the gold leaf, it's going to generate X-rays. The X-rays are going to hit the aluminum. Then it's going to go through the aluminum, and it's going to go into the equipment on the inside. It's going to strike, whatever boxes and electronics it's going to hit. It's going to dissipate some of the X-rays there. Now it continues on its merry way. It gets to the box where the film is stored, and then you have ultimately the film canister that is the cartridge that holds the film. How much radiation is actually striking that film and causing damage? I don't know. Did you know?
You're talking about when it makes it back to the spaceship, though. There's times when it was on an astronaut's body taking a picture in a camera.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's not very protected then.
Nope. And how many? It's still got to go through the film canister, all that stuff, through the camera.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. You just got to tell me how much effect it's going to have per minute on that film.
Well, I mean, when we're being radiated here on Earth, and we have all the protective layers, and you take those away, you take the Van Allen belt, which protects us, take our atmosphere, which supposedly absorbs some of it. You take those away, and we still get a lot of radiation here. Would it affect? I mean, you leave film out here, and it gets affected. Much less if you're on the moon with no protection. It does seem like a valid argument by Jim.
I'm going to challenge you on that. How long? I mean, I've used film that has sat on Earth for perhaps a decade and still gotten incredible results.
Out the sun? Not
no.
Out. Come on. Yeah. Well,
the film is never exposed to the sun.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying leave a camera out in sunlight, direct sunlight, for a couple hours and see how your pictures come out. Let's just do that
You
test.
mean if I heat the camera up to 150 degrees?
Well, no. Let's just heat it up to 90. And
okay,
have
then
all
I'll
the
have no
cosmic
effect on the
rays.
film. Then I'll have no effect on the film. I
have all the cosmic rays.
I carry my camera also, or I used to when I used to use a film camera. I would carry it for my whole vacation in Florida, and I would take a couple pictures a day, and I wouldn't notice a degrade of the pictures from the beginning of that film roll to the end of that film roll.
Just let the temperature affect it. We're talking about cosmic rays, so let the direct sunlight hit it.
Well, you brought it to the camera level, and you said on Earth it affects it. I don't see the effect on Earth over decades.
Yeah.
So anyway, I'm going to get my point out. Are you done? I'll get my point out now.
Go ahead. Yeah, so get your point out, please. Go ahead.
I would think if I leave my camera out with film, and I'll be honest, I've never done this, but I never would do this because I would think it would affect my film. If I leave my camera out unprotected in the sunlight, and let's say it doesn't even get up to a high temperature to damage the camera or the film, wouldn't the cosmic rays expose some of that film? I mean, we're protected by the Van Allen belts and our atmosphere, and it seems like it would affect it at least over time. Jen is saying that we're unprotected on the moon and that film didn't make it. I don't know. I think it's all theoretical to me, but
yeah, it's theoretical. But the point is, right, the levels they're talking about there, right, were 960 rems on the moon, naked there on the moon. Yeah. How did the film survive that? Because when they're on the surface of the moon taking pictures, the experts in photography, and I can give you his name and everything else, it says that the best place to look for the impingement would be between the negatives, the black parts. You would see these radiations impinging, and there was none. There weren't any.
I do have an issue with myself, though, because I am biased. I don't think we went to the moon. So when I hear someone say that the shadows are wrong, or I've heard experts in film be shown the pictures, and just to give their opinion about the pictures without even talking about the moon landings being fake, and they're saying this isn't right. This is more than one light source. It has to be, and that has nothing to do with the moon landing. So using my bias and all those things that I've heard, it does seem like man didn't walk on the moon or didn't go to the moon or take pictures with film. So
you would be absolutely correct in that
Well, maybe
conclusion.
so.
That would be correct,
Maybe
because
so.
that's what I'm saying. They could never have gone there because the film wouldn't have survived that level of radiation and cosmic ray impacts. That's why they bring this up. That's why I'm bringing it to you, you see, okay? Saying to you that your satellites cannot be there.
Yeah, we're talking about all this protection and what things have to be protected out there, and then they tell us there's a regular old Tesla car that made it out there and didn't, decay really quickly or catch on fire or whatever. It's just kind of like the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is saying or doing. It does seem like that to me.
That comes back to the same questions that were asked before, which nobody's actually answered. What would the rate of decay of the Tesla be with just cosmic rays hitting it? How fast would the paint degrade? How fast would it eat through the frame of the car? How fast would the tires explode? None of these things would happen. They're not supposed to happen. There's no reason for them to happen. And I'd like to, unless you have something to argue against and suggest would happen, I'm not sure how we deal with this.
It does seem like when we change the outside pressure of something, it affects the the inward pressure. If a tire is filled to 40 pounds per square inch and 14 psi, and then we take it to higher and lower temperatures, like a bag of chips or whatever, it expands or contracts when you take it up and lower in altitude. So with the tires, it seems like now.
Okay.
I've heard all the arguments, but anyway, I mean, it just logically doesn't fit with what I was taught before about how strong the satellites and spaceships need to be and how much they need to do this, and this to protect what's inside and all that. And then we just launch a car with regular paint and glass and air in the tires, and voila, there it is in the same position.
Is that car a life-saving device? Does it have to keep people alive? Does it even have any electronics on it that we're trying to keep functional?
It has normal glass. I mean, and,
yes.
Air in the tires and a normal rubber.
Elon Musk said it was a
normal
regular
paint.
standard car.
So if I put a piece of glass in
The
a vacuum chamber, does that glass explode?
car that you buy in the shop, he said.
If I put a piece of glass in a vacuum chamber, does it explode?
Yeah, I don't think so.
No, so it doesn't. So there's no reason why glass.
According to Elon Musk,
ordinary everyday glass can exist in space. If it doesn't.
But you're just talking about the glass. I'm talking about the frame and the
but you're
rubber gasket and things like that hold it in place.
Okay, so rubber. Can I put rubber in a vacuum?
You're talking about one component. I'm talking about a whole car.
I'm talking about every component in succession. Tell me which one won't work in a vacuum.
Just
which
tell
one
me
won't
what
survive like a
why
tire.
Why don't you tell me?
I can't tell you because none of them seem to have a
There's no reason to go through each one. Just tell me that you know for a fact that a normal car with a normal paint job would last X amount of years in space. Go ahead. Give me your final thought, and that way we can just move on, because we could go through each part, which none of us really knows what it would do up there.
Right, but you're suggesting that it couldn't. So you're the one that's actually making the positive claim.
I'm using what I was told before on how strong it needs to be and why we don't use rubber, and things like that to go up there. We have to have so many seals and this has to be made out of this. And then all of a sudden we launch a car up there and it's fine. It's going to Mars.
Why do they say that you can't use rubber?
I'm just saying, based on what I've been told before.
I know. That's what I'm asking you.
It doesn't seem like a car would be able to be launched up there and just make its way to Mars. So if you think it can, please explain to me why you think it can. Like, it's not going to be effective.
We got to go through this one by one because each one of these things is a question you've asked. Rubber, a tire, 14 psi change in pressure, could be a problem. What is the tire rated for? Okay, well, I've inflated tires by accident to more than double their pressure. So that would be about 4 bar. So that seems within the working parameters. Now, as far as temperature goes, we'd have to take the temperature and see how much the pressure would increase. based upon that temperature. I don't know whether it would rupture or not. Did they even take the air out of the tires? Did somebody just go and say, yeah, let's drop the pressure on these a little bit? Now that tire is capable of handling 400 or 500 degree, whatever breakdown temperature is for the rubber without rupturing. You don't have enough information to say whether it could or could not work.
Yeah, it does seem like we were told that they need special suits so their blood doesn't boil.
Why? So their blood doesn't boil. Does the car have blood?
Well, it has liquid, right? They said they
I don't
put it
know.
up
Actually,
there.
a Tesla, I don't know how much liquid there is. There's an oil that they have in their gearbox.
But we're talking about extreme conditions, right? If it's going to boil blood like that,
And what temperature does boil?
I don't think it has to do with temperature. I think it has to do with pressure.
Right. What is the vapor pressure
about
of
normal paint, right? Not
what
being
is the
affected.
vapor pressure of oil? What is the vapor pressure of transmission oil? Okay, what is the vapor pressure of transmission oil?
Go ahead. You seem to want to talk a lot.
I just did.
Why don't you tell us?
What is the vapor pressure of transmission oil? You keep on throwing out these things scattergun.
No,
I don't think this will work. I don't think this will work. I don't think this will work. You don't have any idea whether it will work.
Yeah, just go ahead.
I just did.
Tell us how transmission oil wouldn't boil up there, how the paint would be fine, how the car can make it to Mars without having any effects in it, and they say it's going to make it there. How it's been up there for a year now, going to be up there for more years. Go ahead, since you want to be in control of this conversation, go ahead and walk us through that.
Okay, well, I can't tell you oil because I don't have any idea. I just know it would be a low vapor pressure. The vapor pressure of water is minuscule. It's like 0.01 bar. So what material can't sustain 0.01 bar of boiling water? So you don't need a good seal. Plus, you don't even need a good seal because if it leaked, if it vaporized the oil inside the transmission over a period of years, it's just going to vent out through the seal that's broken. We don't care about broken seals on a Tesla. It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. The car does not need to be functional. It needs to float in there in space. The paint. Well, if you warm up the paint and you put it in a vacuum, it's probably going to off-gas some. And over a period of years, the paint will start to degenerate. How much per minute, per second? I don't know. There's no way for me to tell that. But you're making the claim that it cannot do it. And you'd have to give some logical reason why you think it cannot do it.
And if it radiates, yeah, so what? You just radiate, and if it was decomposed into bits or something. I mean, the purpose wasn't to keep the car alive in space. It was just to have a payload on it.
Maybe space isn't that harsh after all.
No, to keep people alive is a much bigger difference than to keep paint on something.
So it's just humans. It's not the special materials that are needed or not. All the special materials are not needed. They just needed to protect the humans because we're so fragile.
Or the electronics. Humans or electronics. Those are the two concerns that you have, which ultimately works out to humans when it's human flight. This case, you have a rock. You have essentially an asteroid. It's made of all the materials that asteroids are made of, Tesla. And it is just sitting up there, and you're hoping to keep it up there long enough for you to film it over the week that they had the camera working. And after that, they don't give much of a shit about it. Did it off-gas some fluids?
Instead of putting a solar panel,
have the proper amount of transmission fluid?
The camera show us the route to Mars. The camera went off after a couple hours. Yeah, genius.
Okay, I don't care how long it was. I saw the videos for so long. I don't know when the launch.
Don't you think it makes more logical sense if you're launching a car for the first time and you're sending it to Mars to put a solar panel to run one camera just so you could send it back the information? I mean, wouldn't you want? Yeah, but why wouldn't you? Is the logical?
What's your objective? Is your objective to prove to flat earthers that a car can survive in space, or was it to get a car to space and say, "Hey, look, we put a car in space"? Oh, isn't that cool? Look at these cameras. Okay, we're done.
They didn't even promote that because
I saw the promotion. They didn't put it in their commercials, but lots of people saw it. It was on the news. Free advertising.
Yeah, just like For how long? I mean, everybody I've shown says it's, you know, they agree with me, you know, like what they've been taught and their logical, like just view of it. Maybe they don't know as much as you. Maybe you should teach everyone, but it doesn't seem logical to most people.
I think logical to most people is absolutely irrelevant. I don't know the answers. I can't give you the answers. However, I can tell you the process that you have to go through to figure out the answers, and you have to go and research what materials will break down and whether it's possible or not for this to happen. You can't just say, I don't think a car will work because.
Sure, I can.
Well, you can, but it's a meaningless statement.
No, I don't think it's meaningless. I think many agree. It doesn't add up to what we've been taught before. It seems like they're forgetting what they've told us before.
Yes.
And then just putting a car up there and then forgetting that they put it up there. I mean, you don't hear anything about it.
So you think that they've told us before that they need seals on spacecraft that have no purpose?
I think it's one of the
special seals to seal off vacuum from vacuum.
One of the most amazing things I've ever seen. A car that's trying to be sold worldwide. They put it up in space and never use it for anything. They just send it off. Don't even put don't even put an experiment on it or nothing. It's just take a picture of the Earth behind it, which, oh, by the way, they showed the full Earth behind it from about 200 miles up or something, which is kind of strange.
Well, wasn't the alternative to put a cinder block on the rocket? A big old chunk of concrete. I mean, that was the alternative. You could have put a test weight on, or you could put a car on. The car was kind of cool.
Yeah, I get
it. Waste of human resources.
If you're going to do that, yeah, but if you're going to do that as a sales and marketing company, you're going to use it to the fullest extent. Don't you agree with that?
Yeah.
I mean, he has the choice to waste money however he wants. That's fine. But as a sales and marketing crew, I would be highly disappointed.
Yeah, actually, NASA was upset that Elon Musk did that without informing NASA, actually. So NASA was upset that he actually did that, Elon Musk, yeah? And the car was apparently a regular standard car that you could buy in the shop. Very expensive as it was, yeah? So there was nothing special.
No, actually, it was his car. It was a used car.
Interesting.
Was it his car? Was it his personal one? Was it?
As I recall.
Oh right, I didn't realize it was his personal one. But
what I read is that they emptied the fluid and the air tire, and then they just set it up.
Yeah,
they didn't do anything,
it's
and
not
they
up there anyway.
added some strength to the mounting cameras.
Yes.
That's what.
Well, there's no way I believe it's on its way to Mars, if that's where it was intended destination. So it would have gone to Mars and been destroyed by now.
It's an orbit, which could, I think it's like a little bit beyond Mars. The orbit.
Really? You think?
Oh, it's.
I know it's not. I know it's not there. I know it's not anywhere near Mars.
Well,
that's what I know.
That's cool. How do we know that?
Yeah.
It does sound like a story, and we don't have any proof that it is on the way to Mars. Or they forgot to put a camera with a solar panel.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, you would. You'd have a massive camera there, 360 degrees optical vision all the way around with the solar panel there. Yeah, I mean, no.
Why would you do that?
Why would you do that? To show the journey. Show us the bloody journey, of course.
Why would you do that? Who are they trying to show this to?
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you.
That's your excuse? Because no one would want to see. No one would want to see a Tesla car going to Mars for the first time. That's what you're trying to
the most boring footage in the history of humanity.
Yeah,
it would be worse than watching paint dry.
And millions of people would watch it and pay to do it.
Yeah. They've got cameras in all the cities around the world. They've got cameras in all the cities around the world showing people walking by every day of the week. And they're not going to show us a journey to Mars, a rare one. Are you mad? You haven't got a clue.
They're not traveling to Mars. They're just floating around in space.
I know. What's the closest place it is to Mars? What is it closest? It would fucking
I think
be a dot.
it might collide with Mars, but that could be very long.
That'd be cool. I'd pay to see it crash into Mars.
Yeah, but that wasn't the. They are not like within like I don't know how many years. They are not going to collide with Mars. They will.
Yeah, so your standard GoPro just being show you a dot. Kind of boring. Also, the ship isn't stabilized, so it's just going to be spinning, I guess. So the complexity of making your film, you want to increase the complexity of this craft from just putting a payload on to having a system of solar panels, a stabilization system, and a higher or better cameras to accomplish what everybody on Earth who has a mind already accepts.
And radiation protection, all that.
Oh yeah, shielding. Now you need some shielding.
Yeah, you need to protect the electronics. So it's like 10 times, 1,000 times more complex, I would say, at least. And only for, I don't know who, like, what's the gain from that? I think that's a bit too expensive for just watching a car in space, which does nothing.
You're also
now cost is a problem. Come on, man.
You're also wasting a valuable resource, bandwidth.
They launched a car.
Yes.
For no reason.
Oh, for a reason. They needed a payload.
You think they're worried about cost?
It was proving a payload that they could carry a certain
billions
payload.
of dollars a pound, they tell us. They can't even send up T-shirts sometimes because it costs so much. But he launches a car?
No, he was launching a rocket.
And now you're using an excuse. The reason they didn't put a camera and a solar panel and protective gear on there is because of cost?
Yes.
And at the time they launched it, Tesla was in the red. Tesla was in the red anyway. They were not making any money. They were losing money when they did that stunt.
But that's so what? It's Tesla. That was not
SpaceX. It would be a waste of time to do that. What a waste!
It's a used
in order to sell their product, they have to make launches. They have to test their systems. That money was lost. No matter what you did, that money was lost. No matter what you did, you had to send a spacecraft up with a payload. So the difference in cost between that payload and a brick was the cost of that vehicle.
I hope you realize the double standard here. How many times I've been told they can't do things because it's so expensive per pound to send things up, and now you're telling me they just launch a car for the hell of it.
Didn't they need to send up that number of pounds? Isn't that what the whole point of a payload is? If they're testing payload capacity, they have to send up a weight. They're not going to send up a multi-billion-dollar satellite because this is an untested system. They haven't tested it with payload yet. Now they're going to test it with a payload. They send it up with a payload. It could be a brick or it could be a car. They chose a car because it has some. It was definitely worth more than the $20,000 for that car. The advertising benefit. So the cost benefit analysis was absolutely, this is a no-brainer. Let's send a car.
That's what they did, or that's your theory? Like that's what you've read?
That's the logical conclusion. If they got one news broadcast, they got more advertising dollars for that than they would have tried to produce a commercial and advertise with it.
So now you're saying they're maximizing their advertising dollars by not using it in advertisements?
No, just using it in just the free advertising they got from going through the media, going through the news cycle, was more advertising dollars. It would have cost them millions upon millions of dollars for that much exposure.
So instead of creating some posters, the cost analysis said a car in space on posters would cost too much. We wouldn't get a positive return on that. So
you tell me why?
I think you're being ridiculous. I'll tell you right now.
No, I mean, you tell me.
I majored in marketing and management.
Cool.
And what you're saying right now is totally ridiculous.
I don't know why they chose not to parlay it into more advertising. I don't know what they thought of, what they chose to do.
Because it looks so fake.
However, they did have this acclaimed thing that was on the news, and they could have used it in marketing. So now you're going to have to tell me why they chose not to, because no matter what, they had the footage, They had the event
I'll
take
tell you
place.
why.
It had been recorded on the news. It was available to them. They chose not to use it. So I don't know
I'll
what
tell
their
you why.
motivation was.
Could be some
I'll tell you why. They got the reaction from the public, and everyone except for the few that would like not say it was fake, no matter what it was, and the public thought it was fake, so they didn't want to use it in advertisement because they would get a negative return on that.
Well, show me the public thinking it was fake.
Well, you just show the picture to anybody. You do it. You do your own analysis. Don't trust me.
Everybody I know believe that. So
the owner said it was fake.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did. He said it looks so fake. It has to be real.
So he didn't say what you just said. Very cool.
It looks fake. That's what he said.
Yes,
that's what
and what he was speaking of in his
public would perceive it being fake, whether it's real or not.
Yes, in his nerdy.
He went on to say we can do better
agree.
CGI than this. He said
You agreed
we
by
can
saying
do better
yes.
CGI. He said, "Yeah."
In his nerdy way of doing things, he said something. He's definitely not the most eloquent of speakers.
Yeah,
And so he chose to say it looks
his
fake
IQ
because
is very low.
you have no frame of reference with your terrestrial life to express what it would look like in space. You just don't have a good frame of reference for that. So the
And my
shadows are
point
going to
was
be weird. The
public-
clarity is going to be weird. It's just everything that you experience in life is not what that car, what
Thanks
that
for
film
supporting
showed.
my point. And the point is that I made is that the public would deem it fake, right? And they would get a negative return off of saying it was real and everyone thinking it was fake, so they didn't use it. That would be the logical way,
people
right?
aren't, but people don't think that it's fake. Like we can send satellites into space. Why can't we send a car? It's much simpler. It doesn't make any
single
sense.
person to the T.
Like strap a car to it. It's not supposed to even work. You can just
Look.
put any car on it.
Look, you can just say that, but I've tested this, right? The first person I tested it on is the biggest Tesla and Elon Musk fan that I know personally, which is my oldest son. And I said, can you believe they put this Tesla in space? He goes, man, that's not real. First words out of his mouth.
Sure,
Everyone
but why?
Hang on, let me
It doesn't
finish.
make any.
It won't take me long. Everyone I've showed since then, because I was interested in that, because it looks really fake to me. Whether it's fake or not, it just appears to be fake, right? Everyone I've shown since then don't think that cars. They thought it was fake from the beginning. When I tell them it's actually up there, they think I'm lying. That's how fake it looks.
But thinking about it logically, if you can send other things up, why can't we send up a car? Should be the simplest thing, right?
Absolutely no restriction to
Who
that.
says you can send up anything? I never said that.
Yes, you can. Why can't you send up a car?
I don't
What's
think
the
you
problem
can
with
get
that?
the cars up
I
there.
don't think you don't believe that you can send anything up there.
Yeah,
No
if you're
satellites,
asking me if
nothing.
an object or man can get to Mars, I'll tell you no. I think it's impossible. So that logic is flawed.
Not
for
even
me, anyway.
to Mars, just like orbit. The
No,
pictures.
can't do it. Can't do that. Can't do that. No.
We can barely get up
to
to high altitude. Are you kidding me?
Okay, so this is not about the Tesla stuff at all, or the commercial. It's about you not believing that space
No.
can be reached at all.
This is about creating even on high altitude spy plane. You have to create these things where the joints expand and it leaks like a sieve and the paint peels off and you have to have special this and special that. And you think we're going to Mars?
Well,
Yeah, but they don't care about that, Rakia. You're just why are you why are you repeating that? As if that's a problem. It will decompose. The paint will be grinded off eventually, but because of radiation. Why does that matter? It's just like a lump of metal in space right now, because that it has done its purpose.
Yeah, I'm sure the flags on the moon are by now bleached white.
Who says there's flags on the moon?
I'm sure the flags on the moon are bleached white in that environment.
Well, they face us every day. Why can't we zoom in and see them with our high-powered telescopes that can see trillions of light years away?
That's a really, really good question. What is the maximum resolution we can get from a terrestrial-based telescope of something 238,000 miles away?
So we're not. So we just can't. We can't take the whatever, like a pressure difference or heat difference of that flag or a signature or nothing with the most powerful telescopes.
Well,
I mean,
what is the
they're telling us we
maximum
do all this
resolution?
other stuff.
What is
Yeah,
the
you can see
maximum
cosmic.
resolution of a telescope from something 238,000 miles away? What will the angular
You can see
speed be?
cosmic.
Will the two of those things be
I think we
will
see
they
what we
work
see.
together to actually allow you to see something?
You
No,
can see cosmic
because it doesn't
background
even come
radiation,
close.
though.
We can see
We got
Just can't
rovers
see
on
the moon.
Mars, man, and helicopters. You don't think they could send one to go take a photo of the flag on the moon? Oh, I know. It's the cost of it that would kill
What
us.
are you talking about? A helicopter to the fucking moon? What kind of moronic statement is that?
It's all hypothetical.
No, it's not a hypothetical. Helicopters have a service ceiling somewhere around 14,000 feet.
Yeah, but like you can see the
14,000 feet out
cosmic.
of 238,000 miles. Wow, are you so much closer? It's amazing. I can
I mean,
see
you can
the
look
whole.
at
I can see the individual
Maya.
grains of
You sound a
sand
bit
on the
triggered.
moon.
You sound a bit triggered, but like you can
That's
see the
stupid.
cosmic back. You can see the cosmic background radiation.
Yes,
but you
how
can't.
big
You
is
can't
that?
see them. You can't see the moon, right?
How big is that?
Details.
How big is the cosmic wave? Cosmic background radiation. How big is that? Is it light years and light years, or billions of light years across?
How close is the moon? Wouldn't that be the closest thing to zoom in on?
Sure. What's our maximum zoom capability?
I don't know. Excuses,
I
reasons,
can
right?
see a mountain, like with my eyes. I can see a mountain. I can't make out a man standing on that mountain 100 miles away. Wow. I can take a 32 times scope, and I can go maybe 150 miles away from that mountain, and I still can't see a man standing on that mountain. There's a certain limitation to the amount of resolution you can get with a system. What limitation do we have on the best camera, best telescope on Earth? And does that expect to see a flag that's perhaps a meter across?
Dude,
No.
They are zooming in to like holes on the Earth
From 200 miles away.
through the atmosphere.
Wow, from 200 miles away. Is that the same as 200,000?
Well, it is when you get up into that medium, is what you're telling me. So take one of your satellites with or whatever you're using up there, whatever they're called to take these high resolution pictures. Point it at the moon. Give me some high resolution pictures of the moon.
Well, they've done that. They've done.
Where's the flag?
Several orbiters have gone around the moon at several hundred miles away, and they've been able to take pictures of high resolution things. You can see the tracks of the
flag and buggy?
rovers. You can see the lander from those places. Now, so you're trying to say from the Earth orbit, from Earth orbit 200 miles away, we're able to zoom in on a person on the ground. Wow, that's not that hard. Try and zoom in on the moon from Earth's surface, or even from low Earth orbit. It wouldn't improve your resolution at all. The amount of
Show
zoom
me
you
standing
have would
upside
not
down in
change.
Australia.
Yeah, take a pitch, point it at the Earth. Show me an airplane flying over America, an airplane flying 1/3 away from around the ball, flying in a different vector.
So let's call it 8,000 miles, but you can't see that far from low Earth orbit.
What are you talking about? They're zooming into poles from 250 miles up. They're zooming into poles in a marina. I can see the cap, the white cap on the top of the pole. So now come back out a little bit. Show me a plane flying in one vector and another plane flying in another.
Okay,
bright, shiny plane should reflect the light really good.
Okay, white caps on a pole. Let's say that's 1 foot across, 12 inches. So from 200 miles, 12 inches. Now we're going to try and see 3 feet from 200,000 miles, just to get it to be the size of that pole.
So I'm talking about from 250 miles away. Show me a larger object like an airplane, more shiny, more reflective, flying
I've
in
seen
one.
that. There's been a couple of airplanes on Google Earth.
And then, there's only one plane up? You don't even get the
No, there's been a couple that you've been able to see.
process the question, or you're being deceptive. Because the question is very simple.
I don't know how many planes are in Google Earth. I don't know.
We have apps for that.
There's Google Earth. You have to understand that a lot of the images, it's a mishmash of images. Shut up. Fuck you.
Wow.
There's a mishmash. Fuck you. Okay, you just can't stay quiet. You just are fucking diarrhea of the mouth retard.
Dude, you have interrupted just as much as I have. We've had a conversation. What you're trying to do now is deflect from a very simple question. If you can take a high resolution picture
High
of
resolution?
a hole in a marina,
High resolution? Well, I was answering that, but you were fucking too busy talking.
A white cap
Get
on
him,
top,
bro.
plastic cap. Why
Was
can't
that taken from a satellite or was that taken from an aerial photograph? They have a mixture of both.
Y'all told me it was taken from the ISS, which is a
from the ISS. Okay, that one I don't know about.
which is a satellite, right?
Yes. Which image is this? Because the ones I'm finding, I'm assuming you're talking about the ones that are on Google Earth. If you're not, then we're talking about something else. I haven't seen the white poles.
Just bring up any image that they tell us they can get from the ISS. They're beautiful. They're amazing.
No, and not any image of the ISS will show me poles on a
What
marina.
they don't show is a plane in one vector and a plane a couple thousand miles away, 5,000 miles away, which they could get in the shot, one frame in a different vector. Matter of fact, they don't show planes at all.
No, they do show planes.
Or
I've seen
boats.
them. And the assumption would be that that would be from satellite because it's taken from such a high altitude that it's way above the planes.
At least now you get the question.
Now, I got the question the whole time. Your question is simplistic. It's a question a simpleton would ask.
Yeah, you get my point though, right? If you're taking a picture of 1/3 of the globe, then show me a plane on top and a plane 1/3 away, whatever distance that you claim that to be, and they would be in different vectors, right?
All right. If you were taking a picture of 1/3 of the Earth, then you only have so many pixels that you can show in there. Therefore, you're using a resolution that is much lower than you would use when you're zooming in on a pole. It's like try and show your zoom camera, zoom in on a person, and then tell me what's next to them a quarter mile away. You can't because it's not in the frame of view.
So you're saying it can't
your
be done.
field of view shrinks.
So it cannot be done.
It could be done in segments, like you could take a series of photographs at zoom level and get the whole image. But to get the resolution where you're going to spot an airplane, you're going to be looking at, let's say, perhaps a square mile. And so with that 1 square mile of view, what are the chances that at the time that picture was taken, in 1 square mile of sky, you're going to catch an airplane? Now, if you're taking a picture of the whole hemisphere, or in the case of, like 1,300 miles for some of the low Earth orbit stuff, you're going to spot piddly. If you're taking that whole 1,300 square miles, it's going to have 1,300 less percent pixels per unit. God, not even more than that. I swear of it.
So do it in real time, right? Zoom in to the bottom third, zoom into a plane that you should be seeing the top of if you're facing the Earth that way at that angle, and then zoom into the top 1/3, and that plane you should be seeing from the side, right?
No, because the camera only has a 1,500 mile radius at low Earth orbit. So you're not going to get this.
Okay,
bottom on one side or
just
satellite
the max difference, right? And you would be able to tell that plane is in a different vector. Do that in real time live. You can't do it, man. They would have this. If all that live stuff could be done, this would be streaming 24/7 on 1,000 different channels if that was
For
possible.
1,500 miles, you can see
Correct.
15 degrees difference. I don't know. I don't know the number.
Moyle,
250 miles? They're showing us huge stretches of the Earth.
Ricky is right, Moyoc. I mean, we'd see it from every angle, simulcast,
You would,
surround
not from that
sound.
altitude. You only
Come
have a
on,
limited
man.
view of the horizon from
Let's go to satellite too.
Forest for the trees. The leaves are in your eyes. They're waving around, and you can't see the whole tree.
Wonderful
They would
platitude.
have every angle live from every. It would be so many different cameras, infrared. I mean, whatever they could do, they would be doing it if it could be done. It's not strange.
From low Earth orbit, you're going to have a maximum of something like 15 degrees of difference between two satellites taking that image.
My point is, we
Making
get
excuses.
more. Yeah, it all. But I'm fine. I'm fine with the audience hearing all the excuses. Makes my point even further. We got more drones and everything pointed towards any other planet, so-called planet, than we do Earth. Strange.
We do. Actually, how many drones are looking at Mars?
So you're agreeing with me?
How many drones are looking at Mars right now?
So you're agreeing with me, right?
No, how many drones are looking at Mars right now? That's a fucking
100.
question. Do you not fucking understand what a question is?
100. Am I wrong?
No, you're wrong.
Okay, so tell me the amount.
2 or 3.
Okay, and how many are pointing at Earth right now?
Himawari 8, Epic. I don't know if DirecTV is still doing it. Let's see. I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay.
I can only check the. I know there's at least 5 or 6 weather satellites, but I can't name them.
Right. So my last point I'll make is the best platform that I've seen to put cameras, because it is tidally locked, and we always we could put a camera on it and it would always show Earth, would be the moon. And it also would give us that 360 view, right? As it goes around the Earth, we would get all the different video of what's happening on Earth real time.
Why would I limit myself to that when I can have a satellite in orbit and geostationary orbit and do the same thing where it always views the same portion of the Earth? And we also have the one that's beyond the moon at 1 million meters, which I don't remember what name of that one.
Because you also would get
but that one's at 1 million miles, and it's taking images just like you described from the moon.
Because as a camera system, you would also get that 300, year-round, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, picture, video, live of what's going on around that camera system on the moon itself.
It's kind of cool, but they didn't
very
do that.
low cost. Very low.
No. That's orders of magnitude more cost than to put a satellite up orbiting where we have the weather satellites beyond the moon. So you've now got to add a landing system onto it, get it onto, and then something to get it to orient itself on the ground. Not impossible thing.
Just use
but
a
the
drone.
landing system right there increases the odds of your mission failure quite a bit.
Just hook a couple parachutes to it.
Oh, parachutes on the moon. That's going to work great. What a good idea. I'm glad you're a space rocket engineer.
Parachutes on Mars work. So whatever. They could figure it out, right? I mean, they're
but just use parachutes on the moon. Thunk.
We've all dropped eggs off the roof of the school when we were little kids. Yeah, we were all little kids once and dropped eggs off the roof of the school, and some of us used parachutes, some didn't, some just used mechanisms inside, rubber bands, holding other things. I mean,
sure.
These are elementary school kids that didn't break an egg. I'm sure NASA, all the geniuses of Earth could figure it out.
Well, you tell me, there's going to be a limited size that you can have for crumple zone, right, Jeremy? So if you're going to have, that's a rhetorical question. You're going to have to, so you got a ship moving something like 1,400 miles an hour hitting the surface. How big of a crumple zone are you going to have to keep your camera in tune?
Well, you put some jets on it. You put a couple rockets on it.
Okay, so now you increase the concentration.
You land it like Neil did. Neil seemed to have no issue at all, and this was 50 years ago. I'm sure by now you can figure something out way easier.
You can.
Or have we?
What's the cost benefit analysis? Would it be better for me just to put a satellite in geostationary orbit and not fucking go through the landing system? And then I'm bound to looking just from the moon, and I have no options.
Yeah, but then you'd get some good solar eclipse. Lunar eclipse shots.
We get those.
Right, we could actually. Do we have any lunar eclipse shots from satellites?
Yeah, there's one that shows the moon
from the perspective of the moon.
Yeah, there's one.
That
beyond
GIF.
the perspective.
That computer-generated GIF. Have you
Looking
seen the
right now.
surveillance system on Earth, Moyoc? Like when they're trying to find someone in a city, they can pan to
So you're going to do that with a wide-angle camera showing.
Maybe camera 4.
you're going to show, looking with a camera, you're going to look at one entire hemisphere, one side of the Earth. I've got almost the whole side of the Earth showing in frame. Now you're going to go from that zoom level, and you're going to pick out individual people on Earth. That seems like a very big task. Like you've got to have a camera that has a 10 trillion bajillion pixel camera with a million times zoom. I mean, what the hell are you talking about? Hell, that still only gives you a square mile per pixel. You're going to try and find a person in a single pixel? As it stands, the best camera we have on Earth, I think, has like, you see like 200 meters, or has a resolution of 200 meters. That means 200 meters in every pixel. So unless your object 400 meters, you're not even going to have something that's useful to look at. It'll be a dot.
But they can see the cosmic background radiation, though, right?
That's, you know, that goes back to my example of the mountain. I can see the mountain. I can't see the individual grass blades growing on the mountain, but I can see the mountain.
Yeah, you can see the sun and the moon because they're not that far away, right?
I'm sorry, don't we have cameras?
I can see the CMB because it's really, 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 really big.
Sorry, don't we have cameras on Earth that are taking pictures of galaxies that are zillions of light years away?
Yes. Yeah. And how many zillions of light years across are they? Or how many millions of light years?
He's like contradicting himself, but he doesn't quite realize how badly.
I have a galaxy, which is a really, really big thing. And I can see a really, really big thing. Wow. Big whoop.
From zillions of light years away, though. I mean, these things are incredibly far.
Right. It's the biggest things that we can see.
You said 200 meters.
They look like point sources of light.
You said 200 meters for a pixel.
Yes. 200 meters per pixel on a galaxy means how many pixels for a galaxy that's 200 light years across? That's a lot of pixels, isn't it?
You don't really know what you're talking about, do you, Moyot?
You can say that.
Yeah, it's obvious.
It sounds like you're just pissing the wind. You're not giving any argument against it. So it sounds like you don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, I don't need to because, you know, I didn't go to film school and I don't know what a camera is or resolution or any of that stuff because I'm just a film student, right?
Yeah, that's great. You can enlighten us. How big with the zoom of a camera? What can we see?
Depends what camera or lens you're using.
100-meter object be at 100 miles. At 100 miles away, how big, with the cameras that you've used, how much resolution will you get of that 100-meter object?
Oh, no, you'd have to ask the people with the big bucks, with the big cameras.
I thought you were in film school, guy. You know all about film and cameras and optics.
Yeah, I do.
Okay, well, then
but I'm just saying, like, you're not really. It's sort of like you're making excuses for why you don't understand why they can't simulcast us planet Earth in real time.
They could. They do.
They don't.
They do.
Where is it? Drop a link.
Epic, Himawari, and I don't remember the one that's outside the moon. I guess I should look that one up. But that one, I think Beyond the Moon is one of the best ones because it actually has the moon come through frame every once in a while.
So it's like India or say another space agency couldn't just like link up and like, you know, like, okay, from Earth from America, cut to camera satellite number 2. Now we're in India. Like that couldn't happen.
What? Okay, I'm trying for the life of me trying to figure out why somebody would do that. You have all the information there.
Again,
different cameras.
Like, so you're not like kind of. What's the word? Intrigued by this, or like you would never want to click on your big flat screen TV and just see like another angle of Earth in real time.
Okay, let's put it in this perspective. How much would I pay to have that service? I might be intrigued by it, and if it was on Google for free, I might do it. I
So
might
money
hop between all the cameras and say, "Ooh, look at that! Look at that! Look at that!" If I had to pay $1 to do that, I wouldn't.
Right.
Hey, Malek, man, do you know what kind of camera is on the Himawari?
No, not
Yeah, it actually doesn't have any cameras.
I mean, they've got. I'm not sure if they
I
did
did.
filters. I'm not sure if they
I did some.
filters or separate cameras for the different bandwidths. I don't know which one it do. Himawari does.
I did
It has
some.
zero cameras,
Sorry.
zero.
Oh. I did some calculation. If somebody's interested in the arc seconds of how large something would be on the moon, and then compared it to what Hubble can see. For example, we can take other telescopes. So, if there's something with a 3-meter diameter on the moon, it would be 0.0007 arc seconds large from the Earth, and the resolution on the Hubble is 0.05.
Have you ever looked at the moon through a telescope, Funk?
Yes, I have a telescope and I have looked at it.
Right. You can see pretty clearly, right?
Depends on how much I zoom in. If I look at the moon with very little zoom, it's pretty clear, but I got a pretty strong scope, and when I zoom into like crater or something, it's actually quite like a little bit blurry depending on the condition.
What's funny is you can zoom in, and every time you get a better telescope, you can zoom in further. So we haven't reached that point where you start zooming in and say, "I'm not getting any more detail."
Yeah, I haven't done that, Merlin.
Yeah. You keep zooming in. Oh shit! There's another crater. Oh, zoom in a little bit more. Oh, there's another crater in a crater in a crater. Oh, so you basically just are not hitting that optical limit.
I was just referring to earlier. I know it's a little bit wild when somebody was asking why we can't see a flag from Earth, and then yeah. So I sort of bring into light like the actual distance and what the angular size would be.
Sure.
So,
no, I can understand. And I mean, I can feel for my op too. Like it's sort of when you're balls deep in a psyop like this one and you're clutching at straws to make it real. It's difficult.
What straws
right?
did I clutch at?
Well, it's sort of like it's not so much cognitive dissonance. It's just sort of like you have a limited awareness, as we all do. I'm in that camp too, Moyak. I'm on Earth trying to understand what's going on. But, you know, like when we've got the distances to the moon, it's like, you know, it's 230, 4 miles away, right? Something like that. Roundabout. Let's say 240, just for argument's sake, whatever.
Oh, sure.
Right? And then, of course, like, so if you're in the calculations of, you know, our brains, we're like, well, okay, that's pretty far. And we've got this, like, little camera and we're zooming in. And, of course, we're not going to be able to see real, like, HD details. And then you sort of think about it a bit more and it's like, is it really that far away? How come I can sort of zoom in on with a telescope and it's all kind of, I've got this clarity of vision? So there's a contradiction there, right?
No, not at all. Because
Not
the
at
more
all?
you zoom in, the more clarity you get, but it never reaches full clarity. You never get to a point where you say, there's nothing more for me to see.
Right.
Which I'd like to, you know, take the best telescope on Earth and figure out what the angular size would be on a close moon. I'm wagering that you'd be able to see some real hellacious details. With
you could see the flag, I guess. Maybe you could see the flag.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think like there's a moon buggy up there, a mirror, a flag, a shoe. If we knew where it was, we should be able to find it, right?
I just told you why we can't find it. like 5 minutes ago.
Wouldn't you have left a mirror? Wouldn't you have left like a little mirror or something? I mean, how big of a mirror would you need for it to be able to reflect the sunlight so we could see it? Like, we should be able to look at the moon when the sun's hitting it and be like, oh, look, there it is. Like a disco ball or something.
Okay, so a mirror, let's say you make a meter-wide mirror at 238,000 miles reflecting 1,500 watts. I'm not sure what the limit of a point source will be, but it'll be pretty minuscule amount of light coming back at you.
Well, I mean, we see photons forever, right?
Yes, but you have to have enough photons hit you. So how many photons will hit you from that mirror?
Well, all you need is one because we see photons forever. What would stop a photon?
Well, we're getting hit with photons off the surface of the moon, so I got to have something bright enough that I can differentiate it from the photon from the mirror from general background noise of photons hitting me from the surface.
Well, how did they calibrate the mirror in the first place?
They use
rectilinear.
not even rectilinear. What the hell do they call it? It's like the reflectors on a bicycle. Light reflects off it in a very 90 degrees.
So someone was on the moon and someone was on Earth, and it was like tranquility base here, and it's like, yep, okay, yep, got ya, cool, yeah, I can see it.
All right, how do a bicycle reflector? Do you have to turn your bicycle in such a way so as to reflect light back at the car that's going to hit you, or does it reflect light back 90 degrees from the incident angle to the observer? What do they call those kind of lenses? I forget the name.
I think they call them retro reflection or something like that.
Retro reflector.
Yeah. I bet you it's not a 93 million lens.
You have like two things that are angled 90 degrees. So whichever light come in, it's gonna come back at the same angle.
So no aiming necessary beyond rudimentary aiming.
Yeah. So you can't distinguish between the light which is sent like reflected of the moon and if you had like a mirror there. So what you can do is you could send your own light, which is different than the sun's. So you can, for example, use a laser, send it to the moon, and see if it comes back.
And even that, the laser bounces off of all the surrounding area around it, but it comes back more frequently.
How come you don't see if it hits it?
So you can differentiate from the reflector because there's more of them coming from that one location.
How come you don't look for it to actually hit the fucking moon and like see the light hit the moon itself?
You do. You have the receiver which actually collects the laser signal back. That's the when it reaches you. That's when you see it.
You can look at a laser dot across the moon, going across the surface of the moon, touching the surface.
No, you
can't. You can't see the light touch the surface, but you think it's bouncing back off of it, but you can't see it get there. Okay. If I put a laser dot on your face, buddy, your cheek turns green. I don't have to say, look, I might be hitting the moon and hitting his cheek and coming back and reflecting back. I can see it touch your cheek all day.
Jesus.
You know what I mean? When a cop puts a red dot on you, it says don't move. That red dot.
Like Terminator when he's looking for Sarah Connor.
So where's the red dot touching the moon? Why aren't we terminating it?
Here's the definition of a retroreflector.
Yeah, well, make one up that doesn't work for you. You got any that work? You got any of them you can see on the moon? So let me get this straight. You can't even see your red dot retro reflect on your fucking surface, but you think it's bouncing back from somewhere? That's
yeah,
a cool.
the degree of that over 250,000 miles. Whew. Try it from 20 feet.
Who was talking? I couldn't hear him. I must have him turned down. Was it Demo?
I think it was Demont. Yeah, it's another tough one, right? I mean, not saying it couldn't be figured out or done, but man, it's out there.
Look, mommy, there's a red,
today.
red laser bouncing back and hitting you on your butt. But guess what? We can't see it. Wow.
Oh, he's Demo. Okay.
I'm an astronaut.
I will turn him up for 10 seconds to see how bad he is.
Yeah, go ahead and turn him up here. You can turn him down when you go somewhere else. But here he needs to be turned up.
I usually have him turned down enough that I can just hear that he's talking.
Yeah, I understand. If you want to, exit out of the conversation while he's here, feel free to do that. But don't turn him down, please. Not here. It's just one of the rules.
Like I said, I'm going to not to be argumentative, but I'm going to turn him down. I just will shoot
right.
To the point where I can hear him.
Yeah, that's fair. Just stay out of this part of the conversation when he's here or whatever, because he's definitely free to be here, and no one is free to have anybody turned down. I wouldn't want anybody to turn you down either. So what you're saying is a great opposing view, right? I mean, everybody can hear it and make their own logical decisions based on the arguments. That's what it's all about. The only time that I got out of line was clipping you, and the only time you really got out of line was the F-bomb towards me. But other than that, it was pretty good,
Well, as far as Demok goes, I have no problem talking to you. You actually address the conversation usually. Demok usually doesn't address the conversation.
I can understand why people turn people down. I really can. I would want to turn certain people down too, but it's just not allowed here, even by me. So I have to try and help that. Demok has his right to be here and voice his opinion. I like hearing everyone. How boring would it be if everyone agreed, right? So that's why it's cool to come here and have a nice conversation and be as civil as possible. I mean, of course, we're human, so you're gonna get excited or whatever. If you didn't have emotions, I would be disappointed also. So I try and walk that fine line of letting the emotions go, yet let's follow some type of rule system so everyone can hear the opinion. So I think that's what I'm trying to do. If I'm not doing that, just let me know and I'll work on it, or I'll quit doing what I'm doing.
I haven't been upset with your moderation. So,
yeah. So cool. I haven't had to mute hardly anybody, even my, the ones that I would mute all the time somewhere else. It's been great. The conversations that we've had here so far are far and beyond what I've heard in other places over a long period of time. So every time I check in, it's, seems to be good. People are civil and enjoying it, which is nice to see. Laughter is part of life. So let's try and take things a little lighter and see if we can progress instead of just, letting our frustrations out on people.
Have you guys ever seen like laser shows they have, like light laser shows and like where they can shoot the lasers out on stuff, or you can shoot them in the air, or you can make a hologram or whatever. I'm wondering how come they don't shoot little colored lasers directly to the surface of the moon and have moon laser light shows for the surface.
Hey, Demok, I just put in chat a couple pictures. That's actually a site that does the shooting the laser and receiving. It's called a direct laser site. So they do it, and that laser.
On the moon, we can go out at night. We can go out at night and watch the laser show on the moon.
No, I'm just talking about it in a logical, scientific manner, not this game. They actually do shoot and receive.
Laser that you point and the green ends up on the surface of your moon, and you can have little guys.
I'm not playing that game.
But you can have a red laser.
That's the only game you need to play, or else put your laser away.
Okay, what's up, Merle?
The light beam that comes from that laser hits something like 30 mile square area. How much do you think
Hang on, Moyak, I'm trying to hear Merle.
Well,
Coca-Cola, you could have a red laser and a white laser, and technically, you could holographically just put Coca-Cola on the moon.
No, you can't. You have to have a laser. You have to have a laser set up that's probably the size of a city to be able to make an image that large on the moon for you to see. But we're talking logical, scientific, reality. So if you want to talk about that, we can. But
well, they
I'm
already
not
got
gonna play
weaponized. They already have weaponized lasers that can fucking
Absolutely.
disintegrate. That can disintegrate you at a mile, bro.
No, it doesn't disintegrate you.
At a mile.
I
I don't know if they can disintegrate you, but it's a weapon, a laser weapon at a mile, bro.
And they attach it to helicopters. A lot of the battleships have them. Yes, laser weapons are real, but no, they don't disintegrate things. It's not like in a movie.
Jeremy, if you take your laser scenario,
He didn't disintegrate things.
Hold on, Democ. Hold on. Go ahead, Maya.
You go to the scenario where we're talking about the moon. I think the lasers that we're using hit something on the order of like a 30 square mile area. So now let's take the biggest laser we have on Earth, whatever power that is. Let's call it a terawatt continuous output. And I got 1 terawatt spread out over 30 miles, and that 30 miles simultaneously is being hit with light from the sun at 2,000 watts per meter squared.
Okay, how about this? How about this? You drop a whole bunch of like a red, the little red reflectors on your bicycle. Yeah, that right side doesn't work, bud. It's only the left side. Don't touch it. Don't even look at it. Hold on a second. Oh, you take the bicycle reflectors and you just you drop them on the moon, right? Would we be able to see that when like the sunlight hit it as a different color, or?
Probably if you put 10 quadrillion of them there.
That's what I'm saying. You just send up. Okay, Coca-Cola sends up a whole bunch of shipments of these things, and basically like paintballs the moon with these little bicycle reflectors. You can make them different shape. I don't know, whatever, you figure it out. But I'm just saying you could have the moon saying like Coca-Cola or Pepsi or something.
You could.
You could have a big bag of like graffiti. That little silver graffiti stuff you throw out for parties and stuff. Like that looks just like a disco ball on the ceiling. Really shiny shit. You can have a whole dust cloud of it, like a colored cloud of dust with reflectable stuff in there.
Well, my idea is kind of just like
color and light, Jeremy. So like it'll be a pink or yellow dust that's really big. It'll expands, and then all the shit's reflectable on the inside too.
Okay.
I mean, my idea would be to like paintball it, like try to like paintball. You want to get it exact, but you could like spell out Coca-Cola or Pepsi or something.
Just the color to actually hit the moon would be cool too. I mean, if they could just do that,
If they wanted to do that, they might could do it. But it take more than the budget of Coke, Pepsi, and their lifetime budget to do it. And all the money they've ever made.
I just don't understand why they wouldn't leave a visible signal, something that you could visibly see from.
They can do it. You guys realize how big the moon is? You realize? Imagine in the end zone of a football field, how they have the logo and the name of a team. How high up do you think it would be before that becomes unreadable?
Well, let's do it.
I don't know. You want to put that on? You want to put that on something that's 239,000 miles away, and then you guys entertain it like it's an actual logical thought. That's
how do you know it's that far away, Sean? But to begin with,
Sean, it's not.
How
not
do
our
you
fault
even know
you
that?
can't touch the moon. I want to touch my moon. I don't know about you. You can't touch yours. That's your problem.
One example would be like I was talking about the direct energy laser sites. When they're doing their tests and they give you the distance of the moon, I'm going to take their distance over someone talking about putting Coca-Cola on the fucking moon so we can see it. And
what
when
do you
someone
mean?
says
When did they prove the distance of the moon?
something like that, it becomes unlogical
I'm a marketing engineer, Sean. I'm ahead of my time. Don't blame me that I'm just ahead of the curve.
You're way ahead of the curve to the point where it's impossible.
Man, we could have had Goonies on the fucking moon. Always Goonie Cola.
And this is why I have you turned down more.
No, you had me turned down because you don't like reality. We've already studied that. We've
So
already said that.
reality is we're going to travel to every
putting
city
coke
outside.
On broke globes that don't exist, and broke ass moons that don't exist, and moons you can't touch, and moons you
And how
can't.
do you how do you verify that, Democ? Just by your
moons you can't
by
touch at all. So it's
your
not
thought
my sad ass story of your sad moon you can't touch, you can't shine a light on, you can't put dust on it, you can't
All
put a
right, I'm
reflector.
out. Have a good one, gentlemen.
It's just a really sad story of your moon that doesn't exist. You can't
At some
touch or
point,
do
Democ, you're gonna ruin this server just like fucking Pete did at the other side, which is
You're
bullshit.
telling us all the stuff about your moon you can't touch and can't put a green dot on the surface of. You know how hard that would be. You know how hard that would be to
We
do it
get
the
it,
first
Democ.
time
We
when
get it,
we
bro.
played golf.
We get it, Democ. We get it.
You know when we played golf on the moon, it was so hard.
Yep,
It was
we
so
get it.
hard.
We got it, bro.
I don't know if you did, man.
We did. No, we got it.
No, I don't know if they got it though, Jeremy.
They got
I don't
it, bro.
think
They got it.
Moyak
Everyone
got it
heard you.
because I don't think he understands. I think he
everyone
left the
heard you, bro.
conversation so he wouldn't get it.
I'm still here, and no one gets what you're
he
saying
left
because
because
you're saying
because you ramble on. He left because you ramble on.
No,
nonstop.
he left because he doesn't have a dot to the fucking moon. There's no
Yeah,
rambling there.
Yeah,
No
you're
dot
rambling.
touching the
Everything you
moon.
say
No
is a
green
ramble
dot.
at this point.
There's no such thing as a ramble. That word is rambling. No green dot is not rambling. Listen, clearly, there's no green dot on the
No
moon.
one's listening anymore.
There's no reflector. There's no dust. There's no
You have to destroy the
USA.
conversation in
There's no
seconds.
track. No, you destroyed the conversation by bringing up moons and globes that don't exist.
Yeah, see, that's how I know you don't even listen when you're in here.
Shit, what would I listen to? You not being able to produce anything? Cool story. Just about 8 years of you guys not producing a fucking thing of a whole bunch of stories.
I'm out here too. This is ridiculous. Democ just ruined shit.
8 years of stories. Hey, you guys, we got another moon story for you. But guess how we can't prove it? By talking all day. Guess how we can show you stuff, guys? By not showing you. Guess how this is a force, but not a force? By not being a force. Guess how this is a vacuum, but it's not a vacuum? By not being a vacuum. Guess how this Coriolis is a movement, but not a movement, but acts like a movement, but it's not a movement, but the inference of a movement. Wow. Everything's doing something, but not doing it, but not doing it, but doesn't do it, but won't do it, but can't do it, but don't do it. Oh, but we're on a globe, and there's the proof. Because of nothing. Cool story.
Nice. You got there. And you have been listening.
I'm not condoning the rant, but man, it was pretty much on point, right?
Yeah. Always.
I thought I asked simple stuff.
killed the fucking chat, Demo. You see?
Yep, and curiosity killed the cat. Sad day. Sad but true, huh? They shouldn't be so curious, and the cat won't have to come kill their ass.
Or you should just make like a coherent, concise statement and then let somebody respond to
Yeah,
it.
like, where's your fucking evidence? That's pretty coherent, right? Let's
Yeah,
see
if
which
you
one
stop
you.
and let,
I'm not gonna
if you
listen. My name's not Jeremy. You do Jeremy, I'll do Democ. Thank you.
if you stop and let the other
Hey,
people,
take
well,
your own
I
advice. I don't want it. You do Jeremy, I'll do Democ. Thanks. Have a nice day.
All right, well, we're trying to keep the conversation flowing, though, and if you come in like a nutcase and chase
Well, you
people
do
out,
Jeremy and I'll do Democ.
I'm doing me right now.
Yeah, and I'm doing me. Have a nice day. I don't understand your problem, buddy. I'm Democ. Have you met me? Nice day.
Yeah, I met you, bro. That's why I'm telling you to fucking make concise,
Then stop
coherent
fucking
statements
acting
and
like
let the
you
other
haven't
see,
met me.
just like this
Stop
right now. I
fucking acting
started
like you
talking
don't
and you're
know who
talking all over
to
me.
then. No, you're.
Yeah, you need to make concise statements and then let people respond to them. You know, if you just keep going over and over and then interrupt people like you did to me just now, that's not going to work. And I'm doing me. This is me doing me. You do you, but you need to do you when when you can control yourself.
You need to control yourself and stop talking over me. I wasn't even done saying my sentence, and you jumped in and
You
started
stop
talking.
talking. You
No,
stopped
I
talking
didn't.
for a
And just
fucking
now, I
second,
didn't
and
either.
then I started.
Just now, I didn't either. Like you always do, you
Well,
lying
you're
piece of
fucking
shit.
lying.
Shut up, you
You're
fucking
fucking
lying.
lying.
You fucking lying, worthless bitch. Learn how to fucking talk on your own time, motherfucker.
You're muted. If another mod wants to unmute you, then whatever. So how'd you make out with eggshells with the satellites in space earlier?
I think he gave up because he knew that he couldn't argue his case.
Yeah, his analogies was just terrible. Like,
Yeah.
he was trying to put stuff outside the oven. We're like, no, this material you have is inside the oven. You know, the stuff in the
Yeah.
oven is the melting point of the stuff inside the oven is lower than the temperature the oven gets. So your shielding that you think is shielding stuff is lower than the temperature. You know, it's lower than the
the actual medium it's in, if there is one. Yeah, I see what you mean.
Good morning, gents.
Good morning to you. So yeah, I thought we were doing a grand. We've been doing a good job a couple of days, these few days, haven't we? But they've been taking a hammering. You know?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I feel bad I had to mute Democ, but he fucking can't control himself, man. I like Democ.
Yeah, he's just having a bad, like he's, you know what I'm saying, just needs a break.
Like, I like him. He does it every fucking time, though. He constantly, consistently. There's sometimes where I can have a good conversation. I've seen Democ have good conversations, but
Yeah, he can definitely handle himself with these with our opponents, no problem. Yeah.
Well, he is being him, right? Like, I agree that everyone has different personalities, but he does have to abide by some of the rules, you know, to be him here. But he was just a little out, you know, maybe he'll calm down because his arguments, like his logic, people can relate to, right? Whether it's right or wrong, they need to figure that out for themselves. But man, he really puts them to the test.
Yeah.
He's putting me to the test, right? On certain things. So that's how I know he's effective. Different delivery maybe would be more effective, but we can all improve on that.
Absolutely. I cut people off all the time
I
too,
just
but
try to give them the facts and then hold them to task. That's all I'm doing. You know.
Well, over talking Kosho when a Kosho is over talking you is a little bit different than a mod telling you when no one else is really talking, you know, to kind of chill out and you're really over talking the mod, you know, kind of different.
Yeah, I didn't realize I was over. I didn't think I was over talking a mod actually, and I don't think I did that today.
No, I was talking about the mod.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah.
like he gets
What I
fired
don't
up. And
like
he's,
is we've got our opponents, because some things I've got to say can't be said in a couple of sentences. You just can't do that. You've got to get it out. And I'm thinking of the listeners as well. You know, the ones that this is going to go out to.
I'll give you the opposing view. You know, sometimes you can't see or hear yourself, right? Because you're the one talking. But from the audience point of view, you carry on so fast and so furious while other people are having to overtalk you because you are going long that the audience doesn't hear it anyway. So it's kind of a waste, you know, sometimes. So maybe cut it down to a shorter point. And then, but you're good enough, right? I tell people this all the time. You're going to be able to get back in and carry on. So be confident in that you can let the other people kind of talk and hang themselves, and you'll have more to talk about then, how they hang themselves. And, you know, you're just too good. You know, you're too good on the mic to not take your time, you know?
Yeah. Okay. I'll bear that in mind. Yeah. You're monologuing, they're saying.
Yeah, everybody gets excited, you know, me included. I got excited earlier today, and the other day I called Zanuck a jackass, which he was being a jackass, but I wasn't following my own rules, you know. Shouldn't talk about people. But it's just the human nature side of it. That's the fun part too, is dealing with different personalities and all that. But man, you know, what a difference 3 years makes, right? These conversations 3 years ago would have went a lot different way.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'd agree with you there. Yeah, I think we you know, the last 6 years has just been. I haven't seen us go down, and our arguments have just got better. We've got better at it, that's for sure. And now they've been taking a hammering. That, like I said, the last 3 years they've been taking a pasting, and rightly so, because they haven't got a case, and you know, people got to be aware of this now.
To be able to give some.
Who's taking a pasting?
Oh, the heliocentrists are our opponents.
you did, Bob, on Oakley's the other day. I saw you were having some big problems over there.
What problems would those be?
You were trying to draw a chord and you didn't have an R value.
Does a chord have an R value?
Well, if you're drawing a chord through a sphere, that sphere has to have an R value, right?
All spheres do have an R value. Does a chord have an R value?
No, but in order to draw a chord, you need to have a sphere which has to have an R value.
No. So the answer is no. The chord does not have an R value. So
you would need to know the R value to know how long the chord would be going through the ground.
Did you ever take geometry?
Do you need to know how the R value to know how long the chord would be going through the circle?
Go ahead and tell me.
No, I'm asking, do you know do you have to know the R value to know how long the chord would be going through the circle?
Go ahead and tell me.
It's a question.
How do you use the R value to find the chord?
It's a question. Can you just start drawing chords through stuff without knowing the R value? You'd have to know how big the circle was to know how long the chord was, right?
No, you absolutely can draw a chord through a circle without knowing the R value. But go ahead and tell me how the R value comes into play when you're trying to find a chord.
Well, you could start a line on one side of the circle, and then in order to know where it was going to pop out on the other side, you'd need to know the radius.
How? Why?
Because you can't see the whole circle. It's not like a circle on a piece of paper where I can just willy-nilly draw a line through it. You're trying to draw a line through something that you can't see the other side of. So in order to know where the chord's gonna pop out at, you'd have to know the R value.
Well, I'll tell you what. Let's just make this nice and easy. You seem to think that I had my butt handed to me the other day. Why don't you go ahead and hand it to me now? Tell me exactly what I was talking about.
Can I?
Oh, knock yourself
Go ahead,
out.
Merle. Go ahead, Merle.
No, not me, not you, Merle.
Oh, really? Like,
Yeah,
is
no.
it hard when a patient like can show like a doctor how to
Goodbye.
do the autopsy?
Goodbye.
What's that?
Don't ever talk to me about patients or anything, Merle.
Rest in peace, Bob.
Jeremy and I was having a pleasant conversation with him. I don't want to talk to you.
Why is that?
Now, Jeremy, do you want to discuss this, or are we done here?
Looked like you were just stumbling, fumbling, and mumbling around, and you couldn't give a concise, coherent answer to when Oakley was asking you how you got the R value.
Did I need an R value? Did I use an R value?
You were drawing a chord through a circle, right?
No, I was drawing a ray from the center of a circle to a point 90 degrees over my head. Where's the R value there?
You weren't. I heard you say chord. I heard you say you're going to make a chord.
No, I was asked specifically about a chord, but that wasn't what my presentation was about. I drew a circle, and I drew a ray from the center of the circle to my zenith. So where's the radius? Where's the chord in that?
Yeah, I heard you say specifically that about a chord.
Yeah,
you were going to make a chord.
What I said about a chord in response to Brian's question was on a circle of equal altitude, where is the radius of a chord? Or where is the radius of the circle of equal altitude? And I said that was along the chord line. It's different than the distance between the GP and my circle. Do you understand the difference?
So you don't need to. You can just draw a chord. You can just be standing on Earth somewhere and say, "I'm going to make a chord," and not need to know the radius to know where the chord's going to come out the other side.
Sure.
So no need to know the radius to know when that chord's going to pop out of the ground on the other side. That's what you're saying?
Absolutely not. Nope.
That's ridiculous.
Well, let me see if I can help you with it a little bit. If I'm at the prime meridian, which is 0 degrees longitude and 51 or so degrees north latitude, and I go around to 180 degrees north longitude, or 180 degrees longitude and 51 degrees north latitude, which is on the opposite side of the world, can I draw a line between those two places? Sure, that's a chord.
So you're saying I could put you on some random planet out there and just let you start digging, and you wouldn't need to know anything about the radius, and you would know when that you're going to pop out on the other side? Of course not.
If I knew the coordinates on the surface of the planet, you betcha.
The coordinates on the surface of the planet.
Yeah, the latitude and longitudes.
Those are based on a radius.
They're not based on a radius at all. They're based on an angle.
According to the size.
No, latitude and longitude is not based on a radius in any way, shape, or form. It's based on the circumference of a circle. There's no radius in that. How many degrees are in a circle? 360, right?
So you don't need a radius for none of this stuff then?
No.
Oh, that's cool. No radius for Earth. That's fine. That's
that makes it easier.
Yeah, it's a lot easier. Thanks.
Yeah, you don't need one. And now you understand latitude and longitude. You can determine the radius from that. You can determine the radius from distances on the Earth, but you don't need a radius to be able to use the latitude and longitude.
So you can have latitude, longitude with no radius?
Without knowing the radius, yes, that's absolutely correct.
What came first? I'm just curious. The circumference or the radius of Earth?
Is what?
When they first discovered and tried to measure the size, the shape of what we lived on, and they said it's a sphere, did they say it's a sphere of this radius or circumference? It's not a gotcha, I'm just asking.
No, neither. They just, first they determined it was a sphere, and then they did some experiments to try and figure out how large the sphere was.
Right, and when they came up with how large it was it then like they determined it by radius or circumference?
The first time they did it, The first method by which they did it was circumference, and the second method, the major one that we talk about, was directly measuring the radius.
How do you know that?
How do you measure the radius?
Well, there's a lot of ways you can measure the radius. How do you think
Right.
you measure the radius?
Well, no, I'm asking you. How do you?
Well, how would you go about measuring the radius on a sphere?
No, not of a sphere, of Earth.
That is a sphere. But how would you go about measuring the radius?
How do you measure
on
it?
a sphere?
How do you measure Earth's radius?
So you have no idea how to measure a radius on a sphere?
No, I know how to calculate it if you give me the circumference.
Okay.
But I don't know how you measure it on Earth.
Well, that's fine then. So you know how to calculate it then.
So but my question still stands. How do you measure the radius of Earth?
Well, how would you go about measuring a radius on a sphere?
Why the frick would you ask me a question in your answer of a very specific question?
Well, I'll be happy to tell you that, because if you don't understand how we get a radius from a sphere, I need to know that I need to explain one way to you. If you
Go
do
ahead,
know how we get a radius from a
nothing.
sphere, then it makes it a little bit easier.
Yeah, we can calculate. We understand that. I'm not asking how we calculate. I can do that. How do we measure the radius?
That's how we measure it, with calculation.
It's not a measurement. It's a calculation.
It's
not.
Is triangulation
100% in no way, shape, or form is it a measurement. It's a calculation.
Is triangulation for a distance a measurement? Or
You're asking me another question?
Is triangulation a valid way to measure a distance?
Are you triangulating the radius of Earth?
In a way, yes. In an indirect
So you're
way,
not
yes.
doing it indirectly by calculating.
It's a calculation, yes.
Yeah, correct. Not a measurement.
Well, that was my question. Is triangulation a measurement? Yes or no? The answer is yes, it is.
Rest in peace, Bob.
You can use calculations to measure things, yes.
Are you a doctor in your spare time, or a globe zealot in professionally? How does it work, Bob?
Yeah, you don't have to answer that. As you know, you don't. Let's stay out of the personal stuff.
I have questions too. What got you into flat Earth debunking, Bob?
That's an interesting question. Well, I saw a video with somebody claiming they had to dip the nose of an aircraft to fly around the curve, and I thought I'd correct that real quick, and then the fight began, and here I am 600 videos later. It's a hobby. It's a hobby, and I've always enjoyed this sort of work, so it's just a hobby for me. It's an amusement.
Do you see it as work?
No, it's a hobby.
I mean, work as in you have to put a little bit of effort in.
Well, if you mean researching and learning things, yes, that is a little bit of effort, but I enjoy that sort of stuff where I learn new things. And I've learned an awful lot from the Flat Earth community, and I really appreciate that.
What did you learn?
What did I learn from the Flat Earth community?
Yeah.
How to answer some of the questions that they come up with, like how would I prove that the Earth is rotating, not the sky? How do you measure the Earth? I've had a chance to get some cool stuff. I've learned how to use the sextant, and I've done a lot of math.
And you'd say flat Earth has taught you that, or would you say the fact they exist and that you spoke to them made you teach yourself that?
Well, they ask interesting questions sometimes, and if I didn't know the answer to it right off the top of my head, I went and learned about it. So their questions are what prompted me to learn on my own. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. You learned more about your own model by someone disputing it.
No, sometimes you take things for granted, and you don't really know where they came from. And one of the things that I've learned about the flat Earth is that when they ask those things, they don't take things for granted. So at least I need to know how it actually came about. So I've learned about an awful lot of things, and it's just been a really nice experience with that.
600 videos, that's a lot.
Yeah, it's been a couple of years. I've learned how to make videos. You know, I mean, that's another thing that I learned.
I've made about 20 to 30 flat Earth videos.
I try and take an interesting question and make a video about it. You know, whenever a question comes to my mind, I try and learn about it, make a good video on it to explain it well. You don't really know something until you can explain it.
What about the idea that the Big Bang Theory is God?
I really don't know. That's not something I've really looked into very much.
I believe in Bible, and it would be too much suffering if the evolution and Big Bang would be true. So it's kind of God created man after millions of years of suffering and dying before some kind of pre-human came into the human. And I cannot mix myself the evolution and Big Bang with the Bible or my belief system, how we are here and why we are here, because Bible said that we are image of the God, and I take that as granted. So I believe that. As simple as that.
What if they created us in the image of them, but they were suffering, having a big spiritual battle above our heads? So when they created us in their image, the suffering was part of the image.
Yeah, it might be. I don't know. I don't really care. I just want to live this life as good as I can and obey the laws I can and try to obey the law that Jesus gave us, the two laws of loving God and loving neighbor. I try to kind of follow that, and that's as far as I try to get.
I totally get you though. The Bible debunks Big Bang. Believe the Bible.
Yeah,
Big Bang is out the window.
Yeah, because the God is kind of creating like something like exploding or coming out of nothing. No, because God said it was the word of God that make everything should be in existence for us we know it. So I believe that it's the word, and the word is Jesus. So when God spoke in early of the he spoke like 6 days, and everything he spoke was kind of created, and seventh day he then rested.
I like to think I can create stuff by talking.
Yeah, and it's the powerful weapon. It's the most powerful weapon, and it has killed the most people in the world is what we speak to each other. So the tongue or the language or what we use daily life is the most powerful weapon.
Yes.
And
weapon, word as the weapon.
Yeah.
I've got one more question, then I'll shut up. What about the idea that it wasn't God that created us, but gods? Like a few of them.
I don't know. I will find out after I die. Maybe I stop being existent, or my existence will end there, or then I go to heaven. Other way. I don't see any other options. If the God doesn't exist, okay, I just lived a nice life loving or trying to love my neighbor. And
No, I don't mean he doesn't exist. I mean he's got loads and loads of friends.
You mean many gods like
Yeah.
aliens or stuff like that who create this
Elohim.
universe?
Elohim gods.
Oh, that's because it's plural. Sorry, there. It's the father and the son both. It's a. Is it the plural? No, it's an. I don't know
Well,
the English word for.
I think it's plural. I think it means him and or his friends. It just means a group of gods. That's what it means to me.
Yeah, yeah. Elohim. Yeah, I understand that. But in John chapter 1, there said that Jesus was the Word. The Word was God, and the God was with Word. So the Word was God, and it was with God. So it's both ways. So Jesus is the Word, and He is the God, and He was with the God. So there is two of them. So that's how I take it. But there are so many kind of people read the Bible different ways, but that's how I read it.
Cool.
What's your interpretation of the waters above and below the firmament, which seems to be described throughout the Bible as a hard structure, crystal-like, holding up stuff where his throne sits upon, things like that. It gives reference to a solid structure that's holding back waters. What's your interpretation of that?
I'm not sure, but the word there in the Old Testament is rakia, and it's 15 times in the Old Testament, and it's translated into the firmament in English, King James. And I think the rakia origin or the other meanings of that is hard or solid. So in Hebrew, so
Yeah, if I may add to that, I think it goes into like beaten out, like molten looking glass type translation into English. So hard, a hard substance beaten out, but carry on.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it's made of. It might be some kind of the water is kept there without some barrier or not. I don't know personally, but I think it's
is God's throne above or below the firmament?
He's outside it. He's everywhere. He's outside of time, outside the material, outside space. So God is not limited or within any of those trees. So I don't believe that God is in our realm as a physical or.
Well, the throne has to be someplace. And are you saying it's outside the firmament? Is it in the waters above?
It might be. I'm not sure, because it says also in the Bible that earth is God's footstool, and in those days there was this, when you were a king, you have this footstool under your feet, and it's described that way. It might be. I don't know. So maybe we are under God's feet. I don't know.
Well, the question is if God's in the waters above, why aren't we fish? If we're made in His image.
Yeah, I think you're thinking of it as He's in water. I don't know if that's true or not. The firmament, it talks about different layers of the firmament. One being the sky, the expanse of the sky where the birds fly, and then one being where the sun, moon, and stars are. One where the heaven is, and then maybe a harder structure that holds back the water. So we're not saying He's actually in water, or maybe He is, but it doesn't mean everyone has to be a fish. You're thinking of the world.
We are fish. That's why Christians use the ichthys.
Yeah, it does reference that we're supposed to be fishermen, fishers of men. So it does reference fish, but it does talk about water a lot. It seems like water was
the
there
Spirit
before
of God hovering over the waters. So on some level, He's hovering over the waters too, though.
Well, I find it interesting that
waters below.
Noah's flood occurred because they opened windows in the firmament. The waters came down, yet you can also open those same windows and doves fly through them. How do you explain?
Yeah, I don't know if doves fly through the windows of the firmament or not, but if He created that, He created this realm and everything that is in it. Surely He could figure out a way to create a door that would
The
open and
only
let
way to
waters in.
reconcile it is if there's multiple levels to what we call the air or the firmament. There's the part of the firmament the birds fly through, number one. Number two, the solid part of the sky that has structure, number two. Number three, heaven, waters above, or whatever. So it appears to be a multi-layered, multifaceted thing that we call the air, the sky, or the stuff that's not the water or the ground or whatever.
Yeah, I'd already explained that, but exactly. There's definitely seems to be different layers. If you're going by the Bible, especially the King James Version, but almost every version talks about different layers of the expanse. They've moved it into the expanse as only the sky in the New Living Translations just to comport with the new narrative. But when you go back, get closer, if you're believing in God's word, it was spoken into existence through common men, then you have to get as close to the source as you can. And when you do that, definitely talks about different layers and it being a hard structure.
Well, speech is a very powerful.
Also, I would tell Bob to research Dagon.
What was that?
If you want to know about fishy gods, research Dagon, because they're a thing.
Oh, yes. The Catholic Church does have some Dagon fish worship, and it's more pantheistic parts that are less biblically inspired and more pagan and less biblical. But if you're talking about speech, you're talking about saying something to another person and they can freely choose to act or to resist what you said speech-wise. But it does free you up in that you don't have to, force everything mechanically, like pulling a bunch of levers. You simply speak and either it obeys you or it does not. So it does look like maybe God, spoke things into existence and rested on the seventh day, I believe.
Or it's just a fairy tale, like Jack and the
or
Beanstalk.
it could be just a story, so we have to use our discernment on that. But it does, if you go challenge yourself in everyday life to go to the Bible and see what it says about what you're going through or what you've been through or what you think you're going to go through in the future, it addresses everything. It's never lied to me. It's why I put my faith in it, but doesn't make it true.
Well,
Of
when
course.
people say that it's a story, they say it in a way that they could say, oh, we can just discount it and we don't have to glean anything from this text. So we're saying that it's not true and therefore there's nothing to offer, that it's not true, but it can still tell us something. It appears that either way.
Yeah, the way it was written, if all this is true, right? If they're telling us the truth about how it was written, who it was written by, and what continents, the territories and the time period, there's no way that it could be written by man without the inspiration of a higher being. Who you choose that higher being to be is a walk you have to go through. But the story comes together in a way, that it can't be just men writing it or writing it down. That would be impossible.
Well, at the very least, if God rested, that implies a creation that can freely choose to do something without God having to pull all the levers. So that implies a creation that's separate from him, that God can just sit back and watch, work in an ordered fashion. So it appears to be giving us lessons that are a bit less pantheistic, which would tell us something like God would have to be actively mixed in and involved in and working everything with seemingly no rest. Otherwise, creation would stop the moment God would stop, one would think logically. So I think there are some lessons that we can glean, whether we want to take this narrative seriously or throw it out or not. But it does appear that God made a creation that on some level is separate from him and that it can just sit back, watch, and rest on the seventh day.
Yeah, it definitely seemed like the people before the fall of man were closely in touch, more spirit. The soul was closer to the walk of God, and we're just getting further and further away. And I think that's why we see the downfall of societies and all the trouble that we have. Just the moral aspect, right? If you just followed the simple, even if they're made up, right? If you follow God's laws, we wouldn't have any of the problems that we have now. choice, since there's a pause here, another thought I have is the choice to love. You know, you don't know what love is unless you know the opposite, hate, black and white, things like that. You wouldn't know those things unless you knew the opposite. And I think God ultimately gave us a choice to choose. That's why the gate to heaven is narrow. It's the choices that we make. That would be
You'd
weighed
be
upon.
exposed to it and you wouldn't really appreciate it. You could be exposed to, God's love in the garden, but not really appreciate it since you don't know how terrible it could be without God's love there.
Yeah.
Hence the apple.
Well, I mean,
I've got a
I can't.
translation if you want. Waters above. My translation is, because it rains and the sky is a dark abyss like an ocean, they imagine it as an ocean.
Yeah, but that's not what if you read one verse and interpret that, that's one. But if you read everything in context throughout the many different writers and books of the Bible, it talks about a structure that holds back waters and the rain being different.
Yeah, I didn't really mention that. What's my interpretation of the dome?
And it might be. Might be. The days of Noah were very interesting because the rainbow is for me personally, it's one evidence of why there might be some kind of firmament, because we cannot make an artificial rainbow without some kind of mirror or some kind of reflection. We cannot do the rainbow in the natural sunlight, yes, but we cannot use any bulbs or any artificial lights to create a rainbow. That's one. And another thing is to just to think about it. It might be just it has never rained before the flood. It's possibility because it's not mentioned in the and the people.
I think that's the story, right? That it didn't rain before the flood.
Well, you can make a rainbow with water.
Yeah,
but you need a solid surface to give the rainbow shape. And based on the shape of the object it's reflecting off, you're going to get a different shape rainbow, something that's a flatter rainbow versus one that's more ringed. And also, when you look at the stars, they look like light bobbing and undulating in water. And so it's not too much of a jump to say that there's a solid section of sky holding back that water called the firmament.
Doesn't it also look like water when you see steam?
With a rainbow?
No. When you
look like?
No, when you look out in the distance off the road, a blacktop road, and you see the steam rise up, it looks like a water vapor. Yeah.
It looks like a haze, yeah.
I will add something to the flood. I studied this, and I never knew. I was taught that it was just 40 days of rain. And when I researched it further, it said that it had never rained before. And that's why it was such a joke, right? You're going to say it's going to flood the earth. Well, we've never seen that amount of water, so we wouldn't believe that. But Noah built the ark anyway. Then it rained for 40 days and 40 nights. The vaults of the heaven, which are the firmament, opened up. The doors did and let water down. And also the vaults of the deep opened and let water come in from below. And that's I did some further research on where they say the meteors, fell and hit the earth and created this big dish-looking crater. Well, that's also the shape of what a big vault of water would do when coming out. When we have geysers and things, they make shapes just like that. So pretty interesting that, you can find things like that to back up reality in the Bible and vice versa.
Yeah. I mean, the only other thing I know that flies in the face of all of that was when I was in primary school in Australia. For some reason, we spent a year studying the Greek and Roman cosmology, and I was taught as a youngster that there was a pantheon of gods, and it was not singular in any way, shape, or form. It was a total hierarchy, armies of angels, demons, gods, entities, beings, full network. Not just
It's
one
good to
dude.
look at some of these different ways of looking at the same entity, and see how it's accounted for in different religions. One religion would call them gods, another one would tend to call them demons. But if you're going to get the most well-rounded education, it's best to deal with all of the different ways that the same thing is viewed in this paradigm versus that paradigm, to see if we're missing something.
Well,
you would think that the sun god,
well-rounded.
you would think that the sun god created the god, and that's why you worship it, because it brings you warmth and, you know, growth and, you know, security or whatever. Your time, it brings you daylight, things like that. So you would worship that. And I would think those people would tend to believe that that God created the sun. If you get away from that, then you have to go to a singular creator, whether you call that God or not. I don't know, but it's really not my business, you know. But it does seem to point towards creation needing a creator, whether he created many gods or to help him, or we call them angels or whatever. It seems to point towards a singular creator.
One thing to keep in mind also, that before rain and in those days, that we might have had more oxygen in our air, and that might be one reason why they lived so long, like lived so well. The dinosaurs and stuff like that, they could live because there was much more oxygen, and they were healthier. I don't know, but it might be that the rain or the flood changed the climate so that we have not so much oxygen anymore in our air. I don't just thinking about this. I don't have any proof for my thoughts, but that's what I some days think about.
Well, and also most of the civilizations live by, you know, the rivers or the sea or water sources. You know, the aqueducts and things like that were carrying the water. You don't absolutely need rain, you know, in every case. Now it's, you know, it may be taught that way, but the earth, you know, and however it's created could provide in different ways. And he, you know, obviously changed things when he saw fit. I call he, but you know what I'm saying. If there was no rain before
They say
the flood,
that the water. They say that the land was watered by a mist that came up out of the ground. And when you go by the mountains, it does look like the land is breathing, and that there is quite literally mist coming up out of the ground. So that could be the way that it was watered in the past, with or without rain.
Well, the roots go underneath to get their water, so it would make sense. That's where I would look.
yeah, my water table here in Louisiana is really, however you want to say it, low or high. It's close to the surface. You know, so we flourish here. Same thing in most of the rainforests. They're mostly in deltas, or, you know, so you're going to have that collection of water from the underground getting to all the roots. And like he said, the oxygen levels were obviously different. Well, we're told that anyway, it seems, in the Bible, with things being larger, you know, even the fruits and trees being bigger. So who knows?
What do you guys think?
Itself.
What do you guys think about ants and bees and wasps, and how there's a hive? You know,
I think
protect the queen.
I think they're master masons. I think those are the real master masons we learn from.
I think that that's has a queen instead of a male, I guess, as from the biblical conception, at least in the hive. But in the biblical conception, it appears that there's a primary male of some sort of heavenly father, and then Eve, the woman, is derivative from the rib of the man. So it appears to be a totally different conception than like a hive with a female at the head, you know, I guess, directing the worker bees or whatever.
Yeah, I think the biblical account of women has been misconstrued over time into a pagan thought. You know, women in the Bible are regarded as one of the most beautiful creatures there are, created for man, by man, but equal and above man in many instances. Maybe not as a leader of the church, but definitely as life giver, you know, things that men can't do and shouldn't do. You know, he gave roles when he created both. He gave specific roles to each. And if we break that, you can see the fall of civilization really quick when the family is broken up, when men are trying to be women-like and women are trying to be men-like. It doesn't term and point. unless they come up with a way to artificial inseminate from nothing, then a woman and a woman will not be able to survive long term.
I think the military idea comes from the insects and the ants and the bees too. A lot of the military ideas that people got back in the days.
The bees are interesting, right? The way they navigate, the way they have hives, communities. They protect their young in certain ways. The queen is the leader of the house. Not the leader, but is the house. But the male provides, right, what she needs. That's basically same thing with humans.
Yeah, exactly.
The males protect the hive and provide for the queen. It's no different than what a man should do for his wife and his family. Protect her and provide her.
And the amazing thing that just completely kind of astounds me is they actually exist. Like, there actually are hives, like insects, and it's part of nature. It's just quite powerful, really.
Very specific.
Well, the queen herself doesn't do any protection. If you look at a queen, it's basically a huge egg sac. She can't move, and she must be served constantly by the drones. So the queen herself could send out signals and direct the hive, but she herself can't really do much of anything.
That's exactly what I'm saying a wife does. The wife is not supposed to bear arms and protect the hive. The male is supposed to do that, and then the male is supposed to receive that frequency, as you put it. Okay, listen to the wife and take that under acknowledgement of what he's supposed to do to make a happy home, basically thrive and give birth. Let her give birth. That's pretty basic to me, but I've never really thought about it too deep. But it just seems to fit.
Well, the Bible appears to say that at least within the family, there's an order of Christ, man, woman, children. So at least biblically, there appears to be a hierarchy that, God appears to have established for what I guess would be the most order and the best functioning, supposedly.
So, Aeon of Isis, where everyone worshipped the female nature. They didn't propose a judgmental man in the sky.
I think people judged it because
that's where bees came from. Bees and wasps.
Well, people pass judgment on those cultures because they did turn towards human sacrifice for the harvest and orgies and stuff like that.
Oh, the bees and wasps.
People thought that was very abominable.
Bees and wasps, they kill people in a group and then take them in as food to the queen, don't they? Very violent when they're defending their queen. It's
so are men.
That the first phase of religiosity, the Aeon of Isis, is almost like a beehive on Earth.
So who's your queen?
I think the Christian culture was different in that it had a place for children, other than as sacrifices to be aborted at the whim of the religious tribe. Everybody had some sort of significance where they didn't have to be, sacrificed at the whim of the gods or to placate the gods or whatever. I think that's a bit of a difference than some of these other systems.
The Aeon of Osiris, the male god rules, and there's a bit more order and rules.
Richard Spencer talks about the rise of the divine feminine. He talks about it in what appear to be very effeminate-looking artists that are using androgynous hairstyles and, very sentimental sort of emotional worship. It's a very interesting take on the subject, the rise of the divine feminine, and he calls it the third Adam. Adam was the first Adam, Jesus was the second, and now I guess this divine feminine is now the third Adam.
He's reversed it. I do see it trying to come back. I don't know if it will. Obviously, they're going to try pull the cycle around, and maybe nature will make it go back. Islam is on the rise massively, and it's named after. It's got Isis, you know, feminine moon.
For me personally, the finding out that Earth is not a spinning ball was the final nail that I came to be a Christian. So because then I knew that the Bible is accurate and true for me. So that is why I'm actually here. That is the only reason I'm hanging these servers and doing things in a social media, that I want to spread the information that somebody could came into the Jesus by finding the same path that I have walked within. So that's why I'm here.
Yeah, it strengthened my faith in the text as well. Before I was Christian, but I was willing to, compromise the biblical cosmology for what scientism said, and its, Greek pagan model said, thinking that it was accurate science. But now I see that, they just basically were, theorizing without real evidence, and seemingly theorizing to get away from the scripture. So I'm going to go back toward what they were trying to run away from.
Yeah, I just like to watch it all. I'm interested by it. All the patterns. It's amazing.
I tend to think more now that I'm part of a hierarchy, and when I see little things like moths and insects and ants, I realize that they have an existence too. And once upon a time, I would have maybe say killed creatures like that. Now I'm really careful with them, and I try to respect all living things, even things I don't understand or necessarily like.
You're gonna become a vegan?
No.
Some people are Tuesday vegans, so they don't eat meat Tuesdays.
Yeah.
Actually, my son is now vegan, and it was at first a little shock, that not a shock, but learning new ways to create food. And yeah, we now we manage it. It's been all over a year now, but now we manage to, when we go to shop, we always buy the right food for him. So we
That's cool.
with my wife, we eat meat almost daily, but my son doesn't. So it's all right. He's 12 years old. So we let him decide because he's so old enough. So it's his decision if he wants to be vegan or not.
Does he have a strong will at 12 years old?
No, not so strong. So it was he loves the nature, as somebody said here. I'm not sure who it was, but he sometimes don't want to kill the what is called the flies. He doesn't want to kill the flies. So that makes me like, whoa, okay, that's too much.
Yeah. Without being too personal, can you relate to your son just as a human?
Yeah, I can, and because I've been a hunter for almost same year. I was 13 when they gave me a shotgun and sent me hunting. So I've been hunting from teenager, and doing my own fish. When I get the fish, I'm kind of, I don't know the word, but get the things out of the fish and get the, anyway, doing the fish to food from very early age. So
excellent.
And I'm kind of, I can kill animals for food, yes, but I couldn't, for example, kill my dog. For example, I'm not going to eat. I was not going to eat it. I was going to bury it. It has a cancer, but I couldn't kill my dogs, for example. But I have my limits.
Yeah,
Yeah, I can totally respect what you're saying.
But for example, in one of my family member had a rabbit or this kind of in-house rabbit, and it was sick. So I killed that one, and then we buried it. So it depends.
You sound like a cool guy.
I was about to make a joke and call you a monster, but then I thought that because sometimes you make a stupid joke and then when you don't know the other person as well, they might actually get offended.
I don't get offended so often than I used to do.
Are you in Finland?
Yeah, it's a funny thing that we have at least 2 Finnish guys here. So Lauri Lehti is also Finnish.
Yeah, you can kind of hear the. It's not similar, but it sort of is.
Yeah, my English is better. No brag.
There was someone else from Finland too, like a main guy here. I forget his name, but he was talking about where he could move as a Finnish person. He was thinking about moving to Paris or something like that.
I'm not sure if that's Mailman because Mailman is Finnish, but I'm not sure if he has any plans.
I think it is Mailman. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Finish him.
So I appreciate the conversation that we've been having at the server so far. Bring more people here and try and get some different opinions and views on things. Maybe some people that's worked in different areas and have done tests that they can give, the methods to. That's what we're looking for. We don't want the theoretical stuff as much anymore because that's been kind of beaten down.
Got another theory.
Yeah, go ahead. Sure, go ahead.
I've been thinking about the firmament. Maybe back in the day when they came up with the idea of the firmament, they had some type of telescope, but not a very good one. And they ended up zooming in on the stars like flat earthers do with the P900, and it looks like it's in water. And they decided that must be water up there. Those twinkles are sitting in water. When we zoom in with our instruments that we've designed, we see flickering and floating like stars in water.
Yeah, that's one way of thinking about it. But if you're a believer in the Bible, you're talking about people who talk directly to the Creator on how things were created, and then they wrote that down specifically and guarded it as their holiest secret.
I reckon in between them getting high and talking to the source creator, they were talking to high priest astronomers who had tools and ideas about heaven.
Right. Well, I mean, then you don't believe in the Bible then.
No, I don't.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. But people who do believe in the Bible think, they believe their faith is in that it's the inspired word of the Creator. And that's how we know that the firmament exists in this way. And the interpretations are different because many Christians
My
don't think
interpretations are very different to Christians, yeah.
Yeah, I get it. I don't know. I mean, it's what makes this world go round, man. Think of how boring it would be if we all were the same. Yeah, I think
you're really balanced though with it, Rakia. Like I must say, I've spoken to quite a few religious people out here in the Discord, and I'm not blowing smoke up your, pie hole or anything here. I'm just saying it's nice to be around because it can get really hectic.
What's worked for me, right? I've had people all my life come to me, counsel me on marriage, tell me about your finances. Should I start a business? They've trusted me with all of that, right? And I've never tried to deceive anyone about anything intentionally. And the same, I try and approach my faith in who I think the Creator is and my belief in the Bible because of that. I try and approach it in the same way. Hey, man, this thing has never lied to me. When I have an issue, I don't turn to alcohol or drugs or to a counselor or, what I'm saying? I don't go and beat somebody up or whatever. I turn to the Bible. What should I do? What happened in the past? What are these guys telling me that they knew this was going to happen to me, right? And this is the way it should be handled. And boy, it makes things really easy. Now, do I fall short? Of course, bro. You're human, you know. So it also discusses that, you know, it every little aspect of life is in there. If you really dig deep and you're honest with yourself, it will never lie to you. Now, you might not like everything, and you might not understand everything, because it also tells you that man is not supposed to gain all the knowledge. That's what makes you know, or gives you the sense that there is a higher power. It's because you can't gain the knowledge.
If it tells you a story as if it's true, is that it lying to you or not?
Well, it's very specific when it tells you it's telling you a story, like or it's like or as, you know. But when it tells me, well, I tell people like this: if the Bible had a verse or a book in it that said that a man ate a whale, and people ask me, how did he do? You know, men can't eat whales, you know, in one day. How is that possible? I said, well, they did it with the help from God, you know, one bite at a time, or, you know, maybe things were different then. I mean, you know, you can approach it that way if you want, but, you know, we're not supposed to know everything.
Eat means consume or get rid of, or
right. He could have buried it, and it means the same thing back in that day, you know. We have to be careful when we do that, to try and use that as proof that the Bible isn't real. Or
when you said it never lies to you, I wonder if you include all of the nuanced fictional parts, you know, allegories.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's very specific when it uses like or as. It tells you what's God's word, what's a story to relate. You know what? You know, maybe it wasn't someone's direct experience. You know,
Let me
it was
ask you, is Satan real or a story?
I didn't catch that. What?
Is Satan real or a story, an allegory for something?
No, to me, it's a word used to dictate evil. Is it evil? I'm not
An
sure.
allegory. But they do talk about him like it's a real thing.
Yeah, they use it as a real entity to describe what evil is.
But you're saying that's not a lie. That's just.
I just
if
think
you're
it's
smart enough, you'll know it's an allegory.
I think it's a way for people to relate what good and evil is, because it's hard to relate to the spiritual battle that we all are in, whether we realize it or not. There's good and evil in everything. That's how you know what good is.
Do you think any of nature is evil, or is it man?
Oh man, that's a great question. Actually, me and my brother talked about that. You know, why a lion or a bear would kill a human. Is that evil? No, I think that's just part of life. You know?
Even if a tornado kills loads of innocent people.
No,
that's not evil.
No way, man. It's up to you to get yourself straight. You know, it gives you plenty of choices.
It's negative. Satan can still represent negative nature.
Oh, and Satan can do good works also, and make himself look so good that people follow him, right?
What sort of good works can Satan do?
Well, he can give blessings. That's what the Bible says. God is not the only one that can give you blessings. Satan can also, to deceive you.
Okay, yeah, he's got the powers, but it's for.
He has all the power of the world that he needs. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why we see the evil in the world. Yeah.
That sounds actually very Tolkien-esque, because in Tolkien, Melkor, who's the primeval evil even before Sauron, he was the giver of gifts.
Yep.
Oh, I'm actually confused. That was Sauron himself, so Melkor was before, but Sauron was the giver of gifts because, of course, he gave rings of power and then corrupted people with the gifts.
Yeah.
Okay,
that's very Tolkien.
Going a little bit back to the Bible, because this Lucifer telescope, owned by the Vatican, by the way, some people say that, okay, it's just a Lucy, it's just a light, it's getting the light, the Lucy, or light Lucy from, was it from Latin or something like that? It's light. So, because, but as well, the Lucifer itself was an angel of light. He was the most beautiful angel in a kingdom of God. So this has two meanings. Okay, for earthly people who don't believe in Bible, it's just an telescope that is bringing light to our knowledge or something like that. That's why it's Lucifer. But those who believe in the Bible and they understand that if somebody called Vatican owns a telescope called Lucifer, wants to hide something, so maybe they want to hide the firmament. That's my opinion about
It
the
does mean
firmament.
light bearer, so they've got plausible deniability with names, but it
Right
also
there,
is
yeah.
the fallen angel, the devil, from the Holy Bible. So obviously they're
Exactly,
religious
yeah.
people. They're religious people.
Yeah, but it's so obvious to me as a Bible believer that, okay, they put it in front of our nose and it's clear that they want to hide something with, it's not an accident that.
About heaven with Lucifer.
Yeah, but for me is that if somebody owns the most powerful telescope in the world.
Do you think? No, I agree with you. That they've named it that because they're religious, probably Luciferians. People
Yeah, it's
paid for it, a Luciferian.
it's almost like channeling, you know,
I'd also-
different things.
I'd ask, would a Jesus instrument, would that be cringy? That cheesy.
Well, again, it's channeling, right? So it's sort of like the element that the Vatican understand the heavens, and when certain planetary bodies come in close to contact with other houses, you know, we're going astrological now, and I'm not an expert on that by any means, but there were different times in my life where I didn't give credence to any of that stuff, but you sort of find that certain elites and very powerful people have psychic and astrological kind of leanings, so they're keeping a close eye on what's going on up there, if you will.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's not just astronomy, but astrology, which they believe all of that up there affects us down here.
Right.
Who believes that?
The Jesuits that built the Lucifer instrument.
Yeah, lots of the people who are at the helm of what really goes down here on Earth. They have done for thousands of years.
You're like, so they got this idea of the whatever, so above, so below.
Yeah. Yeah, totally.
But micro, macro correspond.
It's like how the globalists would tell you can tell Earth is a ball because everything else they see is a round.
If that pattern.
That's why a lot of this heliocentric stuff comes from the Catholic Church.
Well,
it's the
that's
same
one
logic.
Of my best proofs. See the moon, I think it's a sphere. So that means I assume Earth is a sphere in that proof. But yeah, as above, so below. But that isn't science, is it? That's not necessarily the science.
It's like a metaphysic reality at best. But most of it's an excuse.
Is there someone who sort of is scientific and says that?
No. To me, it's correspondence thing. You see the moon, and that's enough for me to believe balls in space. So then the other evidences of us living on a ball in space are easier to accept.
Well, there was sort of historical development because people actually used to think, for example, in ancient Greece, that the heavens were special and then we were sort of separate from that. But nowadays, we don't believe that. And actually, in my mind, arguing that what happens here is totally different would be sort of a fallacy. I completely all the time forget what the fallacies are called, but it's sort of special bleeding. When you say that we know that these happens like this all the time, but in this special case, though, no, this is a special case where that doesn't hold true. So in my mind, sort of closing the Earth off as being separate and not under the same rules as everything else up there is sort of special bleeding.
What if say with something like Jupiter, Mars, and Saturn, that they're three different bodies of energy and influence, and when those bodies come into close contact with each other, they can potentially influence things happening down here. So if you wanted to take a risk, if there was a certain thing up there that sort of promoted risk, that would be a good time to make that move, like a chess game, again, if you will. Or, you know what I mean? Like, we don't really understand the problem is with mainstream science, it negates a lot of this stuff, whereas our ancestors seem to be really tapped in and tuned into what these energies and different things were, or they had their interpretation of them. And they used to kind of live in harmony and accordance with this heavenly star system or solar system. They kind of walk in lockstep with it, plant according to the moon cycle. The whole thing. They weren't out of step with it. They were in step with it. We're the ones who are like out of touch with it. And I think sometimes to our disadvantage.
Your whole duality of day and night is determined by that orb, or the movement of the relative movement of us and the orb.
The telescope that the Vatican has, how did they come up with Lucifer? I mean, it looks like this should be right. LBTN ISUCIFUER.
Yeah, they've changed it. They've changed it, but it definitely was Lucifer before. The letters, whatever it stood for, was definitely spelling out Lucifer. But I think they've
LBT, that sounds like propaganda to me.
Yeah, I thought that for a second also, but
what I was going to say on the
so
original.
what was its name before?
The naming is a plausible deniability thing. They make up loads of terms that spells Lucifer.
Well, it doesn't spell Lucifer. That's the problem. That's why I was wondering what the naming was before.
It definitely did before. I mean, they didn't deny it. They just downplayed it.
And looking at the name of the instruments, the things that it can do, I don't see where you can, like the U. I'm not sure what they would have used for the U.
Well, I mean, this was on mainstream news about 10 years ago. I can remember it, because it was strange. It was a topic of conversation in the Catholic Church. From the inward out, right, they were upset. The Catholic, how do you say it, whatever, were upset that this telescope system was called Lucifer. Why would we be a part of that? It had nothing to do with flat Earth or, it was from the inside.
I mean, it's, but I'm trying to find out what that U comes from.
I don't remember, but it was definitely
love Lucifer. This is common knowledge.
Common knowledge doesn't mean much.
Occult knowledge. Sorry, it's not common knowledge. It should be common knowledge by now. They love Lucifer. They love the sky. What Mel was just talking about. They put two and two together.
And they don't. Most Catholics don't read the Bible right. They don't follow the Bible per se. Most of the Catholic people in my family, we've given Bibles, their first Bibles. Yeah,
they like Revelation and other specific bits.
Right, but not the Bible itself. Yeah,
they have their own version. There's like a pencil whipped Catholic interpretation that they get.
They have so many false idols it seems that they're against the very nature of God's word sometimes.
Well, the question then is, who's the ultimate authority? Are they going to let the Bible, let God's word be the ultimate arbiter if there's a conflict or something else, be it personal whim, scientism, popular opinion, whatever?
Yeah, it could be, you know. Every religion could be that, right? Lucifer, Satan, or the evil one, the ruler of the world's way of deceiving the masses into thinking they're doing good, but they're actually serving evil. You know, you have to be careful with that in everything you do.
That was deep, what you just said.
Well, it's just easy, right? If he rules the world and he wants to lead people astray from truth, and God is truth, right? Then of course he's going to lead from within the church, right? He's going to try and infiltrate the church in any way possible, in every way possible. That's why I think creation is such a big thing, because of course, if this part of the narrative is true, where there's evil and he rules the world, he's going to try and deceive people about creation first and foremost, and put most of his effort into that. That's why I think when I see the opposite of what the Bible says and what mainstream science says, in many ways, like it's the total polar opposite, you have to make a distinct choice of who you're going to put your faith in. I choose the Bible. Now, am I deceived? And then you say I am. We'll see. Time will tell.
Think so.
Yeah, probably so. Yeah, right. Of course you
Not
would.
deceived by evil, just deceived by people in the past who had a certain idea.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you know, why would I need to be told by a astrophysicist about what God created when he doesn't even believe in God himself? Like, I have to not only discount the Bible, but that there's a creator itself. That's far-fetched to me.
I agree with you. You've got to find some type of authority you believe in sometimes if you want to put the dots together.
Well, I'm not willing to put my trust in man over where I put my faith. I mean, I'm just not prepared to do that right now. And it's only because what I know to be true and what I'm being told as a story doesn't add up to me.
I just trust man nearly as much as you do. Probably not quite as much, but nearly.
I don't discuss them. I'm just aware that, you know, I'm able to deceive, right? I've lied. Yeah. I've told stories or embellished or, you know, for personal gain. So I know that other people are doing it. They're no different than me.
Yeah, it's easy to tell how easy it is to lie.
Right, exactly. Well, guess what? The Bible talks about that and all throughout.
And I know, like Jesus is a central figure in the Bible, right? But I found some passages regarding King Solomon, and I tell you what I read, like we could do with someone like that down here right now. Like that guy was a real stand-up leader. Fantastic stuff.
Many great men, right, throughout history that have done just unbelievable things and led the masses to prosperity and wealth and spiritual growth, right? Doesn't make them gods. It just makes them, you know, men. That's what men are supposed to do.
Yeah,
and those men would be nothing without God.
Do you have any great leader that comes to mind? I have one personally.
Who?
There was this one Caesar in Roman times called Marcus Aurelius, and what we know about Caesars, they were sometimes a bit crazy, a bit power hungry. But this dude, he was like a decent guy. He wasn't supposed to be Caesar because it was hereditary, but then the Caesar behind him figured that system is likely to lead into corruption, because if you just give it to your son, what's the likelihood that your son isn't going to be corrupt? But if you instead pick the man that you think is trustworthy and give him the power, maybe he will be a good leader. So he gave the Caesarship to, or whatever, emperorship to Marcus Aurelius, and this dude, he would have rather been writing books about philosophy in his spare time, but he figured that, oh, someone has to lead this country. If I don't, some corrupt person will. So it's my duty to do this job and do this as best as I bloody possibly can. And he was like a bloody good damn leader.
I've researched or read about leaders like that. I agree with you. If the stories are true, it's unbelievable what they sacrificed. You know, who they helped throughout their lives, and you know, some of the great things they did. I've known some men personally in my life that are just, I aspire to be half the man they are, right? And you know, it's unbelievable to me the sacrifices they're willing to make to help their fellow man or their neighbor. You know, if we all were like just the men that I've known personally, this world would be in no way in the shape that it's in right now. I think men aren't men anymore. You know, they're puppets basically. They're just looking for someone to tell them how to act, what to say, how to fight this argument. You know what I'm saying. I just don't think men are men anymore.
One thing that is creating us as we are is our education system. It's kind of programming what to think, but nothing with how to think or how to use an independent thinking to ourselves. And when a person leaves from the school, he or she knows lots of things about some issues.
Yeah, I mean, it might be a little bit archetype, but I guess being brave, right? having a spine, like you did before, like moderating yourself, so realizing that you have anger, but then you can breathe through it. You know, I'm guilty of losing my cool. I'm still learning how to balance my energies, but you know, just the idea of a strong man that can stand on, you know, their own 2 feet and make their own decisions, and be kind, but also, you know, cruel if they have to be, the whole spectrum. And I think it's really important for us to start reining that in a little bit. And, you know, like the idea of men becoming women, and all the things you can do, it's incredible that you can take hormones and actually change. But I'm really glad personally that I've come to Earth as a man. I think it would be very different coming to Earth as a woman, if you will.
Yeah, standing up for your beliefs, not being scared to voice them. A lot of people here have different beliefs than I do, but I respect the fact that they're willing to publicly stand up for what they believe in. You know, to me, that's part of being a man. You know, and to fight for the truth that you know is within you. It doesn't make that true, but it does make you a man for doing it.
Well, the idea of greatness has changed. It's become kind of this Buddhist, Far East mystical concept of being all as one, or being as much as you can be. Being man, woman, nature, supernatural, you know, being everything and everything at the same time is what makes you great, as opposed to just being who you are or who you were made to be. Just being a man, or just being a woman, or just being this one category. Greatness is now how many categories you can tick off to become everything and everything at the same time, in a way.
Well, thanks for listening. I'm gonna take a break, but y'all carry on and don't make me moderate. Y'all can moderate yourselves. This group right here is cool.
about what you said, Lemonbird. I'm not sure about what you said. That the thing is to become everything you possibly can and not identify with one identity.
You see,
Even
it
though
was the cult of
that's an
androgyny.
interesting idea. What
You
I
see,
would
it was a
say
cult
is
of androgyny. It's being every gender at the same time, or not being a gender confined to a gender, being man and woman, and not man and woman at the same time, being everything as opposed to being, a thing. It's very interesting.
well, what I would say at least is that there is a definite attack on sort of certain categories that used to be in power, and that's sort of a wide scale attack. And I don't want to engender, because people go way too far with these kind of things, like for example, if I say that maleness is under attack, then someone goes and creates some neo-Nazi type "let's make men powerful again" group, and stuff like that just goes way too overboard. But it sort of is still happening. Maleness, whiteness, all these categories. People like me, white European men, used to be in power, and for good reason that's under attack. So I sort of understand why the sort of attack is going on. It's well founded in some places, because I'm not for slavery or anything like that, and getting rid of those things is part of that historical continuum. But then at some points the attack may go overboard, and it's a hard thing to people start thinking that you're some MGTOW neo-Nazi or something like that.
Well, it's kind of a redistribution. It's saying that it's okay to be unfair to these men now, to try to redress grievances in the sort of social justice fashion. So ironically, we're trying to have justice by being unjust now and taking from this group that we feel like deserves it, that has done wrong in the past and now needs to suffer or, be put in their place on a more equal footing with another group. And so that's kind of the irony of some of this social justice that is seen as being superior to, well, justice itself.
Yep. I actually wrote an article because I saw an article in a Finnish. It was some newspaper or website, and basically the idea of the writer was that women have been silent in history for so long that now it's time for men to stay silent and listen. And while I understand, again, like I said, I understand the sentiment, I understand where it comes from, and in some ways, of course, it's good. I'm not again for let's not give women voting rights or stuff like that.
Well, do men always have to be silent? I mean, there's kind of this predication, this questioned axiom that says men need to be silent while people that have been victimized speak. And I'm like, when did that happen? When can men speak up then? How long is this going to last? This State of the Union where, believe all women, and men shut up. How long is this going to last exactly?
Yeah, that this article was actually before the Harvey Weinstein things and the believe all women movement. I forget them, but it sort of was the premonition that already these things were sort of bubbling under the surface, and then it just emerged through that. I wrote sort of a counter argument to that article, saying that men should just shut up and listen. To me, anyone shutting up isn't necessarily a good basis. Instead, I would build conversation where everyone can voice their opinion. So when someone is forced to shut up, then that's not, in my opinion, that's not healthy. And also, of course,
it means that you either don't have a very strong position worth defending to me, or you don't care to defend your position and you're like, we're just going to go forward with this agenda and have it be unchallenged and label you misogynistic, racist, homophobic, sexist bigot the moment you happen to disagree with one element of our ideology.
But it's a touchy topic because I used to talk about these things, and one of my sisters, for example, like she started thinking that I'm some crazy, woman hater or something like that, and I was like, no, I'm not. I'm for equal rights for everyone. I just question the sort of pushback because I don't see it healthy always.
Well, I think in the thing that's so sinister about the social justice movement is it's kind of anti-Christian. Anti-Christian in that the traditional societies did have, Christ, man, woman, children in the home. And that appears to be the central pillar that they're trying to attack. And so I think they look at you, even in your post-Christian kind of, atheized state, as still the enemy, coming from that more traditional mindset, even in a state of post-Christian atheism, as a whitish, sort of man or whatever.
Yeah, and there's one deeper element because, of course, this sort of attack on traditional categories like male, that's sort of your basic understanding. Everyone sort of knows this who's been around for the last 5 to 10 years. But then there's sort of a attack on traditional stories as well, and you can actually see it in, for example, the new Star Wars movies, where it quite clearly says that sometimes you have to tear down in order to build up, and they are questioning the traditional Jedi stories as basically nonsense within that universe. But that says something about the culture that we're living in. If it was just that one random movie, then okay, yeah, it might be a coincidence. But I've like been watching movies sort of attentively, and that is a pattern that's happening.
I mean, you see it with the pattern of female replacement with all of these characters. It's becoming, like a routine. And the thing is, if the story is good, you can tell it with a male or female on a certain level, but there are certain experiences that are unique to our experience, male or female. We're not so interchangeable that you could just put a man in a woman's story or vice versa. But part of their ideology is that we're so equal that we're supposed to be that interchangeable. So they're trying to push an ideology, even in film and art, that may not really match with reality.
Yeah, one of good female characters that always comes to mind when talking about movies is Ripley from Aliens, and you can actually see that that's a balanced female character because yes, she's strong and she kicks ass, but at the same time in the second movie they actually dare to give her motherly traits when she's caring for the little girl. So they're not like, okay, we need to make this a male character. She can have nothing feminine about her.
Well, I mean, these characters are Mary Sue. In preference for this ideology, these female characters have to be superwomen that more than compensate for any, failing that they have, and they're just not even real anymore. To make women on the same level as men perceived anyway in this these films, they're making them unrealistic, boring, and flat.
Here is a question. Can this sort of be, because I sort of believe in some sort of, collective unconscious where we sort of try to hash things out over history and over long periods of time. Can this sort of, let's bring women to the forefront in movies, can this sort of be trying to figure out what's the place of female in, deity? Because, of course, in Abrahamic religions, Christianity, and so on, God is usually seen as very male, even though, for example, in Judaism, I'm not sure if they actually, if you would ask a rabbi would most likely say God has no gender. and to put him in those kind of terms is just our conception that we use. But
Well,
are we
have-
sort of trying to find how we could actually get a female deity?
Well, I mean, the thing is, we're looking at things on the film that are supposed to be an escape. But when you see something that's so artificial, you're like, huh, I can't even escape anymore because this is just so unreal. Even if you wanted to put women at the forefront, it's going to be doomed to fail anyway. You'll have a nice little political piece where a woman is at the head of the film, but it's not even realistic enough to have enduring staying, star power or, enduring value. And so it's working against them if you're not making some sort of realistic portrayal that is, an escape or whatever and enjoyable, but, not too overly, unrealistic.
Yeah, and it doesn't
and people,
help if it's
respond to good
propagandistic.
art too. Well, it's propaganda because the political message is taking authority over the art. Art is about an expression, good, bad, ugly, whether you like it or not. It is an expression.
There's actually a very deep thinker that I follow who's a orthodox icon carver, and he's sort of commenting on propagandistic art is when you make art, you're sort of supposed to go into your sort of some unconscious or some concept space that you haven't even fully mapped out yourself. So you're sort of not supposed to know exactly what the story is about. But then when you're making a propagandistic piece, it's very well known from beforehand. I'm going to write a movie that nails these points home because this is my ideology. And that's sort of different from art as, exploration of a space, concept space that you don't know yet.
Well, I mean, with any sort of propaganda, you're kind of telling at least two stories. You're telling the story within the art medium itself, and then second fiddle to that is this propagandistic narrative that's trying to take over the story and gear it toward a different direction. You see it, case in point, with the Candyman film. Candyman had a story about a tragic painter, Daniel Robitaille, who was killed by a mob when he fell in love with a white woman. And even when this story first came out in the 90s, it had that element in the background that could have been maybe a little social justice-y, sure. But they were telling a tragic tale of a narrative about this man. Then it got co-opted for this highly political F-cops, Black people in general all across the world beyond Daniel Robitaille are disenfranchised, and Candyman became now a cipher for that level of story. So the story took on a different dimension with that propagandistic narrative. So which narrative are you going to tell, and which narrative are you going to tell well? The propaganda one or the one that was already in place? That's going to split the narrative apart. And it was so bad, at the end of the credits, they had like a Candyman project or something like that they were encouraging people to, look into. And I'm like, what the heck is that? As far as I can tell, Candyman is a fictional character. And I guess it could go political, sure, but I'm wondering, what happened to this character? This character is taking on a totally different dimension. And like God said,
it's also good for the black man to become a strong enemy because they didn't even give him that chance before. So Candyman's got a double-edged thing to it.
Well, yeah. I mean, the thing is, God said a divided house shall not stand. So basically, you need to decide which narrative you're going to tell. Are you going to tell the Candyman story well or this new propagandistic narrative well? Or are you going to try to tell both of them with a moderate amount of success for both of them? It's like you need to decide which narrative you're going to serve, which master you're going to serve. And I guess I could see how, it could take on an overarching narrative on some level, but at the same time, I just want my character back.
Where do you get your feminine bit in life then? If the spiritual higher thing is a man and the manifestation on earth is a man, where do you get your feminine from?
Well, I mean, another hypocritical stance you see in some of these movements is they say God is no gender out of one side of their mouth. But the hypocrisy comes when they say, use their preferred pronouns. God's preferred pronouns in the Bible, at least as stated, appears to be father and something that's somewhat male. And so rather than using, say, God's preferred pronoun, you're going to identify God however you please. And that to me seems highly hypocritical. But I think beyond just a physical gender, there's a notion in the Bible, at least, of male being primary, or whatever you call male being established first, and then the feminine being able to rest and abide in what has been established primarily. Because the man appears to have been first with Adam. There appear to be male angels. God appears to be a father. And the feminine is derived from the rib later. So I think at the very least, beyond, the physical junk, male would be primary and feminine would be secondary and supported after the male primary things have been established. So I think that would be the closest form of gendering we can have without something physical in the Bible.
You seem to do okay without the spiritual feminine. You seem to do okay. You're still loving and nurturing.
Yeah, and there were, those sort of feminine characteristics can also be seen in the, Abrahamic God.
Yeah, and Jesus, definitely.
Yeah. Maybe even you could argue that that's why they say about Jesus that he's sort of the lion and the lamb. So the lion would be the male.
That's the world telling you that loving and caring is a feminine form of expression. It's not. It's a human being form of expression. And the man coming first is only in the creation. God already knew that that man was going to desire a companion and he was going to make woman. It doesn't mean that the woman is second or beneath the man. It's a union. It's a partnership known by the Creator in the beginning, and he knows everything, past, present, and future. So he is that.
I guess we're just saying if it's definitely a he, maybe you became too masculine. I think that's the general point.
No, I'm not saying God is a he either. It's just a perception of father is the male
father, yeah.
form, but it's the spiritual leader, right?
I believe it's
and
the father
creator.
figure.
Right.
Doesn't the Bible kind of indicate that it was something that was discovered by God? In other words, he found out that Adam needed a mate.
Yeah, but you can't pass over that he's all knowing.
It was clearly an afterthought, like even in how it's expressed, isn't it?
That's not possible.
I know it's not possible, but isn't it how it's expressed?
No, it's kind of told in that way, but it's also told that he's all knowing, so he had to have known that was going to happen. As a fault,
expressing it wrong, I guess.
It's the interpretation of different languages and all that. You can take it to mean totally 100 different ways if you wanted to, but and in the overall scheme of things, it doesn't matter which way you take it. Still, a creator creating man and woman and all of existence and knowing all. He's the great I am, right? That's the story. Above all knowing, he is the information.
The great I am and the great I don't know also.
Well, I guess I could see what you're talking about, Moyak, if God saw it and he was unprepared for it and said, well, Adam looks like he's lonely, but I can't really do anything for him because they didn't really, establish that or put that in place or make any provision for that. I could see that, but it was just as easy as putting him to sleep, taking a McRib out of Adam and making Eve. So it looks like there was some provision at the very least.
Right, but God's omnipotent. I mean, or at least that leaves omnipotence on the table, but it doesn't leave omniscience on the table.
How can he be omnipotent if he doesn't know how to do certain things? If he doesn't know how to do certain things like, everything from omnipotence well, then how
There
can
was
he
something
not
he
be
didn't know
omniscient?
initially.
That doesn't make sense.
If he maybe he's not both. Maybe he's not omnipotent and not omniscient. I don't know.
Well, I don't know if that makes sense, though. I mean, if he
Yeah,
made
it would.
everything in the universe, that implies a certain level of knowledge
Yeah,
for us
doesn't add
anyway,
up
but I don't know.
logically. It would be more
And he
logical
seems to
than
make
that we're
mistakes.
making the no. It would be more logical if God is who the story tells us he is. It would be more logical that man is making the mistake, not God, because the
Well, no, the
very
guy.
essence of God is that he can't make mistakes. There is no mistake.
I understand you say that, but it's evident that he does make mistakes in several points. We see the mistake he made where he actually stated regret at destroying the world around the flood.
Was that God? You're talking
These are
about
things
Jesus
that
as a
you can't have
man?
if you're omniscient.
Jesus as a man or God? Okay, so
No, this is God.
In the Old Testament with the flood.
Yeah, that's the flood. Sorry.
Yeah, he expresses regret, which is something you can't have as an omnipotent being.
Doesn't he
maybe we're
express regret
interpreting
at
it as
the
a
making man, at least? So if what we are saying is true, that he also regrets having destroyed things, then he regrets two things.
Yeah, so the Bible clearly shows somebody who is possibly not omniscient or nor omnipotent, either way.
If he's omniscient, then he knew that he would regret that later anyway. So that could still follow that he's omniscient. He just knew that he was going to end up regretting it later and changing his attitude. That doesn't mean that he doesn't know what man is up to. I don't know if that necessarily follows.
Yeah, that's the whole point. There's no way if you can't acknowledge God and then say he made a mistake or didn't know he was going to regret something in the future. It's not possible to have both. It's a double standard.
Yes, it's like you being a dad and your daughter brings home a person from a rock band with a bunch of piercings and she's like, Daddy, I love him, I don't care about your brother, and you're like, I am going to end up regretting this. I just know it. I don't quite regret it now because I don't see how bad it is, but I know that I'm going to regret this. And then later you see that he breaks her heart or whatever and you regret it then, or maybe they work it out. I don't know. But you can change your attitude even though you can see what's coming.
And it's also ways to show us that he's going to be understanding and caring, and when we make mistakes, that I don't know. There's several ways to express it, but some things do get lost in translation and also the languages, but the overall meaning can't be changed. You can describe that meaning however you want to fit whatever logic or whatever narrative you want. That's one of the most amazing things about the Bible, actually. That's also another proof that man is incapable of writing it.
I've got a new theory. So maybe the masculine father spirit and the masculine manifest Jesus spirit, they didn't make you too masculine, so it's not an issue. You don't really need a feminine spirit, but maybe they made the elites and society too masculine, and that's why we don't love each other in general as a society. That's why everyone fights and there's too many wars, because the over masculinity of Christianity, Abrahamism, I mean.
Well, even within Adam appears to have been this life of Eve that was taken out in the McRib, which is why I'm very comfortable with the Trinity, because even the story with Adam appears to me to imply that there are several possible lives, at the very least, within one person. Because the Bible says she was taken out of Adam, and it doesn't explicitly say the breath of life was in her, so that kind of implies that there was a life that was already in Adam. But I don't know if there's necessarily, this, cult of the divine feminine that we have to extol over the masculine virtues.
Whether if we don't look at Eve, like you've just mentioned, maybe we all become too masculine. That's kind of what I'm saying.
Well, the order that God appears to give in the Bible, without getting too esoteric, appears to be Christ, man, women, children. That appears to be the order, not a fusion of the masculine and the feminine.
Yeah.
It's a little different.
Yeah. And if you're letting your understanding or someone else's understanding or your misunderstanding or someone else's misunderstanding of God's word get into the way of you putting your faith into the Creator, then that's on you. That's the choice that we're given. It all falls back on our choice. No one is being forced to do anything here.
Well, a hierarchy like that makes place for different people. The union of masculine and feminine, like Robert Spencer was saying with the rise of the third Adam, makes a person more self-centered. And the person that misses out on that union of masculine and feminine are the children in Christ. There's no place for them in this union of masculine and feminine because we're so busy going after our own divinity. Everybody else gets left out. So children go by the wayside, and and so does Christ. They're nowhere in this masculine feminine union.
I've got a solution. I think new age Christians just need to add a little bit of mystery to the Christianity, and that will bring out all the feminine that's needed.
Well, the mystery Babylon is called a harlot. And what happens is you end up going after feel-good doctrine, things that extol yourself and puff up yourself, as opposed to falling in another order for things that includes more things.
Look back at Mary, look back at Eve, and try and find more importance in female characters, kind of thing. Wonder if the creation that God did, his words, maybe that required some type of feminine energy as well, even if he spoke it. These are the things I think about.
There is that, just to touch on that, I still see God as having those kind of characteristics, but also touching on what Lemonbird mentioned earlier. There is actually a Jewish thought, I'm not sure how widely it's supported, that man used to be sort of both at the same time, male and female, but then man split, or maybe God split man to male and female separately. And also that sort of puts a very divine purpose to marriage, because that then unites which was sort of divided earlier.
The union.
Androgens.
Yep.
The union spiritually and physically is made stronger by that process, right? So if you're married and you have faith in the Creator and you physically join together and create another human being, you can't help but spiritually grow. If you don't, you are something mentally going on there. You're in straight denial.
It's actually been shown that scientifically that males and females, at least when they start dating, they sort of come together, even in terms of their, God damn it, I'm losing words. Like the physiology, for example, women will excrete more adrenaline actually. So actually this comes from a pastor of mine, because he was doing a lot of workout training and giving advice to people on how to get good results. So he was like, okay, if you're a female and you just started dating, you need to hit the gym because you'll get results. You're producing more adrenaline than you typically are.
Yeah,
but the same happens with males as well. Males become, when they start dating, they sort of start developing some female characteristics, at least for a while. Then I guess the body might return to the base level again.
That makes sense. I mean, that logically follows. Your scent, animals use the same thing, so why wouldn't humans? It might not be as prevalent.
Yeah,
but
and it sort of helps you maybe to relate to the other person and where they are. Sort of you're both coming together biologically.
Well, I tell this story all the time. We went for a trip to a farm, an alligator farm, and they had lions in a cage. There was one was a white tiger. It had it in a separate cage and some lions and tigers in another cage. Well, the white tiger, there was hundreds of people around the cage, right? But it chose my daughter to, like, spray at. You understand what I'm saying? There's a reason that tiger did that, right? I don't know if she was putting off a scent or blah, 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 but out of all the people in the crowd, it didn't like go around and start spraying everybody. It picked her out specifically and sprayed her. So, it definitely has something to do with frequency or scent or both. Yeah, probably so. That's funny. But yeah, it was just the funniest thing to us, but when you start to think about it, there's a reason that white tiger did that,
Are y'all having a lovely day? I worship the female form as well, not just the feminine energy spirit. Just because
also,
it looks nice. That's why.
Another thing I just thought about is, a dog. I have a puppy. Basically, it's less than a year old, and it will just be as sweet and loving to 99% of the people that it comes around. In public, at the house, around a group, whatever. And then one or two people out of that 100 person, it will just go nuts over, right? Like one way or the other, be spastic and jump on, or growl and want to bite in a way, who knows what frequency or scent that person is sending to that animal, but it's definitely there, right? You can't deny it.
And when I worship, man, I see them as beasts or angels. So it feels better. So I don't want to look up to a worshipful master, that kind of Mason idea. I don't like that.
Yeah, it makes you feel uncomfortable or whatever. So
yeah,
that's your walk right now. That's where you're at. But man, I've seen people go through transformation. It doesn't really. A lot of people say you got to hit rock bottom, blah blah blah. But I've not seen that. Well, I've seen the opposite of that. I've seen people just kind of cruising along in life. Everything's really going good for them. And then all of a sudden they become really spiritual for whatever reason, I can't put a finger on that, but it definitely happens.
Yeah, it happened to me.
There's Masons running all over this spot. I can't fucking get away from them up here.
They're making us dream certain things and think certain things. Who knows?
Aye, they love it up here. I don't know why. I might know why, but I can't. I don't know if I can share it. It might be a slightly racist theory, but I don't know. It's not as multinational as England is. The area I live in isn't multinational at all, and that might be why there's a lot more up here. But I don't know if that's true or not.
I don't think racism exists. I think it's tribalism.
Yeah,
and that's just human nature. We're a part of a tribe for so long, and when other people try and enter that tribe, you're hesitant to let them in.
Yeah,
or accept their tribalism, their values.
Yeah, there's a lot of Freemasons up here.
Yeah, I think what it is more.
Yeah, well, aye.
I've never disliked anyone for the color of their skin.
No,
I've always been scared of people that were different than me, right? That's totally different.
Yeah.
That's human nature, though, I think.
Yeah,
I don't think that's a learned skill. I think that's what animals are born with.
Instinct or exposure.
Yeah.
There might be one situation or two situation in your life that you just remember, and it kind of.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just something,
Gazelles hang out with other gazelles and other similar animals, but when like a lion or a alligator gets near them, they get hesitant and unsure of themselves and things like that. That's just because of what they've been instinctively born with and what they've been taught throughout their lives by their surroundings.
Yeah.
So, in certain cultures, there might be a certain race in your tribe or your community that does a lot of the crimes, for whatever reason. They're oppressed or whatever. So you become hesitant towards those group of people. You think they're going to commit a crime against you every time they're around you.
Yeah.
That's the stupidity of man. That's just human nature.
I'm best friends with a woodlouse.
Yeah. I don't know what, where do you draw the line, because I have a massage therapist that is openly a woman married to another woman, openly gay. Several, friends and family are open, gay and married to the same sex. It's not that I believe in that or think that's not a sin, but I accept it and I'm not scared of that.
Yeah.
It's actually a blessing because I've learned a lot, especially from my massage therapist. We have time to talk and she's taught me a lot of the reasons, and I was confused about that type of sexuality before, but now I've learned a lot and, I've learned how to handle it and how to counsel others that come to me. My daughter is gay. What should I do? What do you mean what you should do? You should love your daughter, nothing for you to do, so I don't know. It's strange times we live in, but interesting, right? Interesting times nonetheless. If you don't feel, alive right now, something wrong with you. Again, it comes back to you because there are so many things to be alive about and be passionate about and openly talk about. If you can't do that now, you're in trouble.
Yeah. I have an apology to make to people who may have been in here the other night as well. When I came out and opened up about all that stuff, I'd actually had a break from reality. I thought I'd been set up. And then when people started talking about cops raping girls and stuff, I thought as punishment, I was taking responsibility for all these crimes. And I was sat here waiting for the death squad. That's why I was really weird that night. And I really have to apologize to anyone that was in the room that night. If I've made anyone uncomfortable, I'm really sorry. I'm glad.
Yeah, no, that's man, thanks for doing that. I wasn't there, but apologizing for mistakes is what a man should do. Yeah.
I'm sorry, yeah. Because I probably made one or two uncomfortable. I was really weird that night, and I'm really sorry.
Yeah, but it's part of the process, right? They need to learn how to handle what you did, and you need to handle how to be a better man. So it sounds like you've done that. But now it's on them to learn, how to handle the situation better or whatever. Because people that get triggered on here, I've done it. A lot of people do it. It's really not their fault. It's usually the other person's fault. That's triggering them. It's human nature to get triggered when you're called, names or a liar or whatever.
Yeah. No,
it's the people that know they're doing it on purpose that should be blamed.
Oh yeah. I mean, no one did it on purpose or anything. It's just I was having an episode, and yeah,
cool.
That's all it was. And yeah. Oh well, thank you and apologies again. And at the end of the day, this is the best Discord I've joined in my life, and it's fucking mint. So I'm glad I can.
Yeah, it's the good mods. No, I'm just kidding. No, Gio has set up a place, and he set some standards here, and it's really no big secret. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Just keep it civil. Don't do the personal thing, and let's talk about topics. There's plenty of them. No reason to get personal here because, that doesn't help anything. It doesn't lead to anything.
Right.
So I think that's what he's done, and we're going to try and help him. That's why I'm here. I mean, I love it. I love hearing the different opinions in an open setting, and where you can hear both sides. That's actually what Discord is for.
Yes, I.
So thanks for coming. Yeah, invite some more people and try and help. Also, the self-modding thing is something I'm trying to preach, so to speak. Self-mod yourself and try and kind of self-mod others. If you see somebody else get excited, maybe exit the conversation. Let it kind of cool off for a little bit.
Yeah.
Happened very hard.
Can I?
Your mom's sleeping under us. That's all.
Oh.
What is your problem?
I didn't hear you there, bud. What did you say, mate?
Jeremy, you might be hot micing.
That was my bad.
I just caught
I
fucking
was like,
words of that.
I hope he's not talking to me. He sounds really serious.
Yeah. So, would anyone like to teach me any secrets? Because I am now officially the new keeper of secrets.
Yeah, the Earth's not a sphere, man. Water doesn't curve. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know if there are any secrets.
Oh, that's groovy.
I think everything is logically can be figured out. We can use our senses to do so. Get after it.
I can share. I'm not sure if this is a secret, but it's sort of a scary realization I came to.
Oh, please.
Regarding how easily men can be misled. And I'm going to give this from a global perspective, but I guess this is a conversation where that can be handled. I actually used to watch Jordan Peterson a few years back. I still sometimes do. And he brought a very beautiful point about how easy it is for people to get misled. He sort of uses Pinocchio as the sort of the comparison there. Like Pinocchio is sort of, he's a puppet. He doesn't know how to think for himself, so he believes some stupid fox and his friend, and then goes to work on the salt mines or something, and he kind of gets enslaved. Like it's a weird movie. I haven't actually watched it, but I sort of know what happens. Like he turns into a donkey and then has to work in the salt mines because he kind of believed people who were not trustworthy. And the scary thing about that is it's sort of quite, and this is now where I'm going to speak from a global perspective, because I cannot really talk about this from any other way. It's kind of scary how easy it is for you to just trust someone else on what they said and not even realize that you're doing that. And flat earthers will, of course, use this to criticize the globe side, like the typical that is, we just believe what we saw in television, we saw in the books. Well, I haven't personally watched television for like 23 years or something. I don't even own a TV. But nowadays, what actually has replaced TV is YouTube. So I sort of, every time I see that kind of a meme where someone criticizes a glober for just believing what they see on TV, I'm kind of like, yeah, but this is like 20 years behind the times. YouTube is the new TV. So you should be criticizing people for believing what they see in YouTube. So I'm just throwing it out there that it's actually possible that meme sort of has a point, but you should be taking it in way deeper and actually be criticizing even the way that you're actually watching TV. And the scarier thing about this is, what you see on YouTube is curated by AI. And the way we think about the dangers of AI, we go to some, Skynet scenario where robots are marching in the street shooting lasers at us. But we don't realize that the way I think currently might be affected by artificial intelligence that does not necessarily have my best interest in mind. And that's a scary thought to me.
Yeah, I actually agree. And as well, when you think about it more, who watches YouTube the most? It's the younger generation. So...
Yeah, and it may not be even maliciously, like if you're conspiracy minded, you might say that it's maliciously coded by some evil people to do some evil things. You don't necessarily even need that, because someone just needs to build the AI carelessly, and then the AI has a mind of its own.
Yeah.
So we're sort of living in the way I see it. We're sort of living we're already living in the future where we're fusing technologically with machines, and the way we think about things is very, very much affected by it. And people just don't realize it because it's every day.
I like to rewatch my conspiracy videos to see if I still believe it. Little check. I put them on a cycle.
Hello.
It's gotten so bad, I don't even like hearing people I agree with.
What?
Yeah.
Like, if I hear someone I agree with, I feel like they're just pandering to me.
Do you like feeding eggnog to the local squirrel population?
Exactly.
So whether someone disagrees or agrees with you, it doesn't matter. You're sick of it all.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
There's truth in it, so it's hard to trust people.
I'll fight you for your shoes.
Post truth, post faith. We're heading straight for absurdity.
I think that's what I like. It's the absurdity. Like, the fact that we can spend all this time debating something, it crosses into absurdity, I would say, definitely.
Ah, but here's the thing, sir. You are the sane one, and everyone around you is insane. And that's a true story for everyone.
I think a lot of people on both sides here have already accepted the fact that they have issues as well as the people they're talking to on an everyday basis here.
That's interesting. Yeah.
I love all you guys equally.
I wonder
Except
how
for me,
much.
Jeremy, we're like best friends.
I love all humans on Earth.
Maybe I've helped growers realize they have issues. Maybe just a little bit.
Seriously, like, I'm not even joking. Just people are just fucked up mentally in the head and shit and do fucked up shit. I think it's.
Yeah.
I think that if we change the way we parented kids and the way kids are raised, like, we would have way less problems. I think parenting should be a job. Like, everybody's not fit. Everyone's not fit.
Oh, I agree. I was actually, you shouldn't have to take a test and practice to drive, but you should just have a kid anytime.
Yeah, I mean, the kid thing, you could kill someone driving that day, but the kid thing you could really fuck shit up with. So it could potentially do more damage raising a child wrong than crashing your car.
Potentially.
More chances of car crashes if you raise kids.
What's up?
There you go.
If you have kids, there's more chances of more car crashes, even random ones.
Well, not if you raise them right and show them how to drive properly.
Yeah,
Not true.
because
That's not
someone
true.
else
Shit
will
happens.
come and they just scrape each other and then.
Well, we got autonomous vehicles coming soon. I wouldn't even worry about the car accident. It's
then
red herring.
Then who are you going to blame when those autonomous cars start killing people? Because they have.
I know, it's a good
We're
point.
going to have to take Elon Musk's top lip with a pair of pliers, aren't we?
Oh, I'm pretty sure Elon Musk doesn't have to worry about Tesla killing someone and him getting in trouble for it.
Oh, he does. He has to watch. He has to look over his shoulder. The types of people they do.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
I'm sure he pays someone to look over his shoulder for him.
Yeah.
But
that's fucked.
I don't know about anywhere else, but there's kind of an unwritten rule here that even in health and safety and even in construction, even if someone fucks up, no matter who and no matter what the situation, it's still usually the owner of the company's fault first. No matter who.
Well, that's different.
I see. Like, that doesn't matter what situation or whatever.
Well, because an owner of a company is responsible for the workers themselves, whereas an Elon Musk isn't responsible for what goes out. He foots the bill.
All right.
At worst, he loses money because people stop buying his product.
All right.
or he gets shut down. But criminally or justice wise, he'll never get in trouble for anything those cars do.
Oh, it's a bit wank, isn't it?
Fuck yeah.
Oh yeah, all you gotta do is open an LLC up and you're good. You could almost do anything you want.
Yep. Exactly.
As long as it's not like, something too crazy, but
yeah, you go out and start hiring people to murder people and shit. Yeah, that's a little different.
That's my
Yeah,
business. What do you mean? Yeah.
But the whole setup of an LLC, it's okay. So it's wonky, like you're saying, but at the same time, for someone like myself who has set up a company under an LLC, it is a safe for accidents.
See.
Say again.
So you set up this LLC. Is that like a system of predetermined rules and legislation that you do?
No,
so like that protects you in the future if something barks and happens. You can say you actually were operating a certain way, etc., or not operating a certain way.
An LLC separates myself, my personal funds, my personal life from my company. So if someone gets hurt on the job, they can't go after me. They can only go after my company's assets.
Ah, right. I see. Yeah. Uh-huh. Hello. Ah. Well, thank you for teaching me that.
Yeah, because like say you start your own company and it's not under LLC, and say you hurt somebody, they can sue that person, not the company, because they're not set up that way.
If you just open up a DBA, doing business, something I forgot what they stands for, but it's called DBA, then they can sue you personally.
Yeah, and the difference is that it's, I guess it would depend on the size of your company and the amount of money you're bringing in. Because if you're bringing in a lot of money, you're going to do that, and that way there's less taxes, less costs and shit.
It's called doing business as.
Yeah.
DBA. Yeah.
Oh.
Yes, that would be someone like a landscaper who starts his own business working for himself, or has
a guy who details cars, or some kind of or a guy that goes in and cleans. A guy that goes in and cleans your house or something, just your own like personal little thing.
It's just a naming convention.
Xanac, don't start.
It's a naming convention that sets up terms for liability.
It's not hard to penetrate the shield of an LLC.
Bullshit.
It's not designed to make you immune from being
Liable.
liable. It's
Yes, it is.
Limited
it
liability.
is.
That's literally what it's designed for.
Literally, that's what it does.
You immediately responded when I was in the middle of a sentence and giving you the punchline. LLC.
Because you started off wrong.
Here, do it again.
Let him finish, though. Let him finish.
The limited liability corporation. So it means it's limiting your exposure, but it doesn't make you absolved from any kind of exposure. For example, if you try to hide and do something that's explicitly determined to be hidden and done because you're hidden behind the shield, it's very easy to penetrate it.
Yeah, that's going against. That also goes against the rules of the efficacy of the LLC. So, and in that sense, you're breaching that. So you're right on that.
You'd have to be doing crazy shit, though.
Yeah.
No. It's not very crazy at all. Believe me, it's not as. No. You don't become immune. You want to do it to protect your assets personally, but it doesn't give you immunity. The other thing I was going to say is the main design of it is really how the profits are distributed to its members. So if you have a small bunch of guys that are forming a corporation and you don't want to have to go through the corporate tax structures, you can have all the profits distributed evenly amongst your members, and that's basically why you do an LLC. The limited liability.
You basically do an LLC to separate your personal versus your business. I know this because I've used it. I've done it. I have a company under LLC.
I have an LLC.
Yeah, and what you're saying about how it's limited, it's if you do everything to the book correctly, it does, and something happens, they cannot go after you personally. Again, if you breach the ethics of a LLC, then yes, you can go after someone personally. But then at that point, they're not using the LLC legally. So it does stop anyone from suing your personal, and only your company is liable. That is what the LLC is set up for. Limited,
As
based
long
in
as you're
that.
not, as
Yeah,
long
go
as you're
ahead.
not doing anything crazy,
Not
you're good.
crazy.
They can't get at you.
Illegal, but if they say your intent was to do, that's why you get sued, because someone says you did something wrong. That's the whole idea of why you get sued. You did everything legally, then no one would ever sue you, right? So that's the whole idea.
No, so you can, so say I did a job, okay, I'd use it for my grading company. If I go out and do a job and their foundation cracks because of something I did,
correct,
they can't sue me. They only sue the company. The problem with the LLC is that if I file bankruptcy, then they're screwed. They can't get money from anyone. It is literally set up to separate your personal and your business.
Yeah, it's the whole idea about setting up a corporation. This is just a type of. There's a reason there's a difference between the LLCs and S corp and all the rest of the types of corporation structures, corporate structures. They're all ways to separate yourself personally from your business. Every one of them has advantages. And
oh, thanks.
Hold on, somebody's hot micing. Anyways, go ahead, Zanuck. You're putting me to sleep. I'm gonna take a nap. Keep going. Tell me about an S corp.
Zanuck is the main reason why people use these Discords as when they go to sleep.
Yeah, it's easier to sleep.
My father actually, when we were kids, he read us because he worked in the mines and also made jewels from stones. He read us a book about stones and jewels when we were kids, as sleeping book. Well, it bloody worked as well. It was so boring that we slept very fast.
They made tools from stones.
Yeah.
Like a caveman.
No, he had these. Of course, he used modern equipment, so not exactly like a caveman, but I guess that's a old tradition. I guess we have worn like stones as jewels for a long time.
There are still industries that use quote unquote modern tools or not modern ancient tools like stones and stuff like that in their everyday work.
Yeah,
because there are people that there are definite finished products are different when you use that type of those type of tools versus ones high in tech.
Yeah, and some artists like to do it for the craft itself. Of course, the quality of the product, but also, there's some ethos behind, let's do this in a traditional way. I'm actually currently in a singing group where we sing traditional Finnish songs, and the teacher, when one of us was asking for the lyrics, he said that I'm not going to give you lyrics. Because his ethos behind that was that's not how people learned these songs back in the day. Like they heard these songs in random marketplaces, or someone was singing it on the road, and you necessarily didn't have paper, so you sort of had to afterwards try to remember for yourself. Okay, what exactly were the lyrics? And that also meant that sort of the songs varied, both the rhythm, the melody, everything about it. The lyrics as well, varied a lot from place to place because it wasn't exact. So it was sort of the way music worked back then was quite beautiful. We sort of lost that when we started writing shit down and then printing CDs. And not that I'm saying technology is evil, but it was beautiful in its own way back then.
Any technology steps away from the past.
Finland gave us the White Death.
Yeah. Yeah, we definitely did.
They used to chew snow so his breath wouldn't get in the air.
Yeah, White Death. He's referring to this sniper in the
greatest marksman in the world.
Russia. Yeah.
Isn't the movie Sniper after him? Have you seen that, Sniper? It's a good movie.
I'm not
Badass.
sure.
Could be. I could be. I haven't seen it, man.
You guys haven't seen that?
For real, right, Jeremy?
I watched that about
Sniper.
50.
Yeah, Sniper 2
Don't
was
go to Sniper
okay.
2. No,
No,
just stop.
it was okay.
Just stop.
You know they made a Sniper 3, right?
Two was yes, 2 was okay. 3 was progressively gets worse.
There was a movie about Finnish normal soldiers, and I really like that, but I can't remember it. But really, it told quite a different story than the standard military stuff. It told a different kind of story. It was more about the relations between the soldiers and not even in combat. And that was about the Finnish. It's infantry, but I can't remember the name of it. It was quite a powerful story, actually.
Yeah. Was it an international one or?
It was in Finnish language, actually, with subtitles.
Okay,
It was international. It was big hit, but I can't remember the name of it.
Well, there's the Unknown Soldier. That's at least big, but I'm not sure if you were talking about that one. Tuntematon sotilas.
And I think the snipers that were on, put on that pedestal, as the best snipers, I think they were better than the snipers we have now. It may not be further shots, but with the guns they were using compared to the guns we have now, holy crap.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Well, I think this White Death is arguably, statistically wise, the best marksman in all time, I think. And he was from that kind of era.
I think it was 90 confirmed, 300 unconfirmed, or something like that.
Yeah.
I think that was it.
Yo, is anyone else having issues on Telegram? My Telegram's acting fucking weird.
The hell is Telegram?
Oh God, never mind. It's like Discord.
That was my question as well.
It's like Discord, but worse.
Why would you use it? Is that where all the flat earthers meet? They stop using Skype?
The flat earthers and
I use Signal, which is a load of handy features. It's a lot more encrypted and secure than WhatsApp, and has more features as well. Signal
the flat earthers and the.
I still have Hangouts.
Well, I just don't want the authorities to read some messages,
The flat earthers and the globers are pretty weak on there. I use it for crypto though. For some reason, it's Telegram.
They don't do that anymore, Jeremy. Everyone doesn't meet up in Skype anymore.
I don't know. I used Skype like 15 years ago or some shit.
Oh, there's like a whole world where only flat earthers exist on Skype, where they correlate and talk and stuff. It's awesome.
I don't do that.
Groovy sausage.
Wait, there's a community like this, but flat Earth.
It's this community. I haven't seen it in probably about 3 years, but for a long time, instead of like Google Hangouts or in YouTube chats, they used to all meet up there in a group and talk about stuff and what they're gonna say and all that crap.
But is there like how we have the Discord flat Earth? Whatever.
I don't think so.
Maybe we could do like a crossover.
Well, we did. Where everyone used to use Google Hangouts, and then Discord came along, and everyone moved to Discord. There's always been some way for the groups to talk. For Globers, it's Gym Pandas.
Yeah, and imagine this is what makes me appreciate stuff like this. Just imagine for a second that nothing like this existed anywhere ever. Imagine what kind of world it might be then. A strange one. I don't even know.
A lot more unknowing of what's going on around the world, I would think.
Yeah. Isolation would be fucking killer, wouldn't it?
This has been a pretty chill conversation. I'm multitasking and studying Japanese hiragana at the same time.
Hey, Jeremy, I have a question. Is Geo have it set up so there will never be Glober mods here?
I don't know. I just sent him a message. I was like, dude, be careful if you make any Globers mods.
Oh,
Like, I'm not
yeah.
against it. I'm not against it, but I would just be very careful.
Well, you only need one or two, and it's not that hard. There are people that aren't assholes all the time.
Bro, I'm biased. I'm biased in favor of you guys.
No,
I know what it's like.
I like I said, Jeremy, I give you nothing but fucking props for how you handle Brandon's in here. I have zero issues with you.
I've learned.
But there are a
over
couple
the.
that
I've learned over
had
the time.
issues. I
Mistakes
did
were
notice
made.
he took mods away from a lot of people too. So at least he is. At least I could tell Geo does give a fuck. He doesn't want to become a 24/7.
Yeah, and Gio has been very good at Brandons as well. Jeremy has been good, and also Rakia has been surprisingly good.
Oh, Rakia is great.
Yep.
We're loving Rakia's modding skills there.
I gotta say that was not that not to offend him or talk him down or anything, but like his behavior and his speaks can be a little bit like he can be a bit aggressive and screaming. So I was thinking him as a mod would be horrible, but he actually does a decent job.
He separates it. He separates.
Yeah, that's a good quality. That's what you have to do as a mod. I think that's what you have to do.
Separates work and player.
Yeah,
and it's
that's
not
why
easy.
I was surprised at how well he has actually been as a mod.
And that's why I give you props, Jeremy, because I know it's not easy. It's not easy at all, especially when you want to be in the conversation. So, props to you.
Yeah. Well, no, I won't. I usually won't mod my conversations unless it's fucking ridiculous. But
I would like to push for a mute dem mock as much as possible policy, but
no, we all need to just work on it. I was like that at one point, and with the interruptions and not letting other people talk. You gotta just take a deep breath.
Yeah, but at the same token, and you have to admit it, that man can ramble about nothing for no reason. Anytime.
No, he says good stuff. I like a lot of Demok's points. I like Demok.
Yeah, no. I've known Demok for many years, and I've had awesome conversations. But when he gets into that mode where he just starts rambling about Coke signs on the moon and shit, it's very hard to want to be.
Listen, that conversation got interrupted, but I like that conversation. Now, why? Now, if I have a little signaling mirror, right, and I catch the sun just right, I can signal a plane, high plane.
Absolutely. Yep.
With the little teeny tiny credit card size thing.
It's actually illegal to do that, but yeah, you can.
Yeah. No, I'm saying if you were lost or something, and an emergency signal mirror, they make little teeny tiny. It's like the size of your driver's license or something.
Yep.
So why did they leave?
They use like a foil now. They don't use so much of a mirror because it can break. I used to have one of those.
Yeah, so why didn't they leave a few of these on the moon just to signal like, hey, we were here. We can see it. You can see it when the sun hits it just right.
Because it would have to be enormous.
Why? No,
it would have to be. It would have to be the size of at least. I don't know, because if the ISS is the size of a football field, and when we see it
with the naked eye, right?
Yeah, and that's only 240 miles. Now add 200,000 to it.
Yeah, but that's a drop in the bucket with your almost next to empty medium you got going on.
It's not nothing. First of all, like I said, it could be done. They'd have to build a super foil panel up there, a lot bigger than I think you realize. But then why would they do that? Just so you can see it?
I don't know. Wouldn't you want to leave like a signal for everyone on Earth, like, hey, we were here. Look, you can see it.
Yeah, if you get a powerful enough reflector, or a laser for that matter, you can bounce it off the moon and see the distance and all that stuff.
We have the retro.
And here's the thing. Here's the thing that a lot of people don't realize. You don't necessarily have to hit their reflectors. You understand that, right? They can bounce it, hit the moon itself, and return. There's only select points where you're able to actually hit a NASA reflector, but it can be done. You can even go and Google search its location and do it yourself. Now, the problem with what I was hearing is Denmark kept talking about like laser pointers that you can go buy and you hold in your hand. Those aren't powerful enough. By the time it gets to the moon, it's wider than the freaking moon. It's dispersed so wide. You need a very, very, very powerful laser. Matter of fact, the laser I know that does it, direct laser at a direct laser site, that thing is at least the size of the front of a pickup truck, the cab of a pickup truck. It's huge.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie, I zoned out a lot of what you said just now. I'm looking for a play. I'm looking for a play to earn game. But
asshole.
I'm getting my crypto on, bro. I just need to make like $10 more a day and I'm good.
I got a buddy that's trying to convince me to set up a few networks at my house and start mining it. He has to explain all that shit to me still, but
bro, it gives off mad heat. If you're gonna mine crypto, it gives off mad heat and it's mad loud.
Well, I gotta remember, or I don't know if you know, I live in a hangar, and it's a studio built into the hangar, so I have 1,500 square feet of empty space.
Oh, I know, but just keep in mind that in the summertime, it's gonna get super fucking hot.
Yeah.
In the wintertime, it's no problem. You actually save money.
You've got like a football field full of fucking marijuana plants or some shit.
Without incriminating myself, not a football field. If I did so, I would use maybe a 10 square foot corner in my hangar if I had done that.
What state are you in? Because
I'm in Texas now.
In New York, in New York. Go ahead.
Well, I lived in California for 39 years, so I did all that.
Good man. So hypothetically,
I feel like this is not going to be hypothetical, but go ahead.
Someone who lived in California for X amount of years and moved to Texas, hypothetically, they export efficiently.
The more you say hypothetically.
Hypothetically, someone lived in California X amount of years and moved to Texas, you know what I mean? In theory,
Well, in theory, hypothetically, it's actually much easier just to go to California and hypothetically buy a pound of the bombest chronic you could find and just bring it back when you drove back. Hypothetically,
theoretically,
but export export means international.
Yeah. Well, it's still in the nation, and then hypothetically, you could come across 30 seeds in that pound. And then hypothetically, just continue the process.
So hypothetically, could you get it across the pond? Could someone who did all that,
we
get it across the pond?
We can't do this here. Seriously.
But it's all hypothetical. We talk hypothetical all the time, Jeremy. Of course, no one would actually do these things.
No, never.
I mean, hypothetically,
we need to get a disclaimer that you hear on TV, like before a commercial or something.
Disclaimer.
The views and opinions of these people are not necessarily the views and opinions of us.
Jeremy, what you're telling me is Geo probably doesn't want a Smuggler's 101 in his server?
I mean, probably.
Hypothetically?
Yeah, written disclaimer: any coincidence to events or people or situations in real life is completely coincidental.
Hypothetically.
Something's really wrong with Telegram. What the fuck is going on?
I heard.
You're still using it.
I heard unless you're in the right groups, I heard Telegram's an absolute fuckfest for all kinds of mad shit, like mad shit, Unless you're in the right place, groups and stuff, I heard Telegram's an absolute diabolical fucking debauchery of all sorts of bad things.
Oh, Telegram's like Jeremy. Telegram's like Google Hangouts. Is that what it is, basically?
Bro, I don't know. I just use it for crypto. It's a mess. It's highly unorganized. It is a pure shit show. Just the format itself before you even get into anything else.
Hey Santa, that is some funny shit you did. I love that picture. Groovy.
Is he even in here? He was. He's not here anymore. Yeah, he is. He's over there.
Oh my god, I'm in the fucking room with a 3-minute cooldown. Oh no, it's only 30 seconds. 30-second cooldown on the text chat. You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Kind of currency are you creating or mining, Jeremy?
I only mine pennies worth of Bitcoin a day through a browser. I can't be giving off heat and noise and shit like that in my house. I ain't got room for all that.
You just use your personal computer for that?
Yeah, I use 2 cell phones. I use 2 cell phones and 2 just normal computers. It only mines like a few dollars a month. Not really anything crazy.
I remember using Bitcoin apps. This is years and years ago. I remember using it to buy stuff on Tor, the onion router. And I remember when people were buying pizzas with thousands of Bitcoin. And I wish, goddamn, I could have seen the future back then. I really wish I could have.
Yeah, it's way too volatile for anybody to use it for anything.
Yeah, it is now.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I mean.
It's just used for speculation now.
Yeah. Well, it's still used in places like the onion router, but so are other cryptocurrencies that are hard, easy to, whatever, you know.
For buying like illegal stuff.
Legal and illegal.
Yeah.
The onion router is just the onion router, I guess. If I'm correct, wasn't that originally set up by the US military to start off with?
In my country, there was a murder a couple of years ago on an older lady, and she was married to a rich man, and we don't know if it was the case, but apparently the murderers they sent messages using Bitcoin, not Bitcoin. They used like more Monero and Dash or something like that to basically send messages to the cops and stuff like that to say like we have her, just transfer money and stuff like that.
If you knew a code though, if me and you made a code, right? And I just sent you various amounts of cryptocurrency, by the amount of crypto, there could be a code in it depending on like which digit and shit. Like I think it would almost be unsolvable. Like you could never break this code. It'd be way too hard.
Hell aye. So how many people here use PGP and stuff for their emails and whatever, or for their whatever?
What's PGP?
It's one of the super ways of encrypting messages and emails and stuff.
No, man. What are you sending people that you need it encrypted like that for?
Allegedly.
All sorts, you know.
Asking for a friend.
You need the smiley face you're gonna text your girl good morning with encoded.
Yeah, so his wife doesn't fucking find it.
Yeah, man. It's some shit I send her. You've just got to keep hidden, you know what I mean? You know. That was a joke. I don't do that, but yeah. It can be really useful for a lot of situations, actually. Yeah.
We can't cross the Van Allen belts, even if Earth's a globe.
Go through them fast enough.
Can't cross the Van Allen belts.
Why?
It kills humans, and we haven't worked out a feasible way yet.
What part about it kills humans?
I don't know. I'm not telling you I'm an expert about the Van Allen
Well,
belts.
the
just
answer would be.
I know
Well, the answer would be radiation. Well, the answer would be radiation, Don. Now, the problem with that is that we understand that there is a finite amount of time your body can take in radiation, and then the time it takes to get rid of it, to heal it, the body takes time. So if you are only if you're only in the area of this radiation for a short period of time, your body can then heal itself. Not to mention, you do know that most of the guys that were on Apollo and all that, they came down with illness, cancers, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And a lot of courts are trying to say
Sounds
that
like
it
you both agree.
was.
It might not be feasible to just go how all the time through it. Maybe they've got to have a good rocket and go really fast.
Yeah,
Not
exactly.
not
The
get
same
cancer.
way you can get an X-ray or sit in an MRI machine and not get cancer from it because you're not exposed long enough for it for your body not to be able to heal itself.
That's why I think they fake space, because it's hard to get through, but they still want to show off that they can. And that's why we're in this situation with CGI ISS.
But the ISS is nowhere near the Van Allen belts.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's inside, but that's part of the lie. They put a satellite up there. They pretend to be on it, and say we're in space, but actually there's this barrier a bit past there where they can't even go past.
Now we were just talking about that, and just to repeat it, the idea that the ISS can be up there and no one on it is insanely possible. I don't care what anyone says. That it is possible. It can be done. How do we know? Because we have satellites in orbit up there. Period. Done. Into that argument. But the issue is, the only issue would be that the size of it and that it is there is it's true. It can be seen. Anyone can do it. Just all you gotta do is take the time to do it.
Bezos and Branson charging millions just to go into a tiny bit of a mini pseudo orbit and come down again.
Did you guys hear that? What's his name? The Star Trek guy.
Yeah, I did.
William Shatner is going up into space.
Yeah, he is. 90 years old or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Flat Earth, I'm sorry, but it is now possible for you to go to space. You just have to have enough money. So as soon as there's a rich flat earther that everyone else trusts,
bro, all they do is bring you up really high, and then you come back down. You're not going and doing orbits and shit and landing on moons or nothing.
You're going to passing the Kármán line, therefore you are in space.
Bro, let me know when you get a hotel and a restaurant on the moon, so I can go there for a little vacation.
Jeremy,
that's when it'll be.
This. And Jeremy, understand this. If I ever go to the ISS or the moon to stay the night at like a resort type situation, we will not have contact. Discord will not exist to me anymore.
That's what I'm saying. This whole thing will be over. If they had continued doing human space travel like they should have, and we should have been on at least the moon by now, if not Mars. The flat Earth wouldn't even be a thing, bro.
Yeah. I don't know if this is true or not, but you know when Armstrong and all them people went up, one of our famous people. Now, apparently, I'm looking myself. I should do now. Now I'm talking about it. I don't know if it's true. There's some pictures, right? And there's pictures of them coming out the spacecraft onto the moon. And they were saying now, if they're the first people on the moon, then who was the cameraman? Like, because apparently the camera, the angle of the shot is from the moon.
Well, they've already talked about that. It was I forget his name. The guy he landed with was actually the first man to step on the moon.
No,
and he's on. Yet look it up. They talk about it.
See,
like you're acting like this is. I'm just saying shit. They have in interviews discussed how that.
You're just saying shit.
Okay, I'm just saying shit, or maybe that's what they said.
It was a camera on the outside of the module that was extended to film the exit.
No, I'm telling you right now. Even I'm finding it right now.
You guys are probably talking about two separate things. Because they
Yeah, I
said
think
they
Talking
had
about the
a
first man on the moon.
TV.
They're talking about the same thing.
Well,
First
they
man
said
on
they
the
had when they
moon.
took off the moon, they had it was TV controlled or some radio controlled camera.
Yeah, I'm talking about Neil Armstrong, first man on the moon, where he says the famous words of "one giant leap for mankind." That whole thing, that was filmed by an arm attached to the module that extended and filmed him leaving.
Okay, I will find you that pic. I will find you the interview that says different.
Okay, I will gladly wait for that.
Do you want to build a banana?
Space flights are a scam.
Huh?
Parabolic space flights are a scam.
So, do they have any pictures of the stars from the dark side of the moon or the opposite side, or just no one ever take pictures of the stars from the moon? That never happened.
Wait, what did you say? Asked if they take pictures of stars from the moon?
Yeah, do they
Yeah.
have any pictures of the stars from the moon?
Yeah.
The dark side of the moon, did you say?
Not the dark side of the
Well, I mean
moon.
the opposite.
Can you provide us with one of those pictures, Gummy?
Yes, sure will. Of course, the source will be NASA, but I'm going to assume that's okay.
I might take a picture of my moon and send it to NASA and say what they think of that. You know, just pull my pants down, take a picture. Send them a picture of that moon, you know? I just want to see if I get a reply.
Probably end up in the junk mail.
Got a really close satellite tidally locked. That's quite small odds, isn't it? If you believe in the universe theory.
Hey, who said that it was mounted on the ISS or mounted on the lander?
Gummy. I said.
Gummy. I apologize. I was thinking of something else.
Okay. Yeah. No problem. Thank you for being able to retract the statement.
Yep.
Not only is the satellite close and tidally locked, but it just happens to be 400 times smaller than the sun, and 400 times closer.
The moon
But
is very
because it's in part of has something. Earth's gravity has something to do with it. It's kind of locked with us. Now, if it slowed down enough, then there would be a problem.
So it doesn't make you wonder how the size could work out so perfectly that you could have eclipses.
It's distance.
But that doesn't seem, in all the distances that it could be, it just works out that it's 400 times smaller and yet 400 times closer.
It's what it was measured. You're saying it's like someone made them and put them there, and it happened to be right. That's just what we observe.
Well, we're told that a big asteroid crashed into the Earth and then created the moon. That's the story.
It is one theory.
And then that just worked out so that the moon just happens to be and then not only is it 400 times closer and 400 times smaller, but then it's set up this perfect cycle that repeats every 18 years.
Yeah, and what's the size comparison to Earth?
I don't know what the moon is like, a quarter of the size of the Earth.
It's 1/4. So the amount of gravity that Earth has is enough to keep an object that's 1/4 its size in its gravity well.
So there was this random collision that created this object that stays perfectly tidally locked with the Earth, even though we look around the rest of the solar system.
It
and
hasn't always been
tidal.
It hasn't always been tidal locked.
Tidal locking happens over time. It's not just happens to be tidally locked. It's a process that happens over time as a consequence of long time orbiting.
Are
And
there some
also, I
other
linked.
satellites in the solar system that are tidally locked?
But they're put put into orbit at those positions.
Satellites are never.
They're not
Satellites
tidal
don't.
locked.
Yeah, they don't become tidally locked because they're sent into orbit in specific
No,
patterns.
no. I'm talking about satellites of other planets in the solar system.
Okay.
Oh.
Can you show another example?
Okay. The
Also,
way
I just gotta
Neptune
say
and Jupiter
quick,
are so
I
large
posted.
but so far away, and then you compare it to Pluto, that's so much smaller than the rest, and how its orbit is so out of whack because it's not affected the same way, say, the sun is or the Earth is to the moon or the sun. So the sizes and their distances actually correlate with how orbital mechanics and all that other stuff works.
Also, I posted 2 links of pictures taken from Apollo 16, mainly of the stars, just the blank sky. One is a slideshow with all the pictures, the other is a link with like an album of all the pictures. And that's just Apollo 16, which is the first like larger amount that I could find. I know there's more, but that's should be enough to show that there are claimed to be taken pictures of pure stars from the moon.
I know what we need.
Bro, did you watch that video? It's one of those things like you don't even know. Like I don't even know what to make of that.
That's fine.
Like that was just like it's like information that doesn't mean anything. Like nothing about this video seems to be legitimate.
Okay, well that's a criticism. I mean, it's presented as it is. If the photo album makes any difference, then I link that as well. But can't really address the fact that you feel like it's not legitimate.
I know what we need. We need some huge black market operation, criminally funded, so the authorities don't find out about it. No one's ever told about it. Someone rich enough to not give a fuck and who won't answer to anyone and can keep it a secret to send their own fucking rockets up. And then it can make their own conclusion once and for all.
I've said this before. We need to get on the good side of some rich occultists that are on the good side of life.
Yep.
Then we can infiltrate and we can do our own shit.
Yeah.
That'd be great.
But would I?
It's hard because they're all Freemasons, right? So it's really hard. They're all under oath already.
Yeah.
You could just send one of your kids to college and have them go to like MIT and they can launch one of the Go Fast rockets.
No way, Mike.
Get involved from the ground up.
It's a terrible slow plan. They'll get lied
It's
to.
a lot faster than
Wait, Don, hang on, Don. Whoever's eating, stop.
That's not eating. That's my feet crunching.
Boy, I was walking through gravel or some shit.
It sounded like you were eating carrots or some shit.
Yeah, and that's Crocs on gravel.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Jeremy, ban him for wearing Crocs.
Mute. I'm going to have to mute you, Moya, for your own safety.
Don't the rocks get in your Crocs?
Sometimes I get my rocks off in my Crocs.
Jesus, this is evolving fast.
I wouldn't wear them
like
until I found a set of them on the beach. I'm like, oh, okay, I'll wear these from now on.
Oh, you found
Did
them.
you?
stole
Oh,
some
Jesus.
kid's
That is.
Crocs.
Yeah,
That's kind of.
no.
Oh, that's dirty. What if that
Boy,
person
I
had
keep
like
hearing it.
severe athlete's foot?
No, it's not. Yeah, but that's not like finding a Nike or an Adidas or something. Like it's not like cloth, or you just hose that down with some Dawn soap and you're good. Moyak, you ever bring the metal detector to the beach?
Nah.
I did, and I didn't find shit, and I did it like 7 times, so I took the fucking metal detector back.
You didn't find anything?
No, I was pissed.
How? What kind of beach was it?
Off the Gulf.
How long did you do it for?
About 7 times over a course of 3 days.
How many hours?
More than an hour per?
About an hour, hour and a half, over a 10-mile stretch of beach.
Oh wow, bro, that's fucking horrible.
Yeah, right.
Either the metal detector
Was it a highly
broke
public beach? Was it like one that
Yeah,
had like
it
hundreds
was.
of people a day?
Yeah, it was right after Labor Day, like the
Well,
day.
that
It was Sunday, Monday, Tuesday after Labor Day.
Either your metal detector was broke or you just suck.
No, I even buried change to see if it worked because after the first day I was like, maybe this metal detector is garbage, so I buried stuff of my own just to see, and it works.
I mean, the beaches are full of crap. That's why I never go there with my detector. It's just you just find like all the shit that everybody loses all the time, like bottle caps and all that kind of crap.
Yo, I had the kids fired up one day. I was like, yo, we're gonna get a metal detector. We're gonna go find some buried treasure or a pirate sword or some shit, right? We go out, they're all fired up, jumping around. We find one rusty nail. They're like, we're done. I'm like, come on. Literally one rusty nail. They're like, yo, we're out of here. This sucks. I'm like, yo, the next one could be gold coins.
Have you seen those guys that do the magnet fishing?
Yeah, they find cool shit sometimes.
The thing
Or
is,
divers that do it.
I like the diver. I like the underwater diver guys.
Yeah, they find some crazy shit.
They find a lot of cell phones and shit. Yeah.
It's not as cool as being a champion trout tickler of the North 2016, though, is it?
Did you just say a trout tickler?
Yep.
Trout
What do you like? I think that's how you like get the eggs or something.
You tickle trout and then launch them onto the shore.
I don't. You're talking about fish, right?
Yeah.
I feel like that
My
needs to be
sister
clear.
actually
If you hypothetically do this to people, it's okay.
Tickle her trout?
Showed surprise.
Pretty sure that title is called a sex offender, not a trout tickler.
Trout has been tickled. These bloody hiragana, man. My sister actually started. Yeah, you guys were mentioning free diving plus metal detecting. She just bought a metal detector, so she's been doing it for less than a year. But we also do free diving, so that's something that she's looking into, maybe doing.
Man, I'd love me some fucking new life experiences.
Maybe if you went out and did that instead of sitting on a flat Earth Discord.
I work like.
Well, hey, then you can get headphones and do it while you're on Discord.
Oh yeah, waterproof headphones.
Shit, that'd be something, wouldn't it? Get a GoPro, put the live stream on. That'd be cool. Or some other fucking GoPro camera thing, whatever.
Maybe you'll find a curve while you're down there.
Ooh, seafloor miles.
Moyak, did you get that video I sent to you of your neighbor?
My neighbor, huh?
Did you just admittedly stalk him? Wow, I'm confused.
He'll understand when
Did you send it direct to me? I don't see anything in my DMs.
Yeah, did you change your screen name or something?
I'm still Moyak. Let's see if I can refresh.
No, it's in there. You're just a noob and you don't know how Discord works. Like Sean don't know how metal detectors work.
No, that's
Wow. How do you go to a heavily populated beach? No one dropped the nickel.
No, I was pissed. Okay,
Nobody
it does
dropped
work. I buried shit. I tested it.
Nobody dropped a soda can tab or nothing. Like it's highly unbelievable.
Find bottle caps.
Okay. No, I found nothing.
Really?
Are you sure you didn't fiddle with a range or something on it? Like
Nope, I kept it at the deep.
Like,
I kept it on the
100%
deep.
sure. When I go to the beach, I can't go like 5 meters.
Yeah, it had 3. No, I don't think this one was that good. I spent $200 on it, so that may have been the issue. But it did fucking work though, and it worked at a foot.
Maybe you've got cleaners on that beach that actually clean up metallic scrap. That would kind of explain it.
I would see signs of a scraper. I know what those are. I would have seen signs of it.
I remember my father had a metal detector that's in the shed for years. I'm sure it got used initially, but got boring quickly.
And I will say this: I didn't like strategically comb a beach. I just walked. It was fun for like the first 2 hours. After that, I didn't find like $1,000 worth of stuff, so I gave up and then just half-assed it. It was a fun idea before when I bought it.
You know, I do have all the pirates down here and stuff. So I mean, North Carolina.
If you want to find all the pirate stuff, and this is a bit risky, but try you should comb the beaches of Somalia with your metal detector and stuff.
That's not real pirates.
Those are real pirates.
You know,
not real pirates.
Those are real pirates.
You might find
no. Real pirates are like buccaneers. These are guys in skiffs running around with ladders.
That's extremely stereotypical of you there, Moyak.
You go ahead and show me one that's got a knife in his teeth and he's climbing up the mast to the crow's nest.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You're being very stereotypical right now.
And they do have those.
But a pirate can be from Somalia. It's legitimate.
No, not a real pirate.
Yeah, they've just got a sidearm in their teeth instead of a knife when they're climbing the crow's nest.
Nah, they got an AK. It doesn't count.
Wait.
Unbelievable. 3 days ago, I sold almost all my Shiba Inu coins. I kept $100 worth. Now it's fucking skyrocketing.
To be honest, if I was on the beach with a metal detector, I'd rather find a buried AK than a knife. Might be worth a little bit more because AKs can never get fucked up, right? You can always like salvage them back to shooting condition or whatever.
I would say it takes a lot more to f up an AK, but yeah, they do jam up and they do get solid. They do rust, and the slide will rust to itself and become a solid.
Oh,
it can happen.
Oh well, now that you find
So
some new
if it becomes rust scale, you're done. And just look at it. You don't find any AKs from like the 1300s.
Yeah, I wonder why.
1300s?
I wonder why. I don't know. I found some from the 1400s.
Yeah, no, because it could have been. They could have had.
I'm just saying. I believe more because I found this. I ran into this car that was from like the 1200s, BC, and like. So yeah, it's possible. I can see you can find an AK that's 900 years old. I get it.
And there's the rail guns in the pyramids.
They've known about AK since ancient Greece. Come on.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's in the pyramids. Those ports were for the railgun.
Exactly. They only shot one direction, though. That's a little limited. They had an enemy that stood still for them.
And to answer, I think it was who was it? I think it was Bindi Space Time. The ancients shot a asteroid, and that's what became the moon.
Your guys' claim is that an asteroid crashed into the Earth, ran over
No,
a comet, and that's what formed the moon.
That is a competing theory.
Okay, so what's your theory then? Tell us
I don't
Sean
know.
G's theory.
No fucking clue. No clue. I have never made that claim.
But whatever happened, it just happened to end up being 400 times closer than the sun, and yet 400 times smaller.
It's
so
actually
it could form these eclipses where sometimes the moon eclipses the sun and sometimes the sun eclipses the moon, and it just happens to repeat in an 18-year cycle for thousands and thousands of years.
Well, one of the reasons for that theory to be something is that we also know the moon was a lot closer at a certain point. And we know that also because it's actually moving away from us at this point, a measurable amount. So that's why that theory is a competing theory. It's not our claim. It's a competing theory.
So you know the moon was closer.
No. I just said that they know the moon was closer, and at this point in time, it is moving away from us in a measurable amount. So that is what would give them credence to that theory as well.
I wonder how they know that. I mean, I'm guessing that it's probably from tidal action. You know, there's probably
Well, it's the fact that it was tidal when they're saying it's being tidally locked, and the fact that it is moving away at a measurable amount. They can add that to their hypothesis of where the moon was.
I would think there'd be some geological evidence of that, though, because if it was closer, wouldn't it be going? It would make it pass faster, so it would have the duration.
Yeah, there is also geological. The moon rock samples that were brought back were analyzed, and it made sense for that hypothesis because it had very similar structure to the outer mantle of Earth.
And also the amount of meteorite strikes on the moon are less frequent now, and the idea is that when the moon was closer, then between Earth and the moon, more meteors were actually hitting it and protecting us. I know, Bendy Spacetime, that's another coincidence, but it's not like someone just put it there and it happened to work. That's just how over the billions of years it's evolved itself into being where it is.
We're only here to see the result, so
yeah,
if whatever happened, we can't really say much else.
In another million years, it could be 100% different. We could in a million years, they predict that we'll be tidally locked with the moon, and then that means the rotation starts slowing down, and then more hell breaks loose. So yeah, I mean, it's not a coincidence. It's not like it stays this way. I think it's a little bit longer. I think in the 10 to 12 million range.
For us to slow down to a stop where we're locked with the moon?
Yeah, to become tidally locked with the moon as well.
You guys are religious kooks.
I don't believe in any creator, therefore I don't believe in any religion. I'm sorry.
No, you believe in scientism. It makes you a religious kook.
No.
Scientism is an evaluation of evidence.
Yeah, I don't just believe. I don't base my life on that. It's just what I've become to understand, and then when I get more information, it adds to my knowledge of things, and that's not a religion. I guess you would say, if you're saying that's a religion, then you would have to admit that flat Earth is is as much of a religion as you're claiming science is.
I like trans.
Everyone, please note the gentleman that had the appeal to the future fallacy also just said he does not believe.
You talking about me? I didn't say
yes,
I don't believe. I said I don't believe there's any creator, and that would make me not a religious person. I didn't say I don't believe.
You have this faith in these things that they tell you. They tell
That's
you
not a
that
faith.
all of the matter in the universe was compressed into something. I don't know. I've heard anything from the size of a frickin' Xanax said a size of an electron up to the size of a basketball.
How firmly do you believe that, Sean?
exploded. That exploded, and that all turned into the universe and everything that we see.
Sean, how much do you believe that story? I did that passing belief. It's like, yeah, it sounds like an idea.
It sounds feasible as a theory. Yeah. Believe
Not exactly
when you
what I
say
would call hardcore.
when
Now,
you're
the
saying
moon distance and the curve of the Earth, I put that right there with. I would stake my life on it.
see, but when you start talking about faith and all that stuff, I think when you're saying faith as a religion or anything like that, it's something that you base your life around, and I don't base my life around the things that we're talking about right now. So it has nothing to do with a faith or a belief system, for if you will. Because if that were the case,
you believe that 13.7 billion years ago that they can look at you in the face and credibly tell you that they can peg the age of the universe to 13.7 billion years ago.
See, science does not peg it at 13. They don't peg that.
Tell you what happened in the first 10 to the minus 30 seconds, minus 32 seconds of the universe. They can tell you what the state of it was and what happened.
I'll ask you this, because I'm assuming you think it's complete bullshit and they're guessing or whatnot. Do you understand that when they they're playing with all these particles and smashing them together and all that stuff, that they're not observing things happening, which can give them a better idea of how that would have worked. Because also that number you gave that they pegged is not a pegged number. There's a very large, I'm talking millions of year range that they are very open about. It's not they don't know the date. That's not true at all. And it's what they literally have observed things doing, and then they think of it as a much bigger scale to what they're talking about. And again, these are things that they have evidence to say this happened, but no one in any science field is saying that's 100% what happened. No ifs, ands, and buts about it. Now go away. That's why it's another competing theory.
You don't know what theory
I never
means.
seem to hear from
No idea.
any of these other competing theories. I only seem to hear about the Big Bang, and it seems like to me, it doesn't really seem like a theory because it seems like it's completely unfalsifiable. Because no matter what new information or new evidence comes out, whatever new evidence comes out, they never try to get rid of the basic theory. They just try to make ad hoc explanations to try to justify.
I would definitely research what you're saying, because there are lots of...
I've been following cosmology for 30 years, man.
Okay, you say you've been studying that, but at the same time, you sit here and act like science says the Big Bang is the only way it could have happened. They tell you exactly the date it's when it happened, and all this other crap. You understand that there are other theories about how the universe began, and there are also a lot of issues that science talks about with the Big Bang. You understand that, right? Because if you did, you wouldn't be saying how concrete the Big Bang is in science.
You know what the Big Bang reminds me of? A big orgy for scientists.
So, like I said, can you name one of these other theories?
Steady state? So there's no evidence for steady state.
String
how
theory.
You just said that? How you just said steady state, and then you just immediately said there's no evidence for steady state.
Well,
Okay.
It's a defunct
Okay.
theory.
String theory. String theory, it has its evidences and competitive to it.
Compete with the Big Bang?
Because the Big Bang says that there was nothing, would explain how there's nothing that happened before it, where string theory is trying to explain that there was a before the Big Bang.
String theory is absolute nonsense. They have one-dimensional objects. You know how stupid that is?
Well, okay, let me clarify it more. It's like super string quantum theory now or some shit. But yeah, that's a competing theory.
Did they get rid of the one-dimensional objects, or the one-dimensional objects don't
I
involve?
I assume so. But the main point of what I'm saying is that is another theory that science is trying to figure out that does compete against, that does go against what they say with the Big Bang.
Are
and
you
it's
saying
open.
that the Big Bang isn't a solid theory, like that we really don't know what happened?
Yes.
There's doubt. What about with evolution? Is there doubt?
No. How evolution exactly works, yes. And if you're going to bring up any idea of how animals are created or how anything began, evolution doesn't talk about that. Doesn't even try.
So what if abiogenesis is 100% proven in your mind?
No, absolutely not. Science is very open about how just completely void of anything, of any idea of how abiogenesis started. Period. Science does not claim anything like they know anything about the beginning.
They have some hypotheses. Yeah, like the clay acted like a...
Show me one thing where evolution and abiogenesis have any conversation together. You won't find one. There's not one source. Science does not look at it that way. That's why it's hard to have these conversations.
You've got evolutionists in one camp, and you've got abiogenesis in another camp. And
no, there's no abiogenesis.
No. Yeah.
So no one believes in
nobody understands how it works.
Again, there's no one trying to explain, or there's no one who claims to have any understanding of abiogenesis. Period. Wait, I'm sorry. The only ones that do are creationists.
Okay, so
they're the only ones that... I'm sorry, Jeremy, go ahead.
So in order to get your evolution going, you had to have this stuff come from somewhere, right?
Something, yeah.
Yeah, like something happened where this stuff came from basically life out of nowhere.
Something.
That's your story. Life came out of nowhere.
No, not out of nowhere.
Wait.
From inanimate matter.
In the conversation, again, evolution has no say or idea of abiogenesis. There is no scientific field that claims they have any real idea of abiogenesis. Understand that. So you can't sit here and make a claim that science. Okay, just want to make sure.
I understand. In your story, in your evolution story, you have inanimate matter becoming animate, mystically, magically.
No. Yeah, again,
not part of the story. It's the beginning.
Okay, if you're going to the beginning, if you're going to the story, the beginning of evolution, there's already bacteria. There's already there's already stuff here. Okay, evolution does not try to explain abiogenesis. Period.
Because they can't. Because you guys
exactly. They can't. They can't.
Abiogenesis.
No one can.
That's what
science hasn't even been able to figure it out at all.
That scares you.
I know. Why would that scare me, Jeremy?
Personally, you are personally scared by this. You
Jeremy,
hug pillows at night.
Jeremy, hypothetically, I am scared.
You hug pillows at night. You're so scared of this.
I have a body pillow. You know the ones that pregnant women get? Yeah. I have one of those. I call it my abiogenesis pillow.
Exactly.
You said you hug pillows at night. Jeremy, that was hilarious.
That was funny. Jeremy, if I was scared by what I don't know, I'd be scared all the time.
No, seriously though. Moyak, your mic's low. Seriously though, you guys have animate matter coming from where? Nowhere? It came up magically? Like what happened? It came from inanimate.
Okay, are you talking about science or are you talking about evolution? Or the topics of?
Well, in order to have evolution, you had to have something living, right?
Well, yes. Yep. And that's where it starts from. It doesn't start from before that. It doesn't even try to start before that.
There may have been 10 genesises to life. There may have been 100 genesises to life. There may have been just one. May have just been one lucky fucking cell.
The reason why you're scared to take it back before that is because you know that you would need a creator at that point.
Not really.
Because all the information. You can have here we go. You can have you can have animate matter come from inanimate matter.
Yes, in theory, or in hypothetically.
No, you can't.
Now, if you want to talk to me about any kind of abiogenesis topic, I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't know shit. So I can't even have that conversation. And it ain't about being scared. Evolution isn't scared. It's just evolution isn't a subject of what started everything. It's not. I'm sorry.
And I'm not unhappy to say that God did it. I don't care. It's irrelevant. At this point, what it seems like it's happening is it seems like creatures change over time.
And I would say, to be honest, I don't know. There could be, and there could not be. In the way I live my life, I don't think there is, but I'm not saying I know for sure.
Does it feel to you guys like humans have evolved to be on Earth? Like we could just go outside and, just naked and just start strangling fish and surviving out there?
Yes. And there's evidence of that by all the cultures we have around the world and the ethnicities around the world. So, yes, I believe that humans can evolve. Yes.
I don't know. I think
evolve right now.
You take 100 people, stick them in the woods. Some of them will survive.
No, that's adaptation.
Oh no, I'm not talking about evolution. I'm saying you said the world tailored. People can survive.
There's an awful long Wikipedia entry on abiogenesis for it really not to be a scientific thing.
You know why?
You guys are claiming like it just does. Like it's not a scientific thing at all. And yet, I'm looking at it.
I did not say that. I said that science.
Well, you're trying to say that science doesn't take a position on it,
right?
Yes. Okay. They don't take a position of how it started. They don't go, "This is how everything started." They make it clear it's a study because they do want to know, but it's not like they have a answer for you.
Do you know why?
I made that clear.
You know why that entry in the wiki is so big? Because it's just like the Globers. They think the more they talk, the smarter they'll sound, and the people will just believe them. You know,
Okay,
you
well,
throw in a bunch of fancy words.
at this point,
Jeremy, what do
actually
they say
read
in that
the
article?
Wikipedia. If you read that Wikipedia, then come in here and tell me how science claims this or
let me
that.
read
Then
from
we
it.
can talk.
While
Don't
the
get it twisted.
details of this process are still unknown, the prevailing scientific hypothesis is that the transition from non-living to living entities was not a single event, but an evolutionary process of increasing complexity that involved molecular self-replication, self-assembly, autocatalysis, and the emergence of cell membranes.
Things that were already here, not the beginning. That is.
And then now, let me get the next line. Although the occurrence of abiogenesis is uncontroversial among scientists, its possible mechanisms are poorly understood. So that seems to go against what you're saying. Like,
No.
abiogenesis is really what happened. That's what it just says. It's the
Okay,
occurrence of
no.
abiogenesis is uncontroversial among scientists.
Okay. So science doesn't say that there wasn't the beginning of everything. Science doesn't say that they know what it is. Science, and I never once said that science doesn't even look at it. Not once. I literally made it clear that it is not a known topic. It's not something that they're making claims about. And what you just read was the about the evolutionary part was of things that were already here, not here on Earth, here in existence, that evolved. I didn't say science. I didn't say science doesn't look at it at all. I never said that once.
Already animate matter was just here.
Again, if you're talking about the evolutionary process of something, evolution does not speak of the beginning.
No, just and we were from going out from the Big Bang, right? Where was there animate matter out of that?
No.
No.
Okay, so it had to come from somewhere out of that.
Before that, yeah, and that's why the Big Bang, being the creation of the universe as we know it, is questioned. Science questions it for that exact reason.
I mean, if we had some kind of an inkling of what the simplest life form was possible, you might be able to start hypothesizing what possible conditions would be required to actually make that
work. To make one functioning cell, you need 500,000 base pairs.
No,
it's funny you think there's a condition to make inanimate matter become animate.
It's chemistry, dude.
And
if I can align the
and you read it. It's not even unknown. It's not a known science. A lot's unknown.
I didn't hear either one of you guys. Sean, can you hear when other people are talking? You stepped all over Moyak.
I heard like whisper. His mic, Moyak. If you're talking, your fucking mic is low as shit.
No, it's not. I just turned it up.
Turn it up again, or I'll turn you up. But no, seriously, I didn't do it on purpose.
It's okay. I wasn't yelling at you.
Sean was distracted hugging his pillow.
No, I'm not. I'm not even in my bed right now, Jeremy, but I can see it. When I'm awake, just seeing it gives me comfort. Talk real quick, Moya.
Testing.
Much better. Okay, I turned you up more.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. What is the 500,000 base pairs sounds a little bit low, or a little bit high to me, but I'm not sure what the answer is. So you've read something, I guess. But that's also 500,000 base pairs in an environment where you need a cell wall. Perhaps we had an environment down near these dark smokers at the bottom of the ocean where you didn't need a cell wall, where the environment was not aerobic, so your DNA didn't break down, or your RNA didn't break down. So you didn't need the fat lipid cells to hold it together. Stuff like that. You just don't know what the conditions were. That's why it's kind of hard to make a guess right now.
Listen, inside DNA, there's a shitload of information, right? You can't have life without DNA, right?
And how many possible combinations of DNA are there that could randomly happen in a pile of goo?
Why would you? Where did DNA come from goo?
Well, RNA. You gotta go look at how abiogenesis is described at this point and see whether there's
who described by who?
people who've been experimenting with different chemistry to try and see.
Scientists.
Yes.
The one Sean just denied 5 minutes ago. Yeah, no doubt.
No.
Denied.
Sean didn't deny. He said
Jeremy,
they don't have an
stop
answer.
that. Stop that, Jeremy.
Go hug
If I had a
your
ruler,
pillow.
I'd smack you on your hand right now.
Why do you have to lie like that, Jeremy? Doesn't
He
it
said they
concern
didn't
you?
take a stance. Sean said they weren't taking a position on it.
That's right.
I did not say. Wait, I did not say they don't take a position. I said that they don't know. I said that they. I even said they look into it, but it's not like they have these concrete answers to be giving. I made these things clear. That's why when Bendy Spacetime came in and said that I said this and that, I made that clear. I never said that. Go back in the recording. Never said that.
We're gonna check the tape.
Thank you. I'm the coach, and I just threw my red flag out.
Listen, I'm not checking shit. I need to find out a way to make $10 a day here on my computer.
Motherfucker, what's your PayPal? Shit.
No, every day. You're gonna send me $10 every day?
Oh no.
Yeah, I need to make $10 every day.
Go to work, bitch.
No, I'm not trying to leave the house.
Start selling shit on eBay every day.
I saw a cool thing. I don't know if it's real or not, but it's one of these guys, free money you can make on the internet. And he went out and said there's people who want you to write articles for them. And I'm not sure what the articles were. I didn't see how it was described, but there's other places where people will write articles for you. So you basically just take one of the assignments that you're given and you assign it to somebody else for a profit.
I will tell you a site that you can do that. It's called Amazon.com Associates Central. Go there.
Yeah, there's
like
a couple
place where you can do a bunch of tasks and shit.
Yeah, it's called MTurk. It's called MTurk. It's an Amazon thing. I don't know why my account's not active there.
That's it. Yeah.
I used to do it back in the day. I made like 20 cents or something, and I just stopped fucking around. It wasn't enough.
Well, the more you do, the better ones you can get. Like I did a review on a bunch of sporting stuff, and each one of those were $3.
Yeah, dude, Jeremy, there's a website that you can start like captioning videos. You get money for
start doing what?
Like you write the closed captioning for like YouTube videos.
Yeah, why does it sound like you're in an empty room with no pictures or anything on the wall?
Because the fucking ventilator is on. You fucking dumb
There's
shit.
no furniture. There's no furniture or pictures in the wall in the room.
Yeah, dude, I'm getting ready to jump in the shower.
Are you in a storage container right now?
Listen to me, dude. I swear to God, I'm about to jump in the shower.
Do you live in a shipping container?
Yeah, I do. Fuck, listen to me for a second.
I actually wouldn't mind
ocean right now.
I'm gonna send you a link, Jeremy. Yeah, I'm sure you wouldn't want one of those fucking freaky
shipping container. You know they take like
actually
10
those are
shipping
badass.
containers.
I'd bury those things.
They'll take like 10 shipping containers and make like a castle out of one.
Yeah, I've seen that. It's actually
a lot of preppers bury them and having them underground and shit. That's badass.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but not even preppers. Like people who repurpose them, put them together, and build like a house. I mean, they don't look that bad.
When me and my pops had our company, our office and our office was built out of 2 40-foot containers.
But real quick, Jeremy, I was going to say, there's also an app called Agent. It's called something Agent. I'll send you a link.
Globe Agent.
Yeah, send me a link.
I
need $500 a day.
You said $10.
You said $5, dude. Now
Yeah, if they want me to be a Globe Agent, I'm gonna have to sell out like that. I'm gonna need $500.
No, dude. Listen, it's called Field Agent, and like
that's stupid.
There's different surveys you do. Some of you do from home, but
no, surveys suck. Surveys suck.
Fuck that.
Don't send me that one.
Dude, you go to the liquor store and you answer 5 questions, you get $20.
He said he doesn't want to leave his house. I've used that. That's pretty cool.
But he's got to leave his house anyways. It's like Walmart type shit. Like Walmart,
yeah, like
Target, wherever.
They have ones that pay like 10, 20, $15, and all you do is go to a cell phone place and fucking ask them what the difference between prices are, shit like that. It's pretty easy money, but you actually most of the good stuff you have to like actually leave your house.
I mean, it's convenient if you're going somewhere anyway. It's like there's one for Wendy's. I saw. I was like, damn, going to Wendy's anyway.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I wouldn't mind doing is being a super couponer. That'd be neat.
Dude,
I knew
Wait,
that.
You want to collect coupons?
Couponer? Is that what that is?
You never seen those super couponers? They go buy shit and like.
I don't have a chance to see it.
Oh, you're talking about like people that will buy like a Walmart pallet and stuff like that.
No, they'll get all kinds of, they get all kinds of coupons.
All the deals. You fill up you can fill up rooms in your house with like the toilet paper, the light, just anything you need. All the stuff from all the coupons. You get like so much free. You get money back, and all your shit.
Okay, like yeah.
And at the end of the year, you have like a big ass room full of shit. My wife used to do. She said
sometimes
she was
All right, the simplest life form that exists.
Denmark, didn't you sell them at cost?
Sometimes these people get
some
like
family members would be hard up and like, oh, we don't have toilet paper, we don't have this, can we have it? And we'd be like, yeah, here's a roll for $5, or here's this for $5 or $3 or something.
But in the end, she's getting all that for fucking less than $100. Okay,
yeah.
So sometimes these people get paid to actually buy stuff. Like the lady was at Dollar General and she was like, why would I buy garbage bags when I can get paid $1 per roll or something? Because she has coupons, and then they get an Ibotta thing or some app that gives you money back.
That field app that Kosha was talking about does that. Like, go out and buy a 12 case of blah blah blah, and they'll give you $3-4 to do that. And you just go in there and take a picture of the RCA code or whatever the fuck it's called, and you get paid that way. Stuff like that.
The super couponing is dope because if you do it right, you can end up getting like paid to go buy products, basically, you know.
Check this out though.
Especially if you do it with a credit card. If you do it with a credit card that has like 3% cash back or something.
Or rewards.
Nah, fuck rewards. Don't have cash. I'll buy my own rewards.
That field agent, they have a thing called what's it called? I forget what it's called, but they basically give you like part of a UPC code and kind of what the item is. And if you can find it, then it'll give you $5, $6. But I wrote this code that it takes all of those UPCs and it like actually searches every single combination, of missing numbers, and then searches into a database to see where you can find them. And it actually works.
Hey, and somebody said something about the smallest life form has 525,000 base pairs. I don't know how genes compare to base pairs, but the smallest bacterium that exists is only 525 genes in total.
Well, all life on Earth, I thought, only has was it just 2 base pairs? Is it base pairs like the G, C, T, A, or
A, G, C, T, A, or yeah. Whatever the hell it is. Yeah, so I don't know why he said he needed 500,000 base pairs. That seems like a way higher.
He might just be saying lines of code. I mean, there is a great number of lines of code, but the code in DNA is fairly simple, meaning that, there's just 2 base pairs. It's just, it's just different combinations. And the information is stored in, the laws of chemistry. So if, there's a certain element is only going to attract or, create a, we call that the complement, element. That's why RNA, that's why they split the DNA in half on a copy. Because you split it in half, and then the other half of it is going to be created, based on the what chemistry dictates.
So 525 genes, that seems a lot more doable when you're talking about random chance. And that's just what we have today. I mean, I'm not sure what the minimum is. That's 525 of something that's highly successful in today's world. Located in the belly of cows and goats everywhere. So there's lots of these little suckers running around.
check this video out for people who think like abiogenesis is possible, which like Sean's right or Moak's right or whatever, that there's no definitive descriptions of abiogenesis, but they have some ideas of how it's possible. That's nobody was there at the time, so I'm not blaming anyone for not knowing how it happened, but we're still on the precipice of discovery. But regardless, this chemical evolution, you'll see it shows you how simple things like cells, cell walls, and stuff like that, given certain conditions, are a natural expected outcome. Yes.
So it must be very straightforward to just create life in the labs, right? They haven't just had immense difficulty at even creating the simplest things.
Well, how many experiments do you want to test this across? Because like on Earth, there's how many square miles times the number of pools of primordial ooze times number of chemical reactions. How many of those can you test in one lab in one Earth?
Why not say the whole universe then?
You could.
Why not just give yourself the infinite?
That only goes to like, if you add the whole universe in there, it only increases the odds. The one that succeeded is the one that we're talking from. So how many pools of primordial ooze were there in the universe?
No, but when somebody's able to just put some chemicals out and expose them to radiation or light or whatever and get some kind of life to form, they'll be richly rewarded.
Well, they have a synthetic microbe that they created. I'm not sure if they start from a living cell, though. I'm not sure if they trimmed it down to there or whether they actually put the spark of life in it. I'm trying to read about it and find out right now.
Have you guys ever seen John Conway's Game of Life?
Yep.
Yeah, it's just like simple code, simple rules. You're not really clear. You're not clearly defining life when you write them. You don't clearly define life when the laws of quantum mechanics come out, but the laws of quantum mechanics dictate what happens in chemistry. And it just so happens that chemistry alone can bring about what we call life, just by the simple laws. And John Conway's Game of Life is a sort of, I call it an analogy of that. Simple code he writes. In this complex, these complex worlds to be created.
Well, it's been my understanding that they have zero luck in, putting together, even just getting like amino acids to form, like the constituents even needed to make the complex machinery, right? That they've had.
I thought they did make amino acids.
Yeah, they have made amino acids in a lab.
They've done it with natural processing, or what could be possible natural processing.
That's essentially the thing is amino acids is the closest thing to life that we've been able to naturally have occur through the chemical reactions.
Yeah, I don't think they've seen any RNA generated.
Yeah, but that video I showed with chemical evolution shows you how cell walls, a natural natural way for cell walls to come about all on, and cell walls would really be vehicle or like the defense material for something like an RNA or DNA like that to exist. That being destroyed just as soon as something like that is created, and it's really just a game of time.
I found the 531,000 point. This is the simplest life form that's been created. It has 473 genes, accounting for 531,000 chemical letters of genetic code. Although I don't know how that works. I got 531,000 out of 473. I'm not sure what a gene is then. I didn't think there was 100 letters in a gene.
The thing is, when you look at like that 3D animation of like the DNA being copied or recopied on stuff, you look at the proteins, how complex these things are, these tiny machines. It really is kind of spectacular, and you wonder if it did happen once, is it possible to happen twice? You know what I mean? I think it's, for me, I don't know that it happened twice.
Irreducible complexity causes just a really big problem, right? Because you have to have all of these different elements come together and to be formed at the same time for these things to work.
And where is that impossible?
Wait, did they have to be formed at the same time?
Well, it's like they compare like the process of photosynthesis, right, to if you were going to install a solar voltaic system on your home, right? There's all these different elements you need. You need the panels, you need batteries, you need the electronics, and you have to.
You know what's crazy about that?
All of these different elements, each require their own complex system to manufacture them.
You're right, but it's interesting. Sorry, go ahead.
Is there not naturally occurring electricity in the environment? So some of those things are already happening. Like there's a PN junction that happens naturally when two rocks form next to each other, and that creates electricity, right? So is there a possibility that you could have more happen?
We're talking about cells that develop to do this specific task. These cells develop to do this specific task, right? To photosynthesize light, and how they work. And it's like I said, it's equally as complex as a task, as though it's not just one thing in the cell. There's all these different elements in the cell that had to be functioning, that had to be a way for them to be created.
Yeah. So what happens if you have a pool where you have chemically reacting chemicals that end up yielding RNA, and it just randomly, RNA likes to create RNA, doesn't it? So basically, the chemicals like to.
I don't know. People have been trying that for 50 years, Moryak.
Right. In what quantity? 1 billion experiments? 1 trillion experiments? 10 trillion experiments?
When you set up photosynthesis, plants were the only thing successful at doing that. Like even all other life forms, we can only survive by eating plants. Like they gain this ability to metabolize energy from the sun.
But I think the place where they suggest that life began typically smokers down at the bottom of the oceans. I think I've heard that more times than other places. Those are that has nothing to do with light or photosynthesis. Those are chemosynthesis places. They keep on saying that it's like one. We all come from one line of life. Yeah, everything on Earth that exists today seems to come from one line of life. Is that true, or are there any hypothetical multiple starts in the existing line?
We share 50% of our DNA with a banana. So, yeah, we all have the same. All our DNA comes from the same source.
And you could say viruses are distinctly different. What about like funguses? How much do you share with a fungus?
Yeah, we share for fungus too. But yeah, are those the three? But there's animal, plants, it's fungi. That's fungi.
Fungus is among us.
But there's also the you know, there's the single cell, and there's the multi-cell, which is like the, you know, when you have one life form, then another life form, instead of dying, or it eats something, instead of that being dying, it, you know, become part of it. Then you have the cell that has cells inside of it that are doing shit.
Oh, right. Like the mitochondria, like a different life form all to themselves.
Well, all complex life, yeah, and all complex life eventually became these cells that have other cells in it, or these living forms that have other cells.
But no, I have no idea where it came from. You want to insert God there? That's fine. You want to insert alien life? Dropping a deuce in the ocean, like what was the name of that movie?
Can we just say random chance? Probably couldn't do it.
No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, not random chance, because random chance still follows the laws of physics.
Yeah, but that's that way. Sort of right. It's the laws of physics and time that makes these things possible. That's what science attempts to solve or, you know, throw out. Is if laws of physics, if you know the laws of nature can cause these things to happen on their own without any supernatural entity. And so far, that seems to be the case. Just because something is so complex, we can't yet explain it. We can see how it would come about. We don't have exact evidence or direct proof of it.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it's beyond me how it all started. But I'm in good company.
But you know, well, I guess you said you wouldn't rule out a creator or aliens or some intelligence, right? Because well, when you just look at DNA, it's a code. Like in my mind, it's simple. A code requires somebody to make up that code, an intelligence to create that code. Codes don't create themselves.
I don't see any reason why a successful code, meaning if I took random things, put them together, and all of a sudden they had a self-replicating condition, like prions, I think are a pretty good example of this. Prions are chemicals that like to produce more of the same chemical.
You already said if I put together a code.
Yes. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that there are dumb chemicals like prions that like to make more prions. Now that's a pretty simple chemical reaction, but they like to create themselves. So I don't see any reason why I couldn't have a primordial ooze where enough of these reactions took place to make something that was able to replicate in its environment at the time. I can't tell you what that environment is, but I'm saying hypothetically, I could see that condition could exist.
So a code could create itself.
Essentially, I mean, you think about the argument, you know, would 6,000 monkeys or infinite number of monkeys typing on keyboards come up with a XYZ book? And eventually, yeah, theoretically, that would happen.
But it would require the monkeys having a typewriter to type.
Yes, but it's supposed to say something that's not sentient as far as writing can accomplish something that appears to be manufactured with intent. We're also not going to get an infinite number of monkeys and keyboards together. So I mean, it's just a hypothetical.
Poor hypothetical, because first you need monkeys and you need keyboards.
Well, you would need to have chemicals and conditions for those chemicals.
There's a website called the Book of Libel, and it's got everything that could ever possibly be written, ever already written. And you can test that, type in a random sentence, search it, and it will have it already cataloged. You can type in random letters, and then type in a random sentence, then type in your full name, somebody else's full name, and that spaces, do whatever you want. Search it already.
You don't think whatever you search is just auto-generated?
What?
No, it's not. It's already cataloged. It's in alphabetical order. You can test it out by searching the same thing twice. You'll see it shows up in the same position. It's got a catalog just like what.
I mean, don't they have a long-standing program running that just puts random letters together?
I don't know why you would need that, but this.
I think somebody did it
This
for
already
giggles.
does it. Is it what?
I think somebody did it for giggles, just to kind of explain away the monkey thing. They have a random number generator that wails all day putting together random letters, and it's supposed to have come up with quite a few profound statements.
Or it's called the Library of Babel. I don't know what I said.
Yeah, I think that's it.
That's what I said. The Library of Babel. Wow, they have a picture section now. Holy shit, this is kind of cool. That's even more complex. So they have I guess they already have every picture that ever possibly taken.
They have every possible picture.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. With this computer, it's only going to have a certain number of pixels, and every pixel has only 256 times 3, or to the third power combinations. Just multiply the
Holy
pixels by
crap.
that.
This thing discovered that I own a boat. I put in my name and say owns a boat, and that appears on page 233.
33.
I would put Moyak has sex with man number 6. But Moyak was a barrel boy in the Navy.
Holy shit, on page 143 of the book titled Gum Fixix MDL, it actually knows my real name and compares it to my screen name.
I'm checking.
It was the best of times and it was the worst of times. Page 102.
I'm typing in all my aliases and my Discord name.
Now, I guess the only argument against this is that this was done by a program, but it was just given rules, 26 letters, put them together.
And it you can use up to 300 or 3,260 characters.
My name has a large penis is on page 53. Man, this thing predicted that. Now let's see. I'm sure it won't find this as a small one. Fuck.
How does it know?
Well, it said I had a large one and a small one. I guess it's a perspective thing. It probably says it's small when it's looking at me from a long distance.
Well, it depends. It depends.
One thing sure is that I'm all over the place in this book, though, because it's got my name like for every combination of words. How big is this document?
It's I don't know if you know this mathematical operator, but it's 29 to the 3,200 power.
It's a very profound statement. Has a large penis. Fantasizers tread geldings arterially. Trash. Oh, thrash.
basically 29 compared to last year. That's the page.
So what do you guys think about nuclear fusion?
Cool.
So do you think it's viable and that they'll be using it to produce energy at any point in their future?
Seems like it's got some physics legs behind it.
Well, Sabine Hossenfelder released her latest video. It's called Nuclear Confusion. And she talks about how the reporting on these fusion projects is dishonest. You know, that they talk about how they're going to be able to produce more energy than they put in, but they're ignoring large swaths of the energy that they're putting in.
Well, yeah, of course. That's today. That's the biggest problem because they can create nuclear fusion. The question is, can they do it efficiently?
I don't think they're ignoring it. They specify it.
Well, I mean, they just haven't solved that problem yet. But have you seen Sabine Hofstadter's video about the flat Earth? Or flat earthers, I guess. I thought it was actually a pretty good video.
She said
Talks
wrong,
about,
but not stupid.
Yeah. So I thought it was a pretty good video. Just I agree with her that it's not a bad practice, I suppose. But regardless, have you seen her music videos?
What?
I haven't watched too many of those.
When you see her music videos, you might have a totally different opinion as a person. But I do like her videos. But yeah, I'll show you. I'll post.
Like she was talking about ITER and how the reporting that they do on ITER says it's going to produce 100 times the energy that gets put into it. But that when you actually analyze all the sources of energy that have to go into it, and then also the losses that you're going to get, because at the end you have to, actually generate power from the heat, and you generate all those losses, then you're back to this proposition again of where it can't create more energy than you put into it. And she didn't even bring up the fact that when they make the fuel for these things, that's a very energy intensive process. So it just seems sort of nutty to be spending billions and billions and billions of dollars on this process, claiming that it's going to get you power out in the future, when it really just seems like a jobs program for physicists, an expensive jobs program.
You know, all almost, I don't know the exact amount, but almost all the energy on Earth comes from the sun, other than maybe nuclear energy, and I think that's about it. But all the energy on Earth, from at least when it started. So whatever energy, if you're eating plants, whatever it is, all the energy start out. So even thermo. I guess that's geothermal, but that can even be arguably.
That's fission.
Actually, I won't even argue that. I'll say geothermal and nuclear. Those are the two things that don't. So everything else does. And the sun is just a giant nuclear fusion reactor. So it's a very
That's your
efficient.
claim. That's your claim.
Sure, yeah.
Well, no, actually, it's everything.
Well, definitely.
The sun seems to be the source, whether it's a burning.
No, I'm saying that the sun
fission.
is that the source of power for the sun is that it's fusing
True.
hydrogen at the core. That's a claim.
Well, we've made bombs using nuclear fusion, so we know that it's more. You get more energy with low radioactivity doing nuclear fusion. So we've created energy and mechanisms with nuclear fusion. We just haven't efficiently created usable energy. So I don't think that it's. I think it is. I think that if somebody's not working it now, then something happen. But obviously, it's not. It's not going to happen probably tomorrow, next year, but maybe 10 years, 20.
Well,
Or with one discovery away from it.
It's been continually 25 years in the future ever since the 1950s.
Yeah, and
like I said, ITER is supposed to start operating in 2025. I don't know how many tens of billions of dollars they've spent on it, but when I listen to Sabine explain it, it sounds to me like it's not going to do anything except consume a bunch of energy.
Okay, why do you accept her as the authority?
She's one of your smart theoretical physicists.
Okay, why do you accept her as the authority?
Well, she just brought out facts, right? That when they do the reporting and they write the articles about it, they claim, right? They make one claim about how much energy is going in and how much energy is going out, and they leave out many of the energy inputs, right? So all they're doing is they're just judging the energy that it's taking to create the plasma, but they're not taking into account all the energy that was used to create the fuel, to power the laser, right, or to run the system. And so in the end, ITER is not going to be a viable power plant that can generate power for people to use in their homes. That's not going to happen.
Is like the problem I have with people like this who speak with such authority. There may be a place where she may be right also, but there may be a place in there where there's an assumption that if we had a better process for collecting tritium, let's say, that it would.
Like it's actually, she never mentioned the fuel. She only talked about the other elements to it. And maybe Kosho could help you out to give Sabine some credibility.
I'm not going to give her unlimited credibility. I have to find out who's more credible, and I'm not willing to find out.
I just think that a lot of us have just checked out and we just say we trust the science. And so we never question the fact that they spend billions and billions of dollars in these particle smashers or in these fusion reactors and all of these other things that don't seem to really produce anything of consequence for humans.
Let's see. What other big projects have we taken on that actually did end up producing something? As humanity.
Well, like CERN, they're going to build a bigger CERN, right?
Yeah.
One that's 10 times the size of it or something.
Okay.
And so can you point to something where CERN has helped out the human cause, the human condition?
I've heard that it's involved in like some of the radio imagery that they do on humans. So it has come out with an entire industry of being able to look inside of the human body non-destructively. That'd be one thing. The spin-off technologies are probably what the biggest benefit have been so far. And I don't know all those. But research for research's sake does sometimes yield good stuff. you don't know what the possibilities are going to be until after you you have a working product.
Well, it's funny because, you know, like I said, this tendency to overinflate the prospects of fusion, right? She pointed to a report that came out in 1988 where they warned of exactly that problem. And it seems like over the past 40 or 30 years, nothing's changed. Because, I mean, with something like ITER, you're not talking about a trivial sum of money.
No.
Just trying to river satellites don't work in space. Just saying, I'm on a plane, they don't work.
Hard to understand, Stacy.
I'm for nuclear fusion to be viable. If you go over unity with it, you know, if you actually produce more energy than goes into it, how much do you need compared to how much fuel is there? It may still be, even if it only gave, let's say, 10% extra. Is that enough to fuel the world for decades to come?
Well, to date, right, the closest they've gotten is 0.7. Right.
Okay. That sounds like they're progressing. What is the theoretical maximum?
I don't know, but like I said, if you read the articles, you would think that they claim ITER is going to put out 100 times more energy than it takes in.
Yeah, so that's one thing. Is that article the common understanding, or is she cherry picking?
Well, let's go look it up. I'll pull one up here by random and see what it says.
Yes, 30 grams of deuterium in every cubic meter of water. How many cubic meters of water are there on Earth?
Oh yeah, I misspoke. That's not 0.7 of like 1. That's 0.7%.
Really that low, huh?
That would be like what, 0.07 or 0.007, something like that?
Yeah, yeah.
That doesn't sound right, because I thought that they were dabbling at the edge of energy neutral, from what I'd heard recently. So, just
Well,
questioning
here it
you.
says ITER is not going to be Let's see. While the ITER project was launched in 2015, the schedule was to have plasma by the end of 2025 and full nuclear fusion by 2035. But now, because of COVID-19, they're behind schedule.
Blame COVID. Always have a scapegoat ready. Well, looks like COVID's here to stay. They're pushing a third booster for full vaccination. I heard on Vox Day's site that you're not considered vaccinated until 2 weeks after the shot. So if you get the jab and die within 2 weeks, you could still technically die and be considered as unvaccinated.
Hey, Lemon, I hate to do this, but I have to stop you. This Geo doesn't want the corona talk.
Oh yes, I can't be spreading vile misinformation.
Yes, that medical
facts.
misinformation. The fact checkers can spread it, but we're not allowed to.
The
I'm not
opinions
sure.
of the
I'm
elitists are
looking
sacrificed.
here. 70% seems to be what they're dabbling with right now.
I know how you can make the $10 a day. Extreme criticism. Jeremy.
Jesus Christ.
You can make $10 a day. Extreme criticism. Like you called up.
That's a good idea.
If you don't like this product, we'll give you a $10 check and the free product and stuff like that. So some places will give you different things. So like you just call in and complain on one product a day that has that label, and they'll give you like a $10 check, $9 check. I've done it before. They'll give it to. They'll really do it.
Yeah, but is it only for store credit?
No. The company will send you a check in the mail.
That seems like that would yield biased results.
So you call them and you say, I was highly disgruntled with this product. I didn't like it. It was nasty. And they'll be like, okay.
But isn't that kind of silly? Because that would yield biased results if you're only fostering negative criticism or criticism.
Yeah, but the point is not for the results. The point is for money.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying that's a really bad model. Who the hell would buy their information?
Oh, you're saying for the business.
Yeah, because
they're not buying the information now.
Unless I was
really
trying
buying
to,
information.
unless I was trying to, find some way of, lambasting a specific product that I wanted to fuck with. I would think the model would be to say, what was your thoughts on a given product?
Yeah, but they're not paying for people's information. They're paying for the fact that they disappointed somebody and they possibly want to keep them as a customer or keep their name, keep their name.
Oh, this is not a generic thing. This is like a company asking for it. Like Ford wants to know this disgruntled reports. Still seems like I want to have a fair and unbiased thing, saying both positive and negative, so I could weigh it.
Yeah, but they probably have a research and development. I mean, they have a market research model. As far as sometimes I think Mike's just not calling, complaining, and then they're just having money to give to people who are complaining about the product. See, I never thought that was a thing. By the way, that 70% is not 70% of one. Okay, it's 70% of the energy that went into.
70% of the energy that you trailed off.
Yeah, the one that at ITER, but there's better ones than ITER even. So, like the one at MIT, if they don't have as much money as ITER, they have better magnetic containment, much stronger magnetic containment.
Okay, it says 70%, but then see if you go the efficiency and power conversion as a whole, it's 20 to 25%.
Jason, what's one?
Combining these, we get a net efficiency of power conversion loop as a whole of around 20 to 25%. But a lot of these are supposedly also, what do you call it? Energies of scale. Basically, the economies of scale increase as you make the units bigger. At least that's what I keep on hearing, is that bigger is where they're going to start to see the gains. When you try to do this scientific level, small scale stuff, it doesn't yield.
And so they generated 10 quadrillion watts of fusion power for a fraction of a second. 700 times the generating capacity of the entire U.S. electrical grid. Holy shit. This is the one in LA.
And with stuff like this, you're also always dealing with, you're one brilliant idea away from being efficient. Just one person finally figures out one little loophole, and all of a sudden the damn thing starts to go cash flow positive.
That's just crazy. So they said for 1 second. For a fraction of a second. What does that mean if you have watts for a fraction of a second?
What does what mean?
Like, yeah, I thought if you have, isn't a watt? I guess it's a watt hour. I thought that watts would get time. Watt.
It needs a time component in there.
No way it does. Oh, no, well, it's equivalent to 1 joule per second. So 1 joule creates 1, applies 1 newton.
Oh, I got another idea.
1 newton.
Everybody buy one ticket. 700 million. That's up to 700 million, right, in America, right? So everybody buy a ticket and guarantee say we'll give each person $1 million. You know what I mean? Whoever, So the person who wins it gives everybody in America $1 million. And everybody, like, you know, say, hey, we're all going to buy a ticket. Everybody agree to buy a ticket or 2 or 5, whatever. And whoever wins it, give everybody in America just $1 million. You'll still have whatever, half the amount of the fuck left. So, and everybody will be a millionaire.
What happens if nobody wins?
What?
What happens if nobody wins?
Everybody in America buys tickets. They gotta win. We're who wins it. I mean, we're gonna win. I mean, we mean.
Well, there's
So you mean what if the lotto was never ever won by anybody until the end of time? Then I think somebody would have to start killing some lotto people because that would be kind of rigged.
actually no. I think there's just 11 million. Wait, no. There's 11 million times 25. So the Powerball, there's 25 of those 6 numbers, right? Like of the 6th number. Because there's 69 numbers for the general group, but then you have to pick one last Powerball number, right? So 25 times 11 million. I guess you could get, if everybody in America bought 8 tickets. Right now, there's 292 million. Isn't it $2 for a Powerball ticket? So if the Powerball reaches more than shit, you could buy every ticket right now and you'd be guaranteed to win. You're just not guaranteed to get the whole thing by yourself, though.
They call that in gambling, it's positive expectation, right? Because the odds are whatever, 1 in 300 million. But if the prize is more than that, then that's positive expectation.
Yeah, but you'd have to ensure that nobody else gets the same number as you.
Well, that's the thing, is when it gets this big, is it's almost guaranteed that more than one person's gonna win.
I heard Moab buying tickets yesterday.
Yeah, and I made the comment that lottery is taxes for people that are poor at math, but actually this is the one time when it's, it's reasonable to frickin' throw a few bucks at it because, like I said, as a gamble, it has a positive expectation.
Anything above 584 million, 585 million, if you were the only one to get it right, then yeah, you guess every single number. The only problem is they're going to take half it away from you.
Well, it's already, when you take the cash option, right? It's only like, I don't know what it's, either 40% or 60%, and then you got to cut another 40% of that amount off right off the top for taxes to the feds.
No, I thought that 50% of it goes to Texas. Why are you saying they cut it twice?
Well, because okay, so usually what they have is it's an annuity, right? So if you win the prize, then what they're doing is they're paying you X amount of dollars every year for X amount of years. But most people don't want to fuck with all of that. They just want, the cash. And so that's why the cash prize is less than the actual jackpot. It's like some percentage. I think it's like, I don't know, like I said, 60%, 40%, or 60% or something. And then, so that's what you would actually win if you take the cash payout. And then on top of that, then the feds are going to take their cut.
I don't think they take any out for their cash option. It says so the annual payments increased by 5%. That is true. It says for the cash option, it's the amount of money required to be in the jackpot pool on the day of the drawing. Yeah, so however much money is in the pool on the day of the drawing. Well, luckily in my state, I don't have state's tax. And also, you should never claim a lottery ticket in your name. You claim it in a trust. While it's sitting in a trust, you can work out the details of that trust and stuff. Try not to, so that way they can take as little money as possible. And I never take cash option. It says the annual payments increased by 5%. I'm assuming that's 5% of the initial value, only 5% continuously. But yeah, I would just imagine annual payments. 30 years to inflation is going to be, or 20 to 29 years, whatever it is. It's going to make that money worthless by that. In the past 29 years, inflation has gone up 95%.
So the annuity goes up by 5% to cover inflation.
I'm not sure if it's to cover inflation. It just says each year. Hold on. It says for the annuity, the annual payments increase by 5%. So I don't know if that means it does that every year or if it does it one time, but there's 5%. I'm not sure. I know that it's not compounded. It's not like 5% the first time, and then 5% the number it was last year. Yeah, that would just be that would be stupid on their part. That would do that. So I don't know if it's 5% more It seems like it's just 5%.
Yeah, 670 million divided by 30 is like 22 million a year. Even after taxes, that would be reasonable.
Yeah, by today's numbers, but 10 years would have $20 million is worth like $50,000 worth today.
Yeah, that's the risk you run.
I thought this was a pretty
Hey,
good
what?
video on fusion reactors and their likelihood. It doesn't really answer the question, but it kind of shows the problems and progress that they've made.
Well, that's what I was going to say about this. It's just it actually does say each payment grows in size by 5% from the preceding year, which helps protect against inflation. So I guess it is built to protect against inflation. That is a good deal. I didn't know that 5% of because 5% of 22,000 or 22 million. I'm sorry, is 220,000.
But are they just
million?
The payments up so that they balloon, like they give you less at the beginning?
Yeah, they really no. No, I don't think so. I think they split it up into 29 parts and then they increase in size. Someone wins a jackpot of $100 million. They will receive 1.5 million immediately, and then future annual payments would increase up to 6.2 million. Yeah, so it's 100 divided by 29.
So actually, then they give you what, 1.5% the first year, and then that amount increases by 5% each year. Yeah, on 670 million, that's still $10 million for the first year.
I just don't see why if you had 100 million, you get 1.5 the first year.
What are you talking about? Lottery?
Yeah, we're doing annuity math.
Yeah, that isn't. I guess that's probably half of it or something. Like I guess that's after taxes. You get 1.5 million.
I'm taking it as cash.
I know,
I
right?
would always take it as cash. Dude. I always take it as cash, dude.
I wanted the first year to be able to buy me a big old island.
So you can do fucking.
Kosho's got it worked out though. You got to get a trust, put it into a trust.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, outside of I probably would do a flurry of spending on my immediate family. I also would be a douche about it. It's like, I gave you money already. Fuck you if you want more. I would put it in trust for him.
I've always said I would do a 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. So I would set aside a third to spend. I would set aside a third to save, and I'd set aside a third to give away.
I would keep some money in reserve for funny investments. Yeah, just run-of-the-mill fun investments like the next jet ski. Help support some entrepreneurs if they can swing my vote to give them cash.
How much would you give to Flat Earth?
That's a fool's errand. So I might do a couple of things just because I have an interest in it. I might just go and do the things that they've asked me for fun. You know, go down, video the 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
How big would your boat be?
I have thought about that, and I probably would get something on the order of about 100 foot, because that's going to be a direct replacement for my house plus live. After that, I'm going to hire a crew for 20 years, because I'm only going to live 20 years. So I got to figure that into my cost of expenses. Yeah, so I'm probably out about maybe, if I buy used, probably out like 100 million.
It's interesting because a direct replacement for my house would only be like 75 feet, but I guess my beam's a lot wider than yours, so.
And I figure I'm going to need a crew of 3 to 4 people for that. I don't know how much it costs for a trained crew. I mean, I know the captain will be a little expensive, but the remainder of the people, I don't know how much they cost.
I got you. One lump sum. I'll worry about it. And you pay next. For, okay. I'll take care of it. Just let me know where you keep the money, so I can protect it.
And then when I'm going through like some of these hot areas, I'll have to hire a crew of gunmen to go and shoot Somali pirates and stuff.
You're gonna pay Somali pirates?
Oh, I'm going to pay people to shoot Somali pirates.
Why don't you just get Somali pirates as your crew?
Real reliable. What is the cost of an RPG round?
So that we're
How much does an RPG cost?
a good one. I don't know, 20,000.
So you're talking a guided system. I'm talking just a straight up point and fire. Let's go look it up.
It says today RPG launcher is 2,000, and each grenade is 5.
I found the same article. All right, so I get 20, 30.
It says you can buy an RPG for as little as $2. What?
I heard some of the laws as far as like arming your vessel are insane. When you try and go around the world and try and pull into a port without breaking the law, the guy basically said you're better off dealing with the pirates.
Let me see. Oh wow, these are pretty cool, dude.
What if I just get the hull hardened so that I can just run them over?
But there's this Russian. There's this Russian RPG 7. Oh, I mean, it looks nice. I don't know what the cost is. Hit probabilities at 50 feet. At 50 meters, that's 100%. At 500 meters is 4%. That's quite this. Well, dude, I don't know, man. This RPG 7 seems to be used by the best of the best, man. We're talking about the Viet Cong. We're talking about the Mujahideen. Traditional Irish Republican Army. That's actually good. Oh, and in Somalia, Somalians shot down 2 Black Hawk helicopters. This seems like the perfect weapon for your ship.
Okay, so what was the cost of an RPG 7 round?
I can't find the cost.
Well, I'm pretty rich. I'll be able to afford a few of them, no matter what their cost is.
Probably about $1,000. Maybe 5,000.
Yeah, so I keep 5 or 10 of them on board. Well, I'm going to want to spend some just for fun. I'm going to use some just for fun, so in practice. So
It says, yeah, that's the primary reason why they're so popular is the low cost. They're only about $500. 500 to 2,000. 500 to 2,000, about 100 to 500. You can have, you should have like 20 of these, dude. Well, that'd take a lot of space. Maybe like 12. You know, because you want backups, 1 for each dude. You know. They're kind of only useful in defense, though. It's not a useful offense weapon.
Well, I'm not exactly looking to go offensive with my vessel. I am just looking for defensive.
Well, you're going to want to take over other people's ships sometime.
I'm not becoming a pirate. I'm rich already.
Well, actually, I was talking about after we mutiny.
Well, after we blow all the money?
Yeah, we're going to mutiny you, and then...
Maybe I'll roll all the money into Bitcoin.
That'd be one of the dumbest things you could do. Did you hear about Scott Beach, though? He ended up, what is it? Like those people who stole from, or they hacked his wallet. I think he had 1,000 Bitcoin. Yeah, they settled on. I told them they had they have a trust already with money ready to give out, but they're giving him 3 Bitcoin, which is better than 0. But
what are they giving him?
It's still 3 Bitcoin. That's still more money than he invested, and it's worth like almost 200 grand.
I wonder how they justify only 3 Bitcoin now. That seems like they had a big fuck up. No. So who gets the remainder of the coins that are floating around in limbo?
Well, I don't think that they're recovered.
Oh,
and Yeah, and it was at the time it was stolen. Like if they said, "Okay, you can have all your Bitcoin back," but at the value of when they were taken, you're going to get substantially less. It's only a couple bucks for each, so maybe a couple $1,000s.
So they were stolen and used. I thought like the accounts were hacked and disabled essentially.
No, they were stolen. They were stolen, and the guys were caught. They're not. The Bitcoin weren't recovered. So if they don't know if they're used or if it's a wallet, that's a storage device.
What keeps you from just using a random number generator, random word generator to try and hack an account?
I mean, same thing. Same reason why you can't, hack somebody's hack a really hard encryption, like a really hard password, because so many combinations.
Oh, I know it's
Plus,
but what keeps me from using a computer just to go at it, at light speed, like that Tower Babel app that you were talking about before.
yeah, see, that's the problem with the library of Babel app is, for instance, you couldn't use that to answer a question. So whenever, what's his name, Syncleanser asked if it was created right as it's put in, I said no, but the real answer is it actually is created. Like it already exists. So basically, that already exists in the catalog, but only because every combination of letters ever exists in there. And so even though it doesn't currently exist, if you were to type in like all spaces or something like that, like 3,200 spaces, and then searched it, it would be probably the first, the very first index. But that's because it's an alphabetical order.
Yeah, but I would say your key phrase would be in there somewhere. So I mean, if I just ran that whole database through, I'm guessing there has to be something to slow you down.
Yeah, computing power. That would be, because like I said, the amount of pages that would need to be to go through every page that library would have, it would be 29 times 10 to the 3,200th power. And, there's less than 2 to the 100th power atoms in the universe. So, that large number is just, you can't get a computer to go through that many iterations ever.
I had heard that they increased the time between submissions after each attempt for the key phrase. So, like, if you tried to do it like 10 times, it would now make you wait 3 hours for the next attempt, and then after that, it'll do 6 hours, and after that, it'll do 100 hours.
For what system?
I just had heard that was a method that they used on.
Yeah, it sounds like good. Yeah, it makes sense what your phone does. Yeah.
But then I was thinking, how easy it would be to lock somebody out of their money. If you did that to them, you could just go in and just every couple hours keep on slamming with a new bullshit attempt, and all of a sudden now they have no access to their money.
Oh, because someone else is trying theirs. Yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, I don't know whose system does this, and usually, like, I mean, if you were at a bank or something, they have a system like that. Usually, they say you've tried too many attempts. Try back in this amount of time, or check your email or something. And usually, they want you to check your email. You really want to try. Yeah, I'm back now. My phone probably.
I know my bank will lock me out until I call and talk to customer service and provide a whole bunch of information.
Right, that inherently, since it's an anonymous system, they can't do that with Bitcoins.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Bitcoin doesn't do that though. They don't manage wallets. I mean, there's no Bitcoin. Centralized Bitcoin or whatever. But yeah, like Coinbase or somebody else who manages a wallet, they probably have They probably have shit like that. But Coinbase actually got hacked this year, so they're not incapable of being hacked. Like Scott Beatrice, his wallet got hacked, but it's because his wherever he had it stored, they got hacked, and basically Coinbase got hacked just to really shit.
What's really funny though is he almost certainly would have sold it when it hit like $2,000 a coin, and he actually made out better by being hacked.
That's not entirely true. If he sold it at $1,000 a coin, I think he had 500 or he had 1,000 or 2,000. But even at 500, yeah, if he had 500 and it was 2,000.
And you think about it, if you were doing it and you had Bitcoin and you saw it go up 5 times, when would you bail out?
But, there's a game called it's so addictive too, and you can actually play with real money. It's called Jackpot. I think it's called Jackpot. Stupid ass name. But it's just if there's a graph or it starts at 1 and it just keeps increasing, and you have to exit whenever you want, and you'll win like whatever number is on times the amount that you bet. But at any point, randomly, it'll crash. That's what it's called, crash. And yeah, so if you're still in it when it crashes, it's pretty fun though. Let me put this. But yeah, I would have pulled out. Plus, I heard that happened to 50 Cent. Supposedly he found out that he had a much Bitcoin that he didn't know about. He's got super rich from it. I forget the name of the casino that we was playing, but there's a bunch of them. BC. Oh, you have to use a fucking VPN. I guess now you do. You didn't used to have to, but it's just use VPN. I gotta go in that a little bit. But are you talking right now? Eyeballs on the screen. Because it's your eyeballs on the screen, but
Yo, what's that website like YouTube where you can? I heard it's like real easy to get monetized. They don't care. You can post anything you want.
BitChute.
BitChute.
Yeah.
Is that the correct pronunciation? I thought it was BitChute.
BitChute. And so they'll monetize you pretty much instantly, and you'll be making. What are they paying in PayPal or crypto or something?
I have no idea. That's just where that's where all the conspiracy theorists who didn't make it on YouTube went.
I want to make money somehow off of that.
I told you, Jeremy, monetize FE. It's the only way to make anything out of this.
Monetize what?
I think BitChute pays by the number of tabs you have open.
Monetize FE.
Yeah, I'm looking at BitChute.
Jeremy, do you do garage or yard sales? Do you know about the bigger idiot principle?
No, I don't really sell anything online.
No, even just when you go to you go to the yard sales and you get somebody else's old crap for a nickel and it's only worth 2 cents.
Oh.
And then a few weeks later you sell it for 3 cents. So, yeah, it's the bigger idiot gets left with all the garbage. So I think that's what Kool-Aid saying about monetizing FE.
Yep.
Oh.
That's what Oakley does. Aren't you 42 or something and retired?
I recently quit my job.
So consult. Charge triple.
I do Uber and Lyft part-time, but I'm honestly not even trying to leave the house. I'm trying to look for a way to make it online somehow.
How are your editing skills?
Non-existent.
You can farm out your editing skills
That are not my non-existent editing skills.
I wouldn't put that in the application, Jeremy.
I mean, I make like $30. I really only need to make like, $10 a day or something. I'm good. I already make a few bucks passively without even having to do anything. So I could buy this shit. I could buy $10 a day passive income right now. I just don't want to. I want to be able to like earn it by actually doing something.
So could you work for me for 18 minutes?
For what?
18 minutes a day and get your $10.
You're gonna give me $10 a day for 18 minutes? What do you need?
Well, if that's all you need for $10. How are your filing skills?
Filing?
Yeah.
Like you have a document and you need to put in a certain file?
Yeah, you need to rename it and file it.
I don't know. I've never done it before.
You could do it.
All right, how do I do it?
I'd have to set you up on our system, and that's not going to happen.
You should get an outside filer, like a third party.
She is working from home. She does it. I was just saying he only wants to make $10 a day, so that's not a lot of work.
See, the problem is that you haven't thought about things you might need.
What does that mean?
Doesn't your wife do something? Isn't she like a doctor or nurse or something?
Yeah, she's a nursing supervisor. She makes good money.
You know, in Canada, nurses and teachers make about the same amount of money. That's not true in the States, is it?
No,
my wife makes. There's times where my wife makes, I mean, regularly over like I think it's $45 an hour is like the lowest. Sometimes it's
Okay,
over
so
50.
a little bit less than what a teacher would make in Canada. A tenured teacher will make about 100 grand in Canada, high school.
Yeah, that's Canadian dollars though. What's that like?
Like $4.80 American, I think.
You tenure high school teachers?
No, but your pay goes up for about 12 years on the scale.
Right.
So after you're at your maximum pay, you're making almost 100,000. And I think your average nurse makes about 80 at the top, but then a nurse manager makes just over 100.
Both
Principal,
my parents.
VP. Yeah.
Both my parents are teachers. One is was a tenured college professor, and the other one was an elementary school special ed teacher who never got tenure because she was elementary school.
But she's part of the union, no?
Oh yeah.
So, like, yes, we do. Canadian dollar doesn't stack up to the American dollar. We're about 80 cents, I think, right now. But, I mean, our GDP is similar. I would say 30, maybe 40,000 is about the average income of a Canadian. Americans would be around there.
Listen, it's harder than you think to make $10 a day online for a person with absolutely no
But
skills.
it's easy to make it in person.
Yeah, oh yeah, I could go make $10.
Why don't you learn?
What's up?
Learn drafting or something, Jeremy.
Learn dropping?
Drafting, like AutoCAD.
No, I'm not doing any new shit. I just want to be able to, like, I don't know, click something or something easy. I need something easy.
How much blood do you have?
Well, I could go sell my plasma for, I think they give you $30 each time. They start you off with a few bonuses, but I think it only ends up to be like $30 each time, and you can do it twice a week. I mean, I guess that's $10.
You get a free cookie.
I guess that's $10 a day almost, but I gotta drive to all.
Yeah, we don't get paid in Canada.
I gotta drive over there. It's fucking all the way across the city. I gotta hook up to this machine for fucking an hour or whatever it is.
It doesn't cost you $20 to drive there and back.
I can't stand needles. No, it cost me $1 in gas. Driving there is not the problem. It's just I don't want to leave the house.
There you go. Start an online business of in-home platelet collection, and you can manage it.
I don't think that's something you could do in your house.
You can manage it. Hire a phlebotomist.
Nothing. Huh? Well, I've been ringing out all day.
I bet you there's people that would hire you to play their Warcraft character to level it up.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I'm good at video games.
Have you played Warcraft? I have not.
I've played similar games to Warcraft. I used to love just grinding my own characters in EverQuest on the PlayStation 2. But I've been looking to get into these NFT games or whatever. There's earn to play games for crypto, but I can't find any good ones. You think people would really pay to have their Warcraft character leveled up?
I do. I really do.
How much do they pay an hour?
I look it up. I almost guarantee you there's such a thing. I don't think it's strictly legal, probably by the terms and conditions, though.
Look into the real money training scandal around Method and their push for world first. We're talking well in excess of $50,000.
What was that?
Method, which is one of the big World of Warcraft guilds, spent over $50,000 in real money trying to get world first kills of the latest World of Warcraft stuff that came out.
Wow.
Obviously, that didn't all go to the same person, but
Did online gaming get any more lucrative during COVID, or sorry, during the C word?
yes.
But are they letting you do it from home, or they still want you sitting in a seat in the stadium with thousands of fans watching you play video games?
The Sail GP, which is the top premier sailing race, actually spent a year completely digital, where the skippers would sit at home and play on their computers, and the prize purses were the same.
Probably quite a skill set there, though. Eh?
Mm-hmm.
I think Kool-Aid's idea of learning to edit, you don't have to be good, Jeremy. You just have to be better than there.
Yeah, edit. I can't do editing.
Well, what's that program?
Blender.
Grammarly. Just run it through Grammarly.
Oh, yeah, that too.
Just right-click on all the red words.
No, but if you can slam a like 5-minute YouTube video through a editing software, you can make
you're saying
pretty decent money.
Video editing.
Yeah. Go edit a Minecraft YouTuber's thing and just
Not doing any editing. I'm not doing editing.
Why not? I was thinking novels and things. Wasn't one of the Globers was looking for an editor, video editor? Who was it? MC Toon, maybe?
Oh, I think I'm just going to buy the passive income with crypto.
There was a call center that was World of Warcraft mods, but I think they're going to want you to work more than 20 minutes a day.
Sorry, what did you just say?
There was a call center that had World of Warcraft mods in Phoenix, I want to say, Arizona. But I don't know if they switched to working from home, and they're not going to want you to work for only 20 minutes a day. Might be able to convince them to do a day or two a week, though. Why don't you just run for political office, Jeremy?
You could always start a grocery delivery business.
He should run for office, win, and then don't do anything, and then 4 years of income. And I would say a politician that doesn't make the world a worse place is all right.
I always thought it would be more fun to own a bank.
I don't think there are too many privately owned banks. Maybe in the States.
Your banks are privately owned? Who owns them?
I honestly don't know. Maybe they're just heavily federally regulated.
That's the way it is here in the States. They're extremely regulated, but they're still technically private owned or publicly owned. You can go invest in Wells Fargo on the stock market.
Yeah. Didn't like you guys had a savings and loan scandal in, was that the 80s? Didn't you have another shitstorm in the 70s? And then again in 2007 or 8?
That sounds about right.
It's crazy to me. And Bush was involved both times, or 2 times, wasn't he?
I'll just keep looking for some. I was thinking about just pulling pieces. I was thinking about just pulling pieces out of like here or Brandon Show, putting it on BitChute, see if that would generate a couple bucks or something. I don't know.
There are women who make money without even getting out of bed.
Yeah, well, I don't have that skill set either.
You kind of just have to lay there.
Yeah.
I don't know. We could ask Johnny. I bet he would be all over you, Jeremy.
I can't even do it. He's not on the server, is he?
I haven't seen him yet.
Wasn't he here early, Jeremy? You probably booted him for swearing 500 times in 30 seconds.
No, I haven't booted anyone from here.
You got close, didn't you? You told
You
somebody
can't get
to clean it
banned
up.
here. Geo's
You can't?
has a no banning policy.
Well, what happens if you break the rules?
You get a warning, and it times you out so that you can't talk or write text. And you get 10 of those warnings, then it becomes 24 hours. Then on number 11 or number 12, then it becomes like 48 hours, and it just gets longer and longer.
How long do they stick? Sorry, go ahead.
I don't think he has a mechanism for removing them yet. And then after you get like up to 20, then you get an indefinite timeout. So you're still on the server, but you just can't chat or text.
So you can listen and read, but not post or talk?
Exactly.
It's actually pretty fair. I don't even think I've ever talked to Geo, but
I really enjoy talking to Geo. He's got a very level head and can at least listen to the arguments from both sides.
well, you know, this server's been a lot more calm. Even today after Jin, it was very calm. And I applauded Rakia for that. He kept it very civil. Jeremy's been doing a good job for a while. Too bad you can't get paid for that, eh, Jeremy?
Well, after how long he spent as a punching bag in gems, he can take just about anything.
Did Jeremy get beat on a lot?
I don't know. It might be an unfair, Jeremy.
Oh, fucking shit, bro. I used to kill them guys all the time.
He's developed a self-defense, a denial.
Yeah, that'd be dope if I could make $10 a day, like modding a channel. Do they even pay mods though to mod things?
What if maybe somebody just wants to abuse somebody on the phone, like their boss is a dick, and they want to yell at somebody? You could probably be that guy.
Oh, that's a good service. Yeah.
Yo,
I'll let
Jeremy,
you yell at
I
me.
have it, dude. I got it, dude.
Yeah, I will let
At
you.
2v2.
I will let you berate me for $1 a minute.
Yeah, you're
$20 a minute, dude.
No, I'm not greedy. $1 a minute. You could say whatever you want. It happens in here for. I do it in here for free.
I know, that's what I'm saying, but you can charge way more, man. Don't sell yourself short. You can take it.
Dude, Jeremy, that 2v2 show that I was gonna do before, that you're supposed to help with before, at 2v2, you get super chats from that. You can keep all the super chats.
Bro, ain't nobody gonna watch that.
Who were the two?
All right, you're out.
Would you have a rotating cast?
Plus, then you got to get monetized and shit from YouTube. You need 1,000 subscribers.
I have accounts that can be monetized, dude.
That's because you got 1,000 YouTube
thousands of
accounts
accounts,
and you
yes.
subscribe to your channel.
It's not just me. I'm not the only
Jeremy
subscriber.
right now. My mind is blown. I'm just kidding.
So
My name is Jeremy. That's cool, man. That's cool. You don't want some money? Want some down?
Well, how much
But,
money? I mean, how much?
to-
I don't think the super chats were really good for like.
Dude, Jam doesn't get that many viewers, and he gets more super chats than the amount that you were just saying.
Yeah, but he's live
it's got
streaming
hundreds of dollars.
24/7.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this Sunday show. Sunday show. He
That
gets,
show sucks.
Yeah,
Dude,
I like.
and
it.
I've told Jem that straight up to his face. His show.
You say it
fucking
every time. You
sucks.
say it every week.
So if it's so bad, you could easily do a better one and make more in super chats,
dude.
Seriously, I could just talk by myself and it'd be better.
Like Jen.
Yeah,
I mean,
Arwen does that. And he gets super chats.
you have to have a little drama. I don't see Jeremy doing that.
Exactly. That's why the 2v2 show, different topics, all that kind of shit. Do it a couple times a week. You get at least $30 super chats plus whatever views.
Yeah, Jeremy, I'm serious about the dial an abusee. I think you'd make money doing that.
Yeah, but
honestly
you have
like
to
the
find
sound
people
of
who
that.
pay. You have to find people who pay for that.
I honestly love the sound of that because that's super easy. All you have to do is let them like yell at you and be like, well, okay, I don't like what you're saying to me, or I don't know how I would respond, but
Well, you
like,
could
what are you
do a
supposed to
once in a
say?
while. Who do you think you are?
Like talk back to him, get sassy with him.
Well, I guess you could have couple different scenarios. Do you want the submissive jackass boss? Do you want the talk back boss? Do you want me to fight? You know what I mean? You can do it.
Different packages, yeah. Oh, I like where this is going.
Yeah, but who would pay for that? People can.
That's what I mean. Who
People
actually
can receive that for free.
He only
people
wants
that would
$10
pay.
a day. I think you'd
Yeah,
be
all I
surprised.
need is like one customer.
But there isn't a service, right? Instead of hitting the bottle, hit Jeremy verbally.
Haven't you ever
Jeremy,
turned on the TV at 1 o'clock in the morning? There's still all those 1-900 numbers around. If they exist, Jeremy's definitely got a niche here.
Yeah, those 1-900 numbers are for people who want to have sex with people, which everyone wants to do. Okay, so George, he gave his phone. He gave his phone number out as a prank one time, and I think somebody called it, and it was actually a sex because it was like a fake number. It was a fake number, but the number ended up being a sex hotline.
Did somebody call it online and get demonetized?
And somebody called it. I forget who called it, but eventually,
Jeremy, you could pretend you're a surveyor and get flat earthers to go.
And you wouldn't even have to leave your house. We could help you rig up the photos, all fake numbers.
I'm telling you, there are people who just get abused by their bosses and would love to just pretend they're yelling at him, but they need an actual voice on the other line.
I'm just gonna wait. There's a whole bunch of NFT games that I'm involved with that'll be coming out soon. So one of them's gonna let me make $10 a day. I wish I was in that Axie Infinity one. Those heads are making like 40, 50, 60 bucks a day. But I tried to get in it. Their Discord is terrible. I'm willing to spend $1,000 or $1,500 to get in that shit too, but there's no, the Discord is no help. I waited hours to get to get unlocked to be able to talk in a VC. It never happened. They don't respond to you in the text chat.
Now, there are a lot of kids who just play Minecraft and talk their nonsense way through it. It'd be funny for you as an almost middle-aged man to just talk up how confused you are about the game.
And what? Put it on YouTube and BitChute and shit?
Yeah, they like the number one consumers of YouTube is probably the 10 to 14-year-old crowd, right?
Yeah, I'm not trying
kids
to.
are on it a lot, so
yeah,
you'll get some views there.
I don't know, man.
Although then you open yourself up to abuse as well.
I'm fine with abuse.
I'm serious. All you have to do is probably buy one of those 1-800 numbers, like Kool-Aid was saying, and just put it out there. You might have to hire a girl to be the girlfriend that gets yelled at.
Nah, you just need a voice changer.
Yeah, what's his name? Team Skeptic has a voice changer for the Mallory voice. You can get that one.
Don't you think that people that call themselves skeptics but believe everything the government tells them are misnomered?
Are what? Sorry?
They're misnomered.
Yeah. Don't you think that people that call themselves skeptics that believe everything another person that calls himself a skeptic is also a misnomer?
I'm just thinking of the professional skeptics like Nick West.
Or the amateur skeptics like every flat earther ever.
Well, but do they call themselves skeptics?
A lot of them call themselves globe skeptics.
I don't know, Posha. What was your show going to be? A 2-on-2? Like flat Earth debate? No, people don't really. I don't think a lot of people super chat and pay for this clip. Who's paying for flat Earth content?
The other problem with
people that donate money. Go ahead.
The other problem with 2-on-2 is